Growing vegetables on the island is impossible without fresh water. I have a seawater purifier. How can I live on the island without electricity? I have a green solar power generator. Is it too troublesome to build a house on the island? No worries. The system has high-end, luxurious hotel villas. After Xiao inherits a piece of island heritage from the island system, he begins to build a super island farm. Chapter 1. The Tragic Illegitimate Child. This is Jiangnan City Television, and now we bring you the latest news. Jiangnan's richest man, Yi Yuan, died while secretly meeting with a young model at a hotel, suspected to be due to a sudden heart attack. Yi Xiao watched this news report on TV, feeling a sudden pain in his heart. Although he and Yi Yuan were father and son, they had hardly seen each other a few times. The door opened, and a middle-aged woman in a tattered leather jacket with a haggard face walked in, carrying a bag of lettuce. I bought a few pounds at a discount in the market, saving a full 2 yuan. Yi Xiao got up to take the vegetables, walked into the kitchen, and said, "It'll cook, you go rest." "Mom, did you see the news?" Xiao Shulan nodded inside, saying his health was already poor, and he liked to hang out with those young girls, not knowing how to cherish himself. "By the way, the Yi family called me and asked us to go over tomorrow night. You go. I still have to work." Hearing this, Yi Xiao put down the kitchen knife and looked at his mother, who was only in her 40s but already had half of her hair white due to excessive toil. Thinking of this, the little sadness he felt for Yi Yuan vanished, replaced by resentment. Over 20 years ago, Xiao Shulan worked as a maid in the Yi family. One day, after Yi Yuan got drunk, the two had an affair, and she was subsequently thrown out. Later, when Xiao Shulan found out she was pregnant, she went to the Yi family for help, but they ignored her completely. She raised Yi Xiao alone for over 20 years with almost no contact with the Yi family. Initially, Xiao Shulan harbored great resentment towards Yi Yuan, but as time passed, she gradually let it go. After dinner, Yi Xiao went out. After graduating from an ordinary university, he hadn't found a satisfactory job, so he worked as a waiter in a bar at night. With his height of 1.8 meters and a resolute face, his income there was decent enough. The next evening, Yi Xiao appeared at the gate of a villa community, dressed in casual clothes. Although they weren't brand name, they were very neat and had a good vibe. This place was the famous affluent area of Jiangnan City, where the Yi family resided. "Hey kid, what are you doing here? Get as far away as you can, this place is not for you." The security guard sat in a chair, looking at a newspaper, glanced at Yi Xiao with disdain. Although the kid was dressed neatly, he had no brand name clothing and clearly didn't belong there. "I'm looking for Yi Jinshan, you can call to ask," Yi Xiao said, naming the current head of the Yi family, who was also his nominal grandfather. "Kid, how does Yi Lao?" Just as the security guard was about to chase Yi Xiao away, a Porsche 911 pulled up in front, carrying a young man in sunglasses and a beautiful woman. Seeing the young man, the security guard immediately walked over to greet him with a smile, while shouting at Yi Xiao, "Kid, hurry up and get lost, don't block the way. No need to chase him away. Let him in." "Yi Xiao, I didn't expect you to have the face to come here. Do you even deserve it?" "Haha." Yi Lin laughed, stepping on the gas and driving the car through the gate. Yi Xiao remained unfazed. This young man was his half-brother, Yi Lin, the legitimate heir of the Yi family. "Young master, Yi has changed his girl again, looks like a little star. Changing women is like changing clothes. I wish I had such a life." The security guard looked at the departing Porsche with envy. Yi Xiao walked through the gate and headed towards a luxurious villa not far away. After ringing the doorbell, he was ushered inside. At that moment, dozens of people were dining in the hall, laughing and chatting. When they saw him, they all turned to look briefly before continuing their meals, completely ignoring him. Yi Xiao was already used to this scene. The Yi family hated him to the core, and he had no feelings for them either. He quickly found a spot to sit down and waited quietly. After an hour, the Yi family finished their meal, and he was led over to the table. Yi Jinshan took out a document and said to everyone, "I called you here to announce Yuan's will." As soon as he said this, the others looked delighted, and Yi Lin's eyes widened in excitement, along with his sister Yi Xuan. Yuan's private assets include a total of 650 million in funds, 47 of the shares of the Yi Group, and 13 properties. Those are the main ones, I won't mention the minor ones. His wife, Sun Ling, receives 100 million, 10 of the shares, and 4 properties that, "Oh, my poor husband," Sun Ling exclaimed loudly, wiping her eyes, which hadn't shed many tears. Yi Jinshan continued reading the document. Yi Lin receives 500 million, 30 of the shares, and 6 properties. Yi Shuang receives 50 million, 7 of the shares, and 3 properties. The Jin brothers each receive 5 million. When Yi Lin heard this, he was so excited he almost fainted. He would surely be the heir to the Yi Group in the future. Grandpa, why is mine so little? This isn't fair. However, Yishuang pouted, looking dissatisfied. Yeah, Dad, we are Yuan's older brothers. How come we only get 5 million each? Are we being treated like beggars? Meanwhile, Yi Jin and Yi Song also started complaining. Bang! Yi Jinshan slammed the table and shouted, "Shut up! This is Yuan's decision, it should be honored as such." Seeing Yi Jinshan get angry, the three of them sat down and stopped talking. They knew Yi Jinshan favored his youngest son the most. At this moment, Yi Jinshan looked deeply at Yi Xiao and continued reading. Yi Xiao, you inherit the ownership of Island Number 4 and 200,000 in cash. After speaking, Yi Jinshan placed an envelope and a stack of cash in front of Yi Xiao and then left the room. Looking at these items in front of him, Yi Xiao felt a moment of daze. He didn't expect Yi Yuan to leave something for him. Yi Lin laughed. The Yi family had made its fortune in Donghai City, so they had always supported it vigorously. As a result, the Donghai City government gifted a deserted island to the Yi family, but that island had no development value, and the Yi family was uninterested in it. 200,000 is enough for you to live off for half your life. Spend it well. Don't say we Yi family mistreat you, the illegitimate child. Yi Shuang glared at Yi Xiao in anger, thinking if he weren't here, she would only get so little inheritance. Once outside, Yi Xiao opened the envelope and saw the title deed with his name on it, deciding to go see what the island was like. When Yi Xiao got out of the car, he looked up and saw fireballs streaking across the sky. They were meteors burning as they entered the atmosphere. Before long, he noticed a fireball getting closer and closer, landing right where he was standing. He thought, surely I'm not so unlucky as to be hit by a meteor. Boom! With a loud bang, Yi Xiao fell into the dust. Chapter 2, Super Island System. Yi Xiao lay on the ground, but he had no injuries on his body. At the same time, he felt a surge of heat flowing into his brain. At this moment, Yi Xiao realized he was standing in a blue space, with points of light flashing around. Looking very sci-fi. Master, you are awake. Just as Yi Xiao was puzzled about where this place was, a stunning woman in a bikini suddenly appeared before him, looking respectful. Staring at this woman with an exquisite face and a proud figure, Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned. That is not a meteorite, it's the super island system from the future. Our spaceship encountered an accident while passing by Earth, and the island system device fell down and fused with you. Now you are in your own consciousness. You can call me Galaxy. Galaxy circled around Yi Xiao, almost getting close to him. Super island system? Upon hearing this name, Yi Xiao became interested. The super island system is designed to help build and develop islands, dedicated to creating super islands, which are divided into 4 sections: the potion area, the plant area, the animal area, and the equipment area. Galaxy pointed, and a large screen appeared in front of them, displaying the 4 areas. She then looked at Yi Xiao and asked, "Which section would you like to know about?" Galaxy tapped the equipment area, and the screen unfolded. Wave reversal device, water purifier, wind shield, environmental control device. Yi Xiao looked at the hundreds of items and was dumbfounded. The equipment area mainly focuses on devices for building islands. Islands face threats from waves, and the wave reversal device can withstand the impact of large waves, covering a range of 1,000 meters. The environmental control device can automatically create rain and control sunlight and temperature on the island. Galaxy briefly gave 2 examples. Hearing this, Yi Xiao felt a surge of excitement. But when he noticed the RMB symbol and some numbers next to each item, he asked, "What does the number 1 million next to the wave reversal device mean?" Galaxy smiled and said, "All the items here can be exchanged for real money. For example, the wave reversal device costs 1 million. There are no conditions attached to anything here. As long as you have money, you can buy it." Upon hearing this, the smile on Yi Xiao's face disappeared. Not only because the wave reversal device costs 1 million, but also because there are many models: giant wave, storm wave, raging wave, and the prices just keep going up. At this point, Galaxy clicked on the plant area to introduce it. The plant area mainly consists of vegetables and plants, divided into 3 levels: ordinary, special, and rare. For example, ordinary vegetables cost 10,000 per can, special ones cost 100,000 per can, and rare ones cost 200,000 per can. Moreover, all seeds in the plant area can only be planted on 1 acre. After harvesting, you can continue to plant the same type of seeds. Yi Xiao saw that common vegetables like carrots, cabbage, and asparagus all cost 10,000 per can and could only be planted on 1 acre, while special ones like truffles and white asparagus cost 100,000 per can. The animal area includes terrestrial animals, marine animals, and birds. You can check that yourself. The potion area mainly consists of potions, such as yield enhancers, growth hormones, and emergency syringes. I am now officially notifying you to complete the island certification within 12 hours. If you do not complete the certification, I will seek another host. Galaxy said this with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Xiao continued to ask, "What is island certification?" Galaxy explained, "You must own your own island. At that time, the system will conduct certification registration. The timer starts now. As soon as she finished speaking, Galaxy disappeared from view, and a huge timer appeared in front of him, displaying 11 hours and 59 minutes. Xiao looked at the clock. It was already 11 o'clock. So he hurried home. He knew nothing about island number 4, not even where it was located. This child is so reckless and impulsive. He should find a girlfriend to take care of him, Xiao Shulan remarked with a smile as she watched Xiao rush into the room. Xiao quickly opened his computer and pulled up some files. Island number 4 is located 300 nautical miles off the northeast coast of Donghai City, covering an area of 10,000 acres. He searched online and bought a ticket for the next flight to Donghai City. It only takes a few hours to fly there, and renting a boat to the island would take 2 to 3 hours, so he had plenty of time. A few minutes later, Xiao quickly packed a few clothes, left 50,000 yuan for Xiao Shulan, and took a taxi to the airport. Soon, Xiao arrived at the airport, and after 10 minutes, he would be boarding. He leaned back in his chair to rest. Dear passengers, the flight from Jiangnan City to Donghai has been delayed due to thunderstorms. Please be patient. When Xiao heard the announcement about the delay, he was stunned. Fortunately, he remained calm and quickly thought of other options. However, he ultimately dismissed the idea of driving to Donghai City, as it wouldn't be fast enough. Now, he could only pray for the plane to take off soon. While waiting for the plane, Xiao rented a speedboat online, planning to head directly to island number 4 upon arriving in Donghai. As time passed, it was already 6 o'clock, and Xiao felt anxious. If the flight was delayed another hour, he would be late to island number 4. Passengers departing for Donghai City, please board. We apologize for the delay. Upon hearing this announcement, Xiao immediately grabbed his bag and rushed to the boarding gate. He had 5 hours left for certification. It would take 3 hours to reach Donghai, leaving only 2 hours to get to island number 4. On the plane, Xiao felt uneasy. If he couldn't complete the certification in time, he might have to live an ordinary life. If he succeeded, he could build his own business empire. 3 hours later, the plane finally landed. As soon as he exited the airport, Xiao took a taxi to the dock. However, when he found the boat rental person, a chubby middle-aged man, he looked at the shabby speedboat nearby that seemed ready to fall apart at any moment, and his heart sank. He quickly handed over the map and asked, "Don't you have any other speedboats? A newer one? I need to reach island number 4 within an hour and a half." Xiao Dahai glanced at island number 4 on the map, rubbed his bulging belly, and smiled. "Little brother, don't be fooled by the old look of my speedboat. It runs fast, no problem at all. The island isn't close, and if you want to get there in over an hour, I have to go full speed." "So, how much?" Xiao understood the implication in his words. 5,000 yuan, and I guarantee you will arrive on time." "All right, hurry up. Don't worry, brother, just watch." Xiao Dahai started the engine and accelerated away. Chapter 3, Certification. The speedboat sped away, quickly leaving the dock and racing across the sea. Xiao heard the constant clanging sounds coming from the cabin and wondered if it would suddenly fall apart. However, looking at Xiao Dahai, who seemed relaxed and unconcerned, he felt slightly reassured. "Brother, what are you going to do on that broken island? It's January now, but if it were 2 months earlier, that island would be submerged by storms and giant waves. It's not even a shipping route, so very few people go there." Xiao Dahai chatted casually while driving the speedboat. "The island is mine. I plan to settle there." Xiao wanted to hear his thoughts on island number 4. After hearing this, Xiao Dahai suddenly burst into laughter. "Brother, I occasionally pass by that island too. It's not a small place, but it's all rocky, with no soil at all. It's fine usually, but after October, the weather there becomes unpredictable and very dangerous. Plus, there's no water or electricity, so it's impossible to survive." In response, Xiao merely smiled faintly. Even if island no. For was dangerous, with the super island system, he believed it would be transformed into a paradise. Seeing that he didn't seem to take it in, Xiao Dahai shook his head and didn't pay any more attention to this strange young man. Over an hour later, Xiao noticed that there was no sign of any island in sight, so he asked, "How much longer until we arrive? We can't be late. I must land on the island in 15 minutes. "Can't be late. Did you make an appointment with someone on the island? Who would meet in that godforsaken place?" "Don't worry, we definitely won't be late," Xiao Dahai assured, patting his chest. After a while, Xiao's consciousness drifted back into the island system in his mind, discovering that the big screen displayed 9 minutes and 20 seconds, which should be the remaining time. At that moment, a barren island appeared in front of Xiao. The island was roughly rectangular, almost flat on top, with a few indistinct rocky slopes standing on it. The surrounding waves relentlessly crashed against the island, presenting a desolate scene. Upon seeing the true face of island number 4, Xiao couldn't help but feel a sinking sensation in his heart. Although he had heard Xiao Dahai say that island number 4 was very desolate, seeing it with his own eyes made him feel even colder. "See, we've arrived." Just as I said. Before Xiao Dahai could finish his sentence, The speedboat suddenly emitted a screeching sound, and then the engine belched out plumes of black smoke. After gliding for a few hundred meters, the speedboat came to a halt. Seeing this, Xiao's heart sank to the bottom. He stood up to look and saw that they were still 100 meters away from the island, with less than 3 minutes left. Don't worry, I have tools. I'll fix it in a bit. Just as Xiao was about to take out his toolbox, he suddenly heard a thud and turned to see Xiao had already jumped into the sea, swimming towards the island. He hurriedly shouted, "Kid, are you crazy?" At that moment, Xiao was desperately swimming towards the island, with only one thought in his mind. He had to catch up. However, watching the countdown timer in his mind approach 0, he was just getting close to the island's edge, reaching for a rock to climb up. Time's up. When the system announced this, Xiao knew he had failed. He hadn't completed the certification. He punched the rock in frustration. His face filled with regret. He was just one step away from reaching the island. "Master, I'm ready to start the certification." At that moment, the Galaxy reappeared. Her outfit just as revealing, with deep crevices that seemed to draw one in. "I didn't reach the island. The certification failed, right?" Xiao looked puzzled. The Galaxy explained, "As long as you touch the island, it's considered a success. The certification starts now." As soon as she finished speaking, a projection of the entire island gradually appeared in the system, just a smaller version, along with various information. The island's area was 10,000 acres, with a coastline of 13 kilometers, the longest coastline being 5 kilometers and the shortest 2 kilometers. "Certification successful. I will give you an initial reward." The Galaxy began to introduce the basic information about the island. "What reward?" Hearing about the reward, Xiao was delighted. "The reward is a kiss from me. What do you think?" The Galaxy leaned in, showing a mischievous smile. Xiao took a step back, disappointment in his eyes. He had hoped for something valuable, but it turned out to be just a kiss. "I'm just joking. The real reward is to make the island fertile." "That's not bad. When do we start?" "Anytime. But I've arranged it for the evening to avoid drawing attention." "Okay." Xiao wandered around the island, looking at the expansive territory, feeling very excited. This was 10,000 acres of land. It was completely his private domain, and it would take several hours to walk from one side of the island to the other. However, after a while, he also realized the seriousness of the problem. The island had no water, no electricity, and no signal. The beach was all pebbles. Not sandy at all. "Brother, the boat is fixed. Let's go." At that moment, Xiao had brought the speedboat to the shore. Xiao knew this boat was already 10 years old and could break down at any time. If that happened, it wouldn't be easy to repair. "How much do you think you can sell this boat for?" "You might as well sell it and buy a new one," Xiao casually asked. "This old boat can only be sold for scrap metal, at most $1,000. Why not sell it to me? I'll give you 2,000. Hearing this, Xiao finally understood why he had asked about the boat's value. After pondering for a moment, he nodded in agreement. After all, the boat could fall apart at any time, so selling it for more was better. After 4 hours of sailing, the speedboat finally docked at the pier. Xiao pulled out a stack of money and handed it over. The fare plus the boat cost a total of 7,000. "Keep it." Xiao counted the money while saying, "The boat is yours now. If you want to rent a boat in the future, you can find me. I'm nearby." After parking the boat, Xiao found a hotel that cost $60 for the night, then lay on the bed and entered the system to check it out carefully. However, looking at the dense list of item names across 4 sections, he was puzzled, so he called out the Galaxy and asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Galaxy appeared in front of him, smiling. "I suggest you start with planting vegetables. You can choose from rain bombs, growth hormones, and yield enhancers. Feel free to mix and match." Then Xiao began to check these 3 items. The rain bomb cost 11,000 each and could irrigate 1 acre of land. The growth hormones had 3 models. Model 1 cost 11,000 each, maximum of 2 per acre, reducing the growth period by a month. Model 2 cost 500,000 each, only 1 per acre, reducing the growth period by 10 years. Model 3 cost 1 million each, only 1 per acre, reducing the growth period by 100 years. The yield enhancer increased crop yield and also had 3 models, with each acre able to use it only once. The cheapest was Model 1 Yield Enhancer, costing 11,000 each, increasing yield by 10. After understanding what these 3 items were for, Xiao took out a pen and began calculating on paper, but after finishing, he was stunned. Chapter 4. Exchange for Seeds. The fastest way to plant an acre of crops required a month, costing a total of $50,000, which included 2 bottles of growth hormone, 2 rain bombs, and 1 can of ordinary crops, not including the yield enhancer. Xiao looked at the list in his hand, unable to believe his eyes. It actually cost $50,000 for an acre of crops. After making up his mind, Xiao checked the ordinary seeds in the vegetable planting area of the island system. Most were common seeds, such as cabbage, radishes, eggplants, rice, and barley, each costing $10,000 for a can, sufficient for 1 acre. After careful selection, Xiao decided to plant rice and cabbage. Both were very common and wouldn't attract attention. He asked, "Are these all at least ordinary seeds?" Galaxy, do you have any suggestions for the future development of the island? Xiao wanted to hear the galaxy's thoughts to prepare for the island's construction. There are many ways to turn the island into a super island, such as building a weapons factory to sell arms or growing drugs to transform the island into a super island. The galaxy seemed quite relaxed when mentioning these two matters, showing no concern at all. Hearing this, Xiao's eyes widened as he asked, "Does the system have this function?" "Not much, just to meet the most basic tourist requirements. It would only take 100 million, the galaxy said with a smile, casually mentioning this. What? 100 million? When Xiao heard this number, he almost fainted. It wasn't 10,000 or 20,000, but 100 million. Don't be so surprised. There are only 3 basic requirements: convenient transportation, comfortable accommodation, and complete entertainment and medical protection facilities. As long as these 3 points are met, it's fine. You make it sound easy. By the way, what are the protection facilities? The reason it's called an island is that it's in the sea, unlike the land, so it will naturally be subject to various disasters, like strong winds, huge waves, lightning, and so on. Therefore, protection must be in place, and the system will provide you with corresponding facilities. Xiao then continued to ask, "Why do other island resorts not need these protections?" Xiao looked at Inha as she picked up the remote control and turned on the TV, puzzled. "Are you going to watch TV?" "Of course, I'm also a smart person. It's boring to be alone. Do you want to stay and keep me company?" Inha suddenly looked at Xiao, stuck out her tongue to lick her lips, and then slowly pulled down her collar, revealing a deep cleavage. Seeing this, Xiao immediately exited the system and laid down on the bed to sleep. Early the next morning, Xiao got up and went to the supermarket to buy some shovels and hoes for farming, as well as a tent and some boxes of food, since he planned to stay on the island for a few days to see the situation. After spending half an hour buying everything and loading it onto the speedboat, he set off for island number 4. After drifting on the sea for 4 hours, Xiao finally landed on island number 4. At this moment, island No. 4 was no longer the bare rock it used to be. The ground was already covered with a thick layer of soil. Haha. Xiao grabbed a handful of soil and smelled it, his face filled with joy. The island had changed, although it was just a small step for him. It was a big step for the entire island project. He then picked up the hoe and started to turn the soil. After several hours, 2 acres of land were finally cultivated, and Xiao was sweating profusely from the effort. Following that, he entered the system and called out Inha, asking, "How can I exchange for these items?" The system supports cash and card payments. Inha looked at Xiao with a smile, as if she were seeing a wealthy person. "Your functions are quite complete. By the way, what do you need money for?" "It's not useful." Xiao handed over the card, very curious about using money to purchase items in the system. Then, several light points fell to the ground, revealing the 2 cans of seeds for rain bombs, for bottles of growth liquid, and 2 bottles of yield-increasing liquid he had purchased. Seeing these items cost him 1,200,000, Xiao felt his heart bleed. The money was gone before he could even warm it up. "By the way, I forgot to remind you, the rain bombs need a launcher to be used, which costs 10,000. Do you need one?" Inha leaned closer to Xiao, her face full of anticipation. "I don't think I have the right to say I don't need it." Xiao gritted his teeth and handed over the card. Without the launcher, the rain bombs would be a waste. Inha personally handed a shotgun-like launcher to Xiao, along with a user manual. He then opened the 2 seed cans, took a look, and found they contained ordinary rice and cabbage seeds, nothing special, so he planted them in the ground. Finally done. After planting both cans of seeds, Xiao picked up a rain bomb, loaded it into the launcher, and then put a blue growth factor and a yield-increasing agent into the small hole next to the launcher, aiming it at the sky and firing a shot. Bang! With a loud bang, the rain bomb, growth factor, and yield-increasing agent exploded in the air, and then it started to rain right above the rice field, continuing for 10 minutes. "Wow, that's really amazing." In admiration, Xiao shot another rain bomb over the other acre of land. In an instant, the 1,200,000 worth of supplies was reduced to just 2 rain bombs. But the good news was that the rice and cabbage, which originally took 3 months to mature, would now be ready in just 1 month. After doing all this, Xiao jumped into the sea for a bath, then set up the tent and crawled inside. Chapter 5, Old Classmate. As the sun sank below the horizon, Xiao stood on the island, watching the surroundings gradually darken, with only the sound of waves crashing around him. Although the island was very desolate at this moment, it was also the place where his dream began. After observing for a while, he noticed that the temperature on the island in January was still relatively low, around 17 to 18 degrees during the day, and only a little over 10 degrees at night. Fortunately, he had read the seed manual, and such low temperatures would not affect the rice and cabbage seeds. Just as Xiao was about to settle into the tent, Inha's voice rang in his mind. If you can't sleep, I can chat with you. Not just chatting. Apart from purchasing items from the system, I won't refuse any other request you have. You can do anything you want with me. I want to sleep. Xiao closed his eyes and began to sleep. Don't you have any interest in me? From what I've gathered from your mind. You haven't been with a woman for a year, and right now, you're in your prime. Holding back for too long isn't good for your health. I'm curious why a virtual intelligent being would be interested in this, and it's not good to pry into others' privacy. Xiao had a girlfriend in school, but they broke up after graduation when she ran off with a wealthy second-generation heir. That's simple. You can just create another virtual person. That won't work. The emotional system of virtual beings isn't advanced enough, so even if there are two virtual beings, they can't experience the pleasures between men. However, I can experience the pleasures between men and women through your feelings. Xiao was at a loss for words upon hearing that Inha's wish was to share a bed with him, so he put on headphones, listened to music, and fell asleep. The next morning, Xiao got up early and went to the fields, only to find that both plots had sprouted tender green shoots. So vibrant they seemed to drip with water, full of vitality. Seeing this scene, Xiao was overjoyed. The seeds in the island system were indeed extraordinary. Sprouting in less than a day instead of the expected half-month. With nothing else to do, Xiao picked up the hoe and prepared to cultivate a few more acres of land. Just then, Inha's voice rang out again. I advise you to find something else to do. Isn't cultivating land good? Xiao asked, confused. It's not that it's bad, but you simply won't be able to keep up. The super island has requirements for the ecological zones on the island. Balanced development is needed. Depending on the size of the island, there should be 2,000 acres each for pastures, farms, and forests, and 4,000 acres for living areas. If you rely on yourself to cultivate 2,000 acres, it would be impossible, even if you worked yourself to death. So complicated, I guess I'll need to hire people. Xiao already had an idea in his mind. Once the rice and cabbage matured in a month and sold them, he believed he would earn a good amount, and then he could hire a few farmers to help with the farming. He then wandered around the island, looking at the empty surroundings, apart from the soil. There wasn't even a blade of grass. Transforming the island into a pasture, farm, and forest was not a simple task. Xiao didn't expect the system to have such activities, and his face was full of excitement. However, he sensed a hint of malice in her words. She would definitely make some ulterior motives later. After coming ashore, he prepared to find a hotel to rest for a bit, as he hadn't had a good rest on the island these past few days. Xiao Yezi, is that you? At that moment, a chubby guy ran over, trembling, and upon reaching Xiao's side, he burst out laughing. It's really you. You come to the East China Sea and don't even give me a call. That's too inconsiderate. Seeing this chubby guy, Xiao also laughed. This was a very good buddy from college named Pang Xiao, whom everyone called Xiao Pang. Xiao walked over and hugged Pang Xiao, laughing, You little fatty, what are you doing here? I work nearby. What about you? How did you end up here? Pang Xiao's eyes squinted with joy. Let's go. First, we'll grab a bite and chat while we eat. The two then headed to a restaurant where Xiao explained the reason for his visit, but he didn't mention the island system. After Pang Xiao ordered 2 bottles of wine and some appetizers, he sighed and said, I heard your dad passed away. I thought he would leave a huge fortune behind. But it turns out it's just a broken island and 200,000. I heard that Yilin inherited several billion and most of the stocks. The Yi family group will definitely belong to him in the future. It's so unfair. Xiao, however, didn't care at all and replied, I actually have nothing to do with the Yi family. I'm just me, and the Yi family is just the Yi family. You're quite open-minded about it. But you say you're growing vegetables on the island? How is that possible? As far as I know, that island is all rocks and has no fresh water. Pang Xiao picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth, clearly not believing he could grow vegetables on the island. Whether you believe it or not, you'll know if you go see it. Xiao didn't say much. Such things could only be known by seeing them with one's own eyes. The two then continued to drink and chat, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. After an hour, both were a bit tipsy. Pang Xiao shook his head and laughed. Xiaoyi, do you still know Wang Mukin? She is also in Donghai City, running a restaurant. Back then, she was not only our class beauty, but also the school beauty. Her figure was simply stunning. She wasted a good number of my youth. Xiao smiled gently at this. Wang Mukin was a prominent figure in school, and the boys used to crowd the stands just to watch her during P.E. class. And the stands even collapsed from the crowd. I'm quite familiar with her. We hang out occasionally. I'll invite you next time. That is not something just anyone can experience. Pang Xiao showed a hint of pride on his face. Many pursued Wang Mukin, but very few boys could walk alongside her. And he was one of the rare ones. Xiao smiled slightly. Wang Mukin was the kind of woman one would fall in love with at first sight. He wasn't very close to her, but as a little fatty, Pang Xiao was naturally likable to everyone. After dinner, Pang Xiao took Xiao to his rental apartment. Chapter 6. Danger Alert. Soon, they arrived at an old apartment complex. Pang Xiao pulled out his keys and opened the door, saying, "The room is very simple. Don't mind it. It's a one-bedroom, one living room, less than 1,000 yuan a month. After rent and utilities, there's not much left for food and fun." Once inside, Xiao found the place indeed quite simple. There were only a table and chairs, and even electrical appliances were scarce. After a quick tour of the kitchen, he asked, "Little fatty, how come there isn't even a pot in the kitchen?" After saying that, Pang Xiao walked into the bedroom and laid down on the bed. Xiao would never sleep with Pang Xiao. It was well known that he snored, and it could be earth-shattering. Instead, he took a blanket from the cupboard and laid down on the sofa to sleep. Warning, warning. He didn't know how long it had been when Xiao suddenly heard an alarm sound in his head. He quickly focused on the system and saw the projection of island number 4 appearing before him, and it showed that the land for planting rice had turned red and was flashing continuously. Seeing this, he hurriedly asked the nearby Galaxy, "What is going on?" Galaxy shrugged and said, "The rice is short on water. It's that simple. But I already used a rain bomb to water it." Xiao said, puzzled. One rain bomb could keep vegetables watered for half a month, but it could only keep rice watered for 3 days, since rice grows in water. Galaxy began to explain slowly. After hearing this, Xiao's expression grew serious. There were only 2 rain bombs left. And even if he used them all to water the rice, it wouldn't last until harvest time. He also couldn't afford to buy more rain bombs. Thinking of this, he quickly asked Galaxy, "What should I do now? I don't want to waste 50,000 like that." Galaxy sat down on the sofa and laughed. "Given that you can't afford enough rain bombs, you'll have to get water yourself to irrigate the rice. Why didn't you remind me earlier?" "I could have prepared," Xiao asked curiously. "As a system, I can't plan everything for you. You need to make your own decisions. And rice seeds come with instructions that you didn't read carefully," Galaxy replied in rebuttal. "So it's my fault? Looks like I'll have to go deliver water tomorrow." The next day, the alarm clock rang, showing it was 8 o'clock. Pang Xiao quickly got up to wash up and left the keys behind to go to work. After getting dressed, Xiao went to buy several buckets of mineral water, filled them from the tap, and then transported them one by one to the speedboat before heading to island number 4. 4 hours later, Xiao arrived at island No. 4 and unloaded the buckets. He then took a shovel and built a mud dam by the rice fields and poured the water in. "You want to transport water to irrigate the fields? That's fine. You can take your time transporting it for the 2,000 acres later," Galaxy teased. Xiao agreed with that. In the future, the water usage for pastures, farms, and forests would also be astronomical. He calculated that renting a boat to transport water would cost over 10,000 yuan, which was about the same as buying rain bombs. In the following days, Xiao spent most of his time familiarizing himself with the island system. He also realized that the prices of items in the system were much higher than outside, but the quality was better. However, for unnecessary items, he still preferred to buy them outside. One day, Xiao was writing on paper about the future development plans for the island. To survive on the island, a seawater purifier, generator, and shelter were crucial. Only by solving these 3 problems could one live on the island long term. However, for now, he could only hope for a good price when the rice and cabbage matured. Warning, warning. At that moment, an alarm sounded in the island system. Xiao didn't enter the system. While writing the plan, he asked, "Galaxy, what is the problem?" Soon, Galaxy's voice came through. "The cabbage field needs watering." Upon hearing this, Xiao sighed. "If only I could control the island's rain here. I wouldn't have to make another trip. You can buy an island control device, and you can control the island freely from anywhere, but the price, well, it's astronomical for you right now. Better run over there honestly." Galaxy seemed to have developed an interest in teasing Xiao. Xiao ignored her. The system could display the island's conditions, which was a benefit, allowing him to understand the island thoroughly. He then went out again to transport water to island No. 4. When Xiao arrived at the planting area, he saw that the rice had grown up to knee height, with golden stalks swaying in the wind, looking like they were made of gold. The cabbage had also grown to fist size, its color as white as snow, resembling diamonds, and it looked very beautiful. The seeds provided by the system were indeed exceptional. However, just as he was about to dock, the speedboat emitted a series of screeching sounds, and the engine began to emit thick smoke, causing the boat to completely stall. Xiao called a repair shop to send someone over. Soon, a small boat approached, piloted by a girl in her 20s wearing a baseball cap. Shueting jumped onto the speedboat, checked the engine, and said, "Your boat is too old. If you replace the engine and do some maintenance, it can still run. What do you think? According to you, how long can this boat last?" Xiao only had 13,000 yuan in hand, so he had to see if it was worth continuing to invest in this boat. The system also had speedboats for sale, but he couldn't afford them at the moment. "I can guarantee it will last at least half a year. After all, this boat is too old. If you want to do it, it'll be 12,000. Shueting said confidently. She grew up in a shipyard and had the best skills. When she spoke, no one dared to argue. After thinking for a moment, Xiao nodded in agreement. Spending 13,000 to use the speedboat for 6 months was worth it. At this point, he took a closer look at the girl in front of him. She wasn't exactly beautiful, but she had a very capable and elegant demeanor. She was the type of girl with a strong presence. Chapter 7. Golden Rice. Shueting hooked the speedboat and dragged it toward the repair shop. After swiping her card, she handed a maintenance receipt to Xiao and said, "It'll take about a week to complete the maintenance. Just come by then." In the following days, Xiao mostly stayed home to make further plans. Living on the island wasn't that simple. There was no water, no electricity, no food, and not even a place to stay. To solve these problems, he would need at least 200,000 yuan. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Everything required money, yet he only had a little over 300 yuan left in his pocket. One day, while Xiao was tidying up at home in preparation for his departure to the island, half a month passed quickly. The rice and cabbage had ripened, and it was time to harvest. "I'm so angry." At that moment, Pang Xiao stormed in, his face twitching with rage. "What happened?" Seeing him so angry surprised Xiao. Pang Xiao was known for his good temper and rarely got mad. Pang Xiao downed a glass of water in one gulp and said, "I quit. I was bullied that day, and you don't know how much weight I've lost from anger." Looking at Pang Xiao's plump figure, Xiao couldn't help but laugh and asked, "What are your plans now? Looking for another job?" Pang Xiao glanced at him and said, "Now that you're short-staffed, how about I work with you? It would be more flexible." Hearing this, Xiao nodded in agreement. He indeed needed help and wanted someone he could trust by his side. The two then bought 2 sickles and several nylon bags before setting off for island number 4. "Hey, little Yi, not bad." Pang Xiao stood on the speedboat, looking at the 2 acres of land on the island with curiosity. "I heard this island was all rocks. When did it turn into land?" Xiao casually made up an excuse. "Those were just rumors. After all, very few people come here." "That makes sense." Pang Xiao didn't dwell on it and immediately ran toward the field once they reached the shore. "We're going to get rich. Gold and diamonds." Xiao followed behind, thinking when did the island have gold and diamonds? However, when he reached the field, he was stunned. The rice in the field was golden and shimmered under the sunlight, looking just like gold. On the other side, the cabbages were as big as footballs, crystal clear, resembling diamonds. "Is this rice? It's a complete work of art." Pang Xiao was excited as he picked a rice ear, carefully holding it in his hand. He then peeled a grain and saw that the rice was distinctly angular and entirely golden, like miniature gold pieces. He quickly handed the rice ear to Xiao and asked excitedly, "How did you grow such beautiful rice?" "It's stunning. This is a new variety of rice. I got it from a good friend." Xiao casually deflected, thinking he couldn't say he obtained it from the system, as that would be harder to explain. At this moment, Pang Xiao arrived at the cabbage patch, seeing the crystal clear cabbage in front of him. He didn't hesitate to pick a leaf and put it in his mouth, instantly feeling the leaves melt in his mouth, releasing a sweet flavor. After a moment, he opened his eyes and sighed, "It's so delicious." As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Xiao picked a whole cabbage and began eating it voraciously. "Is it really that good?" Watching him devour the cabbage, Xiao also took a piece and ate it, his eyes widening in surprise. This was no ordinary cabbage. It was like fruit. In no time, the two of them finished off a 10-kilogram cabbage. "That was so delicious. I'm so full." Pang Xiao sat on the ground, rubbing his bulging belly. Xiao hadn't expected the seeds provided by the island system to be of such high quality. It seemed the 50,000 yuan spent on an acre wasn't wasted, and he wouldn't have to worry about sales. After resting for a while, Xiao picked up the sickle and harvested 10 kilograms of rice, planning to take a few kilograms out for a trial. 96, 97, 98. Meanwhile, Pang Xiao was counting the cabbages in the field. After counting, there were 99, so including the one they ate, there were a total of 100. After learning about the cabbage yield, Xiao couldn't help but sigh at how low the production was, especially after using the yield-enhancing agent. Normally, an acre of cabbage should yield over 500 heads, but now it was only 100. "Do your rice and cabbage have names?" Pang Xiao turned to Xiao and asked. "Golden rice and diamond cabbage." Xiao suddenly thought of the names. Not bad. Those names sound high-end and classy. After returning to shore, Xiao made a plan. He would have Pang Xiao take the cabbages to the restaurant to sell, while he went to the processing plant to turn the 10 kilograms of rice into rice. After parting ways, Xiao found a grain processing factory online and prepared to have the factory help with processing. When he arrived at the entrance, he told the guard he was there to discuss business with the manager, and he was quickly taken to the office. Zhao Tu brewed a cup of tea and handed it to Xiao, smiling. "Mr. Yi, I heard you came to see me for business. Our factory has high processing efficiency. We can process 100 tons of wheat a day, and we will definitely deliver on time." Hearing this, Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. Large factories usually processed by the ton, and he only had 10 kilograms. Taking a deep breath, he placed the bag containing 10 kilograms on the table and smiled slightly, Manager Xiao, I only want to process 10 kilograms of rice. What? Only 10 kilograms? Are you joking with me? Xiao Tu was somewhat angry, slamming the teacup down on the table with a dark expression. 10 kilograms for processing? Are you kidding me? I know this is a bit abrupt, but I hope Manager Xiao can make an exception. Yi Xiao opened the bag, revealing the golden rice inside, which shimmered with dazzling light. Is this rice? Upon seeing the rice, Xiao Tu was momentarily stunned, quickly reaching out to grab a handful to inspect. And when he peeled a grain, he saw rice that looked like gold. His shock deepened, and for a moment, he was speechless. Chapter 8. A woman full of temptation. I've never seen such beautiful rice before. Is it a new variety? Xiao Tu was very fond of this rice, which was not only beautiful, but also completely a work of art. Yes, it's called golden rice. Manager Xiao, if you like it, I'll give you some. I hope you won't mind. Seeing how much Xiao Tu loved the golden rice, Yi Xiao decided to give him some. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tu was overjoyed, smiling. Brother Yi, please sit for a moment. I'll arrange for someone to help you process the rice. After saying that, he got up, took the bag, and walked out. After waiting in the office for about 15 minutes, Xiao Tu came back carrying a box and placed it on the table. Brother Yi, we have 8 kilograms of golden rice ready. Please check it. No need. I still believe in Zhao Ji's character. How much? Yi Xiao looked at the grains of rice in the box, shining like gold, and a smile appeared on his face. Although he had only interacted with Xiao Tu for a short time, he could feel that Zhao was an upright person. Talking about money with me is looking down on me. From now on, no matter how much golden rice you have, I'll help you process it for free. Thank you. Zhao Gu. Yi Xiao carried the box and walked out. Now he just needed to wait for good news from Pang Xiao. However, at that moment, Pang Xiao was blocked outside a high-end restaurant by several waiters who looked at him with disdain. You poor kid, do you know what kind of place this is? It's not somewhere you can afford to spend. Just to drink a glass of water here costs thousands. Can you afford it? If you can, I'll let you in. Look at you in those cheap clothes, and you want to see our manager? Get out. It's obvious you're here to sell something. Don't you know our restaurant has its own suppliers? Faced with their mockery, Pang Xiao's face trembled with anger as he pointed at them and said, Let your manager come out. I have something good to introduce to him. Get out of the way, you're just a nuisance. The waiters were ready to act and chase him away. Fine, you guys are something else. Don't regret it later. Pang Xiao glared at them and left with the diamond cabbage. He then went to several other restaurants to try to sell the diamond cabbage. But either he couldn't even get in the door, or they completely ignored him. It wasn't that he wasn't welcome. It was that they didn't think highly of him at all, and he couldn't even get a face-to-face meeting. Pang Xiao sat down heavily in a chair and sighed. Hearing this, Yi Xiao's expression also darkened. He didn't expect such a result, but it made sense. Those high-end restaurants and hotels wouldn't welcome them at all. They all had their own suppliers and wouldn't be interested in them. Pang Xiao patted his shoulder to comfort him, saying, Don't worry, tonight we'll go find Wang Muching. She opened a Western restaurant, and we can sell it to her. Why didn't you go find her earlier? After all, she's an acquaintance. It wouldn't be good to haggle later. I don't want to affect my image in her eyes. All right, I'll take care of the haggling. I'm not very familiar with her anyway. I hope you can manage. She's a woman who exudes a captivating aura. I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself. Yi Xiao ignored him, looked at the time, and realized it was mealtime, so he tidied up and went out. Before long, the two arrived outside a restaurant with a sign that read Muching Western Restaurant. After entering, they found a spot to sit down. Yi Xiao surveyed the restaurant's environment. It was indeed very exquisite and elegant, but there weren't many people dining there. Pang Xiao hung up the phone and smiled. She'll be here soon. She said we can order whatever we want. She's treating us. They then ordered a few simple dishes and waited while eating. Hey, little fatty, sorry to keep you waiting. Half an hour later, a long-haired girl in jeans and a down jacket walked over, her face adorned with light makeup, and her beauty was stunning. She sat down in the chair opposite them. No, we just arrived. Muching, you look really beautiful today. Pang Xiao was mesmerized by Wang Muching's appearance, as if his soul had been taken away. I look pretty every day. Yi Xiao, we haven't seen each other since we graduated, right? Wang Muching glanced at Yi Xiao and greeted him. Wang Muching leaned back on the couch and smiled. Actually, everyone in our circle knows you. Hearing this, Yi Xiao showed a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He had only been an ordinary student in school, not a famous figure. And the people who knew him were limited to their class. I know you're curious, but you probably don't want to know. Come on, eat. It's my treat. Wang Muching tried to change the subject and called for more dishes. I really want to know. Can you tell me? Yi Xiao felt that this matter must be related to him, and he needed to find out. Wang Muching poured a glass of wine, took a small sip, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and said, Since you want to know, I'll tell you. In college, your girlfriend got together with a rich second-generation guy in our circle. We were all guessing when you would find out, but you still don't know. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's face darkened, and he clenched his fists tightly. During college, he had treated his girlfriend with utmost care, even covering her living expenses, which required him to work several part-time jobs. Little Yezi, don't be angry. It's all in the past. Pang Xiao was also surprised and patted his shoulder to comfort him. He knew that Yi Xiao was known as a good man in school, and he never expected things to turn out this way. It's fine. It's all in the past. Yi Xiao raised his glass and downed it in one gulp, managing a wry smile. Wang Muqing took out a cigarette and lit it, blowing a smoke ring at Yi Xiao, saying, "Don't be sad. If you want a date, just tell me. I can introduce you to some girls around me." Yi Xiao shook his head in refusal. He wasn't in the mood to date. Developing the island was his top priority. Wang Muqing extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray, picked up a fork, and stabbed a piece of beef, putting it in her mouth. She then asked Pang Xiao, "You usually never come to my place. You must have something to discuss this time, right? By the way, Muqing, we really do have something important to discuss. We're here to talk business." Pang Xiao took out the cabbage and rice from his bag. "Pretty nice, huh? When did you start dealing in crafts?" Wang Muqing looked at the diamond cabbage and golden rice on the table, nodding in appreciation. "These aren't crafts, they're just cabbage and rice." "What? Mutated?" Chapter 9, 1,000 for each. "These are the golden rice and diamond cabbage we planted. Try some." Pang Xiao broke off a piece of cabbage leaf and handed it over. "Can we eat this directly?" Wang Muqing's eyes showed a hint of doubt, but seeing Pang Xiao's firm expression, she still reached out to take the cabbage. When she put the cabbage in her mouth and chewed, a burst of sweet juice filled her mouth, and her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "This is so delicious. When did cabbage become this tasty?" Wang Muqing looked at the cabbage on the table, shimmering like diamonds, and had already made a decision. She spoke, "Not bad. Okay, I'll offer $20 each." "Fair enough, right? I can't decide that. I have to ask Yi Xiao." Pang Xiao glanced at Yi Xiao. He was very satisfied with this price. Knowing that regular cabbage costs only a few dimes per pound, so a piece only costs $3 or $4. $20 was already a sky-high price. "No way. That's too low." At that moment, Wang Muqing was eating the cabbage piece by piece, feeling like she wanted more and immediately stopped when she heard his refusal. "Too little? $20 for cabbage is already a sky-high price. How much do you want?" Yi Xiao held up one finger. $100 each? Fine, I agree. Wang Muqing gritted her teeth tightly, wishing she could tear Yi Xiao apart, but she also knew these cabbages were worth that price. Not 100, but 1,000. $1,000 each. Yi Xiao casually tossed out this statement. Uffed. The piece of cabbage that Wang Muqing had just put in her mouth immediately sprayed out upon hearing this, and she stared at Yi Xiao with wide eyes, saying, "That's cabbage. No matter how good it looks or tastes, it's still just cabbage." Pang Xiao also nudged Yi Xiao with his arm, whispering, "Little Yezi, your price is too outrageous. Who negotiates like this?" Yi Xiao wiped the cabbage bits off his face and said, "This kind of cabbage is one of a kind. People are very curious about such novel things. I'm only asking for $1,000 because we're classmates. Otherwise, I'd asked for 10,000. Plus, this is an opportunity for your restaurant. What do you say?" Wang Muqing suppressed the impulse in her heart. If it weren't for hearing him mention the restaurant, she would have already started cursing. It was already past 7, prime dining time, yet there were hardly any customers in this restaurant. It seemed their business wasn't doing well. This novel cabbage could surely attract people's attention and enhance the restaurant's reputation. Yi Xiao spoke eloquently, directly pointing out the restaurant's issues. "Specialties? Every dish in our restaurant is generous in portion, we never cut corners, and we use the freshest ingredients. Isn't that a specialty?" Wang Muqing felt somewhat unconvinced. She had put a lot of thought into opening this restaurant, even more than she did when she was preparing for college. I don't deny any of that. But those aren't specialties. They are the basic expectations from any restaurant. Just look at that Western restaurant across the street. Their specialty is the variety of dishes they offer, over 100. Your restaurant looks like an ordinary Western restaurant. Do you think people will choose you?" Yi Xiao looked out the window at the restaurant across the street, which had its walls plastered with names of dishes. "Is that also called a specialty?" "It's just flashy marketing. You can make dozens of dishes out of a single radish." Wang Muqing also looked down on that restaurant. Although it boasted over 100 dishes, there were really only a few, just with different presentations. Yi Xiao smiled and continued, "What your restaurant has, theirs has too. But what they have, your restaurant does not. That's the reason for your poor business." At this point, Wang Muqing fell silent. Yi Xiao could see from Wang Muqing's approach to running the restaurant that she had a straightforward personality, not one for beating around the bush. She was quite an honest girl. "All right, even if you're right, I'll buy this cabbage for $1,000 each. Your observational skills are quite impressive." At this moment, Wang Muqing had a slightly different view of Yi Xiao. Of course, little Ye's observational skills are strong. Back in school, just a glance at a girl's chest would tell him her bra size. Pang Xiao chimed in with a laugh. When Yi Xiao heard this, he wished he could roll Pang Xiao into a ball and kick him out. There were better examples to make. When Wang Muqing realized Yi Xiao had this ability, she instinctively pulled her open shirt up. Pang Xiao scratched his head and smiled foolishly, knowing he had used an inappropriate example. He then asked, "Muqing, do you still want this golden rice?" Wang Muching shook her head and said, I won't need the golden rice for now. I need to test the waters with the cabbage first and see how it goes. Xiao didn't push. After all, one must eat step by step and walk the road slowly. There was no need to rush. Then the three discussed the cooperation details, agreeing to deliver the cabbage to the restaurant the next day and settle the payment in one go. At this moment, Wang Muching called over a waiter and pointed to the diamond cabbage on the table, saying, set up a glass cover at the entrance to display the cabbage, and label eatable cabbage so it's not mistaken for a craft item. Yes, the waiter replied, taking the cabbage away. Soon, a display stand was set up at the entrance, with a glass cover over the cabbage. Wang Muching stood at the window, wanting to see how the reaction would be. Muching, this move of yours is clever. First, build up the reputation, and I bet they will come in to consume, Pang Xiao praised. Doing business is like being a person, one is one. It should be how it is, just simple publicity, not just a gimmick, Wang Muching said seriously, hands on her chest. However, Xiao was continually eyeing Wang Muching up and down, noticing her snake-like figure, long hair, slim waist, and curvy hips, feeling his breath quicken. There are women who can make you unable to resist, and Wang Muching was that kind of woman. At that moment, Wang Muching sensed someone was staring at her and quickly turned her head to see Xiao, who had been caught, but showed no sign of being embarrassed. So she said, since I've caught you staring, shouldn't you look away? Xiao remained calm, showing no awareness of being caught. This is the first time I've heard someone speak so righteously about having a thick skin. Wang Muching smiled, like a blooming lotus, rippling with charm. Seeing this scene, Pang Xiao thought to himself, could it be that they have taken a liking to each other? Chapter 10, Business Opportunity. At this moment, a crowd had gathered outside the restaurant, taking photos of the cabbage displayed under the glass cover. I've never seen such a beautiful cabbage before. It looks like a diamond and is edible. It's unbelievable. This is the first time I've seen this kind of cabbage. It must be very expensive. Let's take more pictures. So beautiful. Please take a photo with me. As time passed, the crowd grew larger, almost blocking the street. Seeing this, Wang Muching revealed a slight smile. These few days would help build the restaurant's reputation, and soon she could officially launch the diamond cabbage. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man stood in front of the window of the restaurant across the street, intently observing the large crowd gathered outside. Manager Du, Wang Muching's restaurant has put a cabbage at the entrance, attracting a lot of attention. Take a look. The secretary handed over a photo of the cabbage from his phone. If you hadn't told me it was a cabbage, I would have thought it was a diamond, Du Jiang remarked, looking at the photo of the diamond cabbage with a hint of surprise in his eyes. What should we do? Our restaurant's business will be affected. Her restaurant is barely hanging on. How did this happen? Wang Muching's restaurant was indeed very competitive, but it was too straightforward and didn't bother with flashy marketing, which led to poor business. Find out where their cabbage is sourced from, he instructed. Understood. The next morning, Xiao and Pang Xiao arrived at the dock, ready to head to island number 4 to harvest cabbage. You two, please wait a moment. At that moment, Du Jiang, accompanied by his secretary, jogged over. Xiao stopped and looked at the two unfamiliar faces before him. Du Jiang handed over a business card, introducing himself. I'm Du Jiang, the general manager of Hong Song Restaurant. I heard that the diamond cabbage was cultivated by you, so I'd like to discuss a potential collaboration. Xiao glanced at the business card and replied, what kind of collaboration does Manager Du have in mind? I'd like to purchase some diamond cabbages. I wonder if Mr. Yi would agree. Du Jiang stated his purpose. If their restaurant could also have diamond cabbage, business would become even more booming. And he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Manager Du, I'm really sorry, but all our cabbage has already been reserved, Xiao replied. He hadn't expected anyone else to want to buy the diamond cabbage, but they could only plant an acre at a time, and the yield was pitifully low. I see, Du Jiang said, showing a disappointed expression. At that moment, Pang Xiao chimed in. Even though the cabbage is sold out, we still have golden rice. Would you like some? Golden rice? Let me take a look, Du Jiang said with curiosity. Pang Xiao handed over a small bag of golden rice. When Du Jiang opened the bag and saw the golden grains, his eyes widened, and he asked, how much do you have? I'll take all of it. Not much. Just about 500 or 600 pounds, Xiao said helplessly. Normally, an acre of regular rice yields at least 1,600 pounds, while the golden rice only yields 500 to 600. Can I come along to take a look? Du Jiang felt that this golden rice must be different from ordinary rice and wanted to check it out himself. Sure, please. Xiao welcomed the two onto the speedboat as they set off for island number 4. Xiao could only smile wryly. The speedboat couldn't be driven too fast, or they would arrive in just 2 hours. When Du Jiang saw a golden yellow rice field shimmering in the sunlight, he immediately ran over and started circling around the field, exclaiming, it's so beautiful. People who don't know might think it's made of gold. Meanwhile, Secretary Zhang Luan was also taking pictures nonstop with his phone. After observing for a while, Du Jiang walked over to Xiao and asked, What price do you plan to sell this batch of golden rice for? 3,000 yuan per jean, Xiao replied without hesitation. It wasn't that he was asking for an exorbitant price. He knew this golden rice was not only visually appealing, but also had extremely high nutritional value, more than double that of ordinary rice. All right, deal. But I want those rice stalks as well. Upon hearing this price, Du Jiang agreed without hesitation and proposed his condition, as those rice stalks were also very exquisite, suitable for decoration or as gifts. He then leaned over to Zhang Luan and whispered a few instructions, and Zhang Luan left the area on a boat. Du Jiang and Yi Xiao sat down nearby, and Du Jiang casually said, "Why only plant one mu? If you plant more, you could make more money." "It's not that I don't want to, but I can only plant one mu, and that's all I can produce," Yi Xiao said, his face filled with helplessness. He also wanted to plant more, but it simply wasn't feasible. "So will you only plant these two things in the future?" Du Jiang was somewhat surprised by this answer. Yi Xiao shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. I have other seeds, and in the future, there will also be various meats and seafood. But the quantities won't be large." Hearing this, Du Jiang's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "I've never seen anyone grow vegetables on an island so far from the shore. There's not a single signal on the phone. If you're just growing vegetables here, it's fine, but if you plan to stay long-term, the conditions will be quite harsh." A tall building rises from the ground. "I believe this place will soon be transformed." Yi Xiao smiled confidently. In the evening, a cargo ship slowly docked at the shore, and over 20 men and women disembarked, each holding a small shovel. Zhang Luan hurried over to Du Jiang and reported, "Mr. Du, I've called all the staff from the restaurant here." Du Jiang walked in front of the employees and announced, "I've brought you here today to harvest the rice. Your job is to dig up that patch of rice from the ground. You will be compensated for overtime. Let's get started." The employees were puzzled about being called here to dig rice, but when they saw the golden yellow rice field, they all showed expressions of surprise. They then walked over and started using their shovels to dig up the rice plants one by one. "Be careful, don't break a single rice stalk. And make sure to pick up every grain," Du Jiang reminded while supervising, as this was purchased at 3,000 yuan per jean. At this time, Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao were also harvesting cabbage, carefully placing each diamond-like cabbage into bags. Chapter 11. Tasting. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the cargo ship docked at the East Sea Pier, and not far away, 3 vans were waiting. Du Jiang pointed to the vans and said, "I called these to transport the goods, and I've also arranged one for you. Otherwise, you would be busy with these hundreds of cabbages." Yi Xiao smiled, realizing that Du Jiang was quite considerate of others and someone worth befriending. "It's just a simple task, no need to mention it. Come to my restaurant later. I'll pay you. I've calculated that the rice already weighs over 500 jeans. Let's settle for 600 jeans, which totals 1,800,000. What do you think?" "All right, no problem, but Mr. Du will be at a loss." "It's not a loss. Business is about mutual benefit, and it's also a chance to make a friend." Du Jiang signaled for the harvested rice to be loaded onto the vehicle, then got in and left. Pang Xiao leaned over and said with a smile, "Xiao Yi, 1,800,000. It was so easy to get this money." Du Jiang is not simple. He clearly wants to build a good relationship with you. Yi Xiao smiled and replied, "After all, Du Jiang has been in the business world for many years. He understands these human relations. I feel he is quite reliable and can become a friend. Hurry up and load. We still need to deliver to Wang Muching." It indeed seemed that way now. He even came personally, while Wang Muching had us working so hard to deliver. That's the difference. Pang Xiao teased as he loaded the cabbages into the vehicle. On the van, Zhang Luan looked at Du Jiang and asked, "Mr. Du, why do you think so highly of that kid? You don't need to go this far to build a relationship, and besides, this golden rice is just a different color. How can it be worth 3,000? It's true that I want to build a good relationship, but this rice is a fresh product, so it must be worth that price. We can promote it at our restaurant later and definitely earn more than this," Du Jiang said with confidence. Having recognized the opportunity to profit the moment he saw the golden rice. "I believe that, but for something so novel, it might start at a sky-high price. However, once the novelty wears off due to curiosity, it will surely become ordinary," Zhang Luan expressed his concerns. If that were the case, they would need to seize the right moment to avoid losses. Du Jiang nodded and said, "I've already thought about that. Do you know why the value of top-tier ingredients can rival that of gold? You're right. In today's environment, a long history can be overlooked. Rarity and high nutritional value are what matter most. As you can see, the yield of golden rice is just so limited. Only a few tens of thousands of jeans a year, which is extremely rare in the country. What we need to do now is confirm the nutritional value of golden rice. I understand. If the nutritional value of golden rice is high enough, it can become a top-tier ingredient. You should send a sample for testing later. I'll know how to interact with Yi Xiao. If golden rice is just for show, we can just cooperate normally in the future." Wang Muching came to inspect the restaurant as usual in the evening, accompanied by a few friends. When she walked into the restaurant, She found it almost full, with many people even standing. Muching, you still say your restaurant's business is bad? There isn't even a standing spot left. Xiao Na teased, having often heard Wang Muching complain about her restaurant's business. What a surprise. At that moment, Wang Muching was also puzzled, not understanding when the restaurant's business had become this good. Just then, the manager walked over to report, "Manager, these people are here to see the diamond cabbages and are asking when they will be available." At that moment, a waitress approached and whispered in her ear. Wang Muching immediately turned and ran outside. Seeing Yi Xiao getting out of the vehicle, she hurried over and said, "Drive the car to the back. You can't unload here. It will be troublesome if someone sees it." Yi Xiao instructed Pang Xiao to drive the car to the back and then told Wang Muching, "There are a total of 98 cabbages. That's 98,000. Xiao Na leaned in front of Yi Xiao and smiled. "Handsome, you and our Muching are collaborating. Talking about money is so sentimental. If you perform well, maybe Muching will even give you a chance to pursue her. Talking about money hurts feelings. But talking about feelings hurts money." Yi Xiao laughed and politely declined. "Don't worry, I do business with integrity first. Here, count it." Wang Muching pulled out a stack of money from her bag and handed it over. "No need to count. I trust you. I'm leaving." Yi Xiao took the money, put it in his bag, and then left for the Hong Song restaurant. Wang Muching then had people move the cabbages into the kitchen. At this time, Xiao Na and the others were taking pictures of the cabbages while asking, "Muching, can these cabbages be eaten?" "Of course. This one is for you, 1,000 yuan. Wang Muching handed a cabbage to them. "I've had fish for 1,000 yuan, but this is my first time eating 1,000 yuan cabbage. Since picking up the cabbage and putting it in my mouth, my eyes widened immediately, and my hands couldn't stop moving." Wang Muching called over the head chef and asked, "Have you decided on the dishes you were discussing?" "Manager, this diamond cabbage is crystal clear. To avoid ruining its aesthetic, we can only steam it. We already have some dishes prepared. Now we just need to make some samples," the head chef reported truthfully. "Just received over 90 cabbages. You can start now. Call me when it's done." After giving the instructions, Wang Muching turned and walked out. At this moment, in the kitchen of Hong Song restaurant, Du Jiang was busy cooking. Wearing a chef's uniform, he was originally a chef, and he was personally cooking to test the golden rice. The bamboo steamer on the stove emitted a burst of white steam, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the kitchen, causing everyone to involuntarily take a deep breath. "So fragrant. I didn't expect it to smell this good after steaming. It's making me hungry," someone remarked. "Yeah, but we only steamed one bowl. It's definitely not enough to eat. You still want to eat rice that costs 3,000 bucks a pound? Dream on." "Right. We only have about 430 pounds for cooking, and even as chefs, we can only watch." Seeing that the time was almost up, Du Jiang opened the steamer, and an even more intense aroma spread out, making everyone gasp in amazement. The golden rice in the bowl was still a golden yellow, and the grains had hardly changed from before steaming. Under everyone's gaze, Du Jiang picked up a spoonful and put it in his mouth, closing his eyes in ecstasy. "Manager Du, how is it?" Everyone crowded around, eager to ask. After a moment, Du Jiang opened his eyes, put down the spoon, and said, "I don't need to say anything about the taste. This bowl of golden rice can stand as a dish on its own. You can eat it without any side dishes. It's refreshing, sweet, and lets you experience the pure taste of rice." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes fixed on the bowl of golden rice. At that moment, Du Jiang took a plate of beef sauce and poured it over the rice while stirring, saying, "Rice in a Western restaurant can only be eaten with sauce. Let me see what the flavor is like with beef sauce and golden rice." After saying that, he lifted the bowl and took another spoonful into his mouth. In the next second, his actions sped up, and in front of everyone's astonished eyes, he wolfed down the food. In less than a minute, the rice and sauce in the bowl were gone, and the bowl was so clean it didn't even need washing. Zhang Luan watched as Du Jiang sat in a chair, dazed, and quietly asked, "How is it, Mr. Du?" "It's damn good," Du Jiang suddenly exclaimed. Hearing this, everyone sighed in disappointment. They all wanted to taste the golden rice too, but it seemed they were out of luck, and as chefs, it was the worst feeling to be able to watch but not eat. After Du Jiang came out of the kitchen, he saw Yi Xiao waiting for him and hurried over, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I was just tasting, and it was really good. I want to eat more, but there's just too little." Hearing this, Yi Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't tasted the golden rice yet, and hearing him say that eased his worries. "Here, this is 280,000. Du Jiang took out a large envelope and handed it over. "Okay." Yi Xiao's hands trembled as he took the envelope. He had never seen so much money in his life, making him feel a bit dazed. Seeing this, Du Jiang smiled, remembering how he felt when he earned his first bucket of gold when he was young. So excited he could hardly believe it was real. Meanwhile, Wang Muching and her friends were enjoying a dozen dishes on the table, all made with diamond cabbage. "So delicious. This is the first time I've eaten something this good," Xiao Na said, tears streaming down her face as she ate. However, the others ignored her, busy grabbing more cabbage to eat. Seeing this, Xiao not anxiously shouted, "Don't finish it all. Leave some for me." Before long, the plates on the table were completely empty, with not even a drop of oil left. Wang Muching and the others leaned back in their chairs, rubbing their bellies and burping. "Yeah, I'm still not full. Me too. My stomach is still growling." "Muching, you're the best. Come here, give me a kiss." "Everyone back off. My first kiss is still intact. How could I just give it to you?" Pang Xiao looked at the stacks of money in the envelope, his eyes shining with gold. 280,000. Planting 2 acres would yield 280,000. It's so easy. If I had known, I would have gone farming too. Yi Xiao also smiled, realizing that although the items in the island system were expensive, the returns were even more substantial. "What are you giving me this for? I don't need it right now. To develop the island, you still need a lot more money. Just consider it as me investing." Pang Xiao felt that following Yi Xiao would definitely lead to a good meal. The next day at 10 o'clock, Wang Muching finally crawled out from under the covers, sat up naked, stretched, then washed up and left. When she arrived at the restaurant entrance, she saw many people gathered outside Hong Song restaurant, packed tightly. "Manager, you might not know yet. Hong Song restaurant has brought in a batch of golden rice and is currently showcasing it. It looks beautiful," one of the staff said excitedly. "Golden rice?" Hearing this name, Wang Muching realized it must have been sold by Yi Xiao, so she walked over to see what tricks Hong Song restaurant was up to. When she squeezed in, she saw 3 glass cases, each containing a complete rice ear, a bowl of golden rice, and a bowl of golden rice. At that moment, Zhang Lun walked out holding a golden rice stalk without the rice ear and announced to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, 3 days from now, our restaurant will launch the mixed sauce golden rice. There will be dozens of sauces for everyone to choose from, and each serving will be priced at 999 yuan. At that time, these stalks without ears will be distributed to everyone." "What? Nearly 10,000 per serving? Who would pay that much to eat?" "Yeah, that's just too expensive. And we don't even know what it tastes like. How could ordinary people afford something this expensive? But that rice stalk looks pretty. We might as well come and grab one." The rice stalk did indeed look beautiful and was a rare sight. When the crowd heard the high price, they began to discuss, but they were more interested in those rice stalks. Zhang Luan pointed to the glass case with the complete rice ear and said, "Customers who come to our restaurant to taste the mixed sauce golden rice will receive a complete rice ear for free. Thank you, everyone." At that moment, Du Jiang was standing at the restaurant window, looking at the densely packed crowd below, a smile appearing on his face. He had already thought of this idea when he saw the golden rice on the island. "Manager Du, the test results are out. The nutritional content in the golden rice is indeed very high and is very beneficial to the human body, especially suitable for the elderly," Jiang Lun said, walking over with a report. "I understand. Post this report outside so people don't think we're charging exorbitantly. Setting such a high price has its reasons. I'll take care of it right away." Chapter 13, Purchasing Items. When Wang Muching walked into the restaurant, she noticed all the employees were staring at her. Confused, she asked, "Why is everyone looking at me like that?" "Manager, the advertising for golden rice across the street is overwhelming, and the free rice stalks are very attractive. Our diamond cabbage can't fall behind. Yeah, the price across the street has been released. Our diamond cabbage is no less than that golden rice. What price should we set for our dishes? Should we launch our new dishes on the same day as Hong Song restaurant?" Faced with the chatter of opinions, Wang Mucheng raised her hand to quiet them down and said, "Let's set the price at 99.99 and we'll launch sales on the same night as Hong Song restaurant. Hurry up and get the posters ready." Understood. Immediately, everyone began to get busy. Yi Xiao set off early in the morning for island number 4, while Pang Xiao stayed behind to recruit manpower. As he stepped onto the island, he immediately sensed that he had entered the system. He now had 280,000, which should allow him to purchase some important items. However, as soon as he entered, Yi Xiao found He lying on the sofa, looking at her phone and softly sobbing, and to his surprise, she was watching a Korean drama. "You're here. It's so touching. I've cried several times already." He rubbed her eyes, looking very pitiful. "Haven't you watched it before?" Yi Xiao asked curiously. He crossed her legs and shook her head, saying, "I'm an alien. How could I have seen it? I've finally found something to do. I want to watch all the TV shows. I forgot you're an alien." Yi Xiao ignored her and focused his mind, bringing up the equipment area panel. He first clicked on the seawater purifier. The small seawater purifier can convert 10 tons of seawater into fresh water every day, which is very important for living on the island, whether for irrigation or laundry. Ding dong. Yi Xiao pressed the purchase button, and a silver circular object appeared in front of him, covered with a dense mesh, looking very high-tech. The seawater converter can remove excess substances from seawater, and it needs to be used with a pump, which costs 50,000. The pump also requires electricity to operate, and a small generator costs 100,000. Just as Yi Xiao was studying the seawater purifier, A prompt from the system suddenly sounded, leaving him stunned. If he added the 50,000 for the board house, the total cost would be 300,000, which is not enough, not to mention the money for seeds. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to Inhe, who was engrossed in the TV, and walked over with a smile, saying, Inhe, can we discuss something? Go ahead. Inhe still stared at the TV without looking away. Inhe, I know some really good shows. I can tell you about them. Can you give me that small generator? Xiao looked at her expectantly. Inhe pondered for a moment and replied, the small generator also costs 100,000, and it can supply power for 100 people. You want me to give it to you for free? Inhe, the great beauty. The system is all under your control. This little thing shouldn't be a problem for you. You're so beautiful. You wouldn't refuse me, right? If you have any requests in the future, I will definitely go through fire and water for you. Xiao used all his persuasive skills for this engine. All right, I'll give it to you. But this is the only chance. I won't give you anything else in the future. By the way, I noticed that some devices are green. What's that about? It's simple. Green devices don't require any fuel. They convert solar energy into power by themselves. The generator is a solar-powered generator. Now tell me, what good shows are there? As soon as she finished speaking, Inhe pointed, and a 1-ton generator appeared in front of them. Don't rush. There are more, like Blue Life and Death and Stairway to Heaven. After settling with Inhe, Xiao spent 50,000 to buy the pump, then another 50,000 to buy a set of 20 board houses, including a few single rooms, which are exceptionally sturdy and not easily damaged. He also noticed that some yachts, hotels, and planes are solar-powered devices. Please choose the placement for the board house. At this moment, the system's voice rang out, and a projection of the small island appeared, with an icon for the board house displayed beside it. Xiao dragged the board house icon and placed it not far from the ground, then retreated. At this time, Xiao saw a white board house over 20 meters long already standing on the ground. Upon entering, he found that the seating was complete, and there were electric lights that would turn on when powered. The generator, pump, and seawater purifier were all placed on the ground. Looking at these items, Xiao felt very gratified. Fresh water, housing, and electricity have all been resolved. But the only bad news is that he only has 80,000 left, leaving 10,000 for emergencies, and the remaining 70,000 will all be spent on seeds, but growth enhancers and growth hormones are impossible to buy. Meanwhile, Pang Xiao was at the dock entrance, sitting with a sign that read hiring farmers, includes meals and accommodation, monthly salary 2,000, easy work. However, passers-by laughed and walked away, as if they had seen something funny. Xiao walked over and saw Pang Xiao sitting alone, with not even a curious onlooker around. He couldn't help but ask, how's it going? I don't know. I've been sitting here for almost a day, and no one has come to ask. Pang Xiao looked helpless. After all, this is a coastal developed city. There are many fishermen, but farmers are indeed rare. Soon, Xiao figured out the problem. Pang Xiao slapped his forehead in frustration. What should we do? We can't just advertise online to recruit farmers, right? It seems like they don't go online either. Xiao had no other options either. In the future, more than 2,000 acres of farmland would need someone to take care of it. And they would need to find people who understand farming. Excuse me, are you looking for farmers? At that moment, a few men in their 50s approached them. Yes, sir. Xiao turned to see that these elderly men had mobility issues. The leader, Sun Jiangwo, stepped forward and said, my name is Sun Jiangwo. We all come from the same village. We used to farm at home, but in recent years we've been working on fishing boats. Recently, I got injured and can't do the heavy fishing work anymore, so I was let go. But we can still do farm work. Yes, we've been farming for decades. Nothing can stump us. We just want to have some work. After being away for years, the land in the village has long been abandoned. After understanding the specific situation, Xiao asked, are there only a few of you? Sun Jiangwo waved his hand and said, not just a few, there are more than 10 of us. All right. Tell them that if they are willing to come, they can wait for me at the dock tomorrow at noon. Xiao decided to hire these people. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sun Jiangwo tightly grasped Xiao's hand, unwilling to let go. Chapter 14, The Feeling of Home. Early the next morning, Xiao handed a list to Pang Xiao, saying, little fatty, go buy oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and rice. I'm going to buy some barrels of purified water. There's nothing to eat on the island. Okay, let's split up. Pang Xiao took the list and went out. Then Xiao first bought over 10 barrels of purified water and had them delivered to the dock. And then he went to the seed shop to buy some rice and vegetable seeds, preparing to plant them on the island for their own consumption, while the seeds provided by the system would be for selling. At that moment, Xiao Dahai approached him and greeted him. Brother, do you need a boat? I need a bigger cargo ship. Do you have one? Xiao waved at him. Of course, the price is not high. 100 each time. Xiao Dahai sat down. Rounding it off, how about 1000? All right, let's consider it making a friend. Yi Xiao then looked at the shore where tour boats were frequently leaving and asked, "This is also a tourist spot. There should be many visitors every day. Your business should be good, right?" Xiao Dahai shook his head and sighed. "These tour boats are all contracted by big companies. We only have a few boats and have to fight hard for work. Life is not easy." Watching the steady stream of tourists board the boats to nearby tourist islands. Yet these islands were in the opposite direction of island number 4. At the same time, Sun Jiangwo and his group also arrived, carrying large and small bags, mostly men, with a few women. Sun Jiangwo approached Yi Xiao and said, "A few of our wives have come along too. No need for wages. Just food and a place to stay will do." "All right, we happen to need some cooks, a basic salary of 1,000 yuan then." Yi Xiao nodded in agreement, then instructed them to move their things onto the boat, setting off for island number 4. After Pang Xiao disembarked, he spotted a distant white board house and immediately widened his eyes, asking Yi Xiao, "How did a house appear on the island? It wasn't here yesterday. I had someone bring it over. Hurry up and get your things settled and start working," Yi Xiao replied, not getting into a debate about the house, directing everyone to put their things inside. Then, Sun Jiangwo and the others entered the house, each finding their own beds. There were also 4 or 5 single rooms available for couples. Yi Xiao arranged for those couples to stay in the single rooms, as it wasn't appropriate for men and women to share a room. "Thank you so much." The couples expressed their gratitude as they took their wives to the single rooms. Half an hour later, Sun Jiangwo approached Yi Xiao, who was making the beds, and asked, "Mr. Yi, we are all settled in now. What do we need to do next?" "Old Sun, don't call me Mr. Yi. It sounds awkward. Just call me Xiao Yi or Yi Xiao. First, dig a water storage pit," Yi Xiao instructed. "Okay, I'll get right on it," Sun Jiangwo replied, calling out 11 men to go outside, while 5 women began organizing their daily necessities. Yi Xiao also picked up a shovel and joined the pit digging team, while Pang Xiao was busy connecting the water pump to the board house with a bundle of wires. 2 hours later, a pit over 700 square meters and 1 person deep was dug out. "Xiao Yi, the wiring is done," Pang Xiao said, having always enjoyed tinkering with circuits since childhood. "All right, wait for me a moment," Yi Xiao replied, taking out a round seawater purifier. He had previously learned from Yinhe that it could be placed inside the water pump. Quickly, he found an embedded socket on the water pump and plugged in the seawater purifier. "All right, start it up." After completing this, Yi Xiao waved to Pang Xiao. Pang Xiao pressed the generator's switch, and a faint buzzing sound emerged, while the light bulbs in the board house lit up. At the same time, Yi Xiao started the water pump, which began to operate, drawing seawater into the pit. "Look, it's producing water. It seems to be fresh water." A shout of surprise drew everyone to the outlet, where they saw a stream of water flowing out. Yi Xiao dipped his hand in the water, tasted it, and confirmed it was indeed fresh water, though it wasn't potable due to being only a first-level purifier. It would suffice for daily irrigation, but not meet drinking standards. Pang Xiao looked at the fresh water emerging from the tank, his eyes showing a hint of shock, and pulled Yi Xiao aside to ask, "This water pump can turn seawater into fresh water. That's incredible. This technology is unique. Where did you get it?" "A friend lent it to me. His company is researching this area." "Don't dwell on it. Just get back to work," Yi Xiao deflected, tossing a hoe to Pang Xiao to change the subject. "Which friend? Do I know him?" "Don't push me. I can walk myself," Pang Xiao responded helplessly, carrying the hoe to start cultivating the land. Sun Jiangwo approached Yi Xiao and asked, "Xiao Yi, what should we do now?" "Now you guys just need to plant the seeds from these jars, 1 jar per acre, then water them and cultivate the land. That's mainly it." Yi Xiao pulled out 7 jars from under the bed, which contained seeds he had purchased from the system for 70,000 yuan, in addition to radishes and rice. The other 5 were broccoli, cucumbers, onions, tomatoes, and potatoes. "Got it," Sun Jiangwo replied, taking the jars and heading to the fields. Meanwhile, Sun Jiangwo's wife, Wu Fun, was busy cooking with several other women, using an induction cooker and a rice cooker. Yi Xiao watched the busy people in the fields, a delicious aroma wafting from the house, and a smile appeared on his face. Although everything was still quite rudimentary, it at least felt like home. This island was his home. He then strolled slowly around the island, contemplating things. He had planned the development of the island for a long time, but reality was harsh. With just these people, completing the cultivation of 2,000 acres of land was already quite difficult, not to mention the forests and pastures. The road ahead is indeed as tough as iron, but now I must start over. Yi Xiao sighed deeply at this thought. Chapter 15. Hot Sale. In the evening, after a busy day, everyone gathered at the table to prepare for dinner. "Don't just stand there. Everyone eat. Come, have a drink," Yi Xiao encouraged, pouring drinks for everyone. Soon, laughter filled the air as they began to eat. After a few rounds of drinks, Yi Xiao asked Sun Jiangwo, "Old man, how long will it take to cultivate 4,000 acres of land? With only a dozen people, even if we work overtime, it will take at least half a year or more." Sun Jiangwo replied, savoring his drink. Take your time, no rush. Xiao was not in a hurry to cultivate the 4,000 acres of farmland and pasture. Even if it were cultivated, there would be no money to buy seeds. And pastures required all grass to be planted. After dinner, many people got drunk and lay down to rest, while Wu Fuan and a few women cleaned the dishes. Xiao stepped outside, enjoying the cool breeze, looking at the dark sea around him, chuckling softly. Every beginning is difficult, but at least this beginning has been made. Just then, Pang Xiao walked over and said, I calculated it. Old Sun and the others' monthly wages will be 30,000 yuan, plus various expenses. It will be 40,000 yuan a month. The expenses are huge. Yes, now there's only enough money left for 1 month's groceries, just a few thousand yuan. Xiao sighed again. Although the plan was beautiful, reality was always unpredictable. Used up so quickly? In less than a day, 280,000 is down to just a few thousand. Pang Xiao looked surprised. Rubbing his head, Pang Xiao asked, what will we do after this month? What about Old Sun's wages? I've already arranged with him. Wages will be paid in 3 months. By then, the vegetables should be ready for harvest. As for next month's grocery money, we'll deal with that when the time comes. The ship will find its way when it reaches the bridge, Xiao said, not overly worried about money. After chatting for a while, the two of them laid down in the room. The next day, when Xiao woke up, he saw that it was already bright outside, and upon checking, he found that Sun Jiangwo and the others were already busy in the fields. He noticed Pang Xiao still sound asleep and promptly woke him up. What's wrong? Pang Xiao rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. The sun's already up. Get up and get to work, Xiao said, grabbing a hoe and heading outside. That evening, Wang Muching arrived at the restaurant, noticing a crowd gathered at the entrance. With all the seats inside occupied, at the counter, she asked the receptionist, have the guests who reserved for tonight arrived? The receptionist pointed to the people inside and said, they are all here, not a single one missing. There are also many guests waiting outside, as well as onlookers. All right, let's get to work. Wang Mucheng waved her hand, signaling everyone to start working. A waiter walked up to a table of people and asked, excuse me, sir. What would you like to order? Bring me 4 servings of your cabbage. I came here just to try this dish. I want to see what kind of cabbage is worth 10,000 yuan. The man placed a bulging bag on the table, looking quite extravagant. Meanwhile, the sounds of other patrons ordering echoed throughout the restaurant, all requesting the diamond cabbage. Soon, exquisite diamond cabbages, as beautiful as jade, were served. They indeed looked quite stunning. Wang Zong, the owner of a company, decided to bring his family here after seeing an advertisement for the diamond cabbage. Dad, this dish looks amazing. Can we eat it? A curious little boy with a round face looked at the cabbage on the plate. Of course you can eat it. Go ahead. Wang Zong ruffled his son's hair with a smile. After taking a bite of the cabbage, the boy's eyes squinted into crescent moons. Dad, it's so delicious. Really? It's so good. Saying that, he began to wolf it down. So tasty, really tasty. Ah, this is amazing. I never thought I would get to eat something so delicious in my life. It's worth dying for. Spending 10,000 yuan on cabbage, the taste was worth it. Plain and simple. At that moment, the restaurant was filled with exclamations of admiration. Those waiting outside became even more anxious upon seeing this scene, continuously asking the waiter when it would be their turn. At that moment, Wang Mucheng was sitting on a stool in the kitchen, happily eating a plate of diamond cabbage. Manager, why are you here eating? It's getting really busy outside. By the way, someone named Yang Tai is looking for you with a group of people. Someone walked in to report. I know. Wang Mucheng casually tossed out the reply and continued eating the cabbage. Yang Tai had been pursuing her for a long time and was like a persistent ghost. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that she finished eating and got up to walk outside, where she saw Yang Tai and his group standing at the entrance. She walked over and said, don't block the door. It's bad for my business. Let us talk outside. Once outside, Wang Mucheng asked, what brings you here? Mucheng, I heard your restaurant isn't doing well, so I brought some friends here to eat. Yang Tai replied, eyeing Wang Mucheng with a gluttonous look. Nearly drooling, Wang Mucheng sat down on a nearby chair, crossed her legs, and took out a lollipop to lick. After that, she got up and walked back into the restaurant. Her father hoped she would manage the company, but she wasn't interested, so she opened this restaurant to be self-sufficient. Yang Tai was already used to Wang Mucheng's indifference and asked the people around him, you've been watching her for a long time. Has she gotten a boyfriend? No. Sir, there are very few men around her, except for one chubby guy. No need to worry about the chubby guy. I don't mind that. Be smart about it. And report to me immediately if you find anything. Understood. At this time, outside the Hong Song restaurant, many people were scrambling to distribute straw, while inside the restaurant, it was also packed with customers. However, those who ordered received complete rice ears packaged in gift boxes. The queue of people waiting outside had also formed a long line. Zhang Lun wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked over to Du Jiang, saying, Manager Du, business is really good. There are still many people waiting. Stop selling after we sell 100 servings. We can't sell even one more, understand? Du Jiang immediately gave the order. Given the current situation, 500 pounds of golden rice could only support the restaurant for half a month, and from what he learned from Xiao, the next harvest would be in 3 months, so it had to be limited to keep the restaurant's popularity high. Understood. Time passed slowly, and before long, it was 10 o'clock. Mucheng Western Restaurant was still brightly lit, with a steady stream of diners. Wang Mucheng sat on a stool yawning. She had never stayed in the restaurant for so long. At that moment, someone came over and said to her, "Manager, the Hong Song restaurant across the street has closed. I heard it was limited." "What? Oh no." Upon hearing this, Wang Mucheng immediately slapped her forehead and walked to the front desk, asking, "How many people have made reservations?" "Manager, more than 20 people have already paid." "Okay, remember this. Aside from those 20 people, let the others go." "Got it." As Wang Mucheng walked toward the kitchen, she sighed. Business had been so good today that she had forgotten to limit orders, which might help keep the restaurant's popularity high. Once in the kitchen, she asked the head chef, "How many cabbages are left?" The head chef replied without hesitation, "Only about 60 left." "What? How could they be used up so quickly?" Wang Mucheng looked puzzled. After all, a single cabbage weighed 10 pounds. Aside from normal consumption, you have to eat one a day, and you've given quite a few away as well. Before the head chef could finish, Wang Mucheng interrupted, realizing that she had been treating the diamond cabbage like a snack and had also given some to her friends. After understanding this, she decided that they had to limit supply tomorrow. Otherwise, the remaining diamond cabbages wouldn't last long. Once the last customer left, the restaurant staff were all exhausted, slumped over in their seats. At that moment, Wang Mucheng was standing in front of the counter, calculating the day's revenue. When she saw the numbers on the calculator, her eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing her frozen in place, someone walked over and quietly asked, "Manager, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Everyone, you worked hard today. I'm rewarding you 5,000 yuan. Wang Mucheng smiled, her eyes nearly squinting into slits. After deducting costs, they made a net profit of 600,000. "Thank you, manager." Upon hearing the reward of 5,000 yuan, everyone perked up. The exhaustion of the night felt worth it. In a villa in the wealthy district of Donghai City, Yang Tai was chatting with a middle-aged man wearing glasses and reading a newspaper. This man was Wang Mucheng's father, Wang Hai. Yang Tai poured a cup of tea and handed it over, saying, "Uncle Wang, I went to see Mucheng today and conveyed your message to her." "Uncle Wang, Mucheng's restaurant is doing quite well. Packed with people just for a dish of cabbage." Yang Tai picked up a cigarette and handed it over, lighting it up. Wang Hai blew out a smoke ring. The Wang family's business spans hotels, real estate, and clothing, all of which will eventually belong to Wang Mucheng, so he has very strict requirements for her boyfriend. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yang Tai's face. Although his family has some money, it pales in comparison to the Wang family's wealth. He has been pursuing Wang Mucheng, but Wang Hai has never looked at him with favor. Wang Hai stood up and walked upstairs. "Uncle Wang, take care." Yang Tai watched Wang Hai's departing figure, a trace of malice flashing in his eyes. Over the years, countless men have pursued Wang Mucheng, but they all returned defeated. The only reason he could stay by Wang Mucheng's side was that he had built a good relationship with Wang Hai. However, thinking about how the father and daughter have never looked at him with any respect, he couldn't help but clench his fists, silently vowing, "One day, all of the Wang family's assets will belong to me." Xiao was digging in the soil with a hoe. Over the past month, they had cultivated more than 100 acres of land. At that moment, he noticed that the seedlings in 7 plots of land were significantly different from those in other plots, both in color and size, revealing a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he squatted down to examine them closely. "Old son, what are you looking at? Is something wrong?" Xiao walked over and asked. "It's nothing. I found that the 2 plots are both planted with cabbage, but why is there such a big difference?" Sun Jiangwo expressed his curiosity. Xiao took a look and found that the seeds provided by the system indeed grew better than those ordinary seeds, so he said, "It might be due to temperature, sunlight, or soil conditions. By the way, has the water been irrigated?" "Yes, in another 2 months. We will be able to eat the vegetables we planted ourselves," Sun Jiangwo said, gazing at the dozen or so acres of vegetable fields with a hint of anticipation. "Xiao, come here. I have something urgent to find you." At that moment, Pang Xiao rushed over with an anxious expression. Seeing this, Xiao's heart skipped a beat, sensing that something was wrong. Chapter 17, Good News. "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Did your wife run off with someone?" Xiao teased as he looked at Pang Xiao's worried face. "You still have the mood to joke around? Let me tell you a serious situation. The stored vegetables, grains, and water can only last for a few days, and all the money is gone, not a single cent left." Pang Xiao's face was grim. He was responsible for the daily expenses on the island, so he understood the severity of the problem. "I'll find a way." Xiao rubbed his temples. Being short on money was a big issue. Pang Xiao leaned in and said, Do you know how much a portion of Wang Muqing's restaurant's cabbage costs? 999 yuan. She made quite a bit this month. I should have sold it for a higher price. Don't worry. Our vegetables have already made a name for themselves. And the price will definitely go up, Xiao said confidently. Just then, he heard a voice in his mind from the galaxy, and his consciousness immediately drifted in. Seeing Galaxy still lying on the sofa watching TV. Did you call me for something? I'm pleased to inform you that on March 8th, you will have a chance to draw a lottery. Galaxy casually threw out this line. Xiao was both excited and slightly puzzled. Upon hearing this, Xiao was delighted. He was really looking forward to what he could win in the lottery. Before Galaxy could finish speaking, Xiao interrupted, "Can we draw again?" "I understand." After learning this news, Xiao couldn't feel happy. He currently had no money to buy saplings, and there were only a few people on the island, so they couldn't plant much in a day. Wang Muqiang was in the kitchen looking at the last diamond cabbage, her eyes filled with reluctance. Although she wanted to eat it very much, she thought about the potential profits and held back, asking the chef to prepare it for the customers instead. The manager followed Wang Muqiang closely, looking worried. It was hard to get the restaurant's business back on track, and they couldn't let it go just like that. "I asked, and it won't be available until 2 months later." Wang Muqiang furrowed her brows. She had called Peng Xiao. "Then we need to place an order in advance. I've heard that many restaurant owners are optimistic about diamond cabbage and golden rice. Competition will definitely be fierce," the manager suggested. Wang Muqiang nodded, planning to go to the island tomorrow to buy the vegetables in advance. At that moment, a waiter approached and said, "Manager, your dad is here and wants to see you." Hearing this, Wang Muqiang immediately went out and saw Wang Hai sitting at the dining table. She sat down across from him and said, "Dad, what brings you here? This is your first time here." "It's my precious daughter's restaurant. Of course, I have to come and take a look. I heard that your cabbage is delicious. Aren't you going to get your dad a portion?" Wang Hai smiled broadly. "Dad, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but the last portion has already been reserved. If you want to eat it, you'll have to wait until next time." Wang Muqiang shrugged her shoulders, looking helpless. "It's fine. Look what I brought you." Wang Hai waved his hand, and a bodyguard came up carrying a lunchbox, presenting a portion of sauce golden rice. Upon seeing this, Wang Muqiang's eyes widened. "Sauce golden rice? Dad, how did you get this?" "I wanted to order a portion, but the reservations were full for months." At that moment, Wang Muqiang eagerly picked up a spoon and started eating, exclaiming, "It's so delicious. This sauce and rice are simply a perfect match." In no time, the plate of golden rice was finished. Wang Muqiang wiped her mouth and said, "Dad, you must have other reasons for coming to see me other than just bringing me food." Wang Hai nodded with a smile, saying, "My heart is getting worse. All our family's huge business will be handed over to you. I want to help you find an outstanding boyfriend who can assist you in managing the business in the future. Dad, you'll definitely live a long life. I'm still so young and don't want to live a monotonous life." Wang Muqiang held Wang Hai's hand, beginning to act cute. "I really can't do anything about you. I'll give you a few years to enjoy the life you want, but during this time, you must meet all the people I introduced to you." Wang Hai knew he couldn't do anything about his daughter, so he thought of a mutually acceptable condition. "All right, I agree." Wang Muqiang nodded, agreeing for now. But ultimately, it would be up to her whether to meet them. At the Hong Song restaurant, Du Jiang was in the kitchen counting the golden rice. Now that over 500 pounds of golden rice had been consumed, it was estimated that they could last for another month. At that moment, Zhang Luan walked in and said, "Director Du, I received news that other restaurants and hotels are envious of our profit of over 1 million and plan to go to the island to collaborate with Xiao." This was expected. Since Xiao and the others live on the island, they must be lacking water and food. "You go buy a few tens of thousands of yuan worth of supplies, and we'll send it to him tomorrow." Understood. The next morning, Wang Muqiang arrived at the dock, preparing to head to island number 4. At that moment, she saw many workers loading bags of grain and barrels of purified water onto a ship, with Du Jiang standing nearby directing them. Wang Muqiang walked over and greeted. "Director Du, where are you taking all these packages?" "Miss Wang, I believe we are heading to the same place." Du Jiang smiled and made it clear. "No wonder you are buying these things. Quite a sum." Wang Muqiang glanced at the items on the ship, which were all daily necessities and food. Du Jiang shrugged and said, "I can't compare to you. I heard you and Xiao are classmates." Wang Muqiang nodded. She believed that with her relationship with Xiao, securing a supply source would not be a problem. At that moment, a group of well-dressed individuals walked over from a distance. Chapter 18, Visitors. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Du? Long time no see." One of them greeted. "Your restaurant has been doing exceptionally well this month. I heard reservations are booked for months in advance. Our restaurants have been completely overshadowed. We're almost eating dirt." "Yeah, your restaurant is the envy of us all." When the owners and managers of those restaurants saw Du Jiang, they all came over to greet him, completely ignoring Wang Muqiang, as she was still just a clueless young girl in their eyes. In response to their teasing, Du Jiang simply smiled and said, It's not as good as everyone says. I'm just making a bit of money. Upon hearing this, many showed a hint of disdain in their eyes. The Hong Song restaurant made over $1 million a month from golden rice, which was the amount from the previous year. I guess you all are heading to the island as well. I just rented a boat. Let's go together. Du Jiang glanced at them and issued the invitation. They did not refuse and boarded the boat together. Xiao sat by the sea, fishing with a rod, contemplating how to raise some money. If all else failed, he would have to ask Wang Mucheng to lend him some. Little Yi, Du Jiang, and the others are here. And they brought a lot of food and daily supplies. We won't have to worry for months. Peng Xiao ran over, excited. Let's go take a look. Xiao set aside his fishing rod and stood up. When he arrived, he saw Du Jiang and the others curiously examining the land. I never expected there would be such beautiful seeds. A group of people squatted down, admiring the exquisite seedlings in the soil, occasionally exclaiming in admiration. Wang Mucheng walked over to Xiao and Peng Xiao, greeting them. Looks like you two are living quite well on the island. You have food and drinks. Why didn't you take me to take a look? Mucheng, I'll take you. Peng Xiao said with a smile. You just do your own thing. I want Xiao to take me. Wang Mucheng looked at Xiao, thinking he would definitely agree without hesitation. However, Xiao shook his head and refused. It's not that big here. You can see everything at a glance. What's there to tour? You. Wang Mucheng was frustrated. Her words were something no man could refuse. At that moment, Peng Xiao walked over and smiled. Mucheng, let me take you around. No need. It's just a palm-sized area. You can see it all at a glance. What's there to see? Wang Mucheng turned and walked away. Peng Xiao's smile instantly froze. Then he sighed. Ah, this is the difference. When did my status fall below even little Yi? Du Jiang looked at the exquisite seedlings in the ground, and then at the excited people around him, realizing that the competition this time could be very intense. He then walked over to a nearby pool, watching the water flowing from the pipe, and curiously asked Xiao, is all this fresh water? The sea is nearby. Where does the fresh water come from? Xiao pointed to the locked room beside him. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had locked the seawater purifier and pump inside. Purifying seawater into fresh water is a significant breakthrough. Du Jiang showed a hint of shock in his eyes, and then casually chatted with Xiao. At this moment, Peng Xiao was in the kitchen, checking on how lunch was coming along, occasionally sneaking a piece of meat. Little fatty, come here. Wang Mucheng walked over and waved at Peng Xiao. Mucheng, is there something you need? Peng Xiao came out, and they slowly walked towards the sea. Wang Mucheng brushed her hair and said, with so many people here, they're all eyeing these vegetables. You'll have to help me. Peng Xiao rubbed his face and replied, I will definitely help you, but this matter has to be decided by Xiao. You know the vegetables are so popular now. The price will surely go to the highest bidder. The price definitely won't be low for you. I just want to ask if you have any surplus stock left. You must have saved some for yourselves. Wang Mucheng's eyes showed a hint of expectation. Now that the diamond cabbage in the restaurant had sold out, getting some would be perfect. We really have no stock left. We're eating ordinary vegetables. Peng Xiao looked helpless. All right. By the way, let me ask you one more question. Is Xiao not interested in women? Why do you ask that? He doesn't seem to have any interest in me at all. That's not the attitude a man should have towards me. He might think you're out of reach. Your charm is irresistible. That was indeed true. At noon, everyone sat at the table and began to eat. At this time, Zhang Ming, the general manager of the Fortune Hotel, was the first to speak up. Mr. Yi, the reason for coming here is simple. I want to buy the vegetables from this land. Just name your price. Xiao just smiled and said, I really don't know what price to quote. After all, I'm not very familiar with market conditions. Let us hear your opinions. Zhang Ming adjusted his clothes and continued. I found out that the previous golden rice was 180,000 per mu. I'll offer 300,000 to buy the golden rice. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately called out a higher price. I'll offer 350,000. I'm not interested in golden rice. I'll offer 300,000 for that mu of diamond cabbage. I'll offer 400,000 for diamond cabbage. I'll offer 150,000 for that mu of tomatoes. At this point, everyone at the table began to bid against each other. With the focus on the golden rice and diamond cabbage, as only these two types of vegetables had gained fame. If people were just temporarily curious about the vegetables, then buying other vegetables at high prices would only result in losses, so rice and cabbage were the safest bets. As everyone was competing for the diamond cabbage and golden rice, Du Jiang took the opportunity to say, I'll offer 600,000 for tomatoes and onions. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent and turned to look at Du Jiang. Zhang Ming spoke to Du Jiang. Mr. Du, 600,000 is quite a hefty sum. Aren't you afraid it might backfire? Du Jiang smiled confidently, knowing their thoughts. They wanted to avoid risks while making money, so they would naturally focus on golden rice and diamond cabbage. We don't have Mr. Du's courage. It's better to play it safe, even if it means earning less. Zhang Ming took a sip of water, He was just working for the Fortune restaurant, unlike Du Jiang, whose restaurant was his own. So he had to minimize risks. I'll also offer 600,000 for cucumbers and potatoes. At this time, Wang Muqing also spoke up, planning to buy 2 types of vegetables. She felt a deep resentment towards Du Jiang. Can't you lower your price a bit? You started with 600,000, and I'm not as wealthy as you. Chapter 19, Undressed. When everyone heard Wang Muqing bid 600,000, they revealed a hint of disdain in their eyes. Golden rice and diamond cabbage were currently hot items, and the prices had soared so high. Other vegetables probably wouldn't be as popular. Spending 600,000 might just be a waste. Fortunately, Wang Muqing noticed that no one else was bidding, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Otherwise, spending more money would hurt even more. The price of golden rice and diamond cabbage had already reached 450,000, and many people had calmed down. If the price went any higher, their profits wouldn't be as great as they imagined. Zhang Ming adjusted his clothes and said seriously, I'm set on the golden rice. I want to give it up no matter the price. 500,000. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Zhang Ming's attitude was very strong, essentially stating that no one should compete with him, or they would become enemies, a message they all understood. Soon, another diamond cabbage was also bought for 500,000. Du Jiang noticed that there was still broccoli left unsold, so he said, since no one wants the broccoli, then I. Before he could finish his sentence, someone interrupted him. Mr. Du, you've already bought vegetables from 2 plots of land. You should at least let us have a taste. I'll buy the broccoli for 300,000. Du Jiang didn't respond, as it is important to leave some room for negotiation in business. At this moment, Pang Xiao and others were wide-eyed, with expressions of disbelief. The vegetables from 7 acres of land had suddenly sold for a staggering 2,500,000. It turned out that the vegetables in the fields were so valuable. I have never seen so much money in my life. When Sun Jiangwo heard that 1 acre was being bought for hundreds of thousands, his hand holding the wine cup trembled uncontrollably. Mr. Yi, we'll transfer the money to your card later, and hope for a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Yi Xiao didn't expect that just when he was short on funds, these people came to give him money. After sending them off, Yi Xiao saw that Du Jiang and Wang Muqing had not left and asked, Aren't you two leaving? I'm fine, I want to stay and chat with you. Du Jiang said as he took out a cigarette, lit it, gazing at the calm sea and exhaling a smoke ring. I also want to talk to you, Wang Muqing said, looking at Yi Xiao with an expression of indignation. Seeing this, Yi Xiao was quite curious and asked, What do you want to talk to me about? You make money better than I do. Our restaurant has worked hard for a month, but we haven't earned as much as you do in a minute. You really make me see you in a new light, and we are classmates. Yet you don't give any discounts. A hint of cunning appeared in Wang Muqing's eyes. It was her first time encountering a man who was indifferent to her, making her doubt her own charm. It's already quite a discount. If it weren't for you being a classmate, 2 acres of vegetables wouldn't be just 600,000. Yi Xiao casually found an excuse to brush it off, planning to shut Wang Muqing up. You win. I can't argue with you. Wang Muqing pointed at Yi Xiao, regretting bringing up their classmate relationship, as Yi Xiao always found an excuse to deflect. She then pulled Pang Xiao aside to chat, feeling that talking to Yi Xiao always left her feeling exasperated. Du Jiang watched the two banter and smiled, saying, It seems Miss Wang has a good impression of you. Not really. She probably just isn't used to being ignored. Yi Xiao thought about a reason for Wang Muqing's attitude toward him. What you said isn't entirely accurate. Miss Wang wouldn't be interested in everyone who ignores her. If you put in a little more effort, you could definitely win her over. Du Jiang smiled. He had seen a lot of such things. Yi Xiao just smiled lightly. Wang Muqing could be considered a dream lover in the hearts of men. He naturally had feelings for her, but he didn't want to pursue a romantic relationship. Building the island was his primary goal. At this moment, Wang Muqing arrived at the seaside, looking down at the dark sea bottom, and asked Pang Xiao, Have you ever swum in the sea? Pang Xiao shook his head, saying, It's only March. The water temperature is still quite cold. It's okay. I've participated in winter swimming before. Wang Muqing didn't mind at all. But you didn't bring a swimsuit. Who says you have to wear a swimsuit to swim? Underwear works too. After saying this, Wang Muqing took off her coat, revealing her sexy underwear, and then jumped into the sea with a splash, swimming like a mermaid. Watching Wang Muqing swim in the water, droplets gliding down her exquisite back, Pang Xiao couldn't blink, nearly drooling. At this moment, Yi Xiao walked over, gazing at Wang Muqing, who looked like a lotus blooming from the water, and he found himself momentarily mesmerized. Come down and swim with me. Wang Muqing flicked her hair, looking at Yi Xiao with a smug expression, thinking to herself that he was just an ordinary man who couldn't resist the allure of a beautiful woman. No thanks. I'm afraid of catching a cold. Yi Xiao shook his head in refusal. Coward. Wang Muqing laughed and prepared to dive back underwater. Just then, Yi Xiao pointed at her chest and said, Your underwear is about to fall off. What? Wang Mucheng looked down and realized that since it was underwear and not a swimsuit, it was nearly slipping off after getting wet, exposing a large area of her chest. She immediately covered herself and shouted to the two on shore, "What are you looking at? Turn around." However, just as she finished speaking, Wang Mucheng choked on some water and began to sink slowly. Seeing this, Xiao jumped into the water without hesitation and swam towards Wang Mucheng. At this time, Wang Mucheng's right leg was cramping, and she was losing consciousness. Xiao wrapped his arms around her waist and dragged her to shore. Checking on her condition. "Xiao, do you need to perform CPR? I have great lung capacity." Peng Xiao leaned over, looking eager. "No need, her breathing is fine. It's probably just the water being too cold. She just needs to rest for a bit." Watching Wang Mucheng's chest rise and fall, Xiao finally relaxed his worried heart and picked her up, carrying her towards the house. When Wang Mucheng woke up, she found it was already dark outside. As she lifted the blanket to get out of bed, she suddenly realized she was completely naked, and she let out a loud scream. "What happened?" Hearing the scream, Peng Xiao rushed in from outside, but seeing her murderous glare, his expression darkened, and he asked, "Mucheng, what's wrong? Where are my clothes? Did you take them off?" Wang Mucheng asked angrily, worried that she might have been taken advantage of while undressing. "No, I wouldn't dare." Peng Xiao waved his hands in denial. "Then who did?" "Of course it was Xiao. He was the one who saved you and carried you into the house." Chapter 20, Renting a Boat. At this moment, Xiao walked in holding a bowl of ginger soup, and the air in the room felt like it had frozen. "You all chat. I'll step out for a bit." Peng Xiao saw Xiao enter and immediately slipped out. Wang Mucheng fixed a cold glare at Xiao and questioned, "Did you take off my underwear? You actually took advantage of the situation, you bastard." Wang Mucheng threw a pillow at Xiao, hitting him on the head. "I couldn't just leave you here alone. Then you'd blame me for not being considerate. Even if you helped me dry off, there was no need for a big man to do it. You could have just called a maid. You just wanted to take advantage of me. You can keep making things up. I see you clearly now. All men are no good." Seeing her so agitated, Xiao knew he had to explain, saying, "Don't worry, I covered you with a blanket while helping you change. I didn't see your body." However, Wang Mucheng was still not satisfied and said, "Even if you covered me with a blanket and didn't see, your hands must have touched me, right? And you say you didn't take advantage of me. I wrapped my hands in a towel, so if I touched you, it was the towel touching you, not me." Xiao argued back, insisting he would never take advantage of someone in that situation. "Are you joking? Just because you had a towel doesn't mean it doesn't count." Wang Mucheng said angrily. Her body had never been touched by anyone before, and this was no longer just touching, it was harassment. Seeing he had gone silent, Wang Mucheng's anger subsided a bit, and she continued to ask, "What parts of me did you touch?" "Don't worry, just your arms and legs. I didn't touch any sensitive areas. I'm not that kind of person. You're sensible. If you dare to touch me, I'll definitely cut off your fingers. But how come you could control yourself with my figure? Do you think my figure is not good?" Facing this question, Xiao shook his head and said without hesitation, "Your figure is quite good. You'll definitely have enough milk when you have kids in the future." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room froze again. "Bastard, didn't you say you didn't touch me?" Wang Mucheng picked up a bowl from the table and threw it at Xiao. "I didn't touch you. It's just something anyone can tell by looking." After saying this, Xiao dashed out. During dinner, Xiao noticed that Wang Mucheng had not come out and asked Peng Xiao, "Where's Mucheng? Is she still lying in bed?" Peng Xiao took a bite of a chicken leg and mumbled. She said she wasn't feeling well and had no appetite. "To be honest, have you two done anything? Otherwise, how could she not get out of bed? Just eat your chicken. Stop talking about chicken. Let's keep it civilized." Xiao rolled his eyes at him and walked in with a bowl of porridge and a plate of side dishes. Upon entering the room, he saw Wang Mucheng still lying in bed, so he sat down beside her and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You still need to eat something." "I'm too full of anger to eat anything." Wang Mucheng rubbed her head, feeling dizzy, probably from catching a cold. "Come on, I'll feed you some food. Century egg and lean meat porridge, specially made for you." Xiao helped Wang Mucheng sit up against the pillow, scooped a spoonful, blew on it, and brought it to her lips. Wang Mucheng didn't refuse, opened her mouth, and took a bite, saying, "My head feels very dizzy. I think I have a cold." "It's okay. Just eat and cover yourself with the blanket to sleep for a bit." Xiao patiently comforted her. Wang Mucheng gazed at Xiao's face, which was so close, her eyes bright and full of spirit, and she couldn't help but softly say, "I didn't expect you to look quite handsome up close. Very manly. Don't talk, just rest well." Seeing her weak appearance, Xiao felt an inexplicable surge of heartache. Soon, Wang Mucheng closed her eyes and fell asleep, while Xiao kept watch beside her. Before he knew it, it was already deep into the night. Wang Mucheng had entered dreamland but was not very obedient, kicking off the blanket, leaving her long, fair legs exposed. Seeing this, Xiao couldn't help but swallow hard, suppressing the urge to jump over, and covered her with the blanket again, then lay down on it to prevent her from kicking it off again. The next morning, when Wang Mucheng woke up, she saw Xiao sleeping beside her, and her heart warmed. She then patted his shoulder. Xiao, wake up. Oh, I overslept. Xiao stood up, rubbed his eyes, and then noticed Wang Mucheng looking down, immediately sensing something was off. He saw his pants bulging up and quickly covered himself, awkwardly smiling. It's just a normal morning reaction for a man. Get out. After docking at the East Sea City Pier, Du Jiang greeted the two and left. Wang Mucheng looked at Xiao and said, once you finish your business, come find me at my house. I want to thank you for taking care of me. Sure. Xiao agreed without hesitation and walked along the pier. Wang Mucheng looked at his departing figure. A hint of a sly smile appeared on her face, secretly thinking, as long as you dare to come, don't blame me. Xiao was sitting in a chair counting the accounts, tired like a dog every day, yet earning very little. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Just then, he saw Xiao walking over and greeted him with a smile. Brother Yi, what brings you here? I wouldn't come if I didn't have business. How many boats do you have? Xiao asked directly. Don't look at my small company. I have 20 speedboats. Xiao held up 2 fingers, looking proud. Xiao shook his head and said, do you have any large boats? The bigger, the better. I need one that can hold over 100 people. Xiao rubbed his chin and asked, how many do you need? 4 will do. After thinking for a moment, Xiao stated this number. For large cruise ships? That's not cheap. You know, a cruise ship can cost tens of thousands for an hour. And you want to rent 4? That's quite a sum. Are you planning to go out to sea? Xiao kept tapping on the table with his left hand. You don't need to worry about the cost. Just rent for a day, go back and forth to the island. Can you manage that? Don't worry, leave it to me. I've been in this business for so many years. I have some connections. I need it on March 12th. Once you confirm, just send me the fees. No problem. Chapter 21, Big Moves. After finalizing the boats, Xiao got up and left, then headed to a landscaping company called Four Seasons Spring, which is also a multinational company. There are 2,000 acres of forest area on the island, and Xiao planned to plant scenic trees all over. In the future, the island would definitely focus on tourism, which would surely become a beautiful sight. Soon he arrived at the entrance of Four Seasons Spring, and upon entering, he saw a girl at the front desk playing on her phone. Xiao walked over and said, Miss, I want to see your general manager. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist didn't look up from her phone, showing a dismissive attitude. No, but I want to discuss a collaboration with your general manager. Xiao remained calm. He understood that the king is easy to meet, but the little ghost is hard to deal with. At this moment, the receptionist finally looked up and impatiently said, our company doesn't do private business. We mainly work on municipal projects and landscape design for the wealthy, not just selling trees. Are you involved in either of those areas? No, but you should go somewhere else. Our company won't take such small orders. At this point, Xiao was also filled with anger. He didn't expect to face such rudeness while trying to do business, so he turned around and walked out. Brother, did you get treated badly inside? A man in his 30s approached Xiao and started a conversation. No wonder the receptionist is so arrogant. Xiao realized. My name is Cheng Chi. I also run a seedling company. Are you interested? Cheng Chi handed over his business card. Xiao took a look at the card, which read Cheng Kai Seedling Company, and nodded, saying, all right, let's sit down and talk. Great, there's a beverage shop ahead. Let's go there to chat. Cheng Chi led Xiao to a nearby beverage shop and then asked, Brother Yi, what are you planning to use the seedlings for? Scenic trees, street trees, or protective trees, etc.? It should be large scenic trees, the kind that are very beautiful. Xiao spoke about the trees he envisioned. Large scenic trees are generally deciduous trees, and among them, the most beautiful should be maple trees. Imagine a field of golden and fiery red maple trees. It would be stunning. Speaking of this, Cheng Chi was also quite talkative. Upon hearing about maple trees, Xiao's eyes lit up. A field of golden maple trees on the island would indeed be beautiful. Thinking of this, he asked, do you have any recommendations for maple trees? Sugar maple, Canada's national flower. In autumn, the color changes gradually from yellow to orange-red. Not only is it beautiful, but it can also be used for syrup. Norway golden maple, which is golden in autumn and does not turn red, is very beautiful. Take a look. Cheng Chi pulled out photos of the trees on his phone and showed them to Xiao. Nice, how much for these 2 types of seedlings? Looking at the photos of these 2 types of maple trees, Xiao grew fonder of them, but given the current situation, he could only plant 1 type. The seedlings are not expensive, around 70 to 80 cents each. Generally, they can grow to about 20 meters in 15 to 16 years. It's best to plant about 100 trees per acre. Cheng Chi drank from his cup, having talked so much that he was parched. Hearing this, Xiao fell into deep thought. It would take 15 to 16 years for the maple trees to grow into a forest, and he couldn't wait that long. So he asked, do you have slightly larger trees? Cheng-Chi nodded and said, "Of course, but the bigger they are, the more expensive they get. A 1-meter-tall maple tree costs around 200 yuan. All right, I'll take the sugar maple." Xiao decided to plant sugar maples first. "No problem. How many do you want?" "I have hundreds available." Cheng-Chi guessed that Xiao wouldn't need many sugar maple trees. 100 would cost over 20,000, which an ordinary person couldn't afford. "I want 7,500 trees." After knowing the price of the sugar maples, Xiao quickly calculated that. Aside from some necessary equipment, he would have at most 1,500,000 left, just enough to buy these 7,000 plus trees. What? 7,500 trees? Upon hearing this number, Cheng-Chi immediately spat out the sip of water he had just taken. This wasn't just a few thousand. It was a transaction worth millions. If it went through, it would be a significant profit. Seeing Cheng-Chi's astonished expression, Xiao asked, "Do you have that many trees?" "I need them urgently. They must arrive before the 12th. "Sure, no problem." Cheng-Chi patted his chest to assure him. "That's good. Let's sign a contract. I'll draft it right away." Half an hour later, he excitedly brought over 2 copies of the contract and handed them to Xiao. "You can check if there's anything wrong. I didn't expect you to even include your breach of contract liability. That's quite harsh. Double compensation for delays." Xiao carefully read through the contract, realizing it was entirely beneficial for him. It seemed Cheng-Chi was very sincere about this deal. "Of course. My only principle in business is integrity." Cheng-Chi valued this deal highly. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to draft such a contract. If anything went wrong, the risk would be on him. Xiao then paid a deposit of 500,000 and asked, "You must be particularly knowledgeable about planting. How many people do you need to plant these 7,000 trees in one day?" Cheng-Chi replied, "It depends on the land. For already cultivated land, a couple of hundred people would suffice for a day. If it's uncultivated wasteland, it might take 400 to 500 people." "Why? Do you need them?" Cheng-Chi was busy making calls and sending messages, starting to contact suppliers. "I probably need 400 to 500 people. I can help you with that. I know quite a few landscaping workers who are experienced and have a high survival rate for the trees they plant. However, the price is 500 to 600 a day. All right, you help me recruit some at that price." Cheng-Chi was secretly delighted that Xiao didn't blink an eye at spending over 200,000. Xiao was simply a tycoon. Soon after, news of Cheng-Chi's million-dollar order spread quickly in their small circle. Any slight movement would be known by everyone. Ding ding ding. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager of Spring Seasons, Shuetai's phone was ringing non-stop. "Old Shue, your company really is wealthy. Not even batting an eye at a $1 million order." "Why do you say that?" "I care about every penny." "Shue, do you know there's a small company that just landed a big $1 million order? What does that have to do with me?" "General manager, calm down. I'll take care of it right away." Chapter 22. Just kidding. With nothing to do, he entered the system again. As soon as he stepped in, Galaxy greeted him with a smile, sticking close to Xiao. "Looking for me?" Xiao pushed Galaxy away, sensing a hint of conspiracy. "You've made quite a bit of money. Come buy something. I heard you want to buy maple trees. I have excellent maple seeds here that can grow into big trees in just a year, and they're very cheap." Galaxy lunged at him again, her big watery eyes looking pitiful. "It's not that I don't want to buy, but I can't afford it." Xiao sighed. He had previously looked at the maple seeds in the space. Although they could grow into big trees in a year, they cost 11,000 each. If planting 100 per acre, that would be 1,000,000, which was too much, so he chose to buy them externally. "If you don't want to buy trees, how about a luxury yacht? You can't live on an island without a yacht." Galaxy was still unwilling to give up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Completely caught up in the idea of money. "No need. It's not time to enjoy yet. What about a land tiller? It can automatically cultivate the land and save you a lot of trouble. Even if we till the land, we won't have seeds to plant. Let's talk about it later." Seeing Galaxy acting like a salesperson, Xiao quickly left, not daring to stay even a second longer. He had deeply understood the meaning of seeing money and opening one's eyes. Ding dong. Just then, a text message suddenly rang. Xiao opened it to find a message from Wang Mucheng, asking him to come over for a meal to express her gratitude. At that moment, in a luxurious apartment, Wang Mucheng and Xiao Na were sitting in shorts, shaking their long, fair legs while eating. "Who are you messaging? I've never seen you care so much about a man." Xiao Na teased as she saw Wang Mucheng focused on her phone. "It's that guy I told you about who was taking advantage of me. I want to see if he can keep his composure." "Nah. You'll have to rely on your charm then." Wang Mucheng looked at Xiao Na, clasping her hands in prayer. "You might be disappointed. In front of this beauty, no man can resist." Xiao Na tossed her hair, looking utterly enchanting. Before long, the doorbell rang. "He's here. Just say I went out, and I'll secretly watch from inside." Wang Mucheng dashed into the room, took out her phone, and prepared to take a sneak peek. Eager to see if Xiao would still claim to be a gentleman, Xiao Na fixed her hair and adjusted her neckline, revealing a deep cleavage, then walked over to open the door. When Xiao saw that it was Xiao Na who opened the door, he asked, "Where's Mucheng?" Xiao Na led Yi Xiao into the room. Yi Xiao glanced around. The walls were pink, the sofa was pink, and even the chairs were pink. Everything exuding a princess vibe. Xiao Na took a bottle of wine from the cabinet, opened it, poured 2 glasses, and then sat down next to Yi Xiao. Have a drink. Yi Xiao noticed Xiao Na's ample bosom and the deep valley between them, along with a faint scent, causing his internal energy to surge. And he quickly turned his gaze away. What's wrong? Is it hot? Your face is so red. Xiao Na leaned closer to Yi Xiao, blowing a breath at him. Looking flirtatious. Cough. This environment is quite nice. Yi Xiao immediately stood up, creating distance between him and Xiao Na, intending to change the subject. I can understand. But I'm not a casual person. What? Am I not pretty enough? Is my figure not good enough to catch your eye? That's not it. First, I'm not a casual person. Second, what if I catch something later? You. Wang Mucheng, who was in the room, immediately burst into laughter upon hearing this. Yi Xiao stood up from the sofa, quickly realizing what was happening. Seeing he had been found out, Wang Mucheng walked out of the room, boldly telling Xiao Na. Na, it seems your charm isn't enough. In his eyes, you're that kind of woman. That's his misfortune. He looks pretty decent. I was planning to make it real. Xiao Na crossed her legs, leaning back on the sofa. You didn't just invite me here to tease me, did you? Yi Xiao asked Wang Mucheng. Wang Mucheng sat down and said, 1. I wanted to test you. And 2. I wanted to thank you for your care. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Xiao directly asked, test me for what? Xiao Na chimed in, yeah? He's just your friend. What do you want to test him for? After a moment, she replied, just for fun. What else could it be? So thanking me means teasing me? This is the first time I've seen such a way of expressing gratitude. Yi Xiao was still puzzled about what this girl was up to, so he got up and walked into the kitchen to find something to eat. Seeing Wang Mucheng lost in thought, leaning back in her chair, Xiao Na couldn't help but laugh. Looks like our goddess has a secret crush. Your standards are quite high. Don't talk nonsense. Not everyone can catch my eye. Wang Mucheng shook her head like a rattle drum. I'm leaving. I won't be a third wheel here. Wait, Nana. Before Wang Mucheng could finish her sentence, Xiao Na had already walked out. Yi Xiao searched the kitchen and found it empty, and the refrigerator wasn't even plugged in. It seemed Wang Mucheng wasn't home to cook at all. It wasn't early anymore. Yi Xiao reacted quickly, grabbing Wang Mucheng's hand and pulling her into his arms. The two locked eyes, and for a moment, it felt as if the air had solidified. You should go take a shower and change your clothes. After staring for a moment, Wang Mucheng's face flushed, and she pushed Yi Xiao away. All right. Yi Xiao noticed her clothes were already soaked with milk and turned to head towards the bathroom. However, when he entered the bathroom, Wang Mucheng suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. She hadn't taken out the underwear she had changed out of earlier, and he would definitely see it. But he had already gone in, and there was no time to do anything about it. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Wang Mucheng looked through the peephole and saw her father, Wang Hai, and her heart sank. Dad, what brings you here? Wang Mucheng took a deep breath, forcing herself to appear calm, and then opened the door. Nothing much, just came to see you and brought you some food. Wang Hai walked in with bags in hand. After putting down the things, he noticed Wang Mucheng's flushed face and couldn't help but ask, Daughter, are you sick? Why is your face so red? Wang Mucheng touched her face, feeling it was quite hot. She was worried that Yi Xiao might see her underwear and do something inappropriate. Thinking of this, her face became even hotter, and she shook her head and said, Dad, I'm fine, it might just be a bit warm in here. When Yi Xiao entered the bathroom, he saw Wang Mucheng's underwear hanging on the wall. He felt it was a bit strange to shower here. So he went outside to let her know to take her clothes away. When he stepped out, he saw Wang Mucheng standing in the living room and said, Mucheng, your underwear is inside. You should go get it. As Yi Xiao stepped out a bit, he noticed a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa, who looked somewhat like Wang Mucheng. This is my dad, this is Yi Xiao. After a brief introduction, Wang Mucheng dashed into the bathroom. Hello, uncle. Yi Xiao greeted him with a smile. As soon as a man appeared in the room, Wang Hai's brows furrowed deeply. Seeing the white stains on Yi Xiao's clothes and looking at Wang Mucheng's flushed face, he immediately understood something, and his expression turned even darker. He asked sternly, How long have you and Mucheng been together? Uncle, please don't misunderstand. We're just ordinary friends. Yi Xiao realized he was misunderstood and began to explain. I really don't like you. Caught red-handed and still lying. Let me be clear, I won't agree to you two being together. You better keep your distance from Mucheng in the future. Wang Hai sized up Yi Xiao. He was dressed normally and seemed like an ordinary person, not someone who could be Wang Mucheng's boyfriend. Uncle, believe it or not, but here's a suggestion. It's the 21st century. Love is free. Yi Xiao stood up and walked outside. He and Wang Mucheng were just ordinary friends, and there was no need to explain much to Wang Hai. When Wang Mucheng came down from upstairs, she saw Yi Xiao was already gone and noticed Wang Hai's gloomy expression, immediately thinking about what had happened between them. She quickly sat beside Wang Hai and smiled, saying, Dad, did you mistake him for my boyfriend again? We're just ordinary friends. Mu Cheng, I don't oppose you having a boyfriend, but you should consider their background. It's important to have a match in social standing. Otherwise, the Wang family's future assets won't be safely entrusted to you. A poor guy like him, what can he do for you in the future? Wang Hai began to advise her earnestly. I know, Dad. You've worked hard too. Let me massage your shoulders. Wang Mucheng walked behind Wang Hai and started to massage his shoulders. Seeing this, Wang Hai sighed deeply. He knew his daughter very well. She agreed quickly with her mouth, but her heart was not necessarily in the same place. Half an hour later, Yang Tai arrived and asked Uncle Wang, Did you call me over for something? Do you know someone named Xiao around Mucheng? Wang Hai knew Yang Tai had been pursuing Mucheng, but hadn't pointed it out. He wouldn't consider someone like Yang Tai from a small family. I know him. He's Mucheng's college classmate and is currently planting vegetables on the island. Yang Tai was quite clear about Wang Mucheng's situation and had inquired about the people around her as well. Planting vegetables? I see, just asking. Come, let's play a game of chess. Wang Hai thought a vegetable farmer was someone Mucheng wouldn't take a liking to, and in a few days, she would probably dump him. Sure, I'd love to experience Uncle Wang's chess skills. Although Yang Tai smiled, he was very serious inside. Wang Hai hardly ever cared about the people around Wang Mucheng, but now that he knew about Xiao, it seemed that things between Wang Mucheng and Xiao were not simple. After finishing the game, as they exited the house, Yang Tai immediately picked up his phone and dialed. You need to investigate a person named Xiao right now. I want to see all his information by tomorrow morning. After hanging up, Yang Tai stood expressionless in place, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. He wouldn't let anyone get close to Wang Mucheng. The next morning, Yang Tai was looking at a document in his room, which was filled with Yi Zhao's information. A wealthy person, spent $1.5 million on trees, and wants to rent a boat. I'll make sure he never thinks about transporting those trees to the island for the rest of his life. A sly glint appeared in Yang Tai's eyes. Yi Xiao had been staying in a hotel for a few days when he received news that Xia Dahai had successfully rented a boat. So he went to check the situation. When he arrived, he saw Xia Dahai with a gloomy face, looking like a wilted eggplant, and asked, Brother Xiao, what's wrong? Brother Yi, I'm sorry. I just got a call. That company said they won't rent the boat anymore. Xia Dahai looked apologetic. They had already negotiated the deal for boats for 12,000 a day, but unexpectedly, they suddenly changed their minds. What's the big deal? Can't we find another company to rent from? Yi Xiao didn't think it was a big issue. Xia Dahai shook his head and sighed, saying, I've asked all the rental companies. No one is willing to rent to me. It's either they have arrangements or they're asking for a ridiculously high price. Hearing this, Yi Xiao teased. Is it because your reputation is too bad that they don't want to rent to you? How is that possible? My reputation in this industry is well known for being good. I don't know what these people are thinking. They don't want to make money. Xia Dahai got anxious as soon as he heard Yi Xiao say his reputation was bad. Brother Xia, since they don't want to rent to you, let me give it a try. All right, I'll take you there. The general manager of one company is my good brother. Xia Dahai then took Yi Xiao out. Before long, they arrived at a boat rental company. When Sun Ming saw Xia Dahai walk in, he greeted him with a smile, saying, Brother Xia, I really can't help you with renting the boat. Please don't put me in a difficult position. It's not for me. It's for him. Xia Dahai pointed to Yi Xiao beside him. Sun Ming looked at Yi Xiao and said, If I'm not mistaken, you must be Yi Xiao, right? Yi Xiao nodded, curious about how he knew his name. Then I can't rent to you either. Sun Ming shook his head apologetically. Hearing this, Yi Xiao's expression turned serious. He had initially thought it was just that they wouldn't rent to Xia Dahai, but he didn't expect they wouldn't rent to him either. It seemed there was definitely something going on. Xia Dahai realized this at that moment and said, Xiao Sun, what is our relationship? Can't you reveal a little? Sun Ming cautiously glanced outside and leaned in closer. Chapter 24, Arabian Horse. I heard some rumors that Wu Quan, the young master of Tonghang Group, said that no one is allowed to rent a boat to you. This was the first time Yi Xiao heard the name Wu Quan and didn't react much to it. However, Xia Dahai beside him couldn't help but tremble and explained, Tonghang Group accounts for 90% of the maritime business in Donghai City. Wu Quan is the young master of Tonghang Group, and his word can determine the life or death of competing companies. His background is significant. At this moment, Yi Xiao mumbled to himself, as he had never even heard of Wu Quan and didn't know why he was being targeted. Sun Ming poured 2 cups of water and said while handing them over, It's not that I'm trying to discourage you, but now that Wu Quan has spoken, no one in our companies dares to do business with you. Xia Dahai was unwilling to let this deal fall through. I have no choice, after all. This circle is small, and Wu Quan is someone we can't afford to offend. Sun Ming shook his head, wearing a helpless expression. After they came out, they exchanged glances and both sighed deeply. At that moment, in a private room of a 5-star hotel, Yang Tai was leaning back in his chair, slightly tipsy, while Wu Quan was making advances on a young model. Seeing this scene, Yang Tai teased, Brother Wu, if you can't wait, just go to the room, or I can step out. Wu Quan pushed the woman away and said, Don't mind that. I've already given the order that anyone who dares to rent a ship to that surnamed Yi is opposing me, opposing Tonghang Group. How did that kid offend you? Just a small grievance. I want to teach him a lesson. Yang Tai chuckled and casually found an excuse to brush it off. By the way, I heard you're acquainted with Feng Kuan from Dahua Group. Let's arrange a day to meet. Wu Quan propped his legs on the table and picked up a lobster to gnaw on. No problem. I'll find a time. I have some matters to attend to. So I'll leave first. After Yang Tai said this, he walked out. At this moment, the young model came over, wrapped her arms around Wu Quan from behind, and said, Young Master Wu, Yang Tai's father only runs a construction company worth over $1 million. He's just an insignificant character, yet you treat him so well. Wu Quan smiled, kissed her hand, and said, although Yang Tai's background is ordinary, he's very good at socializing and has close relationships with many wealthy sons from prominent families. In our circle, there's no such thing as true feelings. It's all about mutual use. In the following days, Yi Xiao and Xia Dahai searched many boat rental companies, but were rejected everywhere. One day, after dinner, Yi Xiao said to Xia Dahai, Brother Xiao, you've worked hard these past few days. Take a few days off. Let me think of another way. All right, I'll also contact other boat rental companies. Xia Dahai nodded and turned to leave. After entering the house, he first washed his hands thoroughly with soap. After all, it was a lottery. Naturally, it depended on luck. Yi Xiao sat on the bed, quietly waiting for the moment of the lottery. Master, it's time for the lottery. When the clock on the wall struck 11, the voice of the galaxy echoed in his mind. Once Yi Xiao's consciousness entered the system, he saw a large lottery wheel appear before him and asked the galaxy, what are the items in the lottery? One of the tens of thousands of items in the system will be randomly selected, ranging from a 10,000-ton cargo ship to the most ordinary seeds. The galaxy pointed, and many items, animals, plants, and various equipment appeared on the screen. Yi Xiao was very excited at this moment, thinking only of drawing something useful. Master, please start. Just press the switch. The galaxy stepped aside to make way. Okay, I hope I have good luck. Yi Xiao rubbed his hands together, very excited, then reached out to press the switch of the lottery wheel. Immediately, the pointer of the wheel began to spin rapidly, and the names of the items on the wheel kept changing. Ding dong. As Yi Xiao looked on with great anticipation, the pointer stopped on an image of two little horses, with the name written as purebred Arabian horses. Congratulations, Master. You have won a pair of purebred Arabian foals. The galaxy came forward to congratulate him. Oh, the galaxy looked at him with some disappointment and came over to comfort him. Master, these two horses are purebred Arabian horses. Very precious. They belong to the hot-blooded horse category and are usually used for racing. Moreover, after being cultivated by the system, they can reach adulthood in just a year. Really? How valuable are they? Yi Xiao perked up a bit upon hearing the word valuable. Purebred Arabian horses are priced in the millions, with some even reaching 100 million. So these two horses are so valuable. At this moment, Yi Xiao's previous sadness faded away. Although these two horses wouldn't help the island's development much, they were valuable. The galaxy brushed her hair and continued to ask, Master, do you want to exchange them for reality now? Yi Xiao shook his head in refusal, planning to exchange them on the 12th and have them sent to the island together. In the following days, Yi Xiao continued to look for boat rental companies with Xia Dahai, but their harvest was minimal. He realized how significant Wu Quan's background was. A single word could make anyone comply. I heard you've been having a rough time lately, so I came to see you and brought you some things. Wang Muching shook two large bags in her hand. You came to see me because I'm having a rough time? When did you develop this hobby? Yi Xiao teased as he led Wang Muching upstairs. Wang Muching just smiled slightly, followed him into the room, and said, I heard you ran into some trouble renting a boat. I'm quite familiar with Wu Quan, and I can help you. No need, I can solve my own problems. So don't worry about it. Yi Xiao shook his head in refusal. He hadn't fallen to the point of needing a woman to help him. All right. Remember to come find me if you can't handle it. Wang Muching didn't mind, knowing Yi Xiao had a bit of a macho attitude and couldn't let go of his pride. Chapter 25, Spending Money. Yi Xiao looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock, and Wang Muching was still wandering around the room. I'm just a girl. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Wang Muching shot Yi Xiao a glare, thinking he was really dense. If it were another man, they would have already started making advances. Yi Xiao stood up and stared closely at Wang Muching, walking towards her step by step. Seeing this, Wang Muching's heart raced, thinking he wouldn't force himself on her. Would he? Although she had some feelings for him, it wasn't yet time to give herself to him. Yi Xiao grabbed Wang Muching's shoulders and pushed her out the door. How strange. When did I become so unattractive? After stepping outside, Wang Muching looked down at herself, wondering when she had ever been this proactive and still got rejected. If this got out, where would she put her face? On this day, Xia Dahai was sitting in a chair talking on the phone, but his brows were deeply furrowed. He had inquired at every boat rental company in the city and beyond, and the result was a firm refusal. Just as he was anxiously pulling his hair, he saw Xiao walking over with a large bag. Let's go. Time to rent a boat. Did you find someone willing to rent a boat to you? A glimmer of joy appeared in Xiao's eyes. Xiao shook his head but confidently patted the bag in his hand, saying, I just want to see if this money can really make things happen. The two then set off towards the nearest boat rental company. Li Wei saw Xiao and Xiao walk in again, and immediately frowned and said unpleasantly, Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you I'm not renting? Hurry up and get out of here, don't disturb my business. Bang! Xiao threw his pocket onto the table and unzipped it, revealing stacks of red bills inside. At this sight, a glimmer of greed flashed in Li Wei's eyes, but thinking of Wu Quan, he hesitated a bit. 200,000 for boats rented for a day. Xiao tossed several stacks of money in front of Li Wei. It's not about the money. Who dares to offend Wu Quan in this business? A smile appeared on Li Wei's face, though he feigned a troubled expression. 300,000. This really isn't about the money. For 100,000. When he heard this price, Li Wei was already tempted, watching as Xiao took out another stack of money, planning to agree once the offer reached 500,000. Don't. There's still room for negotiation. Seeing Xiao's intention to give up, Li Wei's tone immediately softened. He didn't want to let this tens of thousands slip away for nothing. Xiao slowly stacked the money in his hand and said, But do you dare not listen to Wu Quan's words? Li Wei slapped the table and laughed. Although Wu Quan's background is impressive, ours isn't bad either. Not renting to you is just helping him out. I'm not afraid of him. It's impossible. All right, then let's sign the contract. Xiao pushed the stack of money towards him. No problem, just wait. Li Wei yanked the money over and began to count slowly. Renting 4 ordinary boats had already made him 500,000. Making money was simply too easy. After getting the contract, Xiao walked out satisfied. Xiao took out 10,000 and handed it to Xiao. Isn't this inappropriate? I didn't help much. Xiao shook his head. If you don't take it, I won't dare to ask for your help in the future. Okay, then I'll accept it for now. Just call me if you need anything. Just then, Cheng-Chi called, saying the sugar maple trees he bought had arrived, and he had called 500 people over, so they were preparing to take a look. He then took a taxi to the warehouse in the suburbs. Be careful, everyone. These are over 1 million worth of seedlings. Cheng-Chi directed the dozen or so large trucks in front of him, all loaded with sugar maple seedlings over 1 meter long, with their roots wrapped in bags to prevent moisture loss. Soon, Xiao arrived, excited to see the trucks loaded with over 7,000 seedlings. Brother Yi, I found the people you wanted. They will be here soon. Let's get these seedlings loaded onto the boats. I've already made arrangements. We'll set off at 12. No problem, leave it to me. Cheng-Chi nodded and ordered the trucks to head to the dock. When the trucks reached the dock, workers began to busy themselves, loading the individual sugar maple seedlings into the cargo hold of the boats, creating a bustling scene. Wu Quan was at the hotel discussing business with several partners when suddenly his secretary approached, saying Yang Tai needed to see him. When he went outside, he saw Yang Tai with a grim expression and asked with a smile, What's wrong? In such a hurry to find me? Did some woman reject you again? No. It's Xiao. He rented a boat and specifically came to tell you. Yang Tai took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. In Donghai City, Wu Quan's words carried a lot of weight, and in this situation, Xiao was able to rent a boat, indicating his strength was not simple. What was initially meant to embarrass him unexpectedly turned into a strong rival. Xiao? Oh, I see. I'll give you an explanation. Wu Quan was stunned for a moment before remembering what it was about. He hadn't thought much about it after giving the order, never expecting someone would dare to oppose him. It's fine. Last time you said you wanted to meet my friend, Feng Kuan. I've arranged it for tomorrow night. All right. I'll be there on time. After Yang Tai left, the smile on Wu Quan's face immediately disappeared as he picked up the phone and called. Find out about Xiao? And check who dares not to listen to my words. Chapter 26 Arrival. Night fell, and the dock was still brightly lit, with many workers still moving seedlings, though it was nearing completion. Meanwhile, Cheng-Chi led over 500 people, who boarded the 4 boats, most of whom were in their 40s and 50s. Brother Yi, don't worry. These people are very experienced in tree planting. Otherwise, they wouldn't charge 500 a day, Cheng-Chi explained as he observed Xiao sizing up the farmers. I'm not worried about them. I trust you. It's almost 12. We'll set off on time. Once we arrive, let us eat something simple before starting the day's work. After expressing his thoughts, he found a room, locked the door, and let He release the 2 Arabian horses. 2 shadows flashed, and 2 horses, one black and one white, appeared, knee-high, their colors bright and full of spirit, constantly nudging against Xiao. Seeing their enthusiasm, Xiao was surprised and asked He, they should have some connection with me, right? Yes, they are the ones you exchanged from the system. So they will feel close to you. Can they understand my words? Or do we have some mental connection? You're thinking too much. They are just horses, not superhumans. I guess I'm thinking too much. Yi Xiao stroked the two foals, growing fonder of them. Arabian horses are the best of all horses and are often used for racing. He believed they would grow into extraordinary horses. He then named the black one Heiyun and the white one Bai Shui. Heiyun, Bai Shui, let us take a walk on the boat. Yi Xiao opened the door and led the two foals out to explore. However, as soon as he opened the door, Heiyun and Bai Shui bolted out, running joyfully down the corridor and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Cheng Chi was chatting with a few friends when he suddenly saw the black and white foals rushing out, full of energy. Good horses. They look like good horses. Do you know horses? You dare to say they are good. What if I don't know horses? These two look extraordinary, very elegant. They are clearly noble horses. That is true. They do look very noble. Everyone surrounded the two horses, examining them curiously, and a discussion ensued. At this moment, Yi Xiao walked over and said to everyone, "We're about to set off. Make sure to rest up. We'll arrive in 4 hours. And then it's time to get busy for the day." Cheng Chi walked over and patted the horses' backs, feeling their coats were very smooth, unlike ordinary horses. And their eyes sparkled with spirit. He couldn't help but say, "These two horses should be extraordinary, right? Nothing special, just horses." At this time, the 4 boats slowly departed from the dock, heading toward island number 4. Yi Xiao stood at the ship's railing, gazing at the dark sea breeze gently blowing, and he felt a rare sense of tranquility. At that moment, Wu Quan was lying on the sofa in his villa. Next to him sat a charming woman in pajamas, holding a document. He was intent on pursuing Wang Muqing, and Yi Xiao was a classmate of Wang Muqing. So he probably feared that Wang Muqing would be taken away by Yi Xiao. Wu Quan smiled mockingly. He was well aware of Yang Tai's intentions. "I've already dealt with the person who rented the boat to Yi Xiao. That person has been fired by their company and can't survive in Donghai City. You are my future husband. I still have to maintain your reputation." Chun Mei tossed the document aside. She and Wu Quan were already engaged, and their families were in a beneficial alliance. "A reporter caught you fooling around in a nightclub. You should be more careful. After all, we are engaged." Wu Quan shook his wine glass, his gaze hazy. He had no feelings for Chun Mei either. It was merely a marriage of convenience, though he still had to consider his reputation. After Chun Mei dropped that line, she got up and went upstairs. At this moment on island number 4, Pang Xiao and Sun Jiangwo were anxiously waiting, with several large boxes of bread and mineral water beside them, prepared days ago for the tree planters coming to work. "Look, a boat is coming." With a gasp, Pang Xiao immediately stood up, seeing the lights flickering on the sea not far away, and quickly ordered everyone to get ready. "All right, everyone wake up, it's time to work." Cheng Chi called everyone to wake up. Soon, those who had been lying on the chairs got up one by one and started getting off the boat. "Everyone eat something first, it's all you can eat. Then we can start working." Yi Xiao called out to Pang Xiao to distribute the bread and water, and soon everyone began to eat. 10 minutes later, everyone was full, and Sun Jiangwo led the 500 people to carry the sugar maple seedlings to the fields to plant trees. "Xiao Yi, can we finish planting these more than 7,000 trees today? And it has to be today, it's so urgent." Pang Xiao looked at the busy people beside him, not quite understanding why Yi Xiao was spending so much money just to plant trees. Building an island naturally requires financial investment. Go find a few people to build a stable. Yi Xiao had no intention of continuing this topic and planned to send Pang Xiao away. "Build a stable? We don't even have horses." Pang Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Just then, he suddenly saw 2 small horses, one black and one white, running down from the boat, galloping around. As he watched the 2 horses quickly disappear from sight, Pang Xiao was very fond of them and patted his chest, promising, "Don't worry, I will definitely build a beautiful stable." Yi Xiao looked at the bustling scene in the distance and finally felt relieved. Planting these more than 7,000 trees would yield 75 acres. When they doubled, it would be 150 acres. Thinking of this, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. When he had more money, he could buy more growth hormones to help the sugar maple forest mature quickly. Just then, a wave of drowsiness hit him. Yi Xiao yawned and decided to go inside for a nap. Just as he was sleeping soundly, he was suddenly awakened by an anxious voice. "Xiao Yi, wake up, something happened." Upon hearing the word "something happened," Yi Xiao immediately jolted awake. Looking at Pang Xiao's panicked face, his heart sank, and he asked, "What happened? Come with me, you'll see." After saying this, Pang Xiao ran out first. Yi Xiao didn't hesitate to follow him. When he arrived in the field, he saw that Heiyun and Bai Shui were munching on the cabbage seedlings in the cabbage field, many of which had been trampled or knocked down, hanging to one side. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao felt heartbroken. These cabbages had already been sold, and he didn't know how to explain it to the customers later. He rushed over and picked up Heiyun and Bai Shui, secretly cursing himself for being careless. With so many vegetables planted on the island, if he didn't manage these 2 little horses well, they would ruin all the vegetables. Now that everyone was busy planting trees, there were not enough people to guard the fields, which allowed them to run in. Pang Xiao also looked helpless. There were just too many things happening today to keep up. It's fine. We can just refund some money later. By the way, is the stable built? Xiao patted Heiyun and Bai Shui's heads, noticing their eyes were still fixed on the cabbages, thinking they might be hungry. Pang Xiao nodded and said, "It's already built. And the ground is covered with dry grass." Xiao nodded, then took the 2 little horses to the stable. Soon, he arrived outside a wooden house. When he opened the door, he found it was very spacious. Even when the little horses grew up, they could still use it. After putting Heiyun and Bai Shui inside, Xiao went to prepare their feed. Horses can eat a lot of things, including various grasses, vegetables, and fruits, which are easy to raise. But the best feed is still fresh grass. Only when he establishes a pasture in the future will they have fresh grass to eat. He then went to the field to pick some ordinary carrots and cabbages, chopped them up, filled 2 large barrels, and brought them to the stable. When Xiao placed the barrels of vegetables on the ground, Heiyun and Bai Shui rushed over, burying their heads in the dirt and starting to eat heartily. Watching them eat so happily, Xiao also smiled. Once they grew a bit more, he could start training them slowly. He then walked out and closed the door. When Xiao returned to the field, he saw Pang Xiao counting the losses and walked over to ask, "How's the loss?" "About a third, close to 30 plants." "How are we going to explain this to the customers?" Pang Xiao looked at the trampled cabbage seedlings in the field, feeling very pained. "Don't worry. I'll explain it to Zhongming later. Let's get back to work first." Xiao patted Pang Xiao on the shoulder, picked up a hoe, and went to help plant trees. An hour later, the sky began to brighten, and a red sun slowly rose from the horizon, casting a golden glow over the sea. Sun Jiangwo planted a seedling into the ground, and, looking at Xiao, who was drenched in sweat, laughed. "Xiao Yi, your body can't keep up. Even I, an old man, am better off. You need to strengthen your exercise." Xiao smiled. Although he often worked out, he struggled to plant even 3 or 4 trees before feeling exhausted, his clothes soaked with sweat. "I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die. Planting trees is so complicated. The hole has to be 3 times the size of the root. The soil has to be softened a bit, and when filling the soil, you have to lift it a bit. Why is it so particular?" Just then, Pang Xiao walked over, plopping down on the ground, panting heavily. Sun Jiangwo wiped the sweat off his forehead with a towel and laughed. "Of course. Planting trees sounds simple, but it's a profound skill." Xiao completely agreed with this. The reason he hired these tree planters was to ensure the survival rate of the sugar maples. Otherwise, if a large number died, it would not only waste money, but also cost more to replace them. At this moment, he looked around and found that the surrounding land was already planted with dense, 1-meter-high sugar maples, finally feeling a bit of comfort. Spending over $1 million to buy sugar maples was worth it. Xiao then went to boil a pot of hot water, took a shower, and then buried himself under the blanket to sleep. When Xiao woke up, he found it was already dark outside. When he stepped out, he saw many people sitting on the ground eating bread and drinking water. "All right, make sure to send them off well later, then take a break." Xiao stood up and gazed out. The rows of sugar maple forest stretched as far as the eye could see, the lush green leaves fluttering in the wind, looking very spirited. He could already imagine the scene of it turning into a fiery red maple forest. "Today we planted over 70 acres, but because there isn't much water stored, we only managed to irrigate more than 20 acres. To finish watering, we'll have to wait 5 or 6 days." Sun Jiangwo mentioned the day's results. "No rush. Take it slow." Xiao saw Cheng Qi waving at him, so he walked over. Cheng Qi lit a cigarette and said, "All more than 7,000 trees have been planted, covering more than 70 acres. In the future, there will definitely be a beautiful maple forest on the island." Hearing this, Cheng Qi's eyes lit up. If they were to plant 2,000 more acres, they would need a lot more seedlings, which would be a big business. So he said, "If you need seedlings in the future, you can come to me, and I'll give you a discount." "No problem. All right, I'll take my leave now." Cheng Qi waved his hand, and then led the tree planters onto the boat to leave. Watching the cruise ship slowly depart, the island regained its tranquility. Xiao couldn't help but sigh, thinking that this might have been the liveliest time on the island. Warning, warning. At that moment, an alarm suddenly rang in his mind. Xiao immediately floated into the system and asked the galaxy, "What happened?" "You are dumping garbage recklessly, polluting the sea. If you don't stop, you will be punished." The galaxy said leisurely. "Polluting the sea?" Xiao noticed that Sun Jiangwo and others were throwing garbage from the island into the sea. He immediately told them to stop and asked, "What kind of punishment will we face?" Upon hearing this, Xiao instructed Sun Jiangwo and the others to fish out the garbage from the sea, mainly various plastic bags and tissues. Chapter 28, Garbage Processor. Xiao scratched his head regarding the garbage. Throwing it into the sea was not an option, and burying it in the ground wouldn't work either. With more and more people in the future, garbage would become a big problem. The galaxy approached with a smile. Seeing this, Xiao knew it couldn't be anything good. The galaxy pointed, and a large round machine appeared in front of him, introducing it. This is a garbage processor that can turn various garbage into fertilizer. What do you think? Pretty good, right? Hurry up and buy it. Looking at her sales pitch expression, Xiao sighed, knowing he had to buy it, so he asked, how much is it? Not expensive, just 200,000. The Galaxy casually held up 2 fingers. All right, 200,000 it is. Xiao shook his head, feeling a pang of pain. He only had 300,000 left, and now 200,000 was gone in an instant. When he handed over the card, the Galaxy swiped it as fast as lightning. However, Xiao frowned, realizing he had been tricked. He said to the Galaxy, I thought there was a small garbage processor for just 100,000. Why did you give me a 200,000 one? That's too expensive. After saying this, the Galaxy smugly wiggled away. Seeing this, Xiao felt heartbroken and pounded his chest, thinking that a 200,000 garbage processor was completely overkill for the island right now. But it was already done, so there was nothing he could do. At that moment, Pang Xiao walked out of the bathroom, towel drying his hair while complaining. It's really troublesome to take a shower here. There's not even a water heater. After that, Xiao went inside and lay down. Early the next morning, Xiao woke up and went to the stable to let out Heiyun and Bai Shui. As soon as the 2 little horses came out of the stable, they immediately galloped around, kicking up a cloud of dust. They can run so fast at such a young age. They'll be amazing when they grow up. Looking at the 2 athletic little horses, Sun Jiangwo also liked them a lot. It was clear they were something special. Yeah, I'm also looking forward to seeing how they grow up. Ordinary horses would only walk at this age, but Heiyun and Bai Shui were already running energetically. The field was now fenced with wooden rails, so they wouldn't cause trouble anymore. Xiao then went to get 2 buckets of feed and brought them over. Heiyun, Bai Shui, come here. Xiao called out to them, and the 2 horses immediately ran over and buried their heads in the buckets to eat. At that moment, Sun Jiangwo rushed over in a panic, saying, Xiao, it seems like the trees we planted last night have increased a lot. It's really strange. Isn't more better? Come eat. Xiao stood up and looked at the distant maple forest, which indeed looked much broader. It now measured about 150 acres. Sun Jiangwo scratched his head, not thinking too much about it. After feeding the 2 horses, Xiao gave Pang Xiao 10,000 yuan to buy a few water heaters. All right, I've been on the island for almost a month. It's just right to go out and have some fun. After receiving the money, Pang Xiao set off for Donghai City. Xiao then called Sun Jiangwo over, handed him a stack of money, and said, Old son, this is your salary for this month, 25,000. Go distribute it. It's been hard for a month. Sun Jiangwo took the money and said, Xiao, this is several thousand more. Thank you so much. Sun Jiangwo's wrinkled face was all smiles as he quickly called the others over. With just over 70,000 yuan left, Xiao decisively bought 7 more types of seeds and instructed Sun Jiangwo and the others to plant them. He also asked them to build another room to store the garbage processor. Then he set out on the boat, aimlessly wandering at sea. By evening, Xiao was ready to redeem the garbage processor. At that moment, Pang Xiao and Sun Jiangwo were busy installing the water heaters, so no one was paying attention. He then asked the Galaxy to place the garbage processor on the ground. With a flash of white light, a 2-meter diameter garbage processor appeared before him, with a round opening on top and a drainage hole at the bottom. Xiao called a few people over to move the garbage processor aside. Oh, Xiao, what is this thing? Pang Xiao walked over, looking at the large machine with curiosity. It's specifically used for processing garbage. Xiao explained, then connected the power and instructed them to dump the pile of garbage beside it into the processor. Soon, a buzzing sound came from it. Something's coming out. With a gasp, everyone saw a pile of yellow sludge fall out of the garbage processor. Xiao then said to everyone, from now on, all garbage will be processed here, and this sludge can be used as fertilizer. Upon hearing this, Pang Xiao couldn't help but tease, what goes in is garbage, and what comes out is nutrients. Du Jiang watched the last serving of golden rice being carried out from the kitchen, feeling quite emotional. There were still many customers wanting to make reservations, but they would have to wait for 2 months, and the restaurant was supplying 2 other types of vegetables now. Manager Du, I didn't even get enough of this golden rice before it was gone. That's really not fair. Are you hiding it for yourself? A plump man came over, rubbing his belly and picking his teeth. Boss Wong, I just served you the last portion of golden rice. Isn't that enough? Du Jiang felt a headache coming on. Many people were almost fighting over the golden rice, and one misstep could offend someone. Just kidding, Du. Call me when you have golden rice again. Definitely. Take care. At that moment, in the Mucheng Western restaurant, Wang Mucheng was resting her chin on her hands, daydreaming. Zhu Mei sat down and said, Manager, what are you thinking about? Our restaurant's business has improved a lot. It has indeed improved quite a bit, but ever since we ran out of diamond cabbage, it suddenly feels very quiet. Wang Mucheng sighed. missing the taste of diamond cabbage so much that thinking about it made her mouth water. Yes, our restaurant used to be bustling with customers. It was so good. Now it feels a bit unaccustomed. I'm thinking about my potatoes and cucumbers, but they won't be ready until 2 months later. I can't wait. Wang Mucheng was also looking forward to the potatoes and cucumbers, believing that they would liven up the restaurant again. Chapter 29, Picking Vegetables. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Yi Xiao's days on the island were quite leisurely, just walking the horses and watering the sugar maple forest. Xiao Yi, those 7 acres of vegetables have matured and looked delightful. If they weren't all sold, I'd really want to take a bite. Pang Xiao came over, munching on a radish, looking drool-worthy. Let us wait a bit longer. Soon we'll be able to eat our fill. Yi Xiao also showed a hint of anticipation. He had only tasted a bit and had no chance to eat to his heart's content. He then called Wang Mucheng and the others to come and pick vegetables. As soon as Wang Mucheng received the call, she immediately jumped up and said to all the staff, "Stop everything. Today we are going to the island to pick vegetables. Get ready, we will set off soon." "Okay, manager." Upon hearing this, Zhu Mei and the others were very excited. They would finally get to eat well. When Wang Mucheng led the staff downstairs, she saw Du Jiang also coming out with his staff. The two exchanged smiles and headed towards the dock together. When Xiao Dahai saw Du Jiang approaching, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "Manager Du, as soon as I received your call, I prepared the boat." Du Jiang nodded and walked towards the boat. Wang Mucheng looked at Xiao Dahai and asked, "Boss Xiao, I also called to book a boat. Why didn't you ask me first?" "Miss Wang, it's all the same. Come on, your boat is over here." Xiao Dahai smiled and resolved the issue, leading Wang Mucheng towards the boat. Before long, Zhang Ming and the others also arrived at the dock. One person looked at Zhang Ming and asked, "Manager Zhang, your restaurant spent quite a bit on promoting the diamond cabbage. I assume the reservations must be quite a few." "It's all right. We have quite a few reservations too. It seems like there are rich people everywhere. That's normal. After all, Donghai City is the most developed coastal city. So it's reasonable that there are many wealthy people. Let us head to island number 4. Those clients with reservations are more anxious than we are." For hours later, Wang Mucheng and the others disembarked on island number 4 and hurried towards the vegetable field. "Wow, it's so beautiful," Wang Mucheng exclaimed as she looked at the sparkling vegetable field. The broccoli was so green it looked like it could drip water. And the tomatoes were a vibrant red, almost translucent, with the juice inside clearly visible. At this moment, Du Jiang, Zhang Ming, and others looked at the vegetables in the field, which were as exquisite as artworks, and they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Although they had seen golden rice and diamond cabbage before, seeing the entire 7 acres of vegetable field before them was still quite shocking. "Stop staring. Let us get to work," Du Jiang said as he saw the staff taking out their phones to take pictures, and he hurried them along. Soon, everyone began to work busily, carefully picking the vegetables from the ground. However, unlike the others who wore smiles, Zhang Ming looked rather unhappy, as he noticed that there were significantly fewer diamond cabbages in the field, at least 30 fewer. At this moment, Pang Xiao approached Zhang Ming and said, "Manager Zhang, I'm really sorry. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, we lost 30 diamond cabbages. We can refund the corresponding amount. Since it's an unforeseen circumstance, let us drop it for now," Zhang Ming replied, waving his hand as if he didn't care. However, he coldly laughed inside. There was definitely no unforeseen circumstance. They must have sold the cabbages at a high price to someone else. If it weren't for needing their help, he would have already sued them into bankruptcy. Zhu Mei was picking cucumbers in the field, and the cucumber in her hand felt very tender and smooth, so slippery it felt like it could slip away. At this moment, Wang Mucheng was munching on a cucumber, her small mouth moving continuously like a squirrel. "Manager, can we taste some?" Zhu Mei and the others looked at Wang Mucheng with eager expressions. "You can only eat one, no more." "Thank you, manager." Immediately, everyone began to eat the cucumbers, and a sweet juice flowed in their mouths. Each bite was incredibly crisp. At this moment, the others looked on with envy, as they could only watch. After all, not all bosses were as generous as Wang Mucheng, and that one cucumber was worth at least several thousand. Wang Mucheng had 2 cucumbers in her bag, and she was holding one munching on it as she leisurely walked towards Yi Xiao. When she approached and saw 2 very beautiful horses, her eyes immediately lit up. She wanted to reach out and touch Bai Shui, but Bai Shui immediately turned its head away, showing a wary expression. Hearing this, Yi Xiao smiled as well. Those 2 horses, He Yun, had grown quickly over the past 2 months, now standing waist-high, very strong and spirited. Besides him, no one else could get close. "What are you laughing at? You're just like them, not at all likable." Wang Mucheng rolled her eyes at Yi Xiao. Her eyes filled with affection as she looked at the 2 horses. "Do you want to touch them?" Yi Xiao asked as he leaned closer. Wang Mucheng nodded without hesitation. At that moment, Yi Xiao grabbed Wang Mucheng's hand, and she felt a warm and delicate sensation as he placed it on Bai Shui's body. Wang Mucheng was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to hold her hand, and her face immediately turned red. How long are you going to hold my hand? Even taking advantage should have its limits. After a moment, Wang Mucheng's playful reprimand came out. I'm not taking advantage of you. I'm just helping you get closer to them. Wang Mucheng was already used to his thick-skinned behavior. Looking at the vast area of sugar maple forest in the distance, she asked, when did you plant such a large area of trees? It was planted 2 months ago. There will be a large maple forest here, with fiery red maple leaves everywhere. It'll be beautiful, Xiao replied, imagining the scene of the maple forest in full bloom. That does sound beautiful, Wang Mucheng nodded in agreement. After several hours, the vegetables in the field were finally harvested, and everyone gradually began to leave. Pang Xiao saw that Wang Mucheng was eager to leave and hurriedly stepped up to stop her, saying, Mucheng, let us play a bit longer. We haven't even talked much. What is there to talk about? I see you and Xiao chatting happily. Now that I'm here, there's no time. You prioritize romance over friendship. Chapter 30. The Charm of Cucumbers. As soon as Wang Mucheng arrived at the restaurant, she saw that many people were sitting inside, mostly women from her circle, whom she recognized. When those people saw Wang Mucheng, they immediately surrounded her, chattering excitedly. I heard you went to pick vegetables. And you brought cucumbers. Show us, let us see. Yeah, hurry up, we can't wait. Xiao Na leaned over and whispered, they love the diamond cabbage you had before, and everyone has been eagerly anticipating the cucumbers. Hurry and show them. Wang Mucheng nodded and had some cucumbers brought out. Wow, they don't even have thorns. Oh my gosh, they're so slippery, it's hard to hold on to them. They taste amazing, crispy, simply perfect. They didn't disappoint me at all. When those girls saw the cucumbers, they all rushed over, playing with them while giving their evaluations. Wang Mucheng couldn't help but shudder at their bold comments. Mucheng, how much are you selling these cucumbers for? One person asked. Don't. You sell dishes too. Selling directly is the same, right? As soon as this was said, many others chimed in. Seeing the excited group of girls in front of her, Wang Mucheng knew she couldn't refuse to sell to them. So she said, it's not impossible to buy them, but the quantity is limited. I can only sell 20. Oh. Upon hearing that only 20 were available, everyone couldn't help but sigh, but at least it was better than nothing. So they immediately started to bid. I'll pay 5,000 each. 8,000. 10,000. 20,000. No one else can compete with me. In no time, the 20 cucumbers were snatched up, and those who didn't get any started to plead with Wang Mucheng. Mucheng, I'm your good friend. Please sell me one. I don't need more, just one will do. Yeah, there are hardly any left, just give us one. Mucheng Jia, good sister. Faced with their persistent requests, Wang Mucheng was at a loss, and she hurriedly asked Xiao Na. Na, think of a way. I am almost falling apart from them. Joanna shrugged and said, what else can we do? We can only give them what they want. Wang Mucheng sighed deeply, saying that selling cucumbers to them was the only way to settle things. Meanwhile, Zhangming's store also began selling vegetables one after another. And due to the promotion over the past 2 months, the reservations had already piled up for months ahead. Zhangming was inspecting the kitchen, inquiring about the situation with the diamond cabbage. Because there were over 30 fewer than reserved, many reservations had to be cancelled, which would likely offend quite a few customers. The head chef shook his head and talked about the current situation. Then we must raise the price. I can't let the hotel suffer losses, or that would be my dereliction of duty. Zhangming quickly made a decision, and luckily, the diamond cabbage was exclusive to their hotel, which was good news. Zhang Luan walked over and said, Director Du, Wang Mucheng's restaurant is doing very well too, especially with the cucumbers. Customers are buying them one by one. There's hardly any time to use them for cooking. This was normal. Girls always had a particular fondness for cucumbers. Du Jiang smiled. Particularly fond? Why? At this moment. Zhang Luan showed a confused expression. Seeing this, Du Jiang patted his shoulder and laughed. It's better not to know. Otherwise, you might develop a phobia of cucumbers. Zhang Luan scratched his head, unsure what kind of impact cucumbers could have. After all, he loved cucumbers the most. Dingling. In the middle of the night, Wang Mucheng was sleeping soundly when she was suddenly awakened by a ringing sound. Reluctantly, she pressed the answer button. Immediately, Joanna's scream came through. Mucheng, the hydrating effect of this cucumber is incredible. After one application, my face feels so tender, it's like it could drip water. You must try it. And save me some cucumbers. Wang Mucheng was furious to receive a call in the middle of the night just about cucumbers, so she hung up the phone. However, as soon as she hung up, the ringing continued incessantly, and all the calls were about cucumbers. With no choice, Wang Mucheng turned off her phone, tossed it aside, and pulled the blanket over her head. The next afternoon, Wang Mucheng finally woke up, turned her phone back on, and found that her phone had nearly exploded with calls. When she arrived at the restaurant, she saw Zhu Mei waiting outside. Upon seeing Wang Mucheng, Zhu Mei looked as if she had found a savior. I'm going to talk to them. This is a restaurant, not a vegetable market. Wang Mukin held her head high as she walked into the restaurant. Mukin, I used the cucumber last night, and the effect was really great. Where did you use it? Where else could it be? Only on my face. What did you think? Mukin, we came here specifically for cucumbers. If you don't sell them to us, we won't leave. Right? I had a lot of pimples on my face. But after using the cucumber once, they all disappeared. It's amazing. Seeing the excitement on their faces, Wang Mukin knew she couldn't refuse to sell cucumbers to them. So she said to everyone, everyone, please be patient. Today you can buy as much as you want until it's all sold out. After saying this, she walked towards the storage room. Zhu Mei followed her and asked, Manager, are you really going to sell all the cucumbers? You can see the current situation. I have no choice but to sell. Save me 50 cucumbers. No, 100 cucumbers. The rest can be sold. My poor cucumbers. They're either being used for beauty treatments or being eaten raw. Wang Mukin looked at the pile of cucumbers in front of her and sighed. She had previously researched cucumber dishes, but now they were all useless. Soon, the restaurant was filled with a bidding sound. Chapter 31, Fake Diamond Cabbage. At this time, Zheng Dong was walking down the street with a few university classmates, preparing to find a restaurant to eat. A restaurant not far away caught their attention. With a sign outside claiming to sell diamond cabbage, golden rice, flaming tomatoes, and other specialty dishes for 500 yuan per serving, attracting a crowd outside. 500 per serving? That's too cheap. I've heard that those high-end restaurants charge over 10,000 per serving. This is clearly a scam. Zheng Dong remained rational and expressed his opinion. Anyway, we have nothing to do, and there are quite a few people. Let us go see the excitement. One person ran ahead. Seeing this, Zheng Dong followed. At that moment, a couple who had finished dining walked out, and Zheng Dong stopped them to ask, how was the taste? Did you get scammed? Scammed. The taste is quite good. It's not your ordinary cabbage or rice. 500 per serving is a great deal. I heard there aren't many servings left today. If you want to eat, you better hurry. The man explained with a smile, then walked away with his girlfriend. Hearing this, many hesitant people rushed into the restaurant, fearing they would miss out. Shall we go in? If it's real, we would have struck gold. After all, diamond cabbage is a top-tier ingredient that we wouldn't normally encounter. One person glanced at Zheng Dong and the others, revealing a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Let us go in and take a look first to avoid being scammed. Zheng Dong also felt a bit hopeful. When they entered the restaurant, a waiter immediately welcomed them and led them to a table. Zheng Dong asked the waiter, is your diamond cabbage real? How can it be so cheap? Our boss has a source, which is why it's so cheap. Those high-end restaurants sell diamond cabbage for 10,000 yuan, and not everyone can afford it. Our boss is quite kind-hearted, which is why it's so cheap. The waiter explained with a smile. All right, then I'll have a serving of diamond cabbage. Hearing the waiter's introduction, Zheng Dong decided to give it a try. I'll have a serving of diamond cabbage too. Hurry up. I want golden rice. Soon, the waiter brought the dishes. Zheng Dong and the others were stunned at what was placed in front of them. The so-called diamond cabbage was just cabbage sprinkled with some pearl powder, shimmering under the light, while the golden rice was simply fried to a golden color. What the heck? This golden rice is too hard. I might chip a tooth. The diamond cabbage tasted bland, just boiled cabbage. It was simply too awful. Not to mention spending 500 yuan. Even if it were free, they wouldn't eat it. Oh no, we've been scammed. That couple was clearly a setup. We can't let this go. This is obviously fraud. Everyone began banging the table, looking furious. Zheng Dong picked up a piece of cabbage and put it in his mouth, immediately spitting it out. It tasted like chewing wax. And it was definitely not worth 500 yuan. Just as they were about to find the manager to complain, a group of burly men suddenly surrounded them, shouting, what are you shouting about? Finish eating and get lost. What do you mean? We can eat as long as we want. You are clearly defrauding consumers. I'm going to report you. Yes, we're going to report you. At this moment, a burly man stepped forward and disdainfully said, get lost, complain wherever you want. Hearing this, Zheng Dong became upset and flipped the table, shouting, if you don't refund our money, we're not going anywhere. You little brat, you're quite bold. As soon as he finished speaking, the man grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it on Zheng Dong's head, causing Zheng Dong to collapse on the ground. Dongzi, the others, seeing this scene, rushed over, grabbed whatever they could, and started fighting. However, after a brief moment, Zheng Dong and the others were thrown out. At that moment, in the office, a fierce-looking, pot-bellied man was smoking a cigar, exhaling smoke, while a man in his 50s was kneeling in front of him. Boss phone. I will definitely pay you back the money I owe you. Please give the restaurant back to me. Although my restaurant is not big, it has been around for decades. And if this continues, my reputation will be ruined. Lao Xiao, I definitely can't pay you back right away. So can you let me borrow this restaurant for a few days to offset my debt? Boss phone puffed out a smoke ring, looking quite arrogant. Boss phone, you can't do this. Big brother, I made tens of thousands tonight. Making money is just too easy. Big brother, you really know how to do business. You know how to leverage the reputation of diamond cabbage. A person walked into the office and lit a cigarette. The newly released diamond cabbage and other vegetables are very popular among the upper class, and naturally, there will be people looking to take advantage of it. 500 yuan for real diamond cabbage? Dream on. Boss Feng extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray. The reason he took over this restaurant was to make money by selling fake diamond cabbage, and it seems that the results are quite good. This situation can't last long. At most, it will be a matter of half a month, and by then, we won't have the opportunity to make money. Boss Feng had already considered the consequences of this situation. For now, he would earn as much as he could. Feng Bao shook his head, saying that no industry is easy to operate in. Hearing this, Boss Feng fell into deep thought, rubbing his chin. If he wanted to continue in the catering industry, he must get his hands on real diamond cabbage, and then he could set the price as he wished. That would be extremely profitable. With this thought in mind, he immediately asked Feng Bao to find out who was supplying diamond cabbage. Finding a source wouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, many restaurants in Donghai City were advertising the sale of diamond cabbage and other vegetables, and soon, diamond cabbage and similar vegetables appeared in various restaurants like bamboo shoots after the rain. Chapter 32. Affected. Du Jiang sat by the window of the Hongsong restaurant, holding a newspaper, his brows deeply furrowed. The hottest news recently was undoubtedly about diamond cabbage, flaming tomatoes, and other vegetables. Now, many restaurants had launched these dishes, but most were just using the names to hype things up, with prices that were not cheap at all, leading many people to believe it was true, resulting in many being scammed. Several restaurants had already been punished by the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Manager Du, the big stall downstairs has launched diamond cabbage for 100 yuan a serving. If I weren't working here, I might have fallen for it too. Zhang Luan walked over, teasing while wiping the glass. There's nothing to be done. The trend of sales is too severe. Most are using diamond cabbage as a pretense to scam money, leaving the customers to suffer. Notify them that starting today, the supply of flaming tomatoes and broccoli will be unlimited. We need to sell out as soon as possible. Du Jiang put down the newspaper and quickly formulated the restaurant sales strategy. Hearing this, Zhang Luan immediately leaned in and asked, Manager Du, are you saying our restaurant will also be affected? Du Jiang stood up, shaking his head. Now diamond cabbage is everywhere. There will be some impact, and the government will definitely not ignore it. It's safer to sell out quickly, so go remind Wang Muching to prepare. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luan laughed and said, Manager Du, you may not know, but Wang Muching had already sold out long ago. Hundreds of kilograms of cucumbers sold out in a day, and there were no limits on the potato dishes. They're probably almost sold out now. By the way, the 7 acres of vegetables that Xiao planted will mature next month. Should we buy them in advance? The situation is unclear. Let's wait and see. Many restaurants and hotels are probably observing. I understand. At this moment, Pang Xiao got off the boat, looking anxious as he walked over to Xiao and said, Xiao Yi, I've heard some bad news. Many restaurants are advertising diamond cabbage to attract consumers, and as a result, several have been punished by the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Hearing this, Xiao's expression darkened. Now, diamond cabbage and these vegetables easily cost over 10,000 yuan a serving. In reality, such high prices have been hyped up. With so many restaurants following the trend, something is bound to happen. I've also heard that the restaurants that previously purchased our vegetables are now observing. If the situation worsens, our position will be very difficult. Pang Xiao expressed his concerns, as some things may be popular for a time, but can quickly disappear from people's sight and never be mentioned again. Don't worry. I have confidence in the quality of our vegetables. There will always be a way out. Xiao was not worried about the sales of vegetables on the island, but the emergence of so many fake diamond cabbages would inevitably affect the reputation of the vegetables from the island. With that in mind, he decided to go to Donghai City to get the latest updates. Soon, Xiao and Pang Xiao set off for Donghai City. Wang Muching had Zhu Mei bring up 3 steaks, handing them to Xiao and Pang Xiao, saying, You two are honored guests. It's rare for you to come to my little shop. Muching, we came here as soon as we docked. That's quite generous. Pang Xiao said as he took a bite of the steak, speaking indistinctly. By the way, there will be new dishes maturing next month, right? Save them all for me. Wang Muching elegantly cut the beef with her knife and fork. While eating, Xiao asked, I've heard that there are many counterfeit vegetables from the island on the market. Aren't you worried about being implicated? Wang Muching replied confidently, What do I have to worry about? Real gold is not afraid of fire. Xiao was very confident. Wang Muching finished the last piece of beef on her plate and asked, Where are you two staying tonight? Why not come to my house? After all, I'm alone. Sure. As soon as she finished speaking, Pang Xiao immediately agreed without hesitation, his face beaming with joy. Seeing him like this, Xiao nudged Pang Xiao's arm, telling him not to embarrass himself. When they arrived at Wang Muching's house, Pang Xiao was extremely excited, constantly looking around as if he were Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. You better not do anything disgusting in my room, otherwise you'll be in for it. After warning them, Wang Muching walked into the house and closed the door. Xiao Yi, did you hear that? You better behave. Pang Xiao looked at Yi Xiao seriously. Hey, why are you blaming me? It's this guy? Yi Xiao smiled and shook his head. When he entered the room, he saw Pang Xiao hugging a pillow with a big smile on his face. So he said, Wang Muching probably hasn't slept with this pillow, so don't think too much. I just find it comfortable to hug. Where are your thoughts going? That's too evil. Pang Xiao shook his head and placed the pillow under his head to sleep. Since the last time Zheng Dong was scammed by the restaurant, he had been feeling uneasy, especially with frequent reports about such news. So he joined a group where everyone had been scammed by restaurants. Sunset Everest. Last time I went to a restaurant and ate a cucumber. It cost me 1,000 yuan. Thinking about it now just makes me angry. Daydream. I'm the same. These unscrupulous merchants only scam us common people. I wish I could smash their shops. Red Wolf. What's the use of just talking? If you really want to do something, let's take action to vent our anger. I have an idea. Winter. Hurry up and tell us. What's the idea? Red Wolf. I know a restaurant that specializes in deceiving customers with fake diamond cabbage. Let's go smash that place. It's a good way to vent for all of us. Little cute girl. Won't this be illegal? If the police come, we'll be in trouble. Red Wolf. What are you afraid of? As the saying goes, the law doesn't punish the many. If we go as a group, at most we will just get warned. And let those scammers know we are not easy to bully. Big Flower Sedan. Fine, count me in. Winter, I'm going too. In a short while, dozens of people signed up in the group, and they agreed to meet at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. In a room, a young man closed his laptop. A sly smile appearing on his face, then he got up and walked out. Chapter 33, Wealthy Women. In an inconspicuous restaurant, Yang Tai was sitting with a rebellious young man drinking tea. Shen Yi, while placing his teacup down, said, Brother Yang, the matter you wanted me to handle is ready. I've stirred up dozens of people in the group, and tomorrow we'll definitely smash that Hong Song restaurant. Most of the people in the group are just there to join in the fun. They probably won't have the guts to actually do it. Yang Tai smiled, voicing his concerns. Don't worry, I'll find a few brothers to blend in, and let them take the lead. Once those people see they can't back out, they'll definitely join in the smashing. Shen Yi had already considered this point. Yang Tai handed over a bulging envelope, saying, This is the deposit. I hope to hear good news tomorrow. I handle things, don't worry. Shen Yi glanced at the envelope and then left satisfied. Yang Tai's lips curled up in a smirk. Damaging the Hong Song restaurant would make life difficult for Yi Xiao as well, which is why he had Shen Yi go and smash it. What about Mu Cheng? Aren't you calling her out to eat? After finishing a bowl of porridge, Pang Xiao noticed Wang Mu Cheng was missing and asked, Don't worry about her. She might sleep until noon. I've knocked on her door several times, but she didn't wake up. Yi Xiao stuffed a bun into his mouth. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Mu Cheng emerged from her room in a pink pajama set, wearing an eye mask, glancing at the two of them and saying, You two heartless ones. Eating without calling me. I knocked on your door several times, and you didn't wake up. No wonder. I was wondering which little brat disturbed my sleep. Turns out it was you. Pang Xiao saw the two start bickering again and quickly stepped aside to avoid getting involved. After having a bun, Wang Mucheng looked at Yi Xiao and asked, Where are you planning to go after dinner? Hearing this, Wang Mucheng's eyes lit up as she said, Why don't you guys accompany me to stroll around? You're isolated on this island. It would be good for you to see some sights. Before Yi Xiao could agree, Pang Xiao chimed in eagerly, Sure. We haven't gone shopping together yet. The three of them quickly tidied up and headed downstairs to a nearby mall. They first arrived at a men's clothing store, and Wang Mucheng said to the two, Choose whatever you want, it's on me. No way, we're men after all. How can we take your things? Pang Xiao immediately shook his head in refusal, as he couldn't lose face. Wang Mucheng didn't mind and continued browsing in the mall. Before long, the three of them arrived at a lingerie store. Wang Mucheng was browsing inside while Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao waited outside. As they looked at the myriad of lingerie on display, Pang Xiao leaned over to Yi Xiao and said, Little Yi, I've seen these kinds of lingerie on my dream lover thousands of times. Isn't Wang Mucheng your dream lover? Be careful she hears you and comes after you. Yi Xiao pointed at Pang Xiao's head. You don't know, Wang Mucheng really isn't my dream lover. As he said this, Pang Xiao's eyes showed a hint of warmth. Just then, he saw Wang Mucheng holding a piece of lingerie, preparing to check out. So he walked over and said, Mucheng, let me buy this for you. Wang Mucheng looked at Pang Xiao with interest and said, You better think it through. It will cost a lot. What does it matter? But as Pang Xiao looked at the price tag showing 30,000, his voice suddenly trailed off. Staring at the attendant and asking, Does this lingerie have gold or diamonds on it? Why is it so expensive? At this moment, Pang Xiao had nothing to say. A piece of lingerie costing 30,000 was worth more than he was. Wang Mucheng glanced at Yi Xiao and said, Your brother is in trouble. Aren't you going to help him? All right, I'll just buy it myself. Card. Wang Mucheng didn't dwell on the issue anymore, handing her card to the attendant. However, she couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened, thinking that she had no charm in front of Yi Xiao. If it were another man, even if it were 300,000, there would be someone willing to pay for her. At this time, Xiao felt helpless too. If he had money, he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity to win a smile from her. But unfortunately, he only had a few $100. Soon after, Wang Mucheng bought a lot more items, shoes and clothes, none costing less than 10,000. After one shopping trip, she spent over 200,000. The world of the wealthy was truly incomprehensible. Now I've given up on Mucheng. Even if we get together, I can't afford to support her. Pang Xiao looked at the dozen or so bags in front of him and finally realized something. Indeed, being with such a wealthy woman comes with considerable pressure. Xiao nodded in agreement. Pang Xiao leaned closer to Xiao and whispered, "Little Yi, I think you and Mucheng have a chance. If you put in some effort, you can definitely win her over. I believe in you." Xiao simply smiled faintly, wanting to take things naturally. For now, everything was focused on developing the island. When Wang Mucheng came out of the restroom, Pang Xiao said, "Let's go out to eat together tonight. I know a barbecue place that's really good. We'll treat." "Sure. I also want to eat barbecue. Let us go." Wang Mucheng readily agreed. In the evening, the three of them arrived at a barbecue restaurant, and Wang Mucheng's appearance also attracted the attention of many around them. "Boss, bring us 30 skewers of kidney, 20 lamb skewers, 10 brain skewers, and a case of beer." After sitting down, Pang Xiao waved his hand to place the order. Before long, steaming, fragrant skewers were brought to the table. Wang Mucheng grabbed a handful and began to eat, showing no restraint, occasionally taking a sip of beer. Looking quite carefree and bold, the three of them ate and drank, creating a lively and harmonious atmosphere. At this moment, Pang Xiao glanced at Xiao, then asked Wang Mucheng, "Mucheng, what kind of boyfriend do you plan to find in the future? As long as he treats me well." "So simple. Just treating you well is enough." Pang Xiao looked at her in disbelief. Chapter 34, Smash the Store. Wang Mucheng noticed Pang Xiao's disbelief, took a bite of meat, and asked, "You don't believe me? What do you think my requirements for a boyfriend are? I've seen too many rich and handsome guys, no matter how rich they are. They can't compare to me. So I just want someone who treats me well and whom I like." Wang Mucheng's face turned slightly red, revealing a hint of drunkenness in her eyes. "In that case, what do you think about little Yi being your boyfriend?" Pang Xiao signaled Xiao to wait for the answer. The attendant walked over and said, "That will be $120. So expensive." Xiao took out a few hundred yuan bills, counting them several times before handing over two. "You've earned over 200 million. And you're complaining that this 100 plus is expensive. How stingy." Wang Mucheng teased him, seeing how frugal he was. "Then I misjudged you. It turns out you're not stingy, but really have no money. Let's go? It's getting late." Wang Mucheng stood up and walked outside. At this moment, in the bustling commercial street in the city center, Shun Yi was leading Zheng Dong and over 30 others toward the Hong Song restaurant. One person walked up to Zheng Dong and whispered, "Dongzi, I see quite a few shady characters inside. They look like gangsters. What if something happens?" "Don't worry. We're just here to watch the fun. As long as we don't take action, it'll all be fine." Zheng Dong had already planned to just observe the scene. He really didn't have the guts to smash the store. When a group of people arrived outside the Hong Song restaurant, Shun Yi said to everyone, "It's this restaurant, specifically designed to scam customers, and they really do it hard. Today we are going to smash this place." Just then, one person stepped forward, pointing angrily at the Mucheng Western restaurant and said, "I was scammed out of tens of thousands here last time. That was my hard-earned money. I want to smash this place today." Upon hearing this, Shun Yi carefully looked at the person in front of him and realized he wasn't one of the social figures he had recruited. He seemed to be a genuine victim. However, remembering that Yang Tai wanted to target the Hong Song Western restaurant, he replied, "Let's smash this place first, and then we'll smash that Mucheng Western restaurant later." "That's not going to work. If we smash this place, the police will definitely come, and we won't be able to smash the Mucheng Western restaurant at all. Come on, I just want to smash this one." Qin Yang was very insistent. Since he wants to smash this place, then let him. After all, they are all unscrupulous merchants. Yeah, smashing any restaurant is the same. If someone wants to vent their anger, let them. We are smashing the store just to vent. Let us go smash that Mucheng Western restaurant. The group was very supportive of Qin Yang, seeing that the few people he invited were useless in persuading them and that public opinion was against him. Shun Yi could only lead the group towards the Mucheng Western restaurant. Zhu Mei saw a group of people entering the restaurant and immediately welcomed them with a smile, saying, "Welcome, everyone. How many of you are dining today?" "Dining? Get out of the way. Who would eat in such a scam restaurant?" A youth from the underworld pushed Zhu Mei aside, then commanded others to start smashing things. The customers in the restaurant were terrified and quickly fled, fearing they would get caught up in it, and screams erupted. Besides those social youths, many others rushed up, grabbing chairs and smashing them everywhere. Shen Yi quietly slipped to the side and called Yang Tai, explaining the reason for changing the target to smash. "What? You smashed the Mucheng Western restaurant?" Upon hearing this, Yang Tai frowned. realizing they were supposed to smash the Hong Song restaurant, but they ended up smashing Wang Mucheng's place. If she found out, he would have no hope of pursuing Wang Mucheng anymore. Yang Tai then instructed Shun Yi to manage the situation. Damn it, rich people really know how to play. And they want to be heroes saving beauties. Shun Yi hung up the phone and spat on the ground. The restaurant was smashed by a group of inexplicable people, and he had to go there immediately. Someone was messing with his business, and he couldn't let that slide. Wang Mucheng got into her car, ready to head to the restaurant. Xiao Yezi, let us follow them. There might still be a chance to be a hero saving a beauty. Pang Xiao unhesitatingly opened the car door and jumped in. Hero saving beauty? Just don't let the beauty save the hero later. Yi Xiao shook his head and followed. When Wang Mucheng arrived at the restaurant, she saw the place in total disarray, and a surge of anger welled up inside her. Damn it. How dare they make trouble in my territory? They must be tired of living. With that, she picked up a bottle of red wine and smashed it over one person's head. There was a loud crash, and the wine bottle shattered, causing the person to fall to the ground. Wow, this girl is quite fierce, a thorny rose. Shun Yi approached Wang Mucheng, ready to tease her. However, the next moment, Wang Mucheng delivered a swift kick, and with a scream, Shun Yi fell to the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat beads forming. Why talk so much nonsense? Dare to smash my store, I'll make you wish you were dead. Wang Mucheng looked at Shun Yi, who was lying on the ground and unconscious, feeling very relieved. That kick had used all her strength. The others watching this scene felt a chill down their spines. That move was undoubtedly the most lethal blow for a man. At this moment, Zheng Dong and others retreated to the side. They were just there to watch the fun, and now that they faced the main character, they naturally had to back down, losing their previous bravado. However, the few social youths remained undeterred, swaggering as they sat in chairs, smoking and looking disdainfully at Wang Mucheng. Daring to smoke in my place? Just wait. Wang Mucheng glared at the few of them and immediately turned to enter the kitchen. Shortly after, she returned with a basin of steaming hot water and splashed it straight at them. Ah, it's scalding. You foul woman, how dare you throw hot water at us? Oh no, it's burning me. Help, help, we're being killed. The reaction of the few was quick, but two of them got splashed with hot water, their skin already blistering as they writhed on the ground in agony. Chapter 35, Showing Off as a Hero. Li Gang watched as his two underlings rolled on the ground in pain. His expression darkened as he pointed at Wang Mucheng and threatened, "You foul woman. My brothers are seriously injured. If you don't pay, I'll call the police." Seeing his smug face, Wang Mucheng crossed her arms and sneered, "Want money? No problem, I'll cover the medical expenses. I just don't know if you want a leg or an arm broken." You. Li Gang had been in the underworld for so many years and had never encountered such a fierce woman. Pang Xiao looked at Wang Mucheng's dominance and turned to Yi Xiao, saying, "We want to help, but we can't." She directly beat him up and is offering to cover the medical expenses. We really don't understand the world of the rich. What are you doing? In a society governed by law, smashing stores? Is there no law? Just then, Yang Tai walked in with a righteous expression, pointing angrily at Li Gang and the others. "Kid, who do you think you are?" One person walked up to Yang Tai and looked at him disdainfully. Yang Tai knew he had to make a show in front of Wang Mucheng, and that Shun Yi should have contacted these people, so without hesitation, he slapped that person's face and shouted, "Get lost. If I see you again, I'll..." Before he could finish, that person slapped Yang Tai back. Yang Tai covered his face, incredulous as he said, You actually hit me. I hit you. You want to be a hero saving a beauty? I want to see if you have that ability." Li Gang waved his hand and led his people to rush toward Yang Tai, punching and kicking him, while Yang Tai curled up on the ground, protecting his head. "Watch out." Yi Xiao saw a wine glass flying toward Wang Mucheng and quickly rushed up to shield her. The next moment, the wine glass hit his head and shattered. "Are you okay? Let me see." Wang Mucheng was moved to see Yi Xiao step up, and after checking, she found his head was fine, finally easing her worried heart. Everyone stop. Just then, a group of police rushed in and subdued Li Gang and the others. "Damn it. Come again if you have the guts." After Yang Tai stood up, he pretended to yell at Li Gang and the others, but at this point, he had already turned into a pig's head. Then he walked up to Wang Mucheng and asked with concern, "Mucheng, are you okay?" At this moment, Wang Mucheng ignored him and asked Yi Xiao if they should go to the hospital to check, in case there were any internal injuries. "No need. It's not that serious," Yi Xiao smiled. It was then that Wang Mucheng noticed Yang Tai's bruised face and said, "What happened to you? I have things under control, and you still went up. You should go to the hospital." Yang Tai forced a smile, even after getting beaten up and bruised. He didn't receive a word of praise from Wang Mucheng, while Yi Xiao, who was fine, was being cared for. At this time, Wang Mucheng noticed someone trying to sneak away and quickly walked up to stop him, only to find it was a familiar face. "Qin Yang, what are you doing here?" I was going to dine here, but then I saw a fight break out, so I stayed to watch the fun," Qin Yang said, his face flustered but finding a reason to brush it off. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Gang shouted, "Officer, it's him who told us to smash this store. He's the mastermind." "Yes, it's him." The others quickly echoed his words. Yi Xiao leaned over to Wang Mucheng and asked, "Do you know him?" At 11 o'clock, Wang Mucheng came out of the police station after compensating for the medical expenses of 2 people who got scalded, and then waited for further notice. After returning home, Wang Mucheng went straight into her room, threw her shoes aside, and burrowed into bed. Pang Xiao threw a can of beer to Yi Xiao and said, "Today feels a bit strange. If we're going to smash a store, it should be those that deceive consumers. How could it be Mucheng's store? Don't think too much about it. There are too many counterfeit island vegetables now. Mucheng's store might have been implicated." Yi Xiao took a sip of beer, increasingly worried about the situation. "That's indeed quite troublesome. Our vegetables have a bad reputation now. What should we do?" Pang Xiao shook his head helplessly. Things had been going well until this incident happened. Yi Xiao leaned back on the sofa, hoping that things wouldn't continue to deteriorate. Du Jiang had also been keeping an eye on news about island vegetables online these past few days. Although the industrial and commercial department had punished many restaurants for fraud, this situation still hadn't stopped. "Du General, it's bad news." At that moment, Jiang Luan rushed in with a serious expression, holding a newspaper. "What happened?" Du Jiang frowned deeply. Sensing that this time it might be serious, Jiang Luan handed over the newspaper and said, "The Good Luck restaurant has been exposed for selling fake diamond cabbage, and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau has issued a fine." "Damn it, what is Zhou Ming doing? They are a 5-star hotel. How could they do such a thing?" Du Jiang slammed the table in anger. Although many restaurants play tricks, those are just small shops. However, when a 5-star hotel does this, the damage to the industry is hard to estimate. There's nothing we can do. The price of island vegetables has been inflated too high, almost a sure profit. No wonder Zhou Ming has started thinking crookedly. "Du General, what should we do? Should we continue to purchase Yi Zhao's vegetables?" Jiang Luan stared seriously at Du Jiang. This was a very important decision for the Hong Song restaurant. Although true gold fears no fire, if the market doesn't recognize this true gold, no matter how much you refine it, it won't matter. I need to talk to Yi Xiao before making a decision. Du Jiang really liked island vegetables and wouldn't he give up unless absolutely necessary. Zhou Ming stood in the office, reporting to the chairman, "Chairman Chun, the issue of selling fake diamond cabbage has been exposed. What should we do now? This matter was proposed by you, and you've been with me for many years. However, I have to give the other directors an explanation. You should resign on your own." Chen Dong casually drew on a cigar, looking very calm, as if this were just a trivial matter. "Chairman Chen, I've followed you since I entered the hotel. If I resign, I definitely won't have a place in the catering industry. Can we consider another solution, like a fine or something?" Zhou Ming was still making a last-ditch effort. "You still have the chance to resign voluntarily. A board meeting will be held tomorrow, and you might be fired then. Your work history won't look good, and you won't enjoy the benefits of the hotel. I understand, I will resign." Chapter 36, Cooperative Restaurants. Yi Xiao sat on the sofa, looking at the newspaper about the punishment of the Good Luck Hotel for fraud, lamenting that when someone is down on their luck, even drinking cool water can get stuck in their teeth, and even a 5-star hotel had this news exposed. Not good, something big is wrong. At that moment, Pang Xiao walked out of the room, staring at his phone with a serious expression. "What's wrong?" "I already know about the Good Luck Hotel situation." Yi Xiao thought he was referring to that matter. Pang Xiao shook his head and said, "Not that. Many restaurant managers who are jealous have been summoned by the government and are not allowed to sell any food at high prices anymore. Our vegetables might be affected." Sigh. Yi Xiao sighed deeply. He had anticipated this situation, but he didn't expect it to really happen. Ding ding ding. The doorbell rang, and Yi Xiao opened the door to find Han Feng, who had come to the island to buy vegetables before. He asked, "Manager Han, what brings you here?" After entering, Han Feng stated his purpose directly. "I heard that the new vegetables you planted are about to mature, so I came to buy some." "Manager Han, you know the current situation. Are you still willing to buy my vegetables?" Yi Zhao's eye showed a hint of curiosity. "Although we can't sell your vegetables at high prices anymore, as long as the price is reasonable, there will still be a market." Han Feng did not hide the fact that the quality of the vegetables provided by Yi Xiao was very good. Even if they couldn't sell for the previous high prices, they wouldn't be far off, and they could still attract customers. Hearing this, Yi Xiao felt a bit more confident and asked, "Manager Han, I have a total of 7 acres of new vegetables. What price are you planning to offer?" "Going from 300,000 to 10,000. You're really good at bargaining." This is clearly bullying. Pang Xiao, unable to stand by, interrupted their conversation. "This is the market. There used to be a very popular dish called Supreme Radish King, which was once hyped up to 100,000 per serving, but it was just a flash in the pan and soon forgotten by the market." Han Feng sat back confidently, legs crossed. Yi Xiao knew what he was up to, but he really couldn't accept the price of 10,000. He said, "Thank you for your kindness, Manager Han. I hope we can collaborate in the future. Think it over. Here's my business card." Call me when you're ready. After leaving his business card, Han Feng stood up and left. Pang Xiao saw Yi Xiao in a daze and walked over to pat his shoulder, saying, Xiao Yi, you can't really be thinking of selling it for 10,000, right? Of course not. Our island's vegetables are not that cheap. Don't worry, there will be a way. Yi Xiao shook his head. He believed that there would be a way when the time came. In the following days, Yi Xiao met many people and received numerous calls, all wanting to buy vegetables from the island, but the prices were all very low. One day he received a call from Du Jiang, saying he had something to discuss, so he headed to the agreed coffee shop. Wang Mucheng followed him as soon as she saw him going out. After arriving at the coffee shop, Wang Mucheng glanced at Du Jiang inside and teased, You say, why do you two men meet in a coffee shop? If someone didn't know better, they might think you have an affair. Meeting at a hotel would imply an affair. Yi Xiao shot her a glance and walked in. After sitting down, Du Jiang spoke first. I wanted to talk to you about the situation with your island vegetables. You know the current situation. Many restaurants are pressing prices when purchasing, and the negative impact on island vegetables will continue for a while. If this continues, your vegetables may never recover, no matter how good the quality is. The market is that cruel. Yi Xiao had also considered this and had a response plan. I know many restaurants are selling inferior products under the guise of high quality, so I plan to only supply a few specific restaurants in the future to avoid such situations. Hearing this, Du Jiang's eyes lit up and he said, Your idea coincides with mine. Supplying a few restaurants not only enriches their menu but also ensures safety, preventing exploitation by unscrupulous restaurants. Do you have any targets for the cooperative restaurants? Not yet. I'm just about to start my investigation. This idea suddenly occurred to Yi Xiao. Wang Mucheng, who was standing nearby, became interested and leaned in, saying, What are you still investigating? My restaurant can collaborate with you. How about it? Sounds good, right? Du Jiang also chimed in, My restaurant can collaborate with you too. What do you think? Sure, no problem. For Yi Xiao, Mucheng's Western restaurant and Hongsong restaurant were the most suitable options. By the way, there's an agricultural expo next month, and agricultural companies or individuals from all over the country can participate. It will be held in Donghai. If we can attract attention at the expo, we might be able to eliminate the current negative impact regarding island vegetables. Du Jiang thought of an idea that could change the situation. Hearing this, Yi Xiao became interested and asked about the expo. In the following hour, Du Jiang detailed everything about the agricultural expo to Yi Xiao. After learning all about it, Yi Xiao was determined to participate. It could not only change the current unfavorable situation, but also promote the reputation of island vegetables. I can help you secure a spot for the exhibition. You just need to choose the vegetables to showcase, Du Jiang said. As he had friends in this area, and getting an exhibition spot should not be a problem. No problem. After agreeing, the three of them parted ways. As Wang Mucheng was about to open the car door to get in, Yi Xiao quickly stepped forward and opened the door, smiling as he said, Mucheng, be careful, don't bump your head. Wang Mucheng looked at Yi Xiao, wondering when he became so enthusiastic. Once back home, as soon as they entered, Yi Xiao handed her a pair of slippers and then poured a glass of water for her. Yi Xiao, you're being overly attentive for no reason. You must have ulterior motives. With my beauty and money, I have to be careful, Wang Mucheng teased, noticing Yi Xiao's busy demeanor. I just feel a bit embarrassed to be eating and living here for free, so I wanted to help out a bit. By the way, do you have any clothes to wash? Yi Xiao said with sincerity. Hearing this, a sly smile appeared on Wang Mucheng's face as she said, Since you want to help, I can't refuse. But my clothes are all expensive. They must be hand-washed. All right, no problem. Yi Xiao gestured and then walked into Wang Mucheng's bedroom. Chapter 37, Ice Leaf Day Flower. He immediately brought out the storage box, preparing to hand-wash the clothes. Remember, wash them clean, okay? Just as Wang Mucheng was about to give a few more reminders, she suddenly saw Yi Xiao staring at her underwear without blinking. So she rushed over and stuffed all the clothes into the washing machine. After doing all this, she said, If you have something to say, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. Well, I want to borrow some money from you. Yi Xiao rubbed his hands together, feeling embarrassed. Borrowing money from a girl still made his face heat up. No problem. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. How much do you want to borrow? Wang Mucheng readily agreed, as she was not lacking in money at all. Yi Xiao lowered his voice and said, 200,000. Is that okay? What? 200,000? Upon hearing this amount, the water Wang Mucheng had just sipped immediately sprayed out. She had lent money to others before, but at most it had been a few thousand. He was asking for 200,000 right off the bat, which was quite bold. If it's inconvenient for you, just forget it. Seeing her strong reaction, Yi Xiao realized it might not work out. Wang Mucheng waved her hand, saying, I'm quite convenient. You're the first person to borrow so much money from me. You don't even have to pay me back. Just sell your body. No, sell vegetables to pay off the debt. Seeing that there was a chance for money, Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Now there were some vegetables in the field that were about to mature, and if he could produce a special grade vegetable, It would make participating in the expo more promising. Soon, Wang Mucheng handed Yi Xiao a card, and Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao took their leave. Cheng Qi was busy attending to a client when he suddenly saw Yi Xiao and his companion approaching, so he immediately greeted them. Brother Yi, what brings you here? I came to buy some grass seeds. You should have some, right? Yi Xiao thought that He Yun and Bai Shui also needed pasture, so he planned to plant a few acres. Definitely. What kind of grass seeds do you need? I need pasture. The best I have here is ryegrass, which is very high-quality pasture. It matures and can be harvested in just over a month, and you can harvest it 8 to 9 times a year. I'll give it to you at cost, $20 a pound, and you'll need about 15 pounds per acre. Cheng Qi took out a bag of grass seeds and handed it to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao took a look and then said, all right, I'll take seeds for 10 acres. By the way, do you know what the best pasture is? He noted the name of sheep grass in his mind. After paying $3,000, he left with 150 pounds of ryegrass seeds. When he returned to the island, Yi Xiao called Sun Jiangwo over and handed him the ryegrass seeds to plant. Xiao Yi, if you plant another 10 acres of grass seeds, along with the 150 acres of sugar maple forest and nearly 50 acres of vegetables, water supply will become an issue. Sun Jiangwo expressed his concerns, as although the seawater was being purified day and night, the stored water was still insufficient. I understand, you can go now? After sending Sun Jiangwo away, Yi Xiao entered the system. He had learned earlier that the seawater purifier could be upgraded, but each upgrade would cost 500,000, which could meet the water needs for 500 acres of farmland. However, with only the 200,000 borrowed, upgrading the seawater purifier would have to wait. Yi Xiao then checked the information on sheepgrass and couldn't help but click his tongue. 1 acre of sheepgrass seeds cost 100,000. However, he could plant 10 acres, unlike vegetables which could only be planted on 1 acre. Given the funding issue, he had to temporarily set it aside. Right now, the most important thing was to find a suitable vegetable to participate in the agricultural expo. Although the ordinary vegetables provided by the system would certainly create some buzz, he still lacked something stunning to stand out. Ice leaf dayflower, that's the one. After searching in the system for an hour, Yi Xiao finally found a vegetable he was satisfied with. Ice leaf dayflower, a premium ingredient with high nutritional value, commonly known as ice grass or ice flower. Originally from the African desert and still very rare in the country, it was the first time he had heard this name. He then spent 100,000 to exchange for ice leaf dayflower seeds from the system. After all, it was a premium ingredient, and the price was indeed not cheap. Thinking that the agricultural expo would start in a month, Yi Xiao also exchanged for a growth hormone and a yield enhancer from the system. Then took a hoe and went out, planning to personally plant the ice leaf dayflower. An hour later, Yi Xiao finished planting an acre of ice grass and watered it well, then went to take a shower. Since the bathroom was equipped with a water heater, taking a shower had become much more convenient. Oh, Xiao Yi showering alone? At that moment, Pang Xiao walked in with his shirt off. Is it just one person or several? Yi Xiao rolled his eyes at him. Pang Xiao turned on the tap, and hot water poured down as he rubbed his head and said, Xiao Yi, you personally went to the fields today. What did you plant? Yi Xiao, wrapped in a towel, sat on a chair and asked, do you know about ice leaf dayflower? Ice leaf dayflower. Such a poetic name. What is it? Pang Xiao shook his head, indicating he had never heard of it. It's a very rare vegetable. I spent 100,000 on the seeds just to participate in next month's agricultural expo. What? The seeds cost 100,000? You must have very little left after borrowing money from Mucheng. Pang Xiao's eyes widened. It was the first time he had heard of seeds being so expensive. Yi Xiao nodded. He had only about 60 to 70,000 left from the 200,000 borrowed from Wang Mucheng. Now he understood what it meant to spend money like water. Pang Xiao shook his head, and the shock on his face quickly disappeared. After all, he had seen Yi Xiao spend over 2 million in just a few moments. By the way, have you fed He Yun and Bai Shui? Yi Xiao missed these 2 little horses after not seeing them for a day or 2. Yes, they've been eating more and growing too fast. In the blink of an eye, they've become half-grown horses. Pang Xiao was also a bit surprised at how quickly the 2 little horses were growing. Yi Xiao said while getting dressed, the more they eat, the faster they grow. I'm going to check on them. After saying that, he headed towards the stable. As soon as he arrived at the stable, He Yun and Bai Shui rushed over and licked Yi Xiao's hand. Good, I'll take you for a walk tomorrow. It's time to train you. Looking at how energetic He Yun and Bai Shui were in the stable, with well-developed muscles and seemingly full of energy, he decided to start training them tomorrow. Chapter 38, Trademark. Early the next morning, Yi Xiao arrived at the stable. As soon as he opened the door, He Yun and Bai Shui dashed out like a gust of wind, their manes waving in the breeze, their hooves flying beautifully. He then went to prepare their feed, and their food intake had noticeably increased, now requiring a big bucket instead of a small one. Come over, it's time to eat. At this time, Yi Xiao also took out the prepared reins to put on He Yun, but as soon as he got close, He Yun immediately pushed him away with its head. Hey, still throwing a tantrum? Be good. Yi Xiao reached out to pat Heiyun's head, but Heiyun immediately turned and ran away, forcing him to shift his attention to Baishua. Baishua also threw a fit, actually spitting at him and running off. Hey, it seems I've spoiled you too much. You've had too much freedom. Seeing that they were acting out, Yi Xiao decided it was time to discipline them. If this continued, they might get out of control and would probably need to be treated like ancestors in the future. The horsemen, you are mighty and strong. Yi Xiao rode his bicycle chasing after Heiyun and Baishua while humming a song. At this moment, Heiyun and Baishua saw Yi Xiao and ran away, leaving him far behind. However, Yi Xiao wasn't in a hurry. The island was this big, and he had time to exhaust them. But an hour later, Yi Xiao regretted it. His legs were getting weak, while Heiyun and Baishua were still full of energy, as lively as if nothing were wrong. Xiao Pang, it's your turn. Let's see who can outlast whom. Yi Xiao stopped and called Pang Xiao over. Don't worry, leave it to me. Pang Xiao made a gesture and then rode his bicycle, quickly chasing after Heiyun and Baishua, soon disappearing from view. Sigh, I don't believe they are made of iron. It's my turn now. Following that, Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao took turns, and by noon, Heiyun and Baishua finally slowed down, puffing out white breath, clearly tired. Haha, these two little rascals are finally worn out. I must put the reins on them. Seeing this, Pang Xiao dashed forward with the reins and successfully put them on Baishua, who no longer resisted. After successfully putting the reins on Heiyun, Yi Xiao led it to walk slowly, aiming to help them get used to the restraint of the reins. After walking the horses for a while, Yi Xiao also gave Heiyun and Baishua a bath and then tied them to a tree stump to bask in the sun. He then took the green fertilizer to feed the ice leaf flower, which required daily weeding and fertilizing, very precious indeed. That day, Ma Yuan was busy in the office planning for the agricultural expo. He was the person in charge of the expo, which was about to take place, arranging various matters, and was extremely busy. Knock, knock, knock. After hearing the knock on the door, Ma Yuan looked up and saw his friend Du Jiang. So he stood up to greet him, saying, Old Du, what a surprise to see you. Naturally, I came to see you because I missed you. Du Jiang walked over and sat down. I wouldn't know. You never come without a reason. What's the matter? Ma Yuan smiled, brewed a cup of tea, and handed it over. Du Jiang nodded and said, You know me well, but it's nothing major. I came to handle an exhibition for a friend and stopped by to see you. Ma Yuan understood why he was there and said, I can't help you with the exhibition. Just follow the normal procedures, and as long as the quality is excellent, there won't be any issues. You don't have to worry about the quality. It's guaranteed to be top-grade ingredients. Du Jiang spoke with confidence. Which company is it that you hold in such high regard? Seeing his enthusiasm, Ma Yuan became curious. Du Jiang took a sip of tea and said, You must have heard of it. It's the island vegetables, like diamond cabbage and golden rice. Ma Yuan nodded. I've indeed heard of them. The reputation of island vegetables is currently polarized. I've heard they are very expensive, and ordinary people can hardly afford them. The quality is unquestionable, but their reputation has been tarnished by some unscrupulous merchants. Well, I'm looking forward to these vegetables participating in the exhibition. It will attract more people to the agricultural expo and boost ticket sales. Old Ma, you have a keen eye for business. If you went into business, the industry would gain another genius. Don't flatter me. I can't compare to you. After leaving the office, Du Jiang immediately headed to island number 4 because he had an important matter to discuss with Yi Xiao. At that time, Yi Xiao was leading Heiyun and Baishua while also putting saddles on them to help them adapt and advance. These two horses are getting more and more spirited. They will definitely be fine horses when they grow up. Du Jiang came over and praised Heiyun and Baishua. Yes, they are full of energy every day and can't seem to stay idle. Du Jiang patted Heiyun and said, The agricultural expo is coming up soon, and I've noticed a problem that I think we should discuss. Your vegetables need a name, right? Having a brand will also help prevent counterfeiting. Yi Xiao had thought about establishing a brand before, but it had been delayed. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed time to implement it. The reason I came to find you is to get you to register a trademark and use the agricultural expo to launch this brand. Du Jiang stated his purpose for coming. I understand. Yi Xiao patted Heiyun's rear and let them play by themselves, then called Pang Xiao over, saying, Now we need to register a trademark for the vegetables on the island. In the future, all agricultural, pastoral, and fishery products on the island will use this trademark. So let us come up with a name. Pang Xiao immediately blurted out, That's simple. Let us call it Island Number 4. It's unique and distinctive. Du Jiang directly rejected it. No, that's too simple. What if we change the name later? How about calling it Island Fragrance? The fragrance of the island. Yi Xiao thought of a name and said it out loud. All right. Pang Xiao and Du Jiang exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. I'll take care of the trademark registration. After confirming the trademark name, Du Jiang left. Chapter 39, Inspection. With less than half a month before the East Sea City Agricultural Expo, Ma Yuan convened all departments for a regular meeting. Everyone, The agricultural expo is about to start, and I want to address the ticket issue. Besides companies looking for business opportunities and partnerships, there aren't many ordinary people attending the exhibition. We need to actively solve this problem. Ma Yuan, sitting at the top, spoke first, outlining the main discussion direction for this meeting. As soon as the words were spoken, one person suggested, "I've heard that the island vegetables that were previously hyped up will also be exhibited this time. I think this is a great promotional theme. After all, people are still very curious about such expensive food. However, these island vegetables have been rumored to be miraculous, and we don't know if it's true or not. If it turns out to be just hype, it will have a bad impact on the reputation of our agricultural expo, which we must consider." Immediately, someone raised an opposing view, and a heated discussion ensued. Ma Yuan looked down at the two factions that were about to argue and quickly tapped the table, saying, "Everyone, quiet down. You don't need to argue anymore. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth, and I will organize an investigation. Minister, I want to accompany you for the investigation. I want to go too. I want to see the island vegetables in person. Our publicity department must go, otherwise, how can we take photos for promotion?" Seeing that everyone was eager to join the investigation, Ma Yuan knew what they were after. They would definitely be well treated and get to enjoy the legendary island vegetables. A few days later, Du Jiang received a call from Ma Yuan, saying that he was going to organize a group to investigate island number 4 and asked him to accompany them, to which he readily agreed. That noon, Xiao was at the seaside with Sun Jiangwo and others filling in soil, intending to build a simple dock for the boats to dock. "A boat is coming." With a shout, Xiao looked up to see a boat slowly approaching. When the boat docked, Du Jiang was the first to get off, followed by Ma Yuan and his group. Xiao looked at the group, noting their extraordinary clothing and demeanor. Many were carrying cameras, indicating they were not ordinary people. Du Jiang walked up to Xiao and introduced, "Xiao, this is Minister Ma from the Agricultural Expo and Section Chief Qi Ming from the Publicity Department. They are here for a field investigation. Welcome, welcome." Xiao quickly stepped forward and extended his hand. "I apologize for the unannounced visit. I hope you can forgive me." Ma Yuan smiled warmly and shook Xiao's hand. "Not at all. It is my honor that you can host us on the island. Please, let me take you to see the fields first." Xiao led them toward the vegetable fields. Before long, they arrived at the vegetable fields, and when they saw the lush green vegetables, their eyes couldn't help but linger. "Is this green bean? It looks so fresh, like jade." Ma Yuan walked into the field where the green beans were planted, looking at the acre of vibrant green beans, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He had seen many vegetables over the years, but he had never seen such fresh-looking vegetables, almost like works of art. "These green beans are really beautiful. They have an artistic vibe. I always thought vegetables were just vegetables. How good can they look? Now I see I was wrong. The other vegetables were hyped up to 10,000 yuan. It seems there's a reason for that. Just looking at them makes it clear they taste good. If I keep looking, I'll start drooling." Others also gathered around, observing and discussing. Qi Ming was busy taking pictures of the field with his camera, not resting for a moment. Then Xiao continued to guide them to visit other vegetable fields, explaining, "This time we planted 8 types of vegetables: green beans, spinach, mushrooms, asparagus, bean sprouts, and shiitake mushrooms. No pesticides were used, and we only used pure natural fertilizers. It's absolutely environmentally friendly and pollution-free. Not bad, Xiaoyi. It's rare to grow vegetables of such quality and appearance. You mentioned 8 types. What about the last one?" Ma Yuan, looking at the vegetables in the field, was visibly pleased. In terms of appearance, it was definitely a perfect score. "The last vegetable is very special. This way, please." Xiao did not say explicitly, but led them to the field where the ice leaf daylily was planted. "This is..." Ma Yuan looked at the tender green plants in the field, with bright red petals and flat, fleshy leaves, the stems covered in sparkling grains, resembling pearls. He then laughed and said, "It seems Xiaoyi intends to test us. Everyone, what vegetable do you think this is?" Qi Ming crouched down, carefully examining the ice grass, saying, "Is this a vegetable? It looks more like an ornamental plant. It's fleshy and quite cute." Others gathered around, but, after a long look, had no idea what it was. "All right, this vegetable is quite rare in the country, so it's normal that you don't know it. This should be the ice leaf daylily, commonly known as ice grass. It is both an ornamental plant and edible." "Xiaoyi, am I right?" Ma Yuan smiled. He had seen it by chance in a magazine. Otherwise, he would have been embarrassed today. "Minister Ma is knowledgeable. This is indeed the ice leaf daylily." Xiao nodded. "This vegetable is still quite rare in the country. What made you think of planting this?" Ma Yuan casually asked. Hearing this, Xiao paused. He realized that he grew vegetables to make money, which seemed to be the reason behind his farming. Seeing him lost in thought, Ma Yuan smiled and continued to observe the vegetables. By noon, Xiao had harvested a portion of the vegetables from the 7 acres of fields to treat Ma Yuan and the others. "Everyone has been waiting. It's time to eat. Xiao brought the vegetables to the table, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. Everyone stretched their necks to sniff, looking enchanted, then each took a bowl of rice. Why is everything stir-fried? One person asked, staring at the dishes on the table. Xiao sat down, picked up a piece of vegetable, and said indistinctly, "To understand the quality of vegetables, you have to use the simplest cooking method. Only then will you understand the true taste of vegetables." The true taste of vegetables, interesting. Delicious, it's simply too delicious. These vegetables paired with rice are simply divine. It's a taste of heaven. Leave some for me. Why are you eating so fast? At this moment, Qi Ming, as a girl, watched the men eat so quickly, and seeing her bowl quickly empty. She panicked and directly took a plate of vegetables to the side, showing no signs of being a lady. Chapter 40, Civilian Price. I'm so full. This meal was so enjoyable. Although my stomach is so bloated I can hardly eat anymore, my heart still wants to eat. To be able to have such delicious vegetables in this life, even if I burst, it's worth it. After the meal, everyone sat in chairs, their bellies full and satisfied expressions on their faces. Xiao looked at the plates holding the vegetables on the table, not a drop of oil to be seen, clean enough to use as a mirror, and couldn't help but admire them. They didn't even need to wash the plates. Ma Yuan took out a tissue to wipe his mouth and saw them in disheveled clothing rubbing their bellies, and quickly coughed a few times, saying, "You are all national officials. Pay attention to your image. Look at you all, disheveled and unkempt." Immediately, everyone began to tidy their clothes. At that moment, Ma Yuan noticed Qi Ming and the others were staring at him, giggling, and when he looked down, he found his own clothes were also stained with grease, and his face turned red. The food was too delicious, and he didn't notice it. Then he looked at Xiao and said, "Xiao Yi, the quality of the vegetables you grow is truly remarkable. They are excellent. Unfortunately, because the quality is so high, the prices are steep, and it's not easy for ordinary people to enjoy your vegetables." "Minister Ma, I understand. So I have an idea. For the 7 acres of vegetables exhibited this time, I plan to sell them all at civilian prices." Xiao expressed his opinion. Earlier, Ma Yuan's question had made him reflect on why he was growing vegetables. Although making money was to develop the island, he didn't want to get lost in the pursuit of money. Although the vegetable yield was limited, he still wanted ordinary people to taste top-quality ingredients. "Good. Xiao Yi has such a broad mind and awareness. I look at you with new eyes. The citizens of Donghai City will have a treat now." Ma Yuan laughed heartily, looking at Xiao with eyes full of approval. On the side, Pang Xiao was also dumbfounded upon hearing this. Those 7 acres of vegetables were worth millions, and just like that, they were given away. What a generous move. "I'm too full. I'm going to take a walk. You all continue with your work," Ma Yuan said, standing up and slowly wandering around the island. Once they left, Pang Xiao immediately leaned closer to Xiao and said, "Xiao Yi, you can't really be planning to sell those vegetables at a low price, right? I know you're trying to build the island fragrance brand's reputation, but you don't have to be so extravagant." Seeing his persistence, Pang Xiao didn't say anything more. After all, in his heart, Xiao was in charge of the island. Qi Ming and the others chatted with Ma Yuan. "Minister, if Xiao really sells those vegetables at a civilian price, he will definitely suffer huge losses." Qi Ming asked Ma Yuan, puzzled. "Xiao Qi, doing this requires great courage, but it will also yield substantial rewards. The agricultural expo will start in 3 days. We need to quickly promote the news that Xiao will showcase island vegetables at the exhibition, and all the vegetables will be sold at civilian prices after it ends." "I understand, don't worry. Tonight's evening report will publish this news, and it will be even faster online." At this moment, Du Jiang found Xiao and handed him a document. Xiao opened it to find a trademark registration certificate. The words "Island Fragrance" shone brightly on it. "Now the trademark is registered. Later, we can invite some media to report our collaboration. In the future, it won't be so easy for those unscrupulous businesses to muddle the waters." Du Jiang was already clear about the future development. Xiao nodded. Now that he had the trademark, he felt more confident. Ma Yuan looked at the endless sugar maple forest, where 2 black and white colts occasionally galloped past, kicking up a cloud of dust, and couldn't help but exclaim, "On holidays, this will be a paradise." Qi Ming nodded, surrounded by the ocean. It was indeed pleasant to come here to row boats and fish. After staying on the island for a while, Ma Yuan and the others said their goodbyes. That night, Du Jiang saw the news in the newspaper about island fragrance vegetables participating in the agricultural expo, believing it would definitely cause a sensation. At the same time, the online buzz was lively, discussing the fact that island fragrance brand vegetables would all be sold at civilian prices after the exhibition. It must be hype. If they sell at civilian prices, won't the merchants cry? The Agricultural Expo's official website has posted this news. If it's fake, it's best if you all don't go, or you'll be competing with me. Those vegetables are high-end ingredients, selling at civilian prices. Anyone who doesn't go would be a fool. Grandma, why go there? It's boring and a waste of money. If I tell you to buy, then go buy? I'll have to go get the vegetables later. Those are island vegetables. Sold at civilian prices. Upon hearing this, Sun Chong immediately stood up and hurriedly took out his phone to buy tickets. He was currently pursuing a girl, and if he could buy some precious island fragrance vegetables to give to her, he might win her heart. That night, when Ma Yuan was about to sleep, his phone suddenly rang urgently. He quickly pressed the answer button. Minister Ma, a sudden influx of ticket buyers has caused the website to crash. Hurry and fix it. While also increasing security measures, Ma Yuan knew that the island fragrance series of vegetables participating in the exhibition would definitely cause a sensation. But he didn't expect that the crowd would crash the ticketing website. Meanwhile, in a restaurant, Minister Feng was reading the news about island fragrance vegetables participating in the exhibition. He then turned to Zhou Ming beside him and asked, Manager Zhou, things are different now. We can no longer dare to sell island fragrance vegetables. As the new manager of our restaurant, you need to come up with a solution. Zhou Ming had been dismissed from the Fortune Hotel and had been rejected everywhere he looked for work, so he reluctantly came to this shabby restaurant to be a manager. All thanks to Xiao. Seeing Minister Feng asking him, he spoke frankly, you can just stir-fry a few homestyle dishes here. Wanting to become a high-end restaurant is simply impossible. It seemed Zhou Ming didn't like this place. High-end restaurants were nothing to him. I only sell the most profitable things. So our restaurant should sell the vegetables at a good price. Minister Feng exhaled a puff of smoke. However, Zhou Ming sneered upon hearing this. Chapter 41. Preparing for the exhibition. I won't be foolish enough to spend money to buy. I can get what I want without any trouble. Minister Feng was full of confidence. He already had a plan for how to get the island's vegetables. No. I'm not foolish enough to walk directly into the line of fire, to stop the boiling and cut the roots, haha. Minister Feng laughed, looking very pleased, as if he had already secured victory. That day, Xiao was picking vegetables in the field, as the agricultural expo was starting tomorrow. And he had to bring some samples, so he picked 10 pounds of each type of vegetable. After preparing everything, he called over Sun Jiangwo and instructed, Old Sun, the agricultural expo will last for 4 days. Make sure to bring all the vegetables over. Don't worry, it's on me. Sun Jiangwo confidently patted his chest in assurance. Then Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao boarded the boat, taking 8 types of vegetables, totaling 80 pounds, and set off for Donghai City, where Du Jiang would arrange for people to help. 4 hours later, the boat smoothly docked at Donghai City Wharf, and Du Jiang came over with a group of people. While directing them to help move the vegetables, Du Jiang reminded, be careful, don't bump or scratch anything. Otherwise, your wages for this month will be gone. There's a fridge on the truck, don't worry about storage, so they won't spoil. Yi Xiao looked at these busy people and said, are they really here to help me? Yes, I discussed with Miss and took some people from the restaurant to help out. I'm leading the team. I've been relatively free lately. By the way, we need to go to the exhibition hall to set up early tomorrow morning, so you should stay at my place tonight. Du Jiang led Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao towards the car. Yi Xiao shook his head and said, we're staying at Mu Cheng's place. It was discussed beforehand. You guys are progressing quite quickly, all staying together. Du Jiang smiled meaningfully. Don't guess randomly. It's just a simple arrangement. I never said it wasn't simple. That evening, Yi Xiao asked Wang Mucheng, who was applying a face mask, are you sure you want to go with me tomorrow? Wang Mucheng replied while looking in the mirror, of course, I haven't had anything to do these past few days. No, I've never really had anything to do. Yi Xiao nodded and said, all right, we'll leave at 6 tomorrow morning, so get to bed early. What, 6 o'clock? I've never woken up this early in my life. Upon hearing that they had to get up at 6, Wang Mucheng immediately sat up in shock. If you can't get up, then forget it. No way, you have to wake me up then. I'll just wash my face and go back to sleep. In a room, Feng Bao was reporting the situation to Minister Feng. After listening, Minister Feng asked, are you sure you saw only 80 pounds of vegetables? Not all of them. I saw it clearly, brother. If we're going to take action, we need to hurry. They don't know when they will send the vegetables to the exhibition to sell. Feng Bao nodded, looking serious. Prepare to move. The action will be in the next few days, but be careful not to leak any information to avoid unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, the people I found are definitely trustworthy. Ding ding ding. While Yi Xiao was sleeping soundly, a sudden ring sounded, and he opened his eyes to find it was already 6 o'clock. He hurriedly woke Pang Xiao beside him. After getting dressed, he went to Wang Mucheng's bedroom door, knocking and calling out, Mucheng, time's up, get up. However, after calling for a while, there was no response from inside. Yi Xiao guessed that he couldn't wake her up, so he planned to let her sleep a bit longer. I'm up, let us go? At that moment, Wang Mucheng came out wearing pajamas and an eye mask. Go wash up and refresh yourself. Seeing her in such a wobbly state, Yi Xiao quickly pushed her into the bathroom. When they went downstairs, they found Du Jiang already waiting for them. Let's go? We still need to set up the booth. Du Jiang called everyone to get in the car and then headed to the Agricultural Expo exhibition hall. Once on the bus, Wang Mucheng yawned and leaned her head on Yi Xiao's shoulder to continue sleeping. Yi Xiao turned to look at her exquisite and flawless face. And as he caught a faint scent, he found himself breathing heavily. He noticed that Pang Xiao and Du Jiang in the front seat were both staring at him, and his face turned red. He whispered, "I just saw her sleeping so comfortably." "We understand. No need to explain." Du Jiang and Pang Xiao exchanged smiles. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the exhibition hall. Yi Xiao saw that Wang Muqing was already snoring. So he took off his jacket and covered her up, letting her continue to sleep in the car. After getting out of the car, Yi Xiao saw Du Jiang directing people to unload some posters and banners, which featured introductions of 8 types of vegetables, the Daoxiang brand, and exclusive supply agreements with the Red Pine Hotel and Muqing Western Restaurant. "Brother Du, you really thought of everything. I didn't even consider these." Yi Xiao hadn't thought of any of this. "It's just a matter of specialization, no need to worry. Let's go." "Our booth is number 24 in the vegetable pavilion." Du Jiang smiled and didn't mind, leading everyone towards the exhibition hall. At this time, many participating companies were entering the venue one after another, starting to set up. Soon, Yi Xiao and the others arrived at booth 24 and began busying themselves with the setup. Meanwhile, not far away, a group of people was quietly watching Yi Xiao and the others. A middle-aged man, full of flattery, said to a young man, "Zhang Xiao. This time the trophy for the best quality vegetables in the vegetable pavilion will definitely belong to our company. The other companies can only serve as our backdrop." Zhang Feng said confidently, "Of course. The longevity vegetables we are showcasing this time were cultivated by our company over 10 years, costing over 100 million in funds. The best quality vegetables can only be our longevity vegetables. I also investigated, and the only competitor we have is the Daoxiang vegetables." "Zhang Xiao, those Daoxiang vegetables are just a hype. They're not worth mentioning. The evaluation meeting will be on the last day, then we'll know." Chapter 42. A Sea of People. As the sky gradually brightened, it unknowingly became 8 in the morning, less than an hour before the opening of the exhibition. At booth 20, 8 types of vegetables were neatly arranged in a line on the table, with posters next to each vegetable providing introductions. As the Daoxiang vegetables were displayed, people immediately gathered around to inspect them. These are the Daoxiang vegetables that have been making headlines lately. They do look exquisite and are quite different from ordinary vegetables. Just based on appearance, these Daoxiang vegetables are likely to leave a good impression on the judges at the evaluation meeting on the last day. Could this be ice plant? I didn't expect to see such a rare item here. It would be great to taste it. Just looking at it is appetizing. At this moment, Zhang Feng was also standing among the crowd, examining the Daoxiang vegetables with a serious look. Their company's longevity vegetables focus on high nutrition, which is significantly higher than that of ordinary vegetables, but they lack visual appeal. Ma Yuan also set off early to the exhibition hall. Upon arriving at the entrance, he saw a long line forming, something that had never happened before. Qi Ming looked at the queue in front of her, which included not only young people, but also grandmothers and grandfathers in their 60s. She smiled and said, "Minister, these people are probably all here for the Daoxiang vegetables." "Yes, there are already so many people. On the last day of sales, it will probably be even more crowded. Have the security team increase their manpower to avoid any incidents." "I understand." As the time approached, people queued to enter the exhibition hall, heading straight for the vegetable exhibition area. While Yi Xiao was chatting with Pang Xiao and Du Jiang, he suddenly saw a large crowd surging forward, pulling out their phones to take pictures of the vegetables on display. "Wow, these are the Daoxiang vegetables. Vegetables priced at 10,000 yuan each. These green beans look so fresh. So cute. What is this? It's fleshy and looks like a flower. Can it be eaten?" "Everyone, don't push. Be civil." At this moment, Zhang Yinjin said to her companions, "I told you to come early. If you came late, you'd still be in line. Look at this wood ear mushroom. Its nutritional value is so high. It's great for cardiovascular health. I need to buy more." Yi Xiao saw that the crowd had completely blocked the path, and the people in front hadn't moved, causing those behind to be anxious. Just then, Ma Yuan arrived with a group of security guards. Seeing the overcrowded scene, he was also taken aback. He stepped forward to address the crowd. "Please visit other booths after you finish looking here. We have multiple exhibition halls for everyone to choose from. Thank you for your cooperation." Other exhibitors looked at how popular Yi Xiao's booth was, then glanced at their own booth, which had only a few people, and couldn't help but sigh about how people could differ so greatly. Zhang Feng was leading his employees to introduce the longevity vegetables to the visitors, which attracted quite a few people due to their focus on high nutrition. Seeing the crowd at Yi Xiao's booth, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. When Wang Muqing woke up, she realized it was already noon. She immediately found Yi Xiao and pulled him aside, saying, "You actually left me alone in the car. What if something happened to me? It's broad daylight. How could anything happen?" Seeing her making a fuss again, Yi Xiao knew something was up. "If it were anyone else, they might be fine, but I'm different. You are so irresponsible towards me. You need to compensate me," Wang Muqing shouted. However, Her loud voice attracted the attention of those around them, who turned to look at Xiao. Seeing their cold and slightly hostile gazes, Xiao shot Wang Mucheng a glare. Talking about irresponsibility and compensation could easily provoke public outrage, so he whispered, "My dear aunt, what do you want me to compensate you with?" "Very simple. I want ice cream," Wang Mucheng said without hesitation. "That's easy. I'll go get it for you." Xiao thought she would ask for something extravagant, but she just wanted ice cream. "Let's go? We can eat out." "Sure, it's noon, so it's a good time for a break." After going out, Wang Mucheng found a shady spot to sit down and said to Xiao, "I want to try all the flavors of ice cream. Go buy some for me." Hearing this, Xiao replied, "If I buy one of each flavor, can you finish it? If I can't finish it, there's you. You won't waste it, will you?" Wang Mucheng smiled mischievously at Xiao. Xiao pretended not to see and went to a nearby store to buy a dozen boxes of ice cream. Wang Mucheng was unreserved, opening each ice cream box one by one, taking a spoonful and putting it in her mouth, then pouting as she savored it, looking quite adorable. Xiao watched as she only took a tiny spoonful from each box, like a squirrel. Wang Mucheng patted her belly and stood up, saying, "I'm done eating. What about all this leftover? Naturally, it's for you. I'm going to wander around." Seeing the dozen boxes of ice cream, Xiao felt a headache. He couldn't just throw them away, as that would be too wasteful, so he had no choice but to eat them himself. Half an hour later, Xiao had finished 6 boxes of ice cream. At this moment, he felt his tongue was numb, and if he ate any more, he would throw up. He quickly called Pang Xiao, "Little fatty, come over quickly, there's something delicious here." Before long, Pang Xiao ran over excitedly. "Little fatty, hurry. I'm treating you to ice cream." Xiao pointed to the 5 boxes of ice cream left on the table. At this point, Pang Xiao already sensed a hint of conspiracy. Xiao stood up, patted his shoulder, and said, "Look how good I am to you. These ice creams are all for you. You must finish them, don't waste any." After saying that, he took off running. "You're totally setting me up." Looking at the ice cream on the table, Pang Xiao felt like crying but had no tears. At this moment, Du Jiang also walked over with a serious expression. Chapter 43, A Thief Visits. Xiao knew something was wrong when he saw Du Jiang's serious face. Du Jiang pulled him aside and said, "There are mysteriously fewer vegetables on the display. I suspect someone has stolen them. Could it be that the visitors took them without thinking? There are so many people." Xiao suggested. "No, I've been watching closely. Even though there are many people, none of them reached for the vegetables. I suspect it's those nimble-fingered thieves. Now the ice grass is down by 7 or 8 pounds, and they even know to steal the most expensive items. Du Jiang didn't expect those thieves to be so bold as to steal things here. I'll blend in with the crowd and see if there are any thieves." Soon, Xiao thought of an idea, walked into the crowd, and pretended to be an ordinary visitor, but his eyes were scanning everywhere. After a moment, he spotted a few suspicious individuals whose eyes were filled with vigilance, constantly surveying their surroundings. Then Xiao saw one of them signal to his accomplices, and those few immediately pushed the people in front of them towards the display. "Hey, don't push me." The people in front were caught off guard and fell straight towards the display, causing chaos. Xiao watched as they stuffed the stolen ice grass into a bag, which was already bulging, indicating it was filled with quite a bit of ice grass. He quickly took out his phone and informed Ma Yuan about the situation. Before long, Ma Yuan arrived with several security personnel, ready to take those people away. "What are you doing? Why are you taking us away for no reason?" The leader, Xiao Dao, immediately shouted. They had encountered similar situations many times before, so they were not panicking. "You know what you did, just come with us." Several security guards stepped forward to escort him away. "Fine, I'll go with you." Seeing that they had been discovered, Xiao Dahu immediately planned to execute a backup plan and followed the security guards towards the security room. Xiao also followed behind, wanting to see where they came from. "Run." As they passed through the main entrance, Xiao Dao shouted, and those people immediately took off running towards the door. However, a few were a step slower and were tackled to the ground by security. At that moment, Xiao did not hesitate to dash out, like a wild horse breaking free. During his university days, he had a hobby of long-distance running, hoping he hadn't fallen behind. After running out, Xiao Dahu immediately tried to hail a taxi, but seeing someone quickly catch up from behind, he had no time to get in the car and could only continue running. Damn it, he really can run, like a sticky toffee, can't shake him off. Half an hour later, Xiao Dahu was panting heavily against a wall, exhausted, while the person behind him kept following. Huff, huff. Xiao took a deep breath. He hadn't practiced in over a year, and after running this little bit, he felt out of shape. It seemed he needed to exercise more in the future. Xiao Dahu turned around and glared at Xiao, saying, "Why are you following me? It's just a little vegetable theft. Look at how petty you are." Hearing this, Xiao couldn't help but laugh, thinking this was indeed his fault. He squatted in front of him and said, "Those vegetables will be sold at a very low price later. You can just buy them then. Why steal? If I could buy them, I wouldn't be a thief." I believe you're not stealing these vegetables to eat. You must be planning to sell them. Xiao thought of this when he learned they were thieves. Xiao Da didn't hide it and said, "That's right. Right now, your vegetables are being sold at high prices on the black market. It's very profitable, and many restaurants are paying high prices for your vegetables." Hearing this, Xiao knew many people must be eyeing this batch of vegetables. Just as he was about to continue asking, Xiao Da suddenly kicked him and took off running. Xiao was just about to get up when a sudden sharp pain shot through his stomach, feeling like an overwhelming force was about to burst forth. He realized it was from eating too much ice cream and rushed into a nearby public restroom. 10 minutes later, Xiao felt completely drained, and at that moment, he realized a serious problem. He hadn't brought any toilet paper. He quickly called Pang Xiao, asking him to bring some paper. Pang Xiao was busy attending to visitors at that moment, so he tossed a pack of paper to Wang Mucheng, saying, "Mucheng, Xiao is stuck in the bathroom and needs you to rescue him. Can you help me out?" "Sure, no problem." Wang Mucheng agreed without hesitation and rushed out with the paper. How strange. When did she become so enthusiastic? Pang Xiao shook his head. Wang Mucheng's behavior seemed a bit odd to him. When Xiao was waiting in the restroom, feeling like his hair was about to turn white, he suddenly heard Wang Mucheng's voice outside and hurriedly shouted, "Mucheng, is that you?" "Yes. The paper you need is in my hand." Wang Mucheng stood outside, a smug smile on her face. "My legs are about to go numb from squatting. Hurry and bring it in." Xiao was in excruciating pain, feeling like his legs weren't even his anymore. However, Wang Mucheng wasn't in a hurry, speaking slowly, "Don't rush. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I want to go in, just wait. I'll find someone to bring it in." After a while, Xiao saw that several people had come in, but none brought the paper. He quickly shouted out, "Mucheng, why hasn't it been brought in yet?" "Sorry, I was playing on my phone and forgot, coming right now." Seeing that it was about time, Wang Mucheng instructed someone to bring the paper in. However, when she saw Xiao walking out looking weak, a twinge of sympathy surged in her heart. She quickly went up to support him and asked, "What's wrong? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were giving birth. I ate too much ice cream. I need to rest for a bit." After saying that, Xiao walked towards the display and sat down on a chair to rest. By evening, Ma Yuan came over and said to Xiao, "Let us have dinner together tonight. Many people want to meet you." Hearing this, Xiao showed a hint of confusion in his eyes and asked, "Why do they want to meet me?" "Of course, to thank you. Thanks to you, many companies sold a lot of products today." Ma Yuan smiled. Today, sales were several times higher than usual. He then led the group to a restaurant in the city center. Chapter 44, Getting Along Well. "Brother Yi, our company was able to achieve such good sales on the first day, thanks to you." "Thank me for what? I didn't do anything. If it weren't for the fame of your vegetables attracting so many people, come on, I'll toast you a drink. Let us not talk about business at the dinner table, let us enjoy ourselves." Many people at the table raised their glasses to Xiao, creating a very lively atmosphere. Xiao waved his hand and smiled, refusing, "Sorry, I'm not feeling well today, so I can't drink." As soon as he finished speaking, Shuiliang continued to persuade. "How can a man say no? Alcohol is a magical elixir, just a sip will do. I'll drink with you, let's toast first." At that moment, Wang Mucheng stood up, picked up the wine glass on the table, and drank it all in one go. "Good, good, good. A beauty saves the hero, I toast you." Shuiliang poured Wang Mucheng another glass. The others also started to target Wang Mucheng to persuade her to drink. Wang Mucheng, however, showed no reluctance, exuding the aura of a heroine. Pang Xiao leaned close to Xiao's ear and said, "She's already blocking drinks for you. You should show some response. If you put in a bit more effort, maybe you can win the beauty and won't have to spend the long night alone. Just eat your chicken leg. That won't shut you up." Xiao looked at Wang Mucheng, who was drinking with everyone beside him, feeling a touch of gratitude in his heart. Before long, he noticed that Wang Mucheng was already a bit tipsy. So he grabbed her hand and pressed her down onto the chair, saying, "Sit down and rest, don't drink anymore." "No, I'm fine, I can still drink." After saying this, Wang Mucheng leaned against Xiao's shoulder. Xiao shot her a glance and supported Wang Mucheng as they walked outside. Once home, Xiao placed Wang Mucheng on the bed and then twisted a hot towel to gently wipe her face. After wiping, he quietly gazed at Wang Mucheng's delicate features. Her small face was rosy and very cute. Just as he was mesmerized, Wang Mucheng suddenly opened her eyes and stared straight at him. Xiao was startled and immediately wanted to distance himself from her. However, at that moment, Wang Mucheng reached out and hooked his neck, then pulled him in for a kiss. The next morning, when Wang Mucheng woke up, she found her head aching a bit. After coming out, she saw that Xiao had already made porridge. "You should eat something first. You drank so much last night." Xiao handed her the porridge, wondering if she would remember what happened last night. Seeing his dodging gaze, Wang Mucheng asked, "Did you take advantage of me while I was drunk last night?" Upon hearing this, Xiao quickly shook his head. Although it was her who took the initiative last night, Such matters only get more complicated the more they are discussed, so it was better not to mention it. Wang Mu-chung rested her chin on her hand, looking at him with her watery eyes, and said, I seem to remember you kissed me last night. This. Xiao awkwardly smiled, not expecting she would remember. Just then, Wang Mu-chung suddenly leaned in again and kissed him. They didn't know how long it had been before they slowly parted. Wang Mu-chung looked at Xiao and said, now that we've kissed, you have to be responsible for me. Responsible, of course, I will be. Xiao was taken aback for a moment before he understood what she meant. Then he grabbed Wang Mu-chung's hand and said, can we kiss again? I didn't kiss enough just now. Wang Mu-chung closed her eyes directly, a slight blush appearing on her face. Although she had dated many boyfriends, this time she was truly sincere. Just as they were about to kiss again, Pang Xiao suddenly walked in. Xiao quickly separated from Wang Mu-chung. Pang Xiao revealed a knowing smile. Xiao knew what he was thinking and hurriedly explained, don't get the wrong idea. Nothing happened between us. Upon hearing this, Pang Xiao showed a hint of regret and sighed. If nothing happened even now, are you even a man? At this moment, Wang Mu-chung took off her slippers and threw them at Pang Xiao. Although we're together now, whether he can get into my bed still depends on his abilities. The three of them then set off for the exhibition site. That night, Feng Bao, accompanied by 6 or 7 people, set off for island number 4 on a speedboat. A man with a sharp face said to Feng Bao, Brother Bao, it's too dangerous to be wandering the sea at night. Wouldn't it be better to come during the day? We're here to steal vegetables. Have you ever seen anyone steal something during the day? Besides, going at night is stealing. During the day, it's robbing, and that's a whole different thing. Feng Bao spoke convincingly, although he was in the underworld. His only advantage was his rich knowledge of the law. I heard that the island is full of old men. I'm not afraid. I'm just worried about falling into the sea. The thin monkey looked at the pitch-black sea around them, his heart racing. Just then, a wave hit, and the speedboat swayed. Feng Bao glared at the thin monkey and said, shut your crow mouth. 2 hours later, the speedboat arrived near island number 4. Feng Bao instructed the crew to slow down and quietly approach the shore. Once on land, Feng Bao glanced around and, seeing no one, immediately headed for the vegetable field. Boss, what vegetables should we pick first? The thin monkey whispered as he looked at the vegetable field. As soon as he finished speaking, the group rushed towards the ice grass field, regardless of the consequences, directly pulling the ice grass into their pockets. Ma Jiangwo, sleeping soundly, suddenly felt the urge to urinate and got up to go to the bathroom. When he stepped outside, he saw several moving shadows in the vegetable field in the distance and immediately became alert. Upon closer inspection, he found a group of people stealing vegetables and shouted, what are you doing? The thin monkey, seeing they had been discovered, hurriedly said to Feng Bao, Brother Bao, what now? Should we retreat? Feng Bao saw that they had only picked a third of the ice grass and a hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. No way. We can't give up halfway. It's just a bunch of old folks heading to their graves. What is there to be afraid of? Chapter 45, Into the Hospital. Someone, quick. There are thieves stealing vegetables. Everyone grabbed their tools and rushed out. At this time, Feng Bao and his group also stopped, knowing that they couldn't continue picking vegetables without dealing with these old folks first. Soon, both sides confronted each other, glaring angrily. Feng Bao stepped forward and said, you old folks better get out of the way if you don't want to head to your graves early. These vegetables aren't yours. No need to fight so hard. Our boss treats us well. We won't betray his trust, so get out of here quickly. Or don't blame us. Sun Jiangwo looked determined, gripping his hoe tightly. Then I'll send you on your way. Feng Bao waved his hand, and 6 of his subordinates immediately charged forward, and both sides began to fight. Although Sun Jiangwo and the others had hoes, Feng Bao's group was very experienced and took advantage of their slow movements to take down many of them, making the scene one-sided. Watching those old folks fall one by one, a smile appeared on Feng Bao's face. His subordinates were seasoned fighters, and dealing with these old folks was a piece of cake. At this moment, Sun Jiangwo raised his hoe and swung it at Feng Bao's head. Feng Bao sneered, dodging the blow and simultaneously punching Sun Jiangwo in the head. The next moment, Sun Jiangwo let out a cold grunt and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Old Sun, Wu Fen watched her husband fall to the ground and immediately let out a scream. Damn, he really can't take a hit. Retreat. Feng Bao looked at Sun Jiangwo lying motionless on the ground, thinking he might have killed him with a single punch, and quickly signaled his subordinates to leave the island. When Wu Fen rushed to Sun Jiangwo's side, she felt he was still breathing and hurriedly lifted him onto the boat, preparing to take him to the hospital. When Feng Dachin saw Feng Bao walk in with a gloomy face, he knew something had gone wrong and asked, is it serious? Someone's dead. Feng Bao lowered his head and stood respectfully. Feng Dachin took a puff of his cigar and then exhaled a cloud of smoke. Feng Bao nodded and quickly left. Although it was already 2 a.m., Xiao and Wang Mu-chung were still awake, chatting on the phone, and naturally, after being together, they were almost glued to each other. At that moment, Pang Xiao rushed in with an anxious expression. Xiao Yezi, something happened. Old Master Sun has been sent to the hospital. We need to hurry over. What happened? A group of people went to the island to steal vegetables. And they ended up fighting with Old Master Sun and the others. Many people were injured, but none seriously. Old Sun is still in a coma. As Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao were preparing to leave, Wang Mucheng also followed them, and the three set off for the city hospital together. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yi Xiao saw Wu Fun and others anxiously waiting in the hallway. He hurried over and asked, "How is Old Master Sun? Still being examined?" "We don't know the specifics yet." Wu Fun wiped her tears, looking very sad. "Don't worry, Old Master Sun has always been healthy. He will be fine." Yi Xiao could only comfort her like this, while praying that Sun Jiangwo would be all right. At that moment, a nurse came out and said, "The patient is currently being examined. You need to complete the hospitalization procedures and pay the fees." "I'll do it." Wang Mucheng took the form and headed to the payment area. After waiting for an hour, Sun Jiangwo was finally wheeled out. Wu Fun immediately approached and asked, "Doctor, how is my husband?" "He's fine. Thank you, doctor." After learning that Sun Jiangwo was okay, Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect someone would actually go to the island to steal vegetables. Once it happened, there would surely be a second time. And this situation had to be prevented from happening again. Pang Xiao walked over and asked, "What do we do now?" "We need a plan." Yi Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Let's report it to the police." "Report it? What will we say? Someone stole vegetables?" Pang Xiao could already imagine the awkward conversation with the operator. They stole a third of the ice grass, worth hundreds of thousands, and injured people. They will definitely take it. "All right, I'll follow your lead." When Su Fei was about to get off work, she received instructions from the control center that someone had reported a vegetable theft, so she immediately set out to find out more. Upon arriving at the hospital, Su Fei found the one who reported it, Pang Xiao, and started taking notes. "When was it stolen?" "Around noon." "How many were stolen?" "About 50 or 60 plants." Upon hearing this, Su Fei said, "It must have been your neighbors from the village. They probably didn't get enough vegetables during the theft. So they went to your field to pull a few plants. Just have them pay you for the vegetables." Pang Xiao shook his head. "It can't be my neighbors. They can't afford it." "Why not?" "Because our vegetable field is on the island. We don't have neighbors, and those stolen vegetables are worth hundreds of thousands." At this point, Su Fei was also dumbfounded, doubting whether the man in front of her was mentally sound, rambling on about an island and vegetables worth hundreds of thousands. Seeing that she didn't believe him, Pang Xiao began to explain in detail. At this moment, Yi Xiao walked over and said to her, "The stolen ice grass is very rare in the country and unique. Once it hits the market, you can use this angle to investigate. You should be able to find out who stole the ice grass. I should know better than you how to solve a case. I will notify you if I have any news." After saying this, Su Fei left, preparing to report the situation to the bureau. "No, I want to stay here with you." Wang Mucheng shook her head and then covered her mouth to yawn, already feeling extremely tired. "Then that is hard work, brother." Yi Xiao didn't refuse, taking Wang Mucheng's hand as they walked out. "Sigh, you really don't hold back at all. A guy who prioritizes romance over friendship." Chapter 46, Disagreement. The next morning, Yi Xiao arrived at the hospital and walked into the ward to see that Sun Jiangwo had already woken up. With Wu Fun feeding him, "Old Master Sun, your appetite is quite good." Yi Xiao placed a basket of fruit on the bedside table. "Not bad. Just feeling a bit dizzy. Everything else is fine. By the way, have they caught the vegetable thief?" Sun Jiangwo was still worried about this matter. After all, it was their negligence that allowed the vegetables to be stolen. Yi Xiao shook his head and said, "Not yet. After all, the island is so remote. Who would think someone would come to steal vegetables? Don't worry about it. Just rest well. The island can't do without you." Sun Jiangwo nodded, knowing he was comforting him. After leaving the hospital, Yi Xiao instructed Pang Xiao to bring all the vegetables from the island over to prevent this from happening again, and then headed to the exhibition hall. Just as he arrived at the booth, Wang Mucheng ran over and jumped onto Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao wrapped his arms around her waist and laughed. "You're quite heavy." "Who are you calling heavy? My weight has never exceeded 100 pounds. If you think I'm heavy, then let someone else carry me." Wang Mucheng was very confident about her figure, always keeping it around 90 pounds. "How could I think you're heavy? I will never let you go." Yi Xiao looked at Wang Mucheng, his eyes filled with affection. At this moment, Yang Tai was watching from a distance as Wang Mucheng and Yi Xiao embraced, a flicker of resentment passing through his eyes. He quickly approached Wang Hai, who was there accompanying a client, and said, "Uncle Wang, I just saw Mucheng here too. Is that so?" After Wang Hai finished talking to the client, he followed Yang Tai to find Wang Mucheng. However, when he got there, he saw Wang Mucheng being affectionate with the guy he had seen before, and his expression immediately darkened. He shouted sternly, "Mucheng, what are you doing? In broad daylight, what is this? Dad, what are you doing here?" Wang Mucheng jumped down from Yi Xiao when she saw Wang Hai, not expecting to run into him. "If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you two were together. What are you doing here? Wang Hai initially thought that Wang Mucheng and this guy were just a fleeting fancy, but he didn't expect they were actually together. Exhibiting. At this time, Wang Hai noticed the island's fragrant vegetables displayed at the booth. He had heard a lot about the hot-selling island vegetables and didn't expect they were grown by this guy. Oh, old Wang, this is your daughter. Very beautiful. Doesn't he look like you at all? A few clients familiar with Wang Hai came over to tease. Hello, uncles. Wang Mucheng also politely greeted them. Good, good, good. This is your boyfriend? You really are a match made in heaven. Thank you for the compliment. I also think he suits me very well. When they got outside, Yang Tai followed along and said, Uncle Wang, since Mu Cheng is with him, that's her choice. You shouldn't oppose it anymore. Wang Hai shook his head and said solemnly, that kid is just a vegetable grower. He is not worthy of our Mu Cheng. Go warn him for me. Let him know his place. I will. But whether it works is another matter. Yang Tai felt very pleased as he had achieved his goal. He wanted Wang Hai to look down on Xiao. Although Wang Mucheng liked that guy, if Wang Hai didn't approve, they would never be together. Wang Mucheng held Xiao's hand and said, don't worry. As long as I want to be with you, my dad's approval doesn't matter. Xiao held Wang Mucheng's hand, assuring her that as a man, he shouldn't let his woman worry about whether they could be together in the future. I knew my man wouldn't be wrong. Wang Mucheng leaned her head on Xiao's shoulder, looking blissfully happy. Aunt Sue walked in with vegetables towards the kitchen. Aunt Sue, let me help you. Wang Mucheng followed her, planning to say she made the dish, believing her father would surely be touched. Wang Mucheng peeked her head out from the kitchen and then brought the vegetables to her mouth. Wang Hai grunted, sat down at the table, and picked up a piece to taste. His eyes lit up, praising, what dish is this? It tastes great and really whets my appetite. Dad, what else could it be? Of course, it's the vegetables grown by your son-in-law. Wang Mucheng rested her chin on her hand, leisurely throwing out this line. Cough, cough. When Wang Hai heard this, he almost choked and then put down his chopsticks. What? Aren't you going to eat? It tastes really good. If he weren't your son-in-law, you wouldn't even get to eat these things. Wang Mucheng was enjoying her meal, and in the blink of an eye, a plate of food was gone. I don't want to, but love just comes naturally, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. Wang Mucheng shrugged, sounding as if she was helpless. No matter what you say, I will never agree to you two being together. You better break up with him quickly, so he doesn't get hurt unnecessarily. Wang Hai's tone was threatening. He didn't want the empire he built over half a lifetime to fall into the hands of a vegetable seller. However, Wang Mucheng didn't care at all. She stood up and said, Dad, if you keep pushing me, you might soon become a grandfather. When the time comes, don't blame me for cooking the rice before it's even ready. After saying that, she grabbed her bag and walked outside. If you dare to get pregnant with that guy's child, I'll break your legs. This girl was completely spoiled. It seemed only her mother could handle her. Looking at Wang Mucheng's departing figure, Wang Hai sighed deeply. He had spoiled her since she was little, which is why she was so unruly and reckless now. Chapter 47. Having a baby, Xiao and Pang Xiao were eating in a small restaurant at this time. Since getting used to the vegetables on the island, these ordinary dishes tasted like chewing wax. Pang Xiao took a bite of a green vegetable and felt it had no flavor at all. Don't be so picky, just eat. Xiao knew these ordinary vegetables didn't taste as good as those from the island, but they were still edible. At that moment, Pang Xiao saw Yang Tai walking in from outside and whispered, why is he here? Doesn't he usually look down on places like this? Mr. Yi, you've made me look for you quite a bit, Yang Tai said with a slight smile as he approached. Are you looking for me? Have a seat. Xiao had met Yang Tai once, and it seemed he was here to find him. Yang Tai sat down, his expression serious, and his smile faded. I'm here on behalf of Uncle Wang to give you a warning. Don't get involved with Mu Cheng. You should know Uncle Wang's identity and background, otherwise, things may not go well for you. Xiao smiled at his threat and said, Mu Cheng is my woman, and I will never give her up. Not even if the king of heaven himself came. Hearing this, Yang Tai sneered inwardly. Anyone can talk big. If Wang Hai gets serious, it wouldn't be surprising if you just disappeared from this world. At that moment, Pang Xiao interjected, saying to Yang Tai, you shouldn't try to persuade him anymore. Once they have a child, I don't believe her dad can do anything. That's not something I should consider. I'm just passing on Uncle Wang's message. Yang Tai pretended to be indifferent, but he was seething inside. Little Yi, let me tell you, can you keep it down at night? You two are still making noise in the middle of the night. I've been having insomnia every day. Pang Xiao didn't have a good impression of Yang Tai, so she decided to provoke him, constantly giving Xiao meaningful glances to cooperate. There's nothing I can do. Mu Cheng likes it at night. Just be more understanding, and we'll finish earlier next time. Xiao smiled slightly. Although he hadn't developed a relationship with Wang Mucheng to that extent yet, he was very much looking forward to it. At this moment, the fire of anger in Yang Tai's heart was about to explode. He left with a gloomy face. He didn't expect their relationship to progress so quickly, but as long as Wang Hai disagreed, he still had a chance. Wang Mucheng and Xiao now were lying in the bathtub, The water filled with bubbles, and a little yellow duck was floating on the surface. Your dad doesn't agree with you two being together. The only thing to do now is to take the initiative and have a baby. I don't believe your dad will still oppose it. Xiao took out a face mask and put it on her face. This is the last resort. Actually, I'm not too worried about my dad. Xiao said he would handle it. I want to see if he is worth me entrusting my life to. Wang Mucheng stroked the smooth skin on her arm. Entrust your life? Haven't you two already been intimate? What are you talking about? We haven't had any relations yet. Although you've had quite a few boyfriends, you've never had relations with any of them. Don't you feel any impulse? Of course, there's impulse, but I can hold it in. This is outrageous. A goddess actually has to hold it in. That's just unreasonable. I'm not like you. The man I accompany every night is different. What's wrong with that? Life is short. You have to enjoy it while you can. The next morning, Xiao arrived early at the exhibition stand. Today was the last day of the fair, and there would not only be a vegetable evaluation meeting, but also the fulfillment of previous promises, with all vegetables sold at civilian prices. At this time, there were quite a few people gathered in front of the stand, and a rough estimate indicated that there were over 10,000 people. Sun Chong arrived early, so he was at the front of the line. Looking at the dense crowd behind him, he felt very fortunate. After all, there weren't many island vegetables, and being at the front meant he could definitely buy some. Ma Yuan brought a group of security guards to maintain order and then approached Xiao, saying, "Many people are asking what the prices of these vegetables will be, so I wanted to discuss the pricing with you. I thought about it beforehand. Since there are so many people here, I've decided that each person can only buy 1 pound. Iced lettuce will be priced at 200 yuan, and the rest will be 100 yuan. Xiao stated his set prices. This price is really civilian friendly. Ma Yuan was taken aback. He thought civilian prices would be just a few dimes per pound. Pang Xiao, watching Ma Yuan's expression, smiled and explained, Minister Ma, each vegetable is worth tens of thousands. Selling it for 100 yuan per pound is indeed very civilian friendly. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuan smiled as well. He admired Yi Zhao's contributions. These vegetables were worth over 1 million, and such boldness was not something an ordinary person could possess. Get ready, the best vegetable evaluation meeting is about to start. After giving a reminder, Ma Yuan went up on stage, as he was one of the 4 judges. Shortly after, people came over to take the vegetables participating in the evaluation. The Longshow vegetables from the Green Vegetable Company, where Zhang Feng worked, were also submitted. The vegetables participating in the evaluation were all popular at the fair. The department manager leaned closer to Zhang Feng and said, Zhang Xiao, those island vegetables are incredibly popular. They will likely win the Best Quality Vegetable Award. No way, the best quality vegetable will definitely be our Longshow vegetables. Zhang Feng's face was filled with confidence because 3 of the 4 judges had been bought off by him. At that moment, a host walked up and said to the crowd, "We are about to hold the 6th Best Quality Vegetable Evaluation meeting. The judges this time are Agricultural Expo Chairman Ma Yuan, Food Channel Deputy Director Jiang Chao, Editor-in-Chief of Food Magazine Ho Debo, and the head chef of Junhua Hotel, Tang Wen. The 4 judges will give a comprehensive score based on color, aroma, shape, and taste. The highest score will be the champion vegetable of this evaluation meeting. Now, please evaluate the 4 Seasons Spring Series vegetables from YDT Company." As soon as the words fell, 4 girls dressed in kipeos walked up, each holding a plate with several types of vegetables. Soon, the 4 judges, including Ma Yuan, began to evaluate them one by one, staring intently at the vegetables, sniffing them, and some even tearing off a piece to taste, very professionally. After completing all these tasks, the 4 judges gathered together to discuss. At this moment, Ma Yuan stood up and said into the microphone, "After serious discussion among our judges, the score for the 4 Seasons Spring Vegetable Series is 85 points. It lacks color, has no fragrance, is bland in taste, and has an ordinary appearance. Thank you to the 4 judges for their wonderful comments. Now, let's invite the second contestant." Chapter 48, The Dark Side. Soon, it was Zhang Feng's Green Vegetable Company's turn with their longevity vegetables, and a nutritional value report was also presented. When the vegetables were brought up, Tang Wen spoke up. "I've heard of these longevity vegetables. Although they don't look impressive, their nutritional value is very high, which is rare. Yes, these vegetables belong to that category of being unremarkable in appearance but effective, and only the results speak for themselves. We should consider this point in our scoring. We can't judge solely based on looks." The other 2 also chimed in. Ma Yuan felt there was nothing wrong with this, compared to a good appearance. The vegetable's high nutritional value was more important. The 4 of them then discussed and gave a high score of 95 points. Ma Yuan stood up to explain to everyone. Although the Green Vegetable Company's longevity vegetables have poor appearance, they excel in nutritional value, which is the essence of vegetables. Aren't they cheating? What do they need a test report for? We have one too. Should we bring it up? Pang Xiao complained from the side. Don't worry. Our vegetables will definitely win. Have a little confidence, okay? Wang Mucheng was very confident and not worried at all. After all, island fragrance vegetables were not only beautiful, but also had good nutritional value. At this time, Tang Wen and the others were also carefully observing the island fragrance vegetables being presented, occasionally nodding and discussing. Ma Yuan picked up a piece of ice grass and put it in his mouth, saying to the others, "This ice grass can be eaten raw. Everyone should try it. The taste is quite good, and its nutritional value is not inferior to that of longevity vegetables." Hearing this, Tang Wen and the others exchanged glances and then began to discuss. Although these vegetables looked beautiful and tasted good, they had heard that the yield was low and the price was high, making them unaffordable for ordinary people. Yes, for vegetables, ordinary people should be able to afford them, rather than becoming a meal for just a small group. I think so too, so I gave a score of 86. Now Ma Yuan vaguely felt that the three of them might have a problem, but in the current situation, he couldn't do much. Then Tang Wen stood up and announced to everyone, "Now I announce that the final score for the island fragrance vegetables is 89. Oh, as soon as this was said, the audience erupted in uproar. At this moment, the smiles on Xiao and the others' faces froze. They had thought victory was assured, but it turned out like this. What kind of judges are these? Can't they see? Our vegetables actually lost. Wang Mucheng looked furious. Seeing the audience's strong reaction, Tang Wen immediately began to explain, "Everyone. Although the quality of the island fragrance vegetables is good, due to their low yield, they are difficult for the public to purchase. After comprehensive consideration, we gave this score." However, the crowd was not satisfied with this explanation and began to mock. This competition is for the best quality, not the highest yield. Are these judges out of their minds? Now that longevity vegetables have the highest score, they must have been bribed. We won't accept this. Let's rescore. Zhang Feng looked at the crowd's uproar, frowning deeply. He didn't expect the island fragrance vegetables to have so many supporters. At this moment, Tang Wen was also dumbfounded. The three of them had taken Zhang Feng's money, thinking it was easy money, but if this matter was not handled well, it could lead to big trouble. Pang Xiao laughed at the scene before him. "Little Yi, it seems your strategy of selling vegetables at a civilian price has won over quite a few hearts. I want to see how they resolve this." Wang Mucheng also pulled up a chair and sat down, pulling out a lollipop and popping it into her mouth, watching everything unfold with great interest. "What should we do now?" Tang Wen looked towards the others, hoping they could come up with a solution. Ho Dabo and Jiang Chao lowered their heads in silence. If they changed the score, they would have to return the money they received. At this moment, Ma Yuan pointed at the crowd still discussing below and said, "You all see the strong reaction from the people. I have just one thing to say. The people's heart cannot be violated." Tang Wen leaned closer to the other two and said, "This matter has gotten too big. It won't be good for us, so let's do it this way." Ho Dabo and Jiang Chao nodded. Given the current situation, it could only be like this. Then Tang Wen stood up again and announced, "After our careful reassessment, the score for island fragrance vegetables is 96 points. So the winner of the best vegetable this time is island fragrance vegetables. Yay!" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Hearing the result, Zhang Feng slammed his fist on the table, making a loud bang. He had spent hundreds of thousands just to get the longevity vegetables the best vegetable award, but it turned out to be for nothing. Zhang Xiao, if it weren't for Xiao winning over their hearts, how could these people support him? We didn't lose unjustly. Let's prepare better next time. Humph. Zhang Feng snorted coldly, kicked the table, and turned to leave. At this moment, the host walked up again and said to Xiao, "Now, let's invite Mr. Xiao to the stage to receive the award." As soon as he finished speaking, applause erupted from below. After Xiao took the stage to receive the best quality vegetable trophy, some reporters began taking pictures of him. After coming down, Pang Xiao immediately took the trophy, bit it with his teeth, and said, "Is this made of gold? You're thinking too much. Such a large piece of gold would be worth millions." Xiao smiled. This trophy wasn't worth much, but its significance was very important. It proved that island fragrance vegetables were not just a name, but were indeed of the best quality. At this time, Xiao looked at his watch, saw it was time, and asked Pang Xiao to announce the official sale of the vegetables. Upon hearing this news, everyone was very excited. They had lined up all day for this moment. "All right, everyone, one at a time, don't rush." Pang Xiao urged everyone not to rush. It would be troublesome if a riot broke out. At this moment, a person carrying a suitcase walked up and said, "I'll take all the vegetables you have." Saying this, he opened the suitcase, revealing stacks of brand new bills. "What? You want to buy all the vegetables by yourself? On what basis?" "Yeah. We've been waiting in line all day here." The crowd was unhappy to see him trying to buy all the vegetables by himself. Pang Xiao looked at the man and said, "Sorry, each person is limited to 1 kilogram. You can't buy more." "What? Only 1 kilogram? Do you know who I am? Dare to refuse me?" The man slammed his suitcase and shouted. Chapter 49, The Black Market. "Who are you?" Pang Xiao crossed his arms, looking at the arrogant man with interest. I am the general manager of Dahua Catering. Our Dahua Catering is not only a well-known catering enterprise in Donghai City, but also well-known nationwide, with close cooperation with many five-star hotels abroad. Selling vegetables to us is your best choice. Xiao Ting looked proud. Many wanted to cooperate with Dahua Restaurant, and it was their honor to be able to look at their vegetables. Sorry, anyone who comes here must follow the rules. You can only buy 1 kilogram. Do you want to buy or not? If not, next. Pang Xiao was also very firm. He wasn't stupid. If all the vegetables were bought by Dahua Restaurant, wouldn't the people here be furious? You have guts. I hope to see you again in the future. Xiao Ting left with a resentful remark. Soon, the next person in line walked up, handed over 200 yuan, and said, I want a pound of ice grass. I heard this stuff is rare. Before long, over 600 pounds of ice grass was sold out. Fortunately, he was at the front of the line, otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten any ice grass. Sun Chong carried a pound of ice grass and walked outside, watching the size of those behind him who failed to get any. A hint of pride appeared on his face. Just then, a man wearing a large gold chain burst out from outside and said to him, Brother, are you selling that ice grass? I'll pay a high price. Hearing this, Sun Chong became interested and asked, How much are you planning to offer? 5,000. How about it, brother? Isn't that generous? Zheng Fong extended 5 fingers, presenting what he thought was a high price. You think I don't know the worth? This pound is worth over 10,000. Sun Chong pushed past him, intending to leave. However, Zheng Fong was not willing to let him go and grabbed his arm, saying, Brother, how about this? 10,000, just like you said? Sun Chong stopped and stared at him, asking, I plan to use the ice grass to pursue my girlfriend. Do you think a girlfriend is worth 10,000? Zheng Fong realized he had no chance of buying the ice grass. So he immediately shifted his target to the next person, knowing he could make a big profit by reselling it. At this moment, Minister Fong was sitting in a black car, puffing on a cigar, while many of the vegetable collectors outside were sent by him. Brother, this move of yours is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only can we buy the island's fragrant vegetables at a low price, but we can also clean our stolen vegetables. Brilliant. One of the younger brothers in the front row turned around to praise him. Notify them to let Zhou Ming start selling the ice grass. Our ice grass was collected from these people, and even the police can't touch me. A smug smile appeared on Minister Feng's face. He originally wanted to transport the vegetables to other places, but now it seemed unnecessary. Pang Xiao watched the group of collectors outside working hard and angrily said, Our hard-grown vegetables are being sold cheap to these collectors. Should we do something about it? How about driving them away? We can't do anything. Even if we drive them away, they can still buy outside. I didn't think of that this time. So we can only suffer this silent loss. Yi Xiao sighed deeply, leaving the situation to Pang Xiao and the others while he went to rest. Within an hour, thousands of pounds of island fragrant vegetables were sold out. Let's take it to the bank first. Carrying so many bags of money is troublesome. I hope it's a surprise. As long as it's not a shock, it will be fine. At this time, Wang Muching and Xiao Na were carrying a large bag of vegetables home. After entering the house, Xiao Na put the vegetables on the table, then plopped down on the sofa, panting and saying, Muching, why did you buy so many vegetables? You can't cook. Yi Xiao has been working hard these days, so as his girlfriend, I must treat him well. Wang Muching smiled and walked into the kitchen with the vegetables, preparing to cook a big meal for Yi Xiao. Treating him well is simple. Just lie on his bed naked tonight. That's the biggest treat. Xiao Na tossed her hair, putting her long legs on the sofa, looking very alluring. Wang Muching rolled her eyes and said, The timing isn't right yet. I can only give him my first time when we're married. With you as a goddess swaying before him every day, he can only watch and not eat. He might get internal injuries from it. Stop saying useless things and hurry up to help me cook. Don't call me. I can't cook. Let me eat. That's fine. In the end, Xiao Na was still dragged into the kitchen by Wang Muching. At this point, Wang Muching looked at the pile of vegetables and felt unsure where to start. So she decided to cook fish first, quickly pouring oil into the pan. When Xiao Na saw Wang Muching pick up a live fish, preparing to throw it into the pan, she quickly asked, Aren't you going to clean the fish first? Do you need to clean the fish? Wang Muching turned to look at Xiao Na with a serious expression. You should, right? Xiao Na was also unsure since she had never entered a kitchen before. Then Wang Muching tossed the fish into the pan, and it immediately started flipping around in the oil, splattering everywhere. Seeing this, both Wang Muching and Xiao Na rushed out of the kitchen, and then they heard a series of popping sounds coming from the kitchen. After regaining their senses, they slowly walked back to the kitchen and saw the fish still flopping on the ground. The pan had fallen, and the fire on the stove was still burning. Muching, you really shouldn't cook. The kitchen isn't suitable for you. Xiao Na looked at the mess in the kitchen and shook her head. I think so too. Wang Muching agreed. She felt if she entered the kitchen again, she would definitely set the house on fire. While helping her clean up, Xiao Na asked, Since you're not cooking, how do you plan to treat Yi Xiao? Wang Muching shrugged and confidently said, It's simple. Just order takeout. Before long, the takeout arrived. Wang Muching looked at the 6 dishes and 1 soup on the table and smiled, saying, "How is it? Don't let anything slip later. Don't worry. I know what to do." Xiao Na took a bottle of red wine from the cabinet and looked at her meaningfully. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Wang Muching hurried over to open it, seeing Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao outside. She said, "Come in, the food is ready." Wow, quite a feast. Yi Xiao praised as he looked at the dishes on the table. "Muching, who is this?" Pang Xiao looked at the graceful Xiao Na beside him, momentarily unable to take his eyes off her. "This is my good friend, Xiao Na. Let's sit down and eat. I made all of this myself. Try the taste." As Wang Muching said this, she felt her face getting a bit hot, hoping they wouldn't notice. Seeing this, Wang Muching immediately leaned in to ask, "How does it taste?" "Not bad, right? The taste is very familiar. Why do I taste takeout?" Pang Xiao said without hesitation. Then he saw Yi Xiao giving him a look, and quickly explained, "Muching, I'm praising how delicious your cooking is." Wang Muching lightly slapped the table and said, "All right, these dishes aren't made by me. They're takeout." Yi Xiao reached out to grab Wang Muching's hand and smiled. "Muching, as long as you have this intention, that's enough? I can feel it." Wang Muching nodded like a chick pecking at rice, a blissful smile on her face. "All right, too mushy. You two stop showing off your love in front of me. By the way, Yi Xiao, I heard someone went to the island to steal vegetables. It seems you need to hire a few more bodyguards." Xiao Na casually chatted while drinking wine. "Hiring a few bodyguards right now isn't cost-effective. I have a better option. Since the vegetables on the island were stolen." Yi Xiao thought of an economical and practical method to raise a few dogs. When the time comes, anyone daring to steal vegetables on the island would definitely face a bad end. "I have bodyguards. I can send as many as needed to the island." Wang Muching interjected. Yi Xiao shook his head in refusal. He didn't want to rely on Wang Muching and didn't want to lose face in front of Wang Hai. After chatting for a while, Yi Xiao and Wang Muching went out for a walk, nurturing their feelings. Once they left, only Pang Xiao and Xiao Na were left in the house. Pang Xiao sized up Xiao Na and said, "Miss Xiao Na, what do you like to do in your spare time? I won't like you, so don't get any ideas. Good night." After saying this, Xiao Na walked into the bedroom and slammed the door shut. I like this straightforwardness. Looking at Xiao Na's alluring figure as she left, Pang Xiao had made up his mind to win her over. Yi Xiao walked out of the bathroom and saw Pang Xiao lying on the bed in a daze. He asked, "Little fatty, what are you thinking about? You're not yourself today?" Pang Xiao immediately sat up and asked, "What do you think of Xiao Na?" "Very beautiful. Great figure, very charming. But wait, fatty, you and she are not on the same level. It won't be easy for you to pursue her." Hearing this, Yi Xiao knew what he was thinking. "I can tell you think I'm a pig. Hurry up and give me some advice. How can I win her over?" Pang Xiao was very excited at this moment, already fantasizing about the scene of holding the beauty in his arms. Seeing his expression, Yi Xiao knew there was no point in dissuading him, so he started giving advice. "If you want to pursue Xiao Na, you naturally need to spend more time with her. However, given the current situation, you don't even have a chance to approach her. So you need to please Muching well and let her create opportunities for you two to interact." Pang Xiao nodded in agreement with this idea. After Yi Xiao lay down on the bed, his consciousness immediately drifted into the system. He saw that Inha was actually sleeping on the sofa, which piqued his curiosity. Just as he was about to check what kind of dogs were in the system, Inha woke up and said to him, "You come in without saying hello. Are you trying to do something inappropriate?" "I wish I could do something inappropriate, but I need to be able to touch it first." Yi Xiao smiled. Inha was an intelligent virtual being, so it had no physical form. "What do you want to find? I can introduce you. I want to see what kind of hunting dogs are in the system. I'm planning to buy a few." Upon hearing this, Inha became immediately interested and began to introduce, while pulling up an image. "The hunting dog I recommend is the Argentine Dogo, known as the king of hunting dogs. It was originally bred to hunt cougars and wild beasts, and it possesses genes from over a dozen famous dog breeds. Bravery and fearlessness are its hallmarks." Seeing a muscular, spirited, and fierce-looking white dog appear in front of him, Yi Xiao immediately fell in love with the Dogo and quickly asked, "How much is one?" "Not expensive. Only 50,000. For you, a millionaire. It's nothing." Inha waved his hand dismissively. "I used to be a millionaire in an instant, but now I'm almost in the red. Just buy one." Yi Xiao shook his head but ultimately decided to buy one. Hearing this, Inha was unhappy and pressed. "Didn't you say you wanted to buy a few? I was planning to make a big profit." "There's no choice. Funds are limited. Please understand." Yi Xiao shrugged. One Dogo would definitely not be enough. He planned to go buy a few regular ones tomorrow. He then told Pang Xiao about the dog buying plan. "This is great. Much cheaper than hiring bodyguards. And I know a kennel where the Dogos are particularly good, just on the outskirts. However, the owner is a dog fanatic. Someone once offered a few million for one, but he didn't agree." "Dogo, then I have to give it a try." Early the next morning, Yi Xiao set off to the kennel in the suburbs. And during the trip, He also exchanged the dogo he bought from the system, holding the small white dog that was sniffing around in his arms. With a black lightning-shaped patch on its forehead, he was very fond of it. All right, since you come with your own lightning, how about I call you Lightning? Xiao picked up Lightning and stared into its eyes, trying to see if it could understand. Just then, Lightning licked his face with its tongue. All right, I know you like me. Let's consider this a formal introduction. Xiao tucked Lightning into his clothes to keep it warm. Before long, Xiao arrived outside the kennel and saw a middle-aged man wearing a hat, looking a bit scruffy, walking over with a group of dogos. It was quite a sight. So he approached and asked, "Is Mr. Luzong here?" "That's me, but I'm not selling dogs. I heard your dogs are the best. So I wanted to come take a look." Looking at the spirited dogos beside him, Xiao was even more determined to get a few. Luzong sized up Xiao and noticed he was dressed quite ordinarily, much more pleasing than the previous nouveau riches, and said, "If you want to buy my dogs, there's only one condition. You have to give me a dog that's better than mine." A better dog? Before coming, Xiao had already learned about Luzong. The dogs he bred were mainly dogos, and he had even won world-class competitions. Trying to find a dog better than his champion was practically impossible. "Do you think I'm the best at breeding and training dogos?" Luzong looked at Xiao's shocked expression and posed this question. "Of course. Your trained dogos have won world-class competition championships." Xiao nodded, secretly thinking that if he wasn't, then no one would be. However, upon hearing this, Luzong laughed and said, "There will always be countless people better than me in the future. Talents emerge in every generation, and the old must die on the shore. So, what I mean is that it's impossible for you to buy my dogs. You should have figured that out." Luzong shrugged and walked inside. "Mr. Lu, you're quite humorous." Xiao felt helpless at this moment. After all, it was impossible to find a dogo better than the ones he bred. Just then, Lightning struggled to jump out of his arms and slowly walked into the house. Seeing this, Xiao was curious about what this little one was up to, wondering if it understood the previous conversation and wanted to prove to Luzong that it was the strongest dogo. Luzong was preparing to feed the group of dogos when he waved his hand, and all the dogos immediately crouched down obediently. At this moment, he saw a small white dog slowly walking in, and the large dogos nearby instinctively backed away, making way. Seeing this scene, Luzong's face showed a hint of surprise. These dogos were all high-quality breeds, yet they were afraid of a little dog. Xiao watched as Lightning approached the larger dogs, fearing it might get swallowed by one of them, but seeing Lightning strutting confidently among the pack, while the big dogs still seemed scared of it, he didn't know what to say. "Kid, this dog of yours is not simple. Where did you get it?" Luzong waved his hand in front of Lightning, but Lightning completely ignored him. "I picked it up from the mountain." Xiao casually made up an excuse to brush him off. Luzong looked enviously at him and said, "You're so lucky. Such a small dog can make my dogos bow down." The dogo is known as the king of hunting dogs, and yours must be the king of dogos, a rare gem with the innate quality to lead a pack. Upon hearing this, Xiao was also surprised by how impressive Lightning was, although he knew the system's offerings would be quite powerful. He didn't expect it to be so extraordinary and certainly worth the price. "Kid, earlier you said you wanted to buy my dogs. Fine, I agree. But it's not a sale, it's a gift. My dogs cannot be measured by money." Luzong's gaze was fixed on Lightning, unwilling to look away for even a moment. "Mr. Lu, you're agreeing so readily. There must be some conditions." Xiao thought Luzong might want him to use Lightning to exchange for other dogs. Luzong was clear about his thoughts and smiled. "Don't worry, I won't take your dog. Dogos are very loyal to their owners, and once they are bonded, it will last a lifetime. Of course, it won't be a free gift. Once your dog reaches adulthood, I want it to breed only with my dogs, ensuring pure bloodlines. Who knows, I might be able to breed even better dogos." "All right, I agree." Xiao nodded without hesitation. After all, the dogs raised by Luzong must be the best, and Lightning had conveniently picked up so many wives, which was quite a bargain. "Let's go. I'll take you to choose a dog. There's a litter that's almost a month old." Luzong stood up and led Xiao towards the dog kennel. When Xiao entered the kennel, he saw 7 or 8 puppies running around energetically in the room, looking very adorable. Luzong leaned against the door and said, "These puppies' parents are all champion dogs. They come from a prestigious lineage. I've put in a lot of effort to train them. Choose one." Xiao squatted down and pushed Lightning forward a bit to see how the puppies would react. Many of the puppies retreated upon seeing Lightning, while a few others came over to play. Seeing this, Xiao pointed to 2 black and 4 white puppies gathered around Lightning and said, "I want those. They get along well now, and they won't be bad when they grow up. Kid, you're quite clever. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. These dogs will cooperate better with Lightning when they grow up." Luzong praised Xiao's choice. "I just had a flash of inspiration. By the way, Mr. Lu, how should we train these Dogo Argentino puppies?" Xiao knew that all dogs need training, especially hunting dogs. Upon hearing this question, Luzong began to elaborate. "Physical fitness. commands, and biting are essential. Ensure they get plenty of exercise every day. After Wang Muqing got up, she opened the door and saw 7 puppies sniffing around the house. Plump and very cute. She immediately picked one up and stroked it, exclaiming, "So cute. How come there are so many dogs?" Xiao poured some milk into a plate, and the Dogo Argentino puppies immediately gathered around but didn't start eating, just waiting. At that moment, Lightning walked over, licked the milk, and barked, prompting the other puppies to start eating. They are for guarding the house. In 2 or 3 months, they'll be able to start working. I'm curious to see who dares to steal vegetables then, Xiao chuckled. Once Lightning and the others grow up, they can also go hunting since Dogo Argentinos are used to hunt cougars and wild boars. They are simply too adorable. Especially this one with a lightning-shaped mark on its forehead. Thankfully, it's just a lightning mark. If it were a crescent moon, that would be eerie. Wang Muqing picked up Lightning again, and Lightning kept licking her, seemingly very fond of her. Pang Xiao saw the puppies drinking milk and looked very fond. Just as he was about to go over and pet them, the puppies immediately pounced on him, barking excitedly. I guess they see you as a meal and want to eat you, Xiao teased with a smile. Wang Muqing walked over to Xiao and said, "This afternoon, there will be a signing ceremony for the 2 stores and island fragrance vegetables. You should get ready. Let us head out. There's also a cocktail party tonight." Xiao nodded and went to change clothes. He had previously discussed with Wang Muqing and Du Jiang that after the exhibition, they would hold the signing ceremony so that island fragrance vegetables would only supply Muqing Western Restaurant and Hong Song Restaurant from then on. Chapter 52, Signing. In Hong Song Restaurant, a group of reporters sat together drinking coffee, preparing to attend the upcoming signing ceremony. Zhang Luan looked at the group of reporters and quietly said to Du Jiang, "Mr. Du, inviting these reporters must have cost a lot. It pains me to see it. Fame and fortune, if we don't give them benefits, how can they give us fame? Go and treat them well." Du Jiang smiled. He had put in a lot of effort for this signing ceremony, and after Island Fragrance Vegetables won the Best Quality Vegetable Award, previous negative news had been swept away. At 2 p.m., Xiao and Wang Muqing walked in from outside. "Wow, this is quite grand." Looking at the decorated room, Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, thinking that Du Jiang must have spent a lot of money on this. "Let us go, the timing is just right." Wang Muqing led Xiao to the stage, with Du Jiang following beside them. After the 3 sat down, someone immediately handed over the signing document. Xiao signed his name without hesitation. At that moment, the reporters began snapping photos with their cameras, making the scene very grand. After the signing was completed, reporters immediately started asking questions, with Xiao being the first one asked. "Mr. Yi, your Island Fragrance Series vegetables just won the Best Quality Vegetable Award. Many restaurants and hotels will likely want to cooperate with you. Why are you exclusively supplying only Muqing Western Restaurant and Hong Song Restaurant?" The reasons for exclusive supply are twofold. First, to prevent the previous counterfeit incidents from happening again, and second, since the yield of Island Fragrance Vegetables is not high, the supply capacity is limited. Concentrating supply to these 2 restaurants will allow diners to taste a greater variety. Xiao considered these 2 points, which is why he thought of the exclusive supply plan. "Mr. Yi, this time you sold all the Island Fragrance Vegetables at a civilian price, and people's favorable impression of Island Fragrance Vegetables has significantly increased. However, given the high price of Island Fragrance Vegetables, it may be difficult for ordinary people to taste them in the future. What are your thoughts on this? I've considered this as well. So I will hold some events in the future to give everyone a chance to taste them." Du Jiang looked at him and started to comfort him. "I felt the same way the first time I attended a press conference. You'll get used to it after attending a few more. By the way, make sure to come early to tonight's cocktail party. You are the main character." Xiao smiled. Although he didn't like those cocktail events, he now had a compelling reason to attend. He was out of money and wanted to see if he could attract some investment. After returning home, Xiao pulled Pang Xiao aside. Pang Xiao rubbed his chin and said, "Now, we need money everywhere on the island. We need to get a large sum of funds. Otherwise, it's not a solution to be short on money today and tomorrow, but to get a large sum of money. We either need to find investors or take out a loan." Xiao nodded. Those were the only ways to get money now. At that moment, Pang Xiao, with a grin, leaned over and said, "Little Yi, everyone has to bring a female companion to tonight's event. What do you think about me bringing Joanna? Bringing her is fine, but the problem is she probably won't go with you." Xiao didn't hold back in hitting Pang Xiao with a reality check. "Can you talk to Muqing and ask her to help? I'm still single. Can you bear to let me suffer alone?" Pang Xiao looked at Xiao with anticipation. "All right, I'll give it a try. Whether it works or not is another story. Thank you so much. You are my brother." Wang Muqing was practicing yoga in tight-fitting clothes at home. She bent over on the yoga mat, her body free of any excess fat, with beads of sweat glistening on her skin. Xiao stood at the door, unable to take his eyes off this scene. "What are you 2 chubby guys secretly discussing?" Wang Muching stood up and took a sip of water. Yi Xiao directly said, Little Pang has his eyes on Joanna and wants you to help set them up. Uft. Upon hearing this, Wang Muching immediately spewed the water she had just sipped, saying, he likes Joanna? But Joanna wouldn't like him. Her standards are very high. She not only wants a high education, but she also wants someone handsome and wealthy. Do you think Little Pang meets her requirements? Little Pang isn't bad. He graduated from college too. Although he is not handsome, he is cute. As for money, once he follows me, he'll definitely become a millionaire. Yi Xiao spoke well of Pang Xiao. Yi Xiao sighed and said, I'll go along with it, but he'll definitely come to pester you later. Okay, I'll give it a try. Wang Muching wanted to enjoy a peaceful life, but men in heat could be very clingy, so she quickly agreed. Then she invited Joanna out for afternoon tea. Watching Joanna play with her phone and occasionally laugh, Wang Muching leaned over and asked, Nana, do you have a new crush? Not really a crush, just someone I find pleasing to the eye. By the way, have you arranged for a companion for the hotel tonight? Do you want me to recommend one? Joanna could tell from Wang Muching's hesitant look that she definitely had something on her mind. Soon, Wang Muching revealed the real reason for inviting her out. However, Joanna answered without hesitation, Sure, I'll be his companion tonight. Hearing this, Wang Muching knew that Joanna's quick agreement meant something was up, so she spoke up, Nana, do you have something in mind? Pang Xiao is my friend, you can't go too far. I know my limits. I'm just making him understand the difference between us, so he can completely give up on me and save you trouble. Poor little Pang, just got a candy and then got slapped. Soon, Yi Xiao informed Pang Xiao that Joanna had agreed to go. Upon hearing this, Pang Xiao perked up and said to Yi Xiao, Xiao Yi, we definitely need to wear suits for the party tonight. We should go buy one. You're right, let's go. We still have around 10,000 yuan. We should be able to buy two. Then Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao set off to buy suits. Before long, they arrived at the mall and walked into a high-end suit store. Chapter 53, the most expensive. These suits are too expensive. Pang Xiao looked at a suit priced at 50,000 yuan, and the flesh on his face involuntarily squeezed together. Yi Xiao also glanced at the suits on the rack. The prices were indeed steep, and he noticed the salespeople in the store huddled together chatting, showing no intention of attending to them. At this moment, Pang Xiao waved to them. Miss, come here for a moment. After some pushing and shoving, a young salesperson reluctantly walked over and impatiently said, What do you want? Seeing her attitude, Pang Xiao became displeased, his face darkening as he said, What is your problem? I come to your store to shop, and you give me an attitude. Even if your boss came, he should treat me politely. You are just a salesperson. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were the boss's wife. You. Lu Qian, hearing him ramble on, was so angry she trembled and pointed at him. Look at your poor appearance. You dare to enter our store in your street vendor clothes? This is a high-end suit store. Not everyone can afford it. So what if I wear street vendor clothes? Once I'm in here, I'm your god. Pang Xiao swaggered over and sat down in a chair. God, not everyone is a god. You don't deserve it. Lu Qian was also unwilling to back down, most irritated by such broke people coming in. She couldn't be bothered to deal with them. At this moment, Pang Xiao wanted to confront this arrogant salesperson, staring at her name tag, and saying, Lu Qian, I'll remember you. I'll come to complain about you every day. You'll probably get fined a lot. So what if I get fined? If you have the guts, go ahead and complain. Look at your poor appearance. Anyone who dates you is definitely out of luck. Lu Qian didn't take his threat seriously. She was the store's star salesperson, and even if she got complained about, it would only be a verbal warning. At this moment, Yi Xiao heard the system's Galaxy calling him and immediately focused. Galaxy was sitting in a chair, swinging her long white legs, and said, Now your brother is being bullied like this. You definitely won't just stand by and do nothing, right? Speak up. You must have something to discuss with me. Yi Xiao didn't have time for idle chit-chat. You only have 10,000 yuan on you now. If you want to help your brother shine, that won't work. I can lend you money. A hint of warmth appeared on Galaxy's face. However, at that moment, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. Galaxy was notoriously stingy with money, and now she was offering to lend him money, saying, There must be some conditions, right? Hearing this, Yi Xiao wasn't surprised. This was the Galaxy he had always known, so he nodded and said, All right. Then I'll borrow 100,000. Seeing him agree so readily, Galaxy showed an unexpected expression. You agreed, just like that? This isn't your style. You'll never understand the bond between brothers. Yi Xiao smiled. Pang Xiao needed his support now, and he certainly wouldn't stand by. Soon he received a text message from the bank indicating that 50,000 yuan had been deposited, bringing his balance to 60,000. At this moment, Lu Qian was still arguing with Pang Xiao, arrogantly pointing at him and scolding. With your poor appearance, you think you can buy clothes from our store? Dream on. Pang Xiao's chest heaved as he gasped for air. If he had money, he'd buy the most expensive clothes to infuriate her, but unfortunately, he was broke and could only endure the humiliation. Yi Xiao walked over and said to him, President Pang, the funds have arrived. I'll go have the goods shipped out. All right, go ahead. Pang Xiao understood Yi Xiao's words. The money issue was resolved, and everything would be simple. So he quickly called over another cute salesperson, saying, please help me bring out the most expensive suit in your store for me to try on. Okay. Chen Ning was a bit excited. It was her first day on the job, and she didn't expect to make a sale so soon. Before long, she brought over a black suit and pants, handing them to Pang Xiao. Soon, Pang Xiao changed into the outfit and walked out, looking in the mirror while asking Yi Xiao, how does it look? Not bad, very spirited. Although the suit didn't make Pang Xiao particularly handsome, he was decent looking, which made him appear quite spirited. Sir, this suit suits you well, but you should change that belt. Chen Ning chimed in. Pang Xiao looked down at the belt around his waist, saying, I think it's pretty good. Although it's not very expensive, I like it a lot. Chen Ning smiled and said, Sir, this outfit totals over 90,000 yuan. And pairing it with a belt worth a few hundred is like putting a folding bed in a luxury villa. It doesn't quite match. All right, then I'll get another belt. Pang Xiao looked triumphantly at Lu Qian. At this moment, Lu Qian couldn't believe he could afford a suit worth 90,000. She thought he would definitely find some excuse to slip away. After Chen Ning packaged the clothes and belt, she said to Pang Xiao, Sir, it's a total of 105,000 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash? By card, here. Yi Xiao stepped forward and handed over the card. When Pang Xiao heard that the outfit cost over 100,000 yuan, he couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. He usually only wore clothes worth 1 or 200 yuan. And now suddenly wearing clothes worth 10 times that, he felt a bit unaccustomed. At this moment, Lu Qian was also dumbfounded. She never expected he would actually buy the outfit, and she instantly felt immense regret, knowing that selling this suit would bring her a considerable commission. And she had easily missed out. Soon Pang Xiao began writing on the feedback form, filling 10 pages with complaints about Lu Qian before leaving triumphantly. After coming out, Yi Xiao saw that Pang Xiao was walking unsteadily and quickly supported him, asking, What's wrong? Are you scared and your legs weak? 100,000 yuan for clothes. When will I be able to pay it back? I've never worn such expensive clothes in my life. Pang Xiao looked like he was about to cry. It's fine. Consider this outfit a gift from me. When pursuing a girl, you need to have a decent appearance. Yi Xiao patted his shoulder in comfort. After all, Pang Xiao had worked alongside him for so long, and this outfit was compensation for him. Good brother. Pang Xiao hugged Yi Xiao and even began to cry, occasionally wiping his nose and tears on Yi Xiao's shoulder. Seeing this, Yi Xiao thought to himself that it was good it was just an ordinary piece of clothing. Otherwise it would have been ruined. Chapter 54, Business Comes Knocking. Wang Muching, seeing this scene, curiously asked, What's wrong with him? Did he take the wrong medicine, or is he having a fit? It's just a suit that costs 100,000. Yi Xiao smiled and sat down beside Wang Muching, putting his arm around her shoulders. By the way, where's your dress? You have to wear formal attire to the party, otherwise how can you match my gown? I said I would help you order one, but you didn't agree. Wang Muching turned to look at Yi Xiao. She specifically ordered a gown for this dance party. Yi Xiao knew that the custom-made gown cost 100,000, and it was in US dollars. He couldn't bear to spend that money. It was better used to develop the island. He had planned to just wear something casual, but now that he was going with Wang Muching, he needed a suit. Let me think of a way for you. Wang Muching stood up and took out her phone to dial a number. After the call, she said to Yi Xiao, It will be delivered before 6 o'clock. By the way, I heard you were short on funds. Do you want me to support you with a few million as an investment? Hearing this, Yi Xiao quickly shook his head. He knew Wang Muching meant well. But relying on her money all the time wasn't a solution, even though they were in a romantic relationship. Wang Muching didn't mind and went into the bedroom to take a shower. At 5:30, a person came in carrying 2 boxes and said to Sumu, Hello, here are 2 gowns, one for men and one for women. Please sign for them. Thank you. After Yi Xiao signed, he took the gowns inside and handed one to Wang Muching before going to change. When he took out the suit, he saw it had no tags or anything, so he knew it must be expensive. However, it was too late now. He could only wear it first. After putting on the suit, Yi Xiao looked in the mirror. The suit looked very sharp on him. At this moment, Pang Xiao was also dressed and waiting outside. Seeing Yi Xiao come out, he said, Why does the same suit look so different on you? Your figure is so good, and your face is so handsome. Stop flattering me, get ready. And let's go? Yi Xiao smiled and ignored him. Pang Xiao sighed on the sofa, recalling how many girls pursued Yi Xiao back in school. This was a face value era. Yi Xiao, come in. At this time, Wang Muching poked her head out from the room and called Yi Xiao in. Once inside, Yi Xiao asked, What's wrong, Muching? Wang Muching turned around, wearing a pure white gown, revealing a smooth, flawless back, which made his heart race. I can't zip up my dress. Can you help me? Sure. Yi Xiao reached for Wang Muching's back, trying to zip it up, but his eyes were glued to her smooth back, causing his hands to fumble and occasionally brush against her skin. Yi Xiao, don't take advantage of me. Does it really take this long to zip a dress? Wang Muqing knew how Yi Xiao was feeling. After all, not everyone had the chance to see her back. How could that be? Am I that kind of person? Yi Xiao took a deep breath to calm himself down and then successfully zipped up the dress. Wang Muqing then linked her arm with Yi Xiao's, and they walked outside together. Wow, what a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Pang Xiao immediately praised when he saw the two coming out. You sure know how to flatter. Let's go? Wang Muqing smiled lightly, and the three of them headed toward the hotel. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, Pang Xiao saw Xiao Na, dressed in a low-cut evening gown, already waiting there, and immediately approached her with a smile. Na, you look beautiful today. Thank you. Let's go? Xiao Na smiled and walked in first, looking very proud, with Pang Xiao closely following behind. As soon as Xiao Na entered, many men surrounded her to flirt, all dressed in high-end suits and wearing luxury watches. Pang Xiao saw those men swarm around her like flies and immediately stepped in front of Xiao Na, saying, "Don't you know she has someone with her? Am I invisible?" Those men glanced at him disdainfully and began to mock him. With your appearance, do you think you deserve such a beautiful girl? You should take a look at yourself in the mirror, even if you wear designer clothes. It can't hide the poor aura about you. Fatty, that outfit of yours must be rented, right? Be careful not to get it dirty, otherwise, you won't be able to return it. Pang Xiao ignored them completely, took Xiao Na's hand, smiled proudly at them, and then led her to the side. The surrounding men were enraged by this scene, thinking that a good cabbage had been pushed to a pig. Xiao Na initially thought Pang Xiao would feel inferior and leave upon seeing those men, but to her surprise, he was not intimidated at all, which made her regard him in a new light. Wang Muqing, in her white evening gown, moved through the crowd like a pure white lotus, attracting everyone's attention. Du Zhang walked up to Yi Xiao and said, "Your girlfriend is so charming. You are quite lucky. By the way, I have a friend who wants to do some business with you." "Oh, what kind of business?" Yi Xiao was also very curious since he was worried about lacking funds. Du Zhang then waved at a middle-aged man, who walked over. He introduced, "This is Manager Wu Qian, the general manager of a landscaping company. He wants to discuss some business with you." "Hello, I've heard about you from Brother Du. You're quite accomplished." Manager Wu Qian extended his hand to Yi Xiao with a smile. "Hello, Manager Wu." Yi Xiao found Manager Wu to be very composed and thought he seemed like a good person. After some small talk, Manager Wu got straight to the point. "Mr. Yi, our company is engaged in landscaping trade, and we are looking for a private place to cultivate some new tree species. Brother Du recommended your island to me, so we want to rent a piece of land on your island." Hearing this, Yi Xiao thought it was a good idea, as there was still plenty of vacant land on the island that could be rented out. He then asked, "How long does Manager Wu plan to rent it for? And what scale are you looking at?" "About a year, and it doesn't need to be too big, just a dozen acres will do. The rent is 100,000 per acre per year. If Mr. Yi finds it suitable, we would like to conduct a site visit." Manager Wu looked sincere. Yi Xiao was very satisfied with the rent of 100,000 per acre per year. "All right, then let us wish for a happy cooperation." Chapter 55, Pretty Boy. At this moment, Yang Tai was staring intently at Wang Muqing not far away, his eyes revealing a long-desired expression. Muqing was indeed dazzling, like a pearl radiating endless brilliance. If I weren't engaged, I would have considered pursuing her. Wu Quan sat next to Yang Tai with a bottle of beer, followed by a few young men, all famous second-generation rich kids from Donghai City. "Yeah, Muqing is the most beautiful in our circle, but unfortunately, her standards are quite high. She doesn't even look at people like us. But I heard her boyfriend is just a farmer. When did she develop such taste? Maybe she's used to eating delicacies and occasionally wants to change to eating vegetables." The others chimed in with their opinions. Hearing their words, Yang Tai couldn't help but take a swig from his beer. Over the years, he had been close to Wang Muqing, but her boyfriends had changed one after another, and none had been so serious. Wu Quan, seeing his gloomy face, patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "There are thousands of women in the world. Why hang yourself on one tree? You're not someone who lacks women." Yang Tai merely smiled lightly. The reason he was determined to pursue Wang Muqing was not only because she was an unparalleled beauty, but also because winning her over would grant him access to the vast industries and wealth of the Wang family. At that moment, a young man walked over and said to the crowd, "I saw Wang Muqing's boyfriend. He was discussing land rental with someone. It seems like he is quite short on money." "Humph, how much money can a vegetable grower have? Isn't he lucky to be with Wang Muqing? I can't stand people like him who don't know their place. I need to make him understand what a gap in status means." A defiant young man stood up and walked towards Yi Xiao with ill intent. Seeing this, the others were eagerly preparing to watch the spectacle. Yang Tai looked at Yi Xiao, who was chatting and laughing with someone not far away, and a hint of mockery flashed across his face. To be on the safe side, he decided to ruin Yi Xiao's career, making him a useless person. "Are you Yi Xiao, the man who lives off women?" Just as Yi Xiao was enjoying his conversation with Wu Qian, he suddenly heard a disdainful voice. Turning around, He saw a young man with a fair complexion standing in front of him. He retorted without backing down. "And you are which pretty boy?" Seeing that he dared to talk back, Li Gao snorted coldly and said, "I know you are with Mu Cheng for the money. You are not worthy of her. You better leave her quickly, or I'll make you regret it." Xiao chuckled softly and stared at him, saying, "Our relationship is none of your business. If you want to make me regret it, come at me. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? Kid, today I will make you understand the consequences of opposing me." Li Gao pointed at Xiao, his face full of arrogance. Just then, Xiao suddenly reached out and grabbed Li Gao's finger, twisting it hard. "Ah, it hurts. Let go of me." In the next moment, Li Gao bent down and squatted on the ground, letting out a painful cry, feeling like his finger was about to break. At this time, the people around were attracted by his scream and turned to look. Xiao calmly stared at him and asked, "Are you still going to make me regret it?" "No, I won't." Li Gao hurriedly shook his head. He was a pampered young master who had never endured such pain. Seeing this, Xiao finally released him, allowing him to leave. Wu Quan watched this scene and looked at Yang Tai, saying, "This kid doesn't seem easy to deal with. It might not be that simple for you to handle him." "Handling him will be a piece of cake," Yang Tai said with a confident smile, giving Wu Qian a deep glance. He picked up a glass of red wine, swirled it, and then drank it all in one go. Wang Mu Cheng came over after hearing the commotion and said to Li Gao, "Are you itching for trouble again? Daring to bully my boyfriend?" "Sister Mu Cheng, how could I dare? You're busy. I'll take my leave," Li Gao said, turning to leave like a thief. Xiao walked over to Wang Mu Cheng and smiled. "He seems to be quite afraid of you." Wang Mu Cheng chuckled. "He probably got scared when I beat him up as a kid. He often tried to fight me, but never won." Xiao then accompanied Wang Mu Cheng to meet friends. At this moment, Pang Xiao sat aside, watching Xiao Na chatting closely with several young and handsome men, who occasionally glanced at her chest. Seeing this, he felt helpless. Pursuing Xiao Na seemed like a daunting task. At 10 o'clock, the trio finally left the hotel. However, when they entered the room, the sight before them shocked them. The living room was a mess. The sofa was torn to shreds, the floor was covered with feces and yellow liquid, and the air was filled with the stench of urine. Woof woof woof. Lightning and the others were running around the house, having a great time. "Tonight, we will stay at a hotel. I'll have someone come to clean up," Wang Mu Cheng said, rubbing her forehead at the sight. "You little troublemakers. You really know how to cause chaos." Xiao waved to Lightning, which immediately pounced on him, circling around. Soon, the group along with 7 dogs headed towards the hotel. Xiao came out of the bathroom and saw Pang Xiao grinning at him, asking, "Why are you grinning like that?" "Mu Cheng just called you. You're going to have a great night," Pang Xiao said with a mischievous smile. "Get lost. You should sleep," Xiao replied, walking out. Pang Xiao watched his departing figure with envy, then sighed and walked to the bed. When he lifted the blanket, he saw Lightning lying in bed, feeling an urge to cry. Xiao was cuddling a stunning beauty to sleep, while he was stuck sleeping with a bunch of dogs. The difference was like heaven and earth. After Xiao entered Wang Mu Cheng's room, he saw her wearing a bathrobe, her hair wet and incredibly tempting. Thinking about her calling him over at night, he felt a little excited, wondering if something he had longed for was about to happen. What gift? At this moment, Xiao vaguely guessed what the gift was and couldn't help but swallow. Meanwhile, Wang Mu Cheng stood up, slowly pulling down her bathrobe, revealing a patch of pure white skin. Xiao felt parched, and just as he waited for Wang Mu Cheng to continue undressing, she pulled out a pen from her chest and handed it to him, smiling. "This is your gift." "Just this?" Xiao slowly reached out to take the pen. A bit surprised. "What did you think it was?" "All right, I'm going to sleep now." Wang Mu Cheng turned and lay down in bed. Xiao retreated from the room, secretly thinking she was truly enchanting. Chapter 56, Training the Dog de Bordeaux. Early the next morning, Xiao and Pang Xiao set off with Lightning and the other 7 Dog de Bordeaux puppies to the dock, waiting for Wu Qian to go to the island for an inspection. After arriving at the dock, Xiao called Xiao Dahai to have a boat come over. At that moment, Pang Xiao was playing with Lightning and the others. After a while, Xiao Dahai arrived and greeted the two. When he saw the puppies, he leaned over to pet them, saying, "Not bad. They look lively and beautiful. You seem to be living quite well, riding horses and walking dogs." Lightning and the others ran over to Xiao Dahai, sniffing him before running off. After waiting a while, Wu Qian and a few others walked over. Woof woof woof. However, when they got closer, Lightning rushed up and barked at them furiously. "This dog is lively." Wu Qian smiled, seemingly unconcerned. Then the group boarded the boat and set off for island number 4. On the boat, Xiao noticed that Lightning was staring at Wu Qian, and no amount of soothing seemed to work. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. A few hours later, the boat docked at the island, where a simple wooden bridge had been built, making it a rudimentary dock. "Xiao Pang, take Lightning and the others for a walk to let them familiarize themselves with the place." "Sure, I love playing with dogs," Pang Xiao said, calling to Lightning. And they happily followed him away. Yi Xiao then led Wu Qian and the others around, pointing to the empty land and saying, Manager Wu, these are the areas we currently control. Take a look at which ones are suitable for planting the trees for your company. Wu Qian whispered to a few people beside him, and they began taking soil samples and measuring the land. Then he said to Yi Xiao, we need to do some testing. I hope Mr. Yi doesn't mind. Of course not. Let's go check over here, Yi Xiao replied with a smile, leading Wu Qian to continue exploring the island. This must be sugar maple. This large area of sugar maple forest will surely look beautiful once matured. Wu Qian praised as he looked at the sugar maples before him. Yi Xiao nodded and said, now we have just over 100 acres. I plan to plant 500 acres. Strolling through the maple forest at that time will definitely be very romantic. It turns out Mr. Yi is quite a romantic person. Haha, this place is surrounded by the sea on all sides, and if it develops well, it will definitely be very good. After wandering around the island for a while, Wu Qian's subordinates also completed the soil sampling and measurement work. Wu Qian smiled and extended his hand to Yi Xiao, saying, Mr. Yi, we should have results within a week. If everything goes well, I will come directly to sign the contract with you. I will look forward to your arrival. Yi Xiao replied, shaking Wu Qian's hand. Right now, Wu Qian is his only hope. If it works out, he will receive a funding of 1 million. If it doesn't, he will have to look for other sources of funding. At this moment, Sun Jiangwo walked over and said to Yi Xiao, now, apart from watering the sugar maple trees and some ordinary vegetable fields, we are just clearing the wasteland. There isn't much else to do. Since there's nothing to do, let us take a good rest. There will be plenty to do in the future. Yi Xiao smiled softly, and he also took this opportunity to train Lightning and the others, as he had learned a lot from Lu Zong before. He then walked to the kitchen and asked Wu Fan, who was busy, Aunt Wu, do you have any bones or meat? Yes, some ribs just arrived. Wu Fan took out a rack of ribs and placed it on the table. I'll do it. Half an hour later, he fished out the ribs, put them in a container, and brought them outside. All right, little ones, listen to me and sit down. Yi Xiao pressed his hand down, wanting them to sit on the ground, but they were still staring intently at the ribs in the bucket, showing no reaction at all. Seeing this, he had no choice but to personally press Lightning and the others down. After several attempts, the first to learn this command was Lightning. Yi Xiao quickly stuffed a rib into its mouth. After receiving the reward, Lightning was excited and immediately ran to the side to gnaw on it. At this moment, the other little dogo Argentino seemed to understand something and also obediently sat down on the ground. Lightning really does have a leading role. As long as it learned, the other dogs would learn too. Watching the little dogo Argentino sitting on the ground, Pang Xiao also understood the key to getting them to learn the command. Hearing this, Yi Xiao looked at Lightning, who was happily gnawing on the rib, and thought that as long as he taught it, teaching the other dogs would be much easier. Otherwise, it would be a tough job. Yi Xiao then rewarded them with more ribs from the bucket, and as he watched them eating happily, he could already imagine them growing into big dogs. After a hearty meal, Lightning and the others huddled together to sleep. Earlier, Yi Xiao had asked Sun Jiangwo to build a doghouse next to the stable, so he carried Lightning and the others inside one by one. During dinner, Pang Xiao took out a bottle of white liquor, and the two of them drank while enjoying a plate of peanuts. Wow, I say, little Yi. Life is really leisurely now, surrounded by the blue sea, with horses and dogs, drinking a little wine and blowing the sea breeze. It can't get any better. Pang Xiao downed the drink in his cup and sighed. Yes, this kind of life is indeed relaxed and pleasant. Yi Xiao looked at Sun Jiangwo, who was gathered inside playing cards, and thought that such a small life was quite beautiful. Pang Xiao picked a peanut and threw it into his mouth, then said, but now that we are developing better, the expenses are also getting bigger. The daily expenses for Black Cloud and White Snow alone are over 1,000. And now we have 7 dogs. We must have some liquid funds, otherwise, it will be troublesome if something happens. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement and decided to hand over part of the funds to Pang Xiao for management. Otherwise, if it remained in his hands, it would definitely be spent all at once. At this moment, in a villa, Yang Tai and Wu Qian were sitting together drinking wine. Wu Qian's face changed from the previous friendliness to a more authoritative demeanor. Young Master Yang, that Yi Xiao has already fallen for it. But do you really plan to spend 1 million to rent those few acres of worthless land? In my opinion, it could be settled for just a few thousand. You may not know this, but Yi Xiao actually doesn't lack funding sources. Wang Muching and Du Jiang can help him, as long as he asks. That is why I offered such a high price. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the chance to contact him. Yang Tai shook the wine glass in his hand, revealing a sly smile. Then I will go sign for those pieces of land in a few days. Yes, at that time you can start working. I want to completely turn that island into a dead island. Chapter 57, The Lamborghini of Chickens. The next morning, Yi Xiao went to the stable, ready to take 2 horses out for a stroll. Upon arriving at the stable, he saw that Black Cloud and White Snow had already grown to about 1 meter tall, looking more spirited and handsome, with manes as smooth as silk. As soon as Black Cloud and White Snow saw Xiao, they immediately approached him and licked his face. "Let us go, little ones." Xiao led the two horses outside. After a moment, he saw a patch of grassland ahead. This was the 10 acres of ryegrass he had planted before, which had now matured. Looking at the lush green grass, his mood improved significantly. At this moment, Black Cloud and White Snow also walked into the grassland to start eating. Just then, Xiao felt something biting his foot. Looking down, he saw it was Lightning and the others, so he immediately extended his hand to make a squatting gesture, and Lightning and the others instantly squatted down. He then began to teach Lightning and the others new commands. As the days passed, Xiao spent his days walking the horses and training the dogs, making life quite relaxed. However, Pang Xiao was not so calm. Seeing Xiao playing with Lightning and the others, he immediately walked over and said, "Little Yi, it's already the 7th day, and there's still no news from Wu Qian. Is the land rental not going to work out? Are you still in the mood to play with the dogs? If it doesn't work out, there's nothing to be done. At worst, I'll have to shamelessly borrow from Muqing and Du Jiang. Money is not an issue." Xiao was quite open-minded, believing that there would always be a way when the time came. Just then, a boat slowly docked at the pier, and Wu Qian walked down from the boat, carrying a black leather case. "Haha, the money is here." Pang Xiao happily jumped up and went to greet him. Wu Qian walked to Xiao's side and smiled, extending his hand. "Mr. Yi, our company has agreed to this project, so I'm here to sign the contract with you today. Here is the contract. Please take a look." All right. Xiao took the contract and began to read it. The main points were that he would rent 10 acres of land for a year at a rental price of 1 million. And the contract also stipulated that the land would only be used for planting trees and not for any other purposes. He was very satisfied with this contract and then handed it to Pang Xiao. Pang Xiao glanced at the contract and then leaned closer to Xiao's ear and whispered, "The contract says we must not interfere with the trees planted by their company, even if any consequences arise. Otherwise, we would have to pay 3 times the penalty. I have a bad feeling about this. After all, it is a real product, and there will definitely be some risks, but it's just trees. As long as they are planted a bit further away, it should be fine." Xiao thought that since the rent was so high, 1 million, this risk was still acceptable. However, at this moment, Wu Qian interjected, "Mr. Yi, in order to test some properties of the trees, our company requires that there be other plants surrounding the trees, so these trees must be planted next to that patch of sugar maple forest. This is our only requirement." "All right, we agree." In the end, Xiao nodded in agreement, as this was indeed 1 million, a significant amount. Looking forward to a pleasant cooperation. We will bring the trees over soon and start planting. After signing the contract, Wu Qian opened the suitcase, revealing stacks of red bills, and then said, "This is 1 million, you can check it. Let me do it." Pang Xiao pulled the suitcase over and started counting. After sending Wu Qian away, Xiao took out 100,000 and handed it to Pang Xiao for safekeeping, responsible for daily living expenses. "Don't worry, if the money goes into my pocket, it's safer than being in a safe." Pang Xiao assured him confidently as he tucked the money away. Just as Xiao was about to get busy, he heard the voice of the galaxy in his mind, and his consciousness drifted into the system. Seeing her smiling at him, an unsettling feeling arose. And he said, "You staring at me with that smile makes me uneasy." Galaxy walked in front of Xiao and reached out her hand. Xiao started to say nice things. However, Galaxy shook her head and said, "I don't really care about the development of the island. If you haven't built it well, there will be a next person. I don't offer credit here. No way, in front of money. Even if you dance a thigh dance for me naked, it won't work." Galaxy maintained a slight smile, a smug expression. Upon hearing this, Xiao's face darkened. He didn't expect that even if he planned to sacrifice his appearance, it would still be useless. Galaxy truly only had eyes for money. He then took out 200,000 to give to the system, thinking he would definitely not borrow money from Galaxy again in the future, but it hurt him to see that 200,000 disappear in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Galaxy patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't be sad. It's just 200,000. You're a millionaire. Money is not a problem." Yes, a millionaire. Xiao was now thinking about how to make money. Although growing vegetables could indeed sell for a good amount, he wanted to earn even more. After exhausting 1,000 brain cells, he finally came up with an idea. Half of the vegetables would be supplied to Wang Mucheng and Du Zhang's restaurant, and the other half would be used as barbecue ingredients. He would hold a barbecue event to attract those wealthy people to participate. With this in mind, he immediately began selecting seeds: golden needle mushrooms, leeks, potatoes, green peppers. Xiao selected more than 20 kinds of vegetables, all suitable for barbecue. And he also chose yellow soybeans to make tofu skin later, along with chili, cumin, and other condiments. After all, these vegetables were high-quality ingredients, and the cumin seasoning couldn't be poor, so he specifically planted an acre of rapeseed to press for oil when it matured. However, looking at all these vegetables being vegetarian, He decided to choose some meat. Based on the current conditions, he could only select land animals, so he began to choose on the system interface. Metal chicken? When Xiao looked at the image of a completely black chicken, he became curious. At this moment, Galaxy approached with a smile and said, "Metal chicken, produced in Indonesia. Its feathers are black like metal, and even its internal organs and blood are black. There is no part that isn't black, because it is rare and precious. It is called the Lamborghini of chickens, so it's also known as Lamborghini chicken. Lamborghini chicken, having a name associated with Lamborghini, must not be cheap." Xiao noticed Galaxy's sales pitch and understood what she was getting at. The metal chicken is a premium poultry, costing 100,000. An acre of chicken? That's not bad. An acre can raise quite a few chickens. You're thinking too much. It's not an acre of chickens, but one. Chapter 58, Prelude to the Barbecue Event. Don't try to persuade me. I've never even touched a Lamborghini, let alone eaten Lamborghini chicken. Xiao was unmoved. He couldn't afford a chicken costing 100,000. Xiao, I've heard you got a girlfriend. Buying a chicken for her to nourish her body would be nice. And she could also give you a big fat baby in the future. Galaxy was relentless. Her purpose of existence was to make Xiao spend money. However, Xiao still remained unmoved and found another type of chicken called San Huang chicken, which is also a famous native chicken in the country. This name was conferred by Zhu Yuanzhang. The meat is delicious, nutritious, and cheap. 10 chickens could be bought for 10,000. He then bought 30 chickens, which should be enough for the barbecue. Okay, I'll give you a discount, 150,000 for 2 metal chickens. I don't believe you don't want to taste its flavor. Galaxy gritted her teeth and lowered the price by 50,000. Deal. Xiao nodded, then opened the seawater purifier. The fresh water produced was no longer sufficient. Previously, he learned that the seawater purifier he bought could be upgraded. And now he saw that upgrading once costs 400,000, and in the blink of an eye, over 100,000 was gone again. At this time, he saw Galaxy lounging on the sofa, not coming to persuade him to buy, and he curiously asked, "This isn't your style. Before you practically wanted me to have not a penny left. Now that the island is on the brink of water shortage, you have to buy it. Why should I waste my breath?" Galaxy smiled, fully aware of what Xiao must buy. Xiao then spent 400,000 to upgrade the seawater purifier to a Type 2 seawater purifier, which could supply water for 400 acres of land. He then exchanged 30 San Huang chickens and 2 metal chickens, all chicks. Anything exchanged from the system had to be raised from small to large, whether animals or trees. "Hey, where did you get these chicks?" "Forget it, I won't ask." Pang Xiao watched Xiao rush over with a group of chicks and didn't ask further. After all, Xiao often inexplicably brought out some things. Just wait to eat chicken later. Xiao didn't explain much, let Pang Xiao build a chicken coop, and then handed over the more than 20 types of vegetables and some seasoning seeds he bought to Sun Jiangwo, asking him to arrange for people to plant them. Just then, Lightning came running over with several other small dogs and pounced on the chicks. "Lightning, come here." Seeing this, Xiao quickly shouted, and Lightning and the others immediately drooped their heads and ran over. He then squatted down and patted Lightning and the others' heads, saying, "Good, don't eat now. Wait until you grow up." Woo-woo. Lightning lowered its head and barked, as if admitting its mistake. Xiao then let Lightning and the others go play aside, and herded the more than 30 chicks into the chicken coop. The next morning, Xiao went to the pool again and saw that the pool, which used to take a whole day to fill, now only needed a few hours, while Sun Jiangwo and others were carrying buckets to water the fields. Now there was no signal on the island. Making a phone call was impossible, and for some matters, he had to run personally. Although there was also a signal tower in the system, it cost 1 million each, and he couldn't afford it for now. He then explained a few things to Sun Jiangwo and the others before leaving on the boat. In the evening, Xiao and Wang Mucheng arrived at the Hong Song restaurant. "Xiao, Miss Wang, it's rare for you to come to my restaurant. Feel free to order whatever you want. Don't be polite." Du Jiang called a waiter over to prepare to order. Xiao was also unreserved, directly saying, "Then bring me a pound of steak." "A pound?" The waiter was taken aback. It was her first time hearing someone order a pound of steak. "Go ahead. Bring several pieces together." Du Jiang rescued the waiter. Xiao smiled and said, "Every time I eat steak, it's just one slice. It's really not satisfying. This time I called you all together because I have an idea I want to discuss with you. A few months later, I want to hold a barbecue event using only the finest island ingredients. What do you think?" "Sounds good. I also really like barbecue. So I can eat my fill then." Wang Mucheng remained true to her foodie nature. "Do you have a specific event plan?" Du Jiang was also very optimistic about this event. The island's fragrant vegetables were currently very popular, and it was essential to seize this opportunity. Xiao shook his head and said, "The vegetables have already been planted, but the specific plan hasn't been made yet. Anyway, there's still plenty of time. We can do it a month in advance. Since that's the case, I'll take responsibility for this matter. Miss Wang, what do you think?" Du Jiang looked at Wang Mucheng, wanting to hear her thoughts. "I have no opinion. and I'm too lazy to deal with these things. Wang Mucheng directly refused. Soon, a waiter brought a large piece of steak to Xiao, who cut off a big chunk and stuffed it into his mouth, slamming the table and shouting. So satisfying. Now this is what a man is like. Eating and drinking heartily. His actions drew the attention of those around him. But Xiao didn't care and continued to eat as he pleased. An hour later, Du Jiang sent them off and called for Jiang Luan, saying, "You go contact a few news agencies and inform them that Island Number 4 will hold a barbecue event. By the way, you're responsible for coordinating with them." "No problem. I can handle it right away," Jiang Luan confidently assured, immediately taking out his phone to call his friends at the news agency. At this time, Xiao and Wang Mucheng were holding hands and walking down the street, occasionally exchanging glances and smiling knowingly. Xiao noticed that Wang Mucheng seemed a bit unhappy and asked, "What's wrong? Are you worried about something?" Wang Mucheng helplessly replied, "Don't worry. We can face whatever comes our way. As long as our hearts are together, no one can tear us apart." Xiao held Wang Mucheng's hand tightly. "That depends on whether you can get past my mom. She's in menopause, and when she goes crazy, I'm scared. If all else fails, we can just make it happen and see what they can do." "Cut it out. You think too highly of yourself. If you want to get into my bed, let's see if you have what it takes." Chapter 59, Conspiracy. Du Jiang checked the time. It was already 9 o'clock, and Jiang Luan hadn't arrived yet. Nor was he answering his phone. "Mr. Du, my phone rang all night last night. Those reporters kept calling to ask when the barbecue event would take place. I finally fell asleep in the middle of the night, and I'm still feeling drowsy now. Today's newspaper will probably report on the barbecue event." As he spoke, Jiang Luan yawned, now understanding why Du Jiang had assigned him to contact the reporters. Ding ding ding. Just then, the phone at the front desk rang, and the waiter quickly picked it up. "Hello, this is Hong Song Restaurant. How can I help you? I heard that your restaurant is going to hold a barbecue event in conjunction with Island Number 4. I want to ask when it will take place." "I'm sorry. The event is still being planned, and the date has not yet been set. What are the requirements to participate in this event?" "I'm sorry, I don't know that either." The phone continued to ring, with an endless stream of people calling to inquire about the barbecue event. Du Jiang watched this scene with a smile. Previously, Hong Song Restaurant was just an ordinary Western restaurant, one of the thousands in Donghai City, but since it started using Island's fragrant vegetables, it had become a well-known restaurant in Donghai City, already holding the momentum of a leader. At this moment, he saw another group of people walk in, wearing cameras. Presumably reporters. Once those reporters entered the restaurant, they immediately started taking photos, then surrounded Du Jiang and began questioning him about the barbecue event. Du Jiang looked at the chattering reporters and quickly raised his hand to quiet them down, saying, "Everyone, I know what you want to ask. The barbecue event is still in the planning stage and should take place in 2 months. The specific details are still being worked out, and we will announce them to you at that time. Mr. Du, I just want to ask if we reporters can go to the island at that time. We would also like to report on this event." One person asked the question that everyone was eager to know. If they could go, they would also be able to taste the island's delicacies. "I will arrange for a few reporters to go to the island for coverage, and I will announce the arrangements to everyone at that time." Du Jiang thought that if reporters went to the island for coverage, it would definitely be beneficial for promoting Island Number 4. As soon as he finished speaking, a crowd of reporters surrounded him, eagerly handing over their business cards. "Mr. Du, I am a reporter from Donghai Daily. Here is my card. We will definitely give extensive coverage. I am a reporter from Early News TV. Our viewership is definitely higher than newspapers. Mr. Du, here is my card. I am a reporter from Gossip Entertainment, and our click-through rate is the highest." After a lot of back and forth, Du Jiang finally managed to send the reporters away. At this time, many citizens of Donghai City had seen the news about the barbecue event on the newspaper, and they were probing for information about it from various channels. Previously, the island's vegetables were sold at civilian prices, leading them to believe that at least some ordinary citizens would be able to participate in this barbecue event. Xiao was completely unaware of the commotion caused by the barbecue event. He was busy installing water pipes with Sun Jiangwo and others, so they wouldn't need to carry water anymore. "All right, let's give it a try." After a busy afternoon, they finally installed nearly 1,000 meters of water pipes, which could cover the sugar maple forest and vegetable fields. Xiao picked up the water pipe, turned on the switch, and immediately water sprayed out. He laughed while watering the vegetable field, finding it much more convenient now. At this moment, Pang Xiao walked over and said, "Wu Qian has arrived." Xiao looked toward the dock, where a cargo ship was moored, and Wu Qian was directing a group of people unloading bundles of saplings from the ship. Upon closer inspection, these saplings were about the height of an arm, with pointed leaves, but apart from that, they didn't seem particularly special. "Manager Wu, what kind of saplings are these?" Xiao asked, not recognizing them. "These are just some eucalyptus trees. They're our new variety, known for their fast growth and drought resistance. The company will arrange for some people to observe them," Wu Qian explained with a smile. then directed some people to start planting. Xiao only knew that eucalyptus trees were very common and didn't pay much attention. After Wu Qian assigned tasks to Yuan Fei, he turned to leave. Yuan Fei handed a cigarette to Xiao and said, "Mr. Yi, we're here to observe the growth of the eucalyptus trees. We brought our own tent. But food is a problem, so we want to share meals with you. We can cover the food expenses. That's a small matter. When do you think these 10 acres of saplings can be finished planting?" Xiao chatted casually with Yuan Fei as they walked. Yuan Fei looked at the sugar maple forest swaying in the wind, and a cold smile appeared in his heart. In a few months, the island would be devoid of vegetation. Xiao led Yuan Fei to continue wandering around the island, introducing the island's situation without any guard. After Wu Qian came ashore, he immediately found Yang Tai to report on the latest progress. "You're doing well, but don't be complacent. Sooner or later, they will discover the problem. The later they find out, the better." A slight smile appeared on Yang Tai's face. By then, the island's land would turn into wasteland, and Xiao would have no way to turn things around. "The people I left behind are relatively smart. They should be able to drag it out for a few months. But young Master Yang, things are almost done now. What do you think?" At this moment, Wu Qian looked rather shrewd. "Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. Here is a deposit of 100,000. After the matter is accomplished, the remaining half will be given to you." Yang Tai took out 2 stacks of money from beneath the coffee table and threw them in front of Wu Qian. Wu Qian quickly reached out and took it, counting it one by one, and said with a smile, "Young Master Yang, you don't have to worry about this. We have a contract with Xiao. Even if he discovers something, he wouldn't dare to do anything. The contract clearly states that if he breaches it, he has to pay 3 times the compensation, which amounts to 3 million. I doubt he can come up with that much money." Hearing this, Yang Tai also revealed a satisfied smile. This could only be a backup plan. What he really wanted was to make Xiao an ordinary person, leaving him with no chance to turn things around. Chapter 60, Withering. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Xiao stood in the vegetable field, watering nearly 30 acres of crops with a hose, but he couldn't feel any happiness on his face. Pang Xiao looked at the half-grown chives in the field, showing a hint of surprise, and the other vegetables in the field looked similar, as if they were malnourished. "I don't understand. By this time, they should be mature," he said. Xiao shook his head, puzzled. He saw that the vegetables in front of him looked weak, as if they hadn't eaten enough. At that moment, Sun Jiangwo walked over with a serious expression and said, "Xiao Yi, some of the sugar maples over there have died." Upon hearing this, Xiao frowned and asked while walking towards the sugar maple forest, "Can you tell how they died?" "It seems like they died from lack of water." Sun Jiangwo pondered for a moment before answering, "Died from lack of water?" Upon hearing this, Xiao's doubts grew stronger. Ever since upgrading the seawater purifier, he had been watering the sugar maple forest regularly, and while he could believe that they drowned, he would never accept that they died from lack of water. Before long, the 3 of them arrived at the sugar maple forest, and the sight before them broke their hearts. Hundreds of sugar maples at the outer edge were as dry as dead wood, showing no signs of life. Sun Jiangwo raised his hand and gently touched one of the sugar maples, which snapped like paper, then turned to Xiao and said, "Xiao Yi, I initially thought these sugar maples just needed water, so I watered them every day, but it didn't help. If this continues, it's likely to spread, and all the sugar maples will die." Xiao approached and broke open the trunk of the dead sugar maple, finding no signs of pests inside. It was most likely that they died from lack of water. "Xiao Yi, these eucalyptus trees are growing very quickly and are very healthy. Why haven't they died from lack of water?" Pang Xiao looked at the eucalyptus saplings from Wu Qian's company not far away, which had grown to knee height, thriving without any signs of being affected. Xiao glanced at the healthy eucalyptus trees, realizing that they showed no signs of water deficiency, while the sugar maples just a few steps away were unaffected. Now that he thought about it, the issue was likely not as simple as lack of water. Perhaps the sugar maples were sick. Thinking of this, he felt he needed to hire a plant expert to take a look. If this sugar maple forest was ruined, the more than 2 million he had spent would all go down the drain. Woof, woof, woof. Accompanied by a series of barks, a knee-high white dog rushed out, its gaze fierce and determined, with 2 sharp teeth exposed, making it look quite intimidating. Behind it followed 6 smaller Dogo Argentino dogs. "Lightning, come here." Xiao called out to Lightning, patting its head. Lightning had grown quickly in the past 2 months and was now knee-high, much larger than the other 6 dogos. And it wasn't even an adult yet, so it would definitely grow bigger in the future. Lightning licked Xiao's hand with its tongue and obediently sat beside him, while the other 6 dogos also sat down behind Lightning. Lightning was becoming more spirited, but Xiao still preferred its younger self, which was cuter and not as fierce-looking as it was now. Although Pang Xiao also had a good relationship with Lightning, he didn't dare to play too rough with it, harboring some fear, since Xiao had trained it to bite. "Let us go for a walk," Xiao said, patting Lightning's head as he led them around. Before long, the 7 of them arrived at a vegetable field where a group of chickens was pecking at the greens. These chickens included the 30 San Juan chickens and 2 metallic-looking black chickens that were previously raised. This large patch of regular cabbage was specifically planted to feed these chickens. When the group of chickens saw Lightning and the others approaching, they immediately flapped their wings and ran away. Grr! Lightning and the 7 dogos emitted low growls, their eyes fixed on the chickens, ready to pounce at any moment. However, without Xiao's command, they didn't dare to take a step forward. After walking the dogs, Xiao set off for Donghai City. Upon arriving, he went to Cheng Chi's Chengkai Landscape Company. Brother Yi, long time no see. We should catch up today. Cheng Chi greeted Xiao as soon as he walked in. Brother Cheng, I came to you because I have an urgent matter to ask. Do you know any experts in landscape management? Some sugar maples on the island have died, and I want to invite someone to take a look. Xiao stated his purpose for coming right away. This is on me. I've been in this line of work for many years and know quite a few experts in this field. I'll contact them right away, Cheng Chi said, picking up the phone. A moment later, he hung up the phone with a smile and said, It's done. The person I've invited is called Su Nong, an expert in tree management. I'll pick him up at the dock tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Cheng. No need for thanks. It's just a small favor. After leaving Chengkai Landscape Company, Xiao called Du Jiang to inform him that the barbecue event would be postponed. Then he went to find Wang Muching. When Wang Muching opened the door and saw Xiao, her eyes widened in surprise. What are you doing here? What? Can I come? With that look on your face. You're not hiding a man inside, are you? Xiao teased as he squeezed inside. However, Wang Muching stopped him and said, Are you sure you want to come in? No regrets? Of course not. What is there to regret? Xiao smiled, thinking could there be a ghost inside. He then sat on the sofa and poured himself a glass of water. At this moment, Wang Muching crossed her arms in front of her chest and said with great interest, My mom is coming over soon. You should prepare to introduce yourself. Upon hearing this, Xiao immediately sprayed the water he had just sipped and coughed twice, saying, How can your mom come? When is she arriving? It's not appropriate since it's our first meeting. After all, it was their first meeting, and with just the 2 of them in the house, her mother would definitely misunderstand. Weren't you planning to consummate the relationship? Tonight is the opportunity. Wang Muching looked at Xiao with a mischievous smile. Chapter 61. Hello, Auntie. Hearing the phrase consummate the relationship, Xiao was suddenly invigorated, wondering when she had come to this realization. However, he felt a bit shy and said, Muching, your mom is coming soon. I don't think we have enough time for that. Don't be naive. It's just pretending. I hope my mom will let us be together because of the pretense. You should prepare. Wang Muching shot Xiao a glare and pointed towards the bedroom. Prepare what? At this moment, Xiao looked puzzled, not understanding what she meant by prepare. Wang Muching glared at him and said, Just take off your clothes and lie on the bed. It's just for show anyway, hopefully. My mom will think we've already shared a bed and let us be together. Upon hearing this, Xiao obediently walked into the room, took off his coat, and lay down on the bed. He then caught a faint scent from the blanket, which made him feel a bit intoxicated. What are you doing? I didn't expect you to have this kind of habit. At that moment, Wang Muching suddenly appeared at the doorway, watching Xiao sniffing her blanket. It smells nice. What perfume are you using? Xiao smiled naturally, saying that it was just a subconscious action. Any man would do that. Wang Muching ignored him, took a silk nightgown from the wardrobe, and walked out. She then went to the bathroom, turned on the hot water, and washed her face with warm water. At this time, her little face was flushed with some water droplets, resembling someone who had just finished exercising. Dingling. Just then, the doorbell rang. Wang Mucheng quickly walked over to open the door and saw a woman standing outside, dressed very fashionably and looking quite young, seemingly only in her 30s. Mom, what are you doing here? Wang Mucheng led her mother inside. Did I not tell you I would come? Why is your face so red? Mei Fong noticed her daughter's flushed face, feeling a slight sense of foreboding. Wang Mucheng shyly smiled and said, Mom, my boyfriend is here. Upon hearing this, Mei Fong's expression instantly darkened, realizing what they had been up to. She tossed her bag onto the sofa with a thud, then sat down and said, You need to call him out. I have something to say to both of you. Wang Mucheng then turned and walked into the bedroom, telling Yi Xiao, My mom wants to see you. Now it's your turn to perform. Yi Xiao nodded, then fixed his gaze on Wang Mucheng. Why aren't you getting up? Hurry up. Wang Mucheng saw that Yi Xiao was still lying on the bed and immediately went over to lift the blanket and pull him down. Don't. Before Yi Xiao could finish his sentence, Wang Mucheng lifted the blanket, then quickly turned her head away, her face flushed as she scolded, Why aren't you wearing clothes? Do you have an exhibitionist habit? Yi Xiao, feeling aggrieved, said, Didn't you tell me to take off all my clothes? I thought you wanted to do something. I told you to take off your clothes, but I didn't mean completely. Wang Mucheng rubbed her head and turned to leave. Mei Fong waited for a moment and saw a man walking out of the bedroom, looking very robust and handsome, clearly the type that would rely on wealthy women. Mom, this is my boyfriend, Yi Xiao, Wang Mucheng introduced as she sat next to Mei Fong. Hello, Auntie. Yi Xiao felt a bit at a loss for words and managed to say only, hello, Annie. Mei Fong showed no expression and directly asked, what do you do? Mom. He started his own vegetable company. A vegetable company? Girl, do you think I came here without understanding anything? Yes, just a vegetable grower. Daughter, are you being deceived by him, or are you trying to deceive me? Mei Fong looked at Wang Mucheng expressionlessly. Wang Mucheng quickly grabbed her mother's arm and shook it, saying, Mom, who could deceive me? I like him. Can't you just support me? Mei Fong held her hand and said, if you were the child of an ordinary family, of course, you could choose who you like. But you are in our family. Your father is the richest man in Donghai City. We only have you as our daughter, and all the vast family fortune will eventually be in your hands. Therefore, your future husband must be someone who can manage this enormous fortune, not just a vegetable seller or a pretty boy. But I don't want to inherit the family fortune. I want to live my own life. That is not up to you. Your father previously wanted you to break up. I'm not that rigid. You can be together. Upon hearing this, Wang Mucheng immediately hugged Mei Fong, looking very touched. However, Mei Fong pushed her away and said seriously, I haven't finished speaking. You can be together, but getting married absolutely cannot be him. Hearing this, Wang Mucheng didn't think it was a big deal and said, then I'll never get married. I'll just be with him. The matter of marriage is not up to you. We will arrange it for you later. Mei Fong was very assertive and had long been aware of her daughter's little thoughts. At this moment, Wang Mucheng had a sudden idea and said, Mom, what if I end up having a child with Yi Xiao? Let us see how you'll make me marry someone else. To this, Mei Fong only smiled lightly and said, even if you have a child, I have ways to make you marry. You don't need to worry about this. After all, it's the new century, and having an illegitimate child is quite normal. That said, you both should take care of yourselves. After saying this, she picked up her bag and walked out. Once Mei Fong left, Wang Mucheng plopped down on the sofa and looked at Yi Xiao, saying, now you know my mom is not easy to deal with, right? Now both my dad and mom don't agree with us being together. The road ahead will be tough. Don't worry, with me around, I won't let anyone separate us. Yi Xiao wrapped his arm around Wang Mucheng's shoulders, looking determined. Then you better work hard. I'll take care of being beautiful, and you just need to earn money to support the family. Wang Mucheng leaned on Yi Xiao's shoulder, enjoying this tranquil moment. At this time, in the Wang family's villa, Wang Hai saw Mei Fong walk in and quickly approached her, asking, honey, how did it go? Cheng-er listens to you the most. Mei Fong sighed and said, a woman in love won't listen to anything. It's impossible to break them up, but I also told them that getting married is absolutely out of the question. So you're just accepting that they're together? Wang Hai was also very excited. He would never let that vegetable seller be with his precious daughter. You know, the more we try to stop them, the more they will be together, so I'm sort of accepting that they're together. But I can also secretly work hard to separate them. That way, I want to have a conflict with Mucheng. You're still smart, dear. Chapter 62, The Overbearing Eucalyptus. Yi Xiao stood at the dock, gazing at the tourist boats departing one after another, feeling very envious, wondering when Island No. 4 would have such a scene. At this moment, Cheng Qi brought over a man in his 50s, and Yi Xiao immediately went over to greet them. Brother Yi, this is the Mr. Su I've mentioned to you. He has a lot of experience in tree management and is also a university professor. Cheng Qi introduced Mr. Su. Mr. Su, I have heard a lot about you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. You truly have an extraordinary demeanor. Yi Xiao smiled and extended his hand. For his compliment, Mr. Su only smiled faintly and said, I'm just an old man. What kind of demeanor can I have? No need for you young people to flatter me. After chatting for a while, the three of them boarded the boat and set off for Island number 4. A few hours later, they arrived at Island number 4, and Yi Xiao took Mr. Su to the sugar maple forest. Upon reaching the sugar maple forest, Mr. Su walked over to the dead sugar maples to inspect them, occasionally breaking off a branch to examine it, and sometimes smelling it, being very meticulous. Yi Xiao and Cheng Qi waited closely beside him. Seeing this, Yi Xiao hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Mr. Su, did you find anything? Mr. Su rubbed his chin and began to deduce. Yes, they died within just a week, so quickly that we didn't even notice. Do you know the reason, Mr. Su? Yi Xiao nodded in confirmation. Mr. Su looked towards the nearby eucalyptus trees and said, originally, I couldn't understand where the problem lay. But when I saw this patch of eucalyptus, I realized. What do you think of this patch of eucalyptus? Cheng Qi looked at the eucalyptus trees and said, they look great. The situation is promising. That's the problem. The reason the sugar maples died is that the eucalyptus trees grew too well. Mr. Su slowly stated this. Eucalyptus trees grew too well? What is the reason? A hint of confusion appeared in Cheng Qi's eyes. Su Nong smiled and began to explain. Eucalyptus trees have a very strong demand for water and nutrients. They are also quite dominant among all trees, often robbing other trees of their water resources and nutrients. As a result, Trees growing near eucalyptus usually do not thrive as well. The dead sugar maples are suffering from a lack of water because it has been taken by the eucalyptus. And I've also noticed that the vegetables in the garden are somewhat malnourished, all due to this patch of eucalyptus. I see. There's an even more serious problem. If the nutrients in the soil are completely depleted by the eucalyptus, the land will truly become wasteland and will no longer be suitable for planting. Su Nong pointed out the more severe consequences. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao's brow furrowed deeply as he asked, within a year, how much land can these eucalyptus affect? I observed that these eucalyptus seem to be a mutated variety. So the land within 6 or 7 miles will be affected. If they mature and bear fruit, the seeds will spread across the entire island. And the consequences at that time would be unimaginable. It's best to cut down these eucalyptus now. Su Nong concluded after a moment of contemplation. Yi Xiao shook his head. These eucalyptus couldn't just be cut down as he wished. It required careful planning. After a brief chat among the three, he sent Su Nong and Cheng Qi away. Yi Xiao then called over Pang Xiao and shared Su Nong's conclusion with him. This is going to be difficult. We have a contract with Wu Qian, and this is the risk they mentioned. Pang Xiao sighed deeply, unable to think of a good solution. Let us first talk to Yuan Fei and see if there are any other options. With that, Yi Xiao headed outside. At this time, Yuan Fei was playing cards with a few people. One person threw down his cards and said, "Big brother, we've been here for 2 months, and it's been nothing but waiting around. I'm about to mold over. Don't worry, we'll be leaving this lousy place soon." Yuan Fei took a deep drag from his cigarette and then flicked the butt onto the ground. Just then, Yi Xiao approached and said to Yuan Fei, "Brother Yuan, there is something I'd like to discuss with you, if you're available." "Of course, I'm available. What's the matter?" Yuan Fei moved a chair over and handed it to him. After sitting down, Yi Xiao said, "Because of the eucalyptus trees you planted, the trees on the island are dying and the vegetables are growing slowly. Does your company have any solutions?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Fei shook his head and said, "This batch of eucalyptus is our company's latest variety, and we didn't know it would have such consequences. I'll report this to the company and see if they can come up with a solution quickly." "How long will that take?" "The company will breed new seeds. It might be at least a year or 2. Hearing this, Yi Zhao's heart sank. He still planned to make one last attempt. "Could you move the eucalyptus to another location? I'll cover the related costs." Yuan Fei directly refused. "That is not something I can decide, Brother Yi. We agreed in the contract that there would be certain risks, and you also consented. If we breached the contract, we would have to pay 3 times the penalty, so think carefully." "I understand, then I'll get back to work." Yi Xiao stood up, looking dejected. Watching him leave, Yuan Fei sneered and immediately left the island by boat. In the evening, Yuan Fei and Wu Qian appeared in a private room of a restaurant. "Brother, the people on the island have already noticed the abnormal situation. What should we do?" Yuan Fei poured a glass of wine for Wu Qian. "It's simple. You should bring more people over to protect that patch of eucalyptus. These eucalyptus trees are specially cultivated by the company and can bear fruit in a year. By then, the fruit will be spread all over the island, and the island will truly become a dead island." Wu Qian laughed heartily and downed his drink. However, Yuan Fei was somewhat displeased and said, "Brother, we've been on the island for 2 months, and we're almost bored to death. If we have to stay for a year, the brothers won't agree." Upon hearing this, Wu Qian took out a thick stack of money and threw it on the table, smiling. "How about this? Can you stay? Not only for a year, but we'd be willing to stay for a lifetime." Yuan Fei immediately picked up the money and started counting, his face breaking into a broad smile. "Remember, your task is to protect that patch of eucalyptus. Don't provoke Yi Xiao and don't give him a chance to nullify the contract. Don't worry. I have a share. We definitely want to make the first move." Chapter 63, Not Good People. Early in the morning, Yi Xiao sat in a chair smoking one cigarette after another. He had thought all night without coming up with a solution. To save the land, he would have to pay money. If he didn't want to pay, the land on the island would be ruined. "Don't smoke so much. There will always be a way to solve it." Pang Xiao walked over, patted his shoulder in comfort, and also pulled out a cigarette to smoke. "This is my fault. I was too impulsive and didn't think it through." Yi Xiao felt guilty as he watched the sugar maples die one by one, feeling very pained since these sugar maples had taken a lot of effort to plant. Pang Xiao blew a smoke ring and said, "How can this be your fault? 1 million. Anyone would accept it. I see Yuan Fei and his gang just playing cards all day. They don't seem like the kind of people who are doing serious work." Yi Xiao shook his head. He didn't mind that. It was their business if Yuan Fei was slacking off. He then stood up to stretch and started running 5 kilometers every day. Woof woof woof. Lightning followed closely behind Yi Xiao, inseparable. At that moment, Yuan Fei was leading a group of fierce-looking men, armed with clubs, off the boat. "Little Yuan, what is all this?" Sun Jiangwo asked after seeing these people. "Old man, get lost. Be careful not to end up in trouble here." Yuan Fei shoved Sun Jiangwo aside and laughed as he walked away. Sun Jiangwo stumbled and fell to the ground, puzzled, not understanding why someone who had just called him Grandpa Sun so affectionately would suddenly turn hostile. As Yuan Fei led his group toward the eucalyptus grove, he instructed, "You all behave yourselves here. Don't stir up trouble, or don't blame me for being rude. Don't worry, big brother. You know what kind of person I am." Big Biao said. "By the way, big brother, I heard the vegetables on this island are worth a lot, right?" Big Biao looked greedily at the vegetables in the garden. "I heard one vegetable can sell for over 10,000. It's really valuable." "That's true. It was very popular a few months ago, and many people wanted to buy them, but couldn't get any." "What kind of vegetables are these?" "They're completely just cash." At this moment, many people were already forming some small ideas in their hearts. Yuan Fei glanced at Xiao, didn't he even greet him, and led his group away. It was time to tear off the mask. "Little Leaf, what does that Yuan want to do? Bringing people to the island. I see he is up to no good. I suspect this is something they planned long ago." Pang Xiao was also furious, sensing a hint of conspiracy. Xiao nodded. The issue between him and Wu Qian was just a contractual one. Now that they sent these people here, it seemed like they had prepared for this long ago. "I need to go find them and clarify things. If they really want to plot against us, I won't care about any damn contract." With that, Pang Xiao headed towards Yuan Fei, intending to get some clarity. However, when he reached the vicinity of the eucalyptus grove, he was stopped by a few people. Big Biao, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked arrogantly at Pang Xiao and said, "This is our company's experimental area, no trespassing." Hearing that this was now their territory, Pang Xiao was furious, almost exploding with anger, pointing at them and shouting, "Get Yuan Fei out here. I have something to say to him." "What do you want with me?" At this moment, Yuan Fei came out with a smug look on his face. "You must have planned to rent this land to plant trees a long time ago, right?" "It's just to destroy this island," Pang Xiao questioned sharply. Yuan Fei feigned ignorance and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Now that we have conflicts, the company sent some people to protect its property. So I hope you won't mind. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? We'll see how this plays out." Pang Xiao glared at him and turned to leave. "We'll see, but I'm afraid you won't have that opportunity," Yuan Fei sneered as he watched Pang Xiao walk away. At dinner that night, everyone sat together. Xiao looked around and said, "I'm sure everyone knows that some shady people have come to the island, and we need to be cautious of them. So from now on, I'll keep watch every night. Let me do it instead. We old folks can't sleep for long anyway." Sun Jiangwo volunteered to take the night watch. "No, let me do it. I've been feeling good these past few days, and with Lightning and the others around, I won't be able to stay up long anyway." Xiao smiled and politely declined. After all, Sun Jiangwo and the others were older, and they might not react quickly in case of emergencies. After dinner, everyone gathered in the house to play cards. There weren't many entertainment options on the island, and even Xiao was reading a book. At this time, Lightning and the others wandered around for a while before lying down in their nest. Yuan Fei and his group were playing cards in a makeshift wooden shed, with beer bottles and sunflower seed shells scattered all over the ground. I'll say this one more time, no one should have any ideas about those vegetables. Or else don't blame me for being ruthless, Yuan Fei said, peeling an apple with a knife, casting a cold glance at them. Don't worry. We wouldn't dare disobey Brother Fei. De Biao and the others were indeed very interested in those vegetables, but they were more afraid of Yuan Fei. Despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, he was actually a ruthless character, known as the Smiling Tiger in the underworld. After giving his warnings, Yuan Fei took a bottle of wine and drank by himself. Thank you, boss. Zhou Ming casually stuffed the money into his pocket and got up to leave. Watching Zhou Ming leave, Minister Feng's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. I know he still has use for us. His connections are very important for the restaurant. Without him, the ice grass would not have sold out so quickly. By the way, what progress do we have with the ice grass we planted? Minister Feng had previously had some ice grass reserved as seeds, but the previous ones hadn't sprouted. Still no news. I've consulted experts, and the planting method is definitely fine. But I don't know why it's not sprouting. Feng Bao shook his head. He had been in the countryside planting ice grass for the past 2 months, but had nothing to show for it. Hearing this, Minister Feng's face showed a hint of disappointment. He had originally hoped to make a fortune from this batch of vegetables. Chapter 64, Stealing Chickens. Minister Feng's face revealed a fierce look. Last time, over 100 pounds of ice grass had earned him a windfall, and this time he would miss another opportunity to make money. I understand. I'll bring more people this time. Minister Feng said as he took out an envelope and handed it to Feng Bao. This is a house in the city center, bought for your parents. We might have uncertain tomorrows, but at least we can make sure the elderly live comfortably. Thank you, Brother Xia. Feng Bao took the property deed, filled with gratitude, which further strengthened his resolve to serve Minister Feng. At this moment, Xiao was patrolling the vegetable fields with Lightning and the others. The moonlight spilled over the 30 acres of vegetable fields, and the vegetables sparkled like crystals, dazzling and colorful, illuminating the surroundings like a dream. After staring for a moment, He continued his patrol, carefully observing each acre of land to ensure he didn't miss anything. Biao woke up early in the morning and took a bite of bread, only to spit it out immediately, cursing, "What is this? So hard, how can I eat it?" Previously, he could share meals with the islanders. But now he could only eat by himself, and every meal consisted of bread, making his mouth feel bland. A person who had been there for 2 months complained discontentedly. And there were still several large boxes of bread stored in the room. At this moment, someone leaned over and whispered, "I see there are quite a few chickens on the island. We could catch a couple to eat and satisfy our cravings." Hearing this, everyone became interested. However, someone still worriedly said, "But the big brother seems to not want us to mess with them. This might not be a good idea. It's just a few chickens. What are we afraid of? I'll make the decision." Biao stepped forward and made the call. Soon, a group of them went out to catch chickens. They quickly found a flock of chickens in a secluded spot. Biao looked around and saw that there were no people nearby, so he immediately gave the order. 5 of them rushed over, and one person quickly caught a chicken and ran off. Biao led them to a distant secluded area, built a fire, and started grilling the chicken. As time passed, an enticing aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the air. "It smells so good. I'm about to drool," someone exclaimed. "Not just drooling, my stomach is growling. I feel like I could eat a whole cow right now. It's so delicious, I might even swallow the bones later." The group, smelling the aroma, felt hungrier than ever, their eyes glued to the roasted chicken on the branches. After a while, the roasted chicken turned golden brown, and the aroma intensified, as if the air had thickened. "All right." With that, Biao and the others immediately grabbed the roasted chicken and started eating, not caring whether it burnt their hands. At this moment, the 5 of them said nothing. Only the sound of chewing could be heard. "Damn, this is so delicious." After about 10 minutes, Biao wiped his greasy mouth, and the ground was covered with bones, not a shred of meat left. "I'm full, that was so good. I've never had such delicious chicken in my life. If only we could sprinkle some seasoning, it would be perfect." The others lay on the ground, looking content, their bellies swollen like that of a pregnant woman since they had eaten an entire chicken. After resting for a while, Biao had someone start burying the chicken bones. "Brother, there's no need. We're all full." Biao waved his hand to refuse, unable to suppress a burp. Seeing this, Yuan Fei didn't care and continued eating his bread. In the evening, Sun Jingwo was preparing to herd the chickens into the coop while counting them. 25, 26, 27. When he realized that only 27 chickens were present, he understood something was wrong and immediately informed Xiao. "What? 5 chickens are missing?" Xiao was taken aback by the news. The only good news was that the stolen ones were the San Huang chickens, while the 2 metal chickens had not been taken. "I don't need to guess. I know who did it. I'll go get them to bring the chickens out." Pang Xiao, furious, grabbed a stick and was ready to charge out. Xiao quickly stopped him, saying, "We have no evidence. If we go to confront them rashly, they will definitely deny it. We need to catch them in the act. They probably won't come back to steal the chickens again. After all, they should know we'll be on high alert now." Pang Xiao frowned deeply, not believing those people would come back to steal chickens. "Once they've tasted my chickens, they won't be able to resist wanting more." Xiao was certain that they would come back to steal chickens again. The deliciousness of the San Huang chicken was irresistible to anyone. Afterward, he took Lightning and went to the place where the chickens had been lost, hoping to see if they could find the missing chickens. At this moment, Lightning was sniffing the ground and slowly moving toward the distance. Seeing this, Xiao quickly followed. Half an hour later, Lightning brought Xiao to a riverside in the southeast direction, and then they began to dig with their claws, quickly uncovering a number of chicken bones. Seeing these, Xiao was already certain that Yuan Fei and the others had stolen these chickens. Well done. Watching Lightning and the others looking up at him, as if seeking praise, Xiao quickly reached out to pat each of their heads, as a form of reassurance. He then made his way to the sugar maple forest, where he saw that hundreds of sugar maples had already died, and every day, a dozen or so more would perish, causing his heart to ache as if it were bleeding. Bored, Xiao's consciousness drifted into the system, intending to chat with Galaxy. "Oh, how did you get in here?" she said with a bitter expression, as if she had lost something. Galaxy teased him with a smile. Teasing Xiao had become one of her pleasures. "It's worse than losing something. My heart is nearly breaking." Xiao sighed, lacking the mood to joke with her. However, Galaxy relaxedly said, "I know why you're worried. It's just a few trees. Just use some medicine to make those trees die. You think I haven't thought of that? But I can't find any medicine that's strong, and it would pollute the land." Xiao shot her a glance. "Just because you can't find it doesn't mean I can't." "Really?" Chapter 65, Caught Red-Handed. "Galaxy, do you really have the medicine? Hurry and tell me about it." Upon hearing that Galaxy had medicine, Xiao quickly moved closer, his eyes shining with hope. He had previously searched in the system but had not found such medicine. Of course there is. When the system authenticated the island, it eliminated some unnecessary equipment and items. And those are all in my little vault. As she said this, a hint of pride appeared on Galaxy's face. Her little vault contained quite a few good things. After hearing this, Xiao looked deeply at Galaxy. With that thing in her hands, whether it was used for good or ill depended on her mood. He then said, Galaxy, if you have any requests, just mention them. I will certainly fulfill what I can. Galaxy sat down in a chair and said, actually, my request is quite simple, and you can definitely fulfill it. I want to go to a nightclub. What do you want to go to a nightclub for? Xiao was very puzzled by this request. I often see on TV that this place is very exciting, and I just want to experience it. But you're in my mind. You can't experience it. That's okay. You can go, and I'll feel it vicariously. If you agree, I'll give you the medicine. All right, I agree. Xiao immediately agreed, thinking it was just a trip to a nightclub. What was the big deal? Soon, 10 white medicine bottles appeared in Galaxy's hand, and she handed them to Xiao while introducing them. This is a powerful green defoliant. Trees that come into contact with it will die in a short time, and it won't pollute the land. Xiao snatched the defoliant, a hint of joy appearing on his face as he thought this would solve the problem in front of him. After going out, he took out the sprayer, preparing to spray the defoliant on the 10 acres of eucalyptus forest that night. Knowing they were deliberately targeting the island, the slight guilt he initially felt disappeared. Come, it's time to eat. Yuan Fei brought out a box of bread and placed it in front of everyone. Sigh, more bread. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but frown. They were getting sick of eating bread every day. Everyone, just hang in there. Once we get out, I'll treat you to something good. Yuan Fei distributed the bread to the others. Brother, I need to go out for a bit. Immediately, Big Biao and a few others rushed out. After going out, Big Biao couldn't help but complain. Eating bread every day, there's not a drop of oil in my stomach. Yeah, right now, all I can think about is eating chicken. Me too. It's only been a few days, and I'm almost starving. Let us go. Today we'll catch a few chickens to eat. I can't even muster any strength without food. Soon, a group of people quietly approached the chicken coop. When they got near the chicken coop, one person said, that guy has fed a few dogs. It might not be easy to catch the chickens. Big Biao smiled smugly and said, I've already found out. Xiao took those dogs to patrol the east, and now it's midnight. Everyone is asleep, so what is there to fear? As soon as he finished speaking, Big Biao took the lead and walked towards the chicken coop. At that moment, Xiao, who was at a distance in the vegetable field, was watching those people sneak into the chicken coop with binoculars, a smile appearing in his eyes. He had been patrolling every night and had finally waited for the opportunity. Go. Xiao patted Lightning's head, and Lightning led 6 dogos to charge forward. Big Biao was holding 2 chickens in his left hand and was preparing to catch another, wanting to eat his fill this time. Brother, not good. We've been discovered. At that moment, someone shouted in panic as they saw a group of dogs rushing over. Run. Big Biao threw down the chickens and immediately charged out. Woof, woof, woof. Just then, Pang Xiao and Sun Jiangwo were also awakened by the noise and rushed out with hose in hand. Biao Ge, what do we do now? The others looked panicked as they saw more and more people surrounding them. A bunch of old and weak people. What is there to fear? Just fight our way out. As long as we can run away, nothing will happen. Big Biao gritted his teeth and charged out first, not taking the old folks in front of him seriously. Woof. However, as soon as Big Biao stepped out of the chicken coop, Lightning opened its mouth wide and pounced. Biao Ge, I'm not afraid of those old folks outside. But those dogs are really scary. I'm afraid one bite will take my arm off. Yeah, those dogs look so fierce. They don't seem easy to deal with. The others looked at the barking dogs outside, their faces full of fear. Meanwhile, outside, Pang Xiao was recording the scene with his phone to keep it as evidence while smiling and saying, now they're like fish in a barrel. Little Yi, what should we do now? What else can we do? Of course, we catch them. Xiao smiled, thinking that once they caught them, things would be much easier. However, upon seeing that they often fought, he felt it wouldn't be so simple to catch them. Pang Xiao looked at the fierce Big Biao and the others, feeling a bit anxious. Don't worry, it's easy to deal with them. Xiao put his hand to his mouth and whistled. Immediately, Lightning and the others rushed into the chicken coop, causing a chaotic scene inside. Big Biao saw the big dog pouncing over and immediately reached out to grab Lightning. However, the next moment, he felt a tremendous force come, and Big Biao thought to himself that it was bad. The dog was too strong for him to control, and then he felt a pain in his wrist. Get off my hand. Help, help. Hearing the cries of agony from inside, everyone felt a tightening in their hearts. A few minutes later, Lightning dragged Big Biao out of the chicken coop, and they saw that Big Biao's wrist was covered in injuries. At this time, the other 4 were also rolling on the ground in pain, all their injuries on their hands. Previously, when Xiao trained Lightning and the others, the focus of their attacks was on the wrist, which could quickly incapacitate a person and render them unable to fight back. Tie them up. Xiao waved his hand, and Sun Jiangwo and the others rushed up to tie up Big Biao and the others with ropes, then took them to Yuan Fei to settle the score. At this moment, Yuan Fei heard the sounds of barking from a distance and felt uneasy, his intuition telling him that something was about to happen. Chapter 66, Rib Noodles. Yuan Fei watched as Big Biao and the others were tied up like dumplings and brought over by a group of people, knowing that they were likely really going out. Team leader Yuan, your people were caught red-handed stealing our chickens. Let's talk. How do we resolve this? Pang Xiao dragged a Biao in front of Yuan Fei, then crossed his arms, wanting to see how Yuan Fei would handle the situation. Yuan Fei wasn't a pushover either. He glanced at the Biao and the others and subtly hinted, "Did you really steal the chickens?" "No, brother, they are framing us." "Yeah, when we were wandering on the island, they rushed out and beat us up, then tied us up. Brother, you have to stand up for us." Hearing this, Yuan Fei sneered and looked at Xiao and the others, saying, "You attacked my brothers for no reason. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll make sure you can't walk away. It's just a few chickens, what's the big deal?" Yuan Fei didn't care at all, while the Biao and the others showed a look of pride upon hearing this. At this moment, Xiao stepped forward and said, "Do you know how much those stolen chickens are worth? How much could it be?" Although Yuan Fei still wore a dismissive expression, he felt a sense of dread inside. The vegetables on this island cost thousands per pound, let alone the chickens. Xiao wasn't satisfied with just throwing this out there. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Yuan Fei's face darkened, and De Biao and the others also turned pale, not expecting the consequences of stealing a few chickens to be so severe. De Biao immediately softened, looking at Xiao and pleading, "It's our fault. Brother Yi, please have mercy and don't hold it against us." "Yes, Brother Yi, feel free to tell us anything. We'll go through fire and water for you. I don't want to go to jail. Brother Yi, you must be lenient." The other four also followed suit in pleading. Xiao shook his head and said with a pained expression, "If I let you go, won't that mean I've lost my chickens for nothing? That's over 100,000. De Biao struggled to stand up from the ground and walked over to Xiao, saying, "Brother Yi, just tell me what you need. I won't refuse what I can do." Pang Xiao leaned closer to Xiao and said, "Little Yi, that patch of eucalyptus trees is our top priority. Let them go cut those trees down." De Biao immediately understood Xiao's meaning. "All right, as long as you plant the sugar maple. I won't pursue the chicken theft anymore." De Biao walked up to Yuan Fei and lowered his head, saying, "Brother, I slap." Before he could finish, Yuan Fei slapped him, glaring, "I told you not to provoke them, yet you went and caused trouble. Luckily, there's nothing wrong with the eucalyptus trees, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to walk away from this." Faced with the reprimand, De Biao remained silent and after a moment said, "Brother, what about the money for the trees? This is a problem you created yourself, you solve it." After saying this, Yuan Fei turned and walked away. At this moment, De Biao looked at Yuan Fei's departing figure with a hint of resentment in his eyes. After returning, Sun Jiangwo and the others quickly fell asleep. Xiao lay in bed for 2 hours, then got up and took lightning into the eucalyptus grove. The moonlight spilled down, casting the shadow of a person and a dog on the ground. After wandering outside the eucalyptus grove for a while and confirming there was no one around, Xiao took out a sprayer, loaded it with defoliant, and fired a shot above the eucalyptus grove. The defoliant exploded in the air and slowly fell onto the eucalyptus trees. The next morning, De Biao and the others gathered a few tens of thousands of yuan and set off to buy sugar maples. While on the boat, one person said to De Biao, "Brother Biao, why don't we just run away? He can't do anything to us. I found out that replacing those few acres of sugar maple only costs a few tens of thousands. It's not worth risking being wanted for such a small amount." De Biao shook his head in refusal. "When we went to raise money, the other brothers contributed a bit, but Yuan Fei, as the big brother, didn't contribute a single cent. That's just too damn inconsiderate." One person slammed his fist on the table, complaining unhappily, "Who says otherwise? No sense of loyalty at all. He has really let us brothers down. Who would dare follow such a big brother in the future?" Hearing the discussions, De Biao knew the opportunity had come, so he moved closer to ingratiate himself. Xiao went to the kitchen and asked Wu Fun, "Aunt Wu, how many ribs do we have left?" "About 10 or so, Jean." Wu Fun, who was in charge of the kitchen, knew all about the various dishes and meats. "It's all stewed. We're having a good meal at noon today." "All right, there are plenty of vermicelli left, so I'll stew a pot of ribs and vermicelli." Wu Fun replied with a smile, then called others to start getting busy. When noon arrived, a rich aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. At this moment, Lightning and the other 6 Dogo Argentino dogs also caught the smell, starting to wander at the kitchen door. "Come on, little cuties, it's time to eat meat." Wu Fun saw the dogs and immediately scooped out a large basin of ribs to put outside. She knew Xiao treasured these dogs and even specially bought ribs to feed them. They ate over 200 jin of ribs every day. When Lightning and the others saw the ribs, they rushed over to eat without hesitation. "So delicious. Ribs and vermicelli. That's what we're having for lunch. We can eat our fill today." Chapter 67, Galloping on Horseback. Sun Jiangwo picked up a rib, took a bite, and then sipped some soup, smacking his lips in enjoyment. He was increasingly enjoying life on the island. The daily work was easy, the food was good, and during his free time, he could chat with old buddies and play cards. Life was great, and now he even thought about retiring on the island. Old son, what are you daydreaming about? Come on, have a drink. Come on, let us do a toast. This vermicelli is good, eat more. The table was lively, with cheers and laughter. At this moment, Xiao sat by the sea with a large bowl, looking at the undulating waves, feeling quite excited inside. The ocean is a huge treasure trove, fishery resources, oil, rare metals, and all sorts of treasures. With the island system, he could access all of this. He just lacked time. Woof. Coming back to his senses, he saw Lightning sitting beside him, staring at the ribs in his bowl and licking his tongue. He picked up a piece of rib and tossed it over. Lightning caught it in his mouth and then lay down to gnaw on it. Lightning was already an adult, standing at waist height, looking very majestic. But his appetite was also astonishing. He needed to eat meat 3 times a day, consuming over 50 gene of meat daily. At this moment, Yuan Fei and the others smelled the delicious aroma from afar, making their stomachs growl. They were eating bread every day. Now, just smelling bread made them want to vomit. Soon, they saw a few people walking in, covered in sweat, and hurriedly asked, "Where have you been? We couldn't find you for half a day. Where else could we go? Planting trees. Otherwise, we'd end up in jail." De Biao replied irritably, "You've got quite the attitude. You dare to go against me. Huh, when I was on the streets, you were still playing in the mud." Yuan Fei was also unreserved, directly picking up a chair and smashing it onto De Biao, instantly shattering it. De Biao fell to the ground, clutching his head in pain, blood seeping through his fingers. "From now on, show me some respect, or it won't just be a simple matter of blood next time." Yuan Fei's face was fierce. Dealing with such people required a heavy hand. After he left, someone immediately went over to help De Biao up, asking with concern, "Brother Biao, are you all right?" De Biao shook his head and said darkly, "I'm fine. I will repay this grudge sooner or later." In the evening, Xiao routinely went to patrol the sugar maple forest. He counted and found that there were no new dead sugar maples, which meant the leaf drop agent must have been effective, and his worried heart was finally at ease. The following days were very calm on the island. One day, Xiao went to the stable, let out Black Cloud and White Snow, and prepared to ride them. They had grown to 1.5 meters tall and were ready to be ridden. He first put saddles on Black Cloud and White Snow, then mounted Black Cloud. However, as soon as Xiao got on, Black Cloud became a bit restless and began to move around, trying to throw Xiao off its back. Xiao kept patting Black Cloud's head to comfort it. After a few minutes, Black Cloud gradually calmed down. "Go." Xiao gently squeezed the horse's belly, and Black Cloud began to walk slowly. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, he had never ridden a horse before, and falling off would be disastrous. After getting used to it for a while, he gradually increased the speed. Black Cloud galloped quickly across the island, its hooves flying and making a clattering sound, its long mane blowing in the wind. "Oh!" Xiao shouted excitedly as he rode, feeling a rush of exhilaration on horseback. After running for an hour, Black Cloud finally stopped at another beach. Xiao noticed that Black Cloud wasn't even breathing hard and was surprised by its stamina. After a while, he rode White Snow around the island, enjoying the sight of Lightning and the others following behind, feeling very content. This kind of idyllic lifestyle was what he had always wanted. Pang Xiao saw Xiao riding back from a distance and immediately rushed over, smiling. "Where have you been? Black Cloud and White Snow are getting prettier and prettier." After approaching, Pang Xiao took the reins, stroking Black Cloud with evident affection. He then tried to mount, but Black Cloud broke free from the reins and ran away. "Hey, you ungrateful thing. I feed you so many delicious things every day." Pang Xiao looked heartbroken. "Haha. It seems they don't like you," Xiao chuckled, leading Black Cloud and White Snow to the pool to wash them. Late at night, 5 speedboats appeared on the sea, each with more than 10 people aboard. Feng Bao stood at the front, wearing a mask. This time they didn't plan to sneak around and were directly going to rob. Woof woof woof. Xiao was dozing off in a chair when he suddenly heard barking and quickly stood up to see several speedboats speeding toward them. A bad feeling surged in his heart, so he hurriedly called the others. When Feng Bao and the 50 men landed, everyone wore masks, holding sticks in one hand and bags in the other, heading toward the vegetable field. However, they hadn't walked far when they encountered Xiao and a dozen people blocking their way, along with 7 large dogs barking incessantly. "You think a few of you can stop us? It's unrealistic. Be sensible and get out of the way, or you'll end up in the hospital." Feng Bao stepped forward, glancing at the 50 men behind him, feeling confident. "Even if I die, I'm taking someone down with me. Come on." Pang Xiao, holding a hoe, looked fearless. Xiao saw that the other side was made up of big, strong men, while most of his side were old, weak, sick, or disabled, clearly not a match. If a fight broke out, it it would only increase casualties. Thinking this, he stepped forward and said to the group in front of him, I'll give you 10 acres of vegetables. Let's live in peace. How about it? Okay. You know what's good for you. Feng Bao nodded in agreement. 10 acres of vegetables was already more than enough and saved a lot of trouble. Pang Xiao leaned closer to Yi Xiao and said, Little Yi, 10 acres of vegetables is quite a lot. If we give it to them, the barbecue event will have to be postponed. Yi Xiao instructed Pang Xiao, take them to the new forest we planted. Those leaves are edible. Okay, follow me. This way, please. Pang Xiao instantly understood Yi Xiao's intention and led the group toward the eucalyptus forest. On the way, someone leaned over to Feng Bao and said, Big brother, I've never heard of edible tree leaves. Could it be a trick? What do you know? Golden rice, diamond cabbage. These Eastern people had never seen before, all grown on this island. So edible tree leaves are not surprising. Feng Bao chuckled, not doubting it, feeling that this trip to the island would surely go very smoothly. Chapter 68, Accidental Encounter. Here we are. This eucalyptus forest is our newly planted trees. The leaves are edible and were originally planned as the main dish, but unexpectedly, Pang Xiao had a heartbroken expression. Before he could finish his sentiment, Feng Bao waved his hand, and the group immediately rushed into the eucalyptus forest to start picking leaves. Seeing this scene, Pang Xiao couldn't help but smile and quietly slipped away. Big brother, it's bad. Someone is causing trouble in the field. Yuan Fei, who was sleeping in bed, suddenly heard hurried footsteps and was awakened, asking, What's going on? I saw a group of people rushing into the eucalyptus forest. It looks like they are vandalizing. Damn it. That Yi guy finally couldn't hold back. Call the brothers, grab your weapons. Yuan Fei jumped out of bed, grabbed a machete beside him, and led the crowd out. He had been waiting for Yi Xiao to make a move, and now he finally had the chance. Outside the eucalyptus forest, he saw a group of people picking leaves. Without saying a word, he kicked one of them down and shouted loudly, Brothers, go for it. Kill them. Don't think we won't know who you are just because you're wearing a mask. Damn it. How dare you scheme against me? Kill those bastards. Soon, both sides were in a fierce fight, each side attacking ruthlessly, and people were falling to the ground, screaming in pain. At this moment, Yuan Fei moved like a butterfly through the crowd, and many fell under his blade. Having been in the underworld for so many years, he prided himself on his knife skills. Feng Bao watched as his men fell one by one, his brow furrowing deeply. These men were battle-hardened, but they were no match for a young punk. Realizing this, he charged at Yuan Fei with his knife, delivering a fierce slash. What a precise angle. Yuan Fei was no ordinary person. He easily dodged the attack and launched a series of fierce counterattacks against Feng Bao. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as their blades clashed. At this moment, Feng Bao kept retreating, feeling his hand holding the knife numb from the impact. He didn't expect this kid to be so tough and realized he was not his match. Just then, Yuan Fei slashed across Feng Bao's chest, leaving a bloody mark on his skin. Seeing that his brothers had fallen almost completely, Feng Bao immediately issued a retreat order. At this time, De Biao was standing not far away watching the scene. When he saw Yuan Fei let his guard down, he quickly picked up a mask and put it on. You want to fight me? You're still too young. Watching Feng Bao retreat with his men, Yuan Fei showed a hint of smugness, preparing to go find Yi Xiao to settle the score. Suddenly, Yuan Fei felt a sharp pain in his right leg and let out a scream, falling to the ground. And then he saw a masked man running away. My leg, my leg. Yuan Fei looked at the blood pouring from his leg, feeling as if he no longer had a leg, and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Soon, several people came over, lifted Yuan Fei into a room, and began to treat his wound. Yi Xiao listened to the sounds of fighting coming from the eucalyptus forest, and his heart finally settled down. Letting them fight among themselves was a good idea. After receiving a call from Feng Bao, Minister Feng rushed to a warehouse on the outskirts. As soon as he entered, he saw his brothers lying on the ground and quickly asked, What happened? How did so many get injured? We arrived on the island, and a group of people had been waiting for us. As soon as we went up, we started fighting. Those people were quite skilled, which is why we suffered heavy casualties. I didn't expect we would fall for their trick. Have someone investigate who the bastard is that dares to oppose me. I will kill him. Minister Feng's face trembled with anger. Anyone who dared to offend him on the streets would regret it. The next morning, when Yuan Fei woke up, he felt intense pain in his right leg and couldn't sit up with any force. Brother Yuan, don't move. Your leg is injured. De Biao comforted him. What happened to my leg? Why can't I feel it? Yuan Fei's face contorted in rage as he pushed De Biao away. Although De Biao didn't show any reaction, he was secretly delighted and said softly, I checked, and it seems your right leg is useless. Hearing this, Yuan Fei suddenly let out a cold laugh. How could my leg be useless? No way. After saying that, he struggled to get up, but as soon as his feet hit the ground, a sharp pain shot through his leg, and he fell back down. Seeing this, De Biao quickly helped him up and said, Big brother, don't do this. You need to take care of your health. Get lost. Take me to find Xiao. I want to settle the score with him. Yuan Fei's eyes were filled with rage. He didn't expect Xiao to bring so many people to deal with him. This grudge couldn't be overlooked. De Biao helped Yuan Fei walk outside. Pang Xiao came over and said, I don't know what he's going crazy about, insisting that the masked people last night were us. Yuan Fei, holding a knife, pointed it at Pang Xiao and shouted, who else could it be if not you? There are no others on the island. Yi Xiao pointed at Sun Jiangwo and the others and said, do you think they can fight you like this? And look, do they have any injuries? Yuan Fei glanced at Sun Jiangwo and the others and found that they indeed had no injuries. The people he fought with last night were definitely not these old men. Realizing this, he spoke again. Even if it wasn't these old folks, it must be people you hired. Now we live in a legal society. Everything must be backed by evidence. If you say they are my hired people, you need to provide evidence. Yi Xiao was fearless at this point. Although last night's incident was coincidental, it was absolutely impossible for others to pin it on him. If you want evidence, I am the evidence. Yuan Fei roared and charged at Yi Xiao with his knife. At that moment, lightning immediately pounced, biting Yuan Fei's throat and knocking him to the ground. Yuan Fei felt a chill at his neck, and a cold fear rose from his back, sensing that the fangs at his throat could pierce him at any moment, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. You're ruthless. Let's go. Yuan Fei stood up and left with his subordinates. Chapter 69, Official Preparation. Wu Qian was preparing to accompany his mistress on a trip abroad when someone found him and said there was trouble on the island. Reluctantly, he boarded the boat to island number 4. If something happened to that eucalyptus forest, he would not only lose money but also face serious consequences. Big brother, there has been widespread death among the eucalyptus trees. I suspect Yi Xiao is behind it. At the mention of Yi Xiao's name, Yuan Fei's eyes showed a hint of hatred. If it weren't for that kid, his right leg wouldn't be useless. Do you have any evidence? Wu Qian had long anticipated that Yi Xiao would engage in such petty tricks. No. Yuan Fei shook his head. He was only guessing and had no evidence. Slap. Wu Qian immediately slapped Yuan Fei hard across the face and then walked toward the eucalyptus forest. When they reached the outside of the eucalyptus forest, Wu Qian saw that more than half of the trees had died, and the remaining ones looked very wilted, as if they would die at any moment. At this point, Yuan Fei came over and asked, Big brother, what should we do now? Should we take people to deal with that kid? Deal with what? Do you think he's easy to mess with? By the way, how's your leg? Wu Qian glanced at Yuan Fei's limping right leg. Before Yuan Fei could speak, De Biao rushed to say, Big brother, Brother Fei's leg is beyond repair. Yuan Fei glared fiercely at De Biao, and seeing the coldness in Wu Qian's eyes, he knew he was being abandoned. Meanwhile, De Biao was very pleased, knowing his time was coming. These trees are definitely not going to survive. You all should leave with me to avoid having to come back and collect your bodies later. Wu Qian said this irritably and prepared to take everyone away. Little leaf. That bastard Wu Qian is here. While Yi Xiao was sitting on a chair reading seriously, Pang Xiao rushed over excitedly. Let's go find that bastard. Yi Xiao stood up and called a few Dogo Argentinos to go with him. Woof, woof, woof. As Wu Qian and his group were nearing the dock, a pack of dogs suddenly charged at them, blocking their way. Oh, isn't this Manager Wu? The last time I came to find you, you avoided me. Previously, Pang Xiao had gone to Donghai City to find Wu Qian, but the other party directly avoided him, leaving him empty-handed. Wu Qian ignored him and looked at Yi Xiao, saying, I don't know why Brother Yi has stopped me. You know what it's about. I want to ask who ordered you to do this. I have no grievances with you, so you must be acting on someone else's orders. Yi Xiao was too lazy to waste words with him. Spending such a large amount of money to deal with him wasn't something an ordinary person could do. I don't know what you're talking about. Wu Qian's face was dark as he led his men onto the boat. Now that the eucalyptus forest was ruined, he still didn't know how to explain it to Yang Tai. At this moment, Pang Xiao threw a plastic water bottle at Wu Qian, which hit him on the head and nearly knocked him out. At this time, Feng Bao was hiding with a large group of people near the dock. He had gone to great lengths to find out who the bastard was that ambushed them last time. Big brother, they're here. One person pointed at Wu Qian and his group as they boarded the dock. Brothers, charge. Kill them. With Feng Bao's command, 50 or 60 people immediately rushed forward. What is going on? Wu Qian was terrified as he watched a group of people charge out with knives and turned to flee. However, before he could run far, someone rushed up and knocked him down to the ground with a single blow. At that moment, De Biao, Yuan Fei, and others tried desperately to fight back, but outnumbered. They could only fall into a pool of blood. A few days later, Yi Xiao looked at the 10 acres of eucalyptus forest, which had all died, and finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. He thought that the 30 acres of vegetables he planted a month ago should be ready as well. It was time to prepare for a barbecue event. He then instructed Pang Xiao and set off for Donghai City. He took a taxi to the Hong Song restaurant. Yi Xiao smiled as he entered Du Zhang's office. Brother Yi, you're here for good news, but I must first apologize for what happened with Wu Qian. I didn't expect he had been fired from the landscaping company and would do something like this. It's fine. It doesn't matter. The matter has passed. And you were also deceived. Xiao didn't care about this incident. Take a look at the plan I drafted for the barbecue event. Du Jiang handed a document to Xiao. The good news is that the barbecue event can be held in a month, scheduled for July. Xiao flipped through the event proposal while mentioning the news. Du Jiang stood up to make a cup of coffee and handed it over, saying, "People are really looking forward to the barbecue event. My plan mainly focuses on the beverage preparations and the costs and number of participants, which all need your confirmation. The number of participants is set at 400, with 200 being wealthy individuals from Donghai City and the other 200 being ordinary citizens. The cost for the wealthy is 100,000 per person, while ordinary citizens get a friendly price of 100. Xiao had already considered the numbers and costs. 100,000 per person? When Du Jiang heard this price, he was taken aback. That's an exorbitant amount for a barbecue. Seeing his surprised expression, Xiao smiled and said, "All the barbecue ingredients and seasonings this time are top-notch, definitely worth the price." Du Jiang nodded and continued, "How do we select those 200 ordinary citizens? All the residents of Donghai City are paying attention to this event. Let's set up a registration website. We can randomly select from the computer later." After pondering for a moment, Xiao thought of this idea. "It seems we can only do it this way now. I'll arrange it immediately." In the end, Du Jiang agreed and instructed Zhang Luan to handle the matter. Chapter 70, Live Broadcast Rights. That evening, the news that the barbecue event on Island Number 4 would start on July 1st sparked discussions throughout Donghai City. People mainly talked about the ticket price of 100,000 and who the 200 lucky individuals attending for almost free would be. At that moment, in a chat group, a bunch of people were actively discussing, 100,000 just to eat barbecue? Only a fool would go. 100,000 is for the wealthy and influential. There are still 200 spots at a civilian price. We're all hoping for one of those spots. Yes, just $100 to eat the best barbecue. Not to mention the whole country, just in Donghai City, with millions of people. Only 200 spots. Who knows how lucky you'd have to be to attend. Xiao Jianbin, the director of the editorial department at Donghai City Television, was facing dismal ratings. He had bought several so-called big productions and star-studded dramas, but the results were unsatisfactory. When he came out of his office, he noticed his staff gathered together discussing something rather than working. "What are you all talking about? So lively that you're not even working? Really? Let me see." Xiao Jianbin had heard about the barbecue event on Island Number 4, as it was currently the hottest topic. When he saw that attending would cost 100,000, he was also stunned. That price was outrageous just for a barbecue, and there were also 200 people who could eat for free. Watching the barbecue event dominate the trending list, Xiao Jianbin realized this could be a great opportunity to boost ratings. He immediately went to report this to the station director. When Sun Deming heard about the idea of live broadcasting the barbecue event, he pondered for a moment and said, "Xiao Bin, this event idea is good and has its highlights. How much funding do you think it would take to secure the live broadcast rights? Under 2 million should be fine." Xiao Jianbin calculated and gave that figure. "All right, go handle it. By the way, my grandson has been clamoring to go. See if you can get a ticket." Sun Deming thought about how his grandson wanted to attend the barbecue event every day, and this was a good opportunity to get a ticket. Back in the office, Xiao Jianbin gathered everyone together and said, "The station has agreed to let us live broadcast the barbecue event. Hurry up and get the live broadcast plan ready. I'm going to negotiate the broadcasting rights." Yay! Upon hearing this, everyone cheered. If it could really be negotiated, they would get to go too. And they all started bustling about. At this moment, Xiao and Du Jiang were discussing the specific details of the barbecue event when they noticed several people walking straight into the restaurant towards them. "Hello, I'm Xiao Jianbin, the director of the editorial department at Donghai City Television. I'm here to discuss a potential collaboration." Upon entering, Xiao Jianbin immediately stated his purpose. What specific collaboration does Director Xiao have in mind? Xiao didn't expect the television station to come looking to buy the broadcasting rights, which was an unexpected windfall. Xiao Jianbin handed over the collaboration proposal, saying, "The content is quite simple. Our station would have exclusive live coverage of the barbecue event on that day. And we would also select the other 200 participants through our station. For this, we will pay 2 million RMB. Although Xiao was relatively satisfied with this price, he voiced his concern. "After all, this barbecue event is a private affair, so I'm not keen on having cameras all over the island. I've considered this. So I will only arrange for one journalist and one cameraman to do the live shooting." Xiao Jianbin knew that many social elites would attend, and they valued their privacy highly. All right. Xiao nodded in agreement and signed his name on the contract. At that moment, Du Jiang also breathed a sigh of relief, handing over the task of announcing the other 200 participants to the television station, saving him a lot of hassle. Xiao Jianbin recalled the task assigned to him by the station director and showed a hint of embarrassment, saying, "Mr. Yi, Our station director wants a ticket for his grandson to attend the barbecue event. I wonder if that's convenient for you. No problem, Director Xiao. You're welcome to this event. Xiao handed over 4 tickets. Absolutely, absolutely. Xiao Jianbin laughed heartily. At this point, Du Jiang leaned over to Xiao and said, I didn't expect a television station to come to live broadcast the barbecue event. This is great news. By the way, some reporters wanted to attend this event too. What do you think? Sure, you handle that. Just invite 10 reporters. Xiao felt that inviting reporters to the island would benefit the promotion of island number 4. Everything went very smoothly. Xiao Jianbin nodded. Yay. Upon hearing this, everyone cheered again. They would have a chance to attend the live broadcast as well. However, Xiao Jianbin raised his hand to quiet them down, saying, but we can only send 1 journalist and 1 cameraman. Who to send can be discussed later. Let us get moving, as today's tasks are busy. An hour later, Donghai City Radio aired a news segment announcing that Donghai Television would live broadcast the barbecue event on island number 4. And that evening they would officially open the registration hotline and online registration. 200 citizens would be randomly selected to join the barbecue event, and the 100,000 ticket reservations would also be displayed. Xiao Jianbin monitored the data at the station, and since the news of the live broadcast had aired, the ratings skyrocketed exponentially, reaching 40 million, meaning over 60% of Donghai City's residents were watching, something that had never happened before. Director Xiao, bad news. At that moment, a panicked voice came from outside. Chapter 71, sold out in 15 seconds. Xiao Jianbin looked at the anxious person rushing in and quickly asked, what happened? The registration website crashed due to excessive traffic, and the phone registration hotline has been bombarded. The engineer responsible for traffic monitoring was sweating profusely. It was his first time encountering such a situation, all just for a barbecue. Get it fixed quickly. There will be even more people on the day of the lottery. Understood. Xiao Jianbin watched the rising ratings on the screen, feeling a wave of joy in his heart. This was far better than any big production bought for millions. In a bar, a group of people was waiting to see the number of registrations displayed by Donghai TV, divided into 2 parts, the number of reservations for the 100,000 yuan tickets, and the number of ordinary citizens registering. At this moment, Zhang Liang slapped a 100 yuan bill on the table and said loudly, I bet there won't be many people willing to spend 100,000 yuan to eat barbecue. It's just some vegetables with a bit of hype. Only a fool would go. What do you think? You haven't tried the island-flavored vegetables. They're simply delicious. I'm betting 500 that there will be quite a few people going, Sun Chong said. Tossing his wallet on the table, he had tasted the island-flavored vegetables before, and the taste was unforgettable for him. Let's wait and see. Zhang Liang looked smug, not believing anyone would spend 100,000 yuan on barbecue. They must have lost their minds. At that moment, the screen displayed 0 reservations for the 100,000 yuan tickets. Officially starting at 7 o'clock. As the time approached the starting point, everyone in the bar was fixated on the TV screen. When the time struck, the number of reservations on the screen quickly rose, and within 15 seconds, all 200 spots were booked. Zhang Liang's eyes widened in disbelief at this scene. Sorry, I won. Haha, Sun Chong said, putting the 100 yuan he had on the table into his pocket. Meanwhile, at the TV station, Xiao Jianbin watched in shock as the 200 spots were almost instantly snatched up, unable to believe his eyes. He quickly asked someone next to him, is there a display error? Can we see who made the reservations? Wang Dushan from Donghai Haomu Furniture Company, Zhang Fong from Baixiang Hotel, and Shin Feng from Da Group. Hearing a series of striking names, Xiao Jianbin was stunned. These were all prominent figures in Donghai City, and he never expected them to participate. Regaining his composure, he continued to ask, how many people have registered now? So far, there are 53 million registrations. Selecting 200 from 53 million is truly a 1 in a million chance. At a hotel by the seaside, Wang Muching jumped up from the sofa after watching the news about the barbecue event on TV. Mei Fong, hearing the commotion, immediately came out and said, what are you making a fuss about at this late hour? Can't you be a bit quieter? Mei Fong reminded her that she had brought Wang Muching out for a trip to introduce her to successful people. The next morning, Shen Peng arrived at the airport, ready to meet Wang Muching. An aunt had introduced a girl to him, and he immediately liked her upon seeing her photo. But he never expected the meeting place would be the airport. Hello, you must be Aunt Mei and Miss Wang. I'm Shen Peng. After seeing Mei Fong and Wang Muching, he walked over to introduce himself. You're Xiao Chen, right? You two chat. I'm going to buy something. Mei Fong gave Wang Muching a look and then got up to leave. Upon seeing Wang Muching, Shen Peng was captivated and began to compliment her. Miss Wang, you are even more beautiful in person than in the photos. It's an honor to meet you. Wang Muching, while playing with her phone, replied without looking up. I have a boyfriend. My mom insisted I come meet you. Do you know why I chose to meet at the airport? It's just to meet and leave. Hearing this, Shen Peng's expression darkened. but he was still unwilling to give up, asking, "What does Miss Wang's boyfriend do? He must be quite impressive to be with such a beautiful girl. Just an ordinary person. Well, we've chatted enough." With that, Wang Muching turned and left. Mei Fong, observing from the side, quickly approached and asked, "Daughter, how was the conversation? I think he's quite nice." "What? Who did you introduce me to? The CEO of a listed company?" Mei Fong's face darkened. If it weren't for being friends, she would have called to complain. In the bedroom, while applying a face mask, Mei Fong said to Wang Hai, "Honey, I've recently received many invitations to some barbecue event, and the tickets seem quite expensive. Many people are going. I wonder what's so good about barbecue that so many people are rushing to attend." Wang Hai lay on the bed, wearing glasses and reading the newspaper. "If it's that good, I'm tempted. Let's go too." Mei Fong's curiosity was piqued. She wanted to try those island-flavored vegetables. Wang Hai smiled and said, "If you want to go, you can ask our precious daughter. She can take you for free." Upon hearing this, Mei Fong turned to ask, "She has that kind of ability? Impressive." Because the host of the barbecue event was her boyfriend, who had made over 20 million in just a few seconds. He was clearly good at making money. Wang Hai laughed at this. He had thought Xiao was just a vegetable seller, but it seemed this seller was quite impressive. "Honey, you seem to be okay with them being together." "Not exactly okay, but that guy makes money fast and spends it just as quickly. He previously spent over 2 million just to plant trees on the island. Total waste. Then I want to go see for myself, if he can satisfy me. I won't oppose them being together." Chapter 72, that kind of place. As soon as she walked in, a group of employees rushed over, surrounding Wang Muching. "Manager, there must be a need for servers for this barbecue event. We volunteer to work as servers that day." "Me too. They will need chefs for the barbecue. And I'm a first-class chef, so grilling is no problem." Seeing everyone so eager, Wang Muching raised her hand to quiet them down and said, "Everyone, please calm down. I will definitely take you to this event, so don't worry." Wang Muching had previously discussed with Xiao that this barbecue event would indeed require a lot of manpower, and she and Du Jiang would pull people from the store to help. At that moment, Xiao Na was getting her makeup done by the makeup artist at the meeting. As a model, she needed to always look her best. "Sister Na, here, have a cup of milk tea. It's good for your skin. This cream is specially used by the British royal family. Na, let me apply it for you." Just then, a group of girls suddenly walked in and surrounded Xiao Na. Seeing this, Xiao Na glanced at them and said, "You usually ignore me. Why are you being so nice today? We heard you're quite familiar with Muching. Can't you ask her for a few tickets to the barbecue event? We all want to go." The girls revealed their intentions, but their purpose wasn't just to eat barbecue. They wanted to meet wealthy people, hoping to have a chance to rise in status. Xiao Na had long known what they were after and smiled, saying, "It's not that I don't want to help you, but Muching and her mom are traveling right now. I haven't seen her at all. Don't worry, when I see her, I will ask." Saying this, she packed the gifts the girls had given her into her bag and then got up to leave. "Don't worry, I will go tonight." If it weren't for Inha's reminder, he would have forgotten he promised to go to the nightclub with her. However, the thought of going to such a place alone felt strange. Yi Xiao then went to Chengkai Gardening Company, planning to ask Cheng Qi to accompany him to the nightclub. Cheng Qi smiled as he saw Yi Xiao walk in and said, "Brother Yi, you must have something to discuss with me, right? It's not a big deal, Brother Cheng. If you're free tonight, can you accompany me to a place?" Yi Xiao looked a bit embarrassed. Asking someone to go out was fine, but asking someone to go to a nightclub was a different matter altogether. "No problem, I happen to have time tonight. Let's get together. Where to?" Cheng Qi readily agreed. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xiao said, "Can you accompany me to a nightclub?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Qi was stunned, almost doubting if he had misheard. He then started to advise earnestly, "Brother Yi, you have such a beautiful girlfriend. Going to that kind of place isn't good, right? If your girlfriend finds out, it won't be good." Seeing that he misunderstood, Yi Xiao explained, "Brother Cheng, you misunderstood. I just want to go there to experience it, not to do anything." "That's fine then. I was also curious about that place before going, but once I went, it was just like that. I know there's a more legitimate one nearby. Let's go there." Cheng Qi smiled and didn't doubt Yi Xiao's words. The two then set off to the nearby nightclub. At this moment, Wang Mucheng and Xiao Na were strolling on the street, and the two girls had bought quite a few things along the way. "Na, I think the fat guy has taken a liking to you. What do you think of him?" Wang Mucheng casually asked, trying to probe Xiao Na's feelings towards Pang Xiao. "You know, my requirements for a boyfriend are quite high. Both looks and economic conditions have to be top-notch. So you don't need to match us up. Hey, isn't that Yi Xiao?" At this moment, Xiao Na pointed at Yi Xiao not far away. "It really is him. Where's he going?" Just then, Wang Mucheng saw Yi Xiao walking into a nightclub called Midnight with a man, and her expression darkened. Men really are unreliable. With such a stunning beauty like you, he still thinks about those wildflowers outside. Xiao Na snorted coldly, feeling indignant for Wang Mucheng. "I want to see what he's really up to." Wang Mucheng quietly followed them. After Yi Xiao and Cheng Qi entered the nightclub, They quickly found a place to sit, ordered a bottle of wine, and quietly listened to the singer on stage. Cheng-Chi took out a cigarette and lit it, saying, "I used to like coming here to play, but later got bored. How about it? Do you find it very fresh?" Xiao nodded. Looking around at the women in revealing clothes coming and going, and listening to the melodious singing, it indeed felt refreshing. At this moment, In-Hye's voice rang out. "There's nothing special here. It's just that there are more women and less clothing. I saw on TV that you have to flirt to enjoy yourself. Hurry up and flirt with one. I only agreed to come here. But I didn't agree to flirt with them." Xiao directly refused. "All right, then next time I'll let you flirt." In-Hye didn't insist, leaving behind a statement that almost made Xiao spit blood. In a secluded spot, Wang Mucheng was watching Xiao's every move. Seeing that he was just drinking, she finally relaxed her tense heart and said, "I told you he wouldn't abandon such a stunning beauty like me for those wildflowers. I'm not trying to discourage you. Mucheng, there's a saying you should have heard. That is, a home flower is not as fragrant as a wildflower. It's still early. Maybe it will be different later." Xiao Na took a shallow sip from her glass. When it comes to men, she understood them well. Especially those who come to such places. There isn't a good one among them. After staying for 2 hours, Xiao and Cheng-Chi finished the wine on the table. At this time, Cheng-Chi beckoned a woman in her 30s over and whispered a few words in her ear. The woman then left with a smiling face. Moments later, 2 women dressed in revealing clothes and heavy makeup approached them. "Hey handsome, 2 big men drinking alone must be very lonely. I'm De Shuang. And this is my sister Xiao Shuang." 2 very similar looking girls walked over, wearing super short skirts and low-cut tops, and directly sat down beside Cheng-Chi and Xiao. Cheng-Chi naturally wrapped his arm around De Shuang's shoulder and said with a smile, "It really is lonely, so we came to chat and drink with you." De Shuang poured a glass of wine and handed it to Cheng-Chi, and they started chatting and laughing. Xiao felt a bit awkward at this moment, just drinking and occasionally chiming in. Xiao Shuang glanced at Xiao. He was quite masculine and a bit shy, making her heart flutter, and she didn't mind spending the night with him. "Looks like your boyfriend is quite honest, but if he comes here a few more times, he might have to learn." Xiao Na looked at him from a distance, smiling. She had seen many such people. After a few visits, they would change for the worse. "If he dares to come to such places again, I will definitely break his legs." Saying this, Wang Mucheng stood up and walked towards Xiao. After chatting with De Shuang for a while, Cheng-Chi and De Shuang got up and left, leaving only Xiao and Xiao Shuang. Xiao Shuang leaned in close, pressing tightly against Xiao. At this moment, Xiao felt a rush of soft fragrance and quickly pulled away. Seeing this, Xiao Shuang covered her mouth and laughed. "I'm not a tiger. Why are you so afraid of me? How about we go out for a late-night snack tonight?" "I'm afraid he can't go out for a late-night snack with you." Just then, Wang Mucheng walked over and sat down next to Xiao. "Mucheng, why are you here?" Xiao was stunned to see Wang Mucheng suddenly appear. "I followed you in. I saw you having a great time, so I didn't want to disturb you." Wang Mucheng stared deeply at Xiao. If he dared to do anything out of line, she wouldn't have come. Xiao Shuang was also taken aback upon seeing Wang Mucheng. She had never seen such a beautiful and charming woman, especially someone from her own industry. Coming back to her senses, she asked, "Where are you from? How come I've never seen you before? If you had seen me, it would be strange. Our circles are different." Wang Mucheng smiled when she saw Xiao Shuang thought they were in the same industry. "You're so beautiful. You must be in the high-end market." A hint of jealousy flashed in Xiao Shuang's eyes. In today's society, looks matter, and those who are pretty earn several times more than ordinary girls. When Cheng-Chi saw Wang Mucheng appear, he quickly walked over and said, "Miss Wang, don't misunderstand. I brought Brother Yi here, and we're just drinking. Nothing else." Cheng-Chi and Xiao exchanged glances and left the place. Cheng-Chi then took Xiao to his home, where he fried a plate of peanuts and a few small dishes, then took out a few bottles of wine from the fridge, and they slowly started drinking. "By the way, Brother Yi, how's the barbecue event preparation going? I heard many people want to go." Cheng-Chi poured a glass of wine for Xiao, making small talk. "Everything is ready. Now we're just waiting for the food to be ready. Brother Cheng, I'll give you a few tickets when the time comes. You should come too. Now we're just waiting for the cumin, chili, and other seasonings to get ready, and the barbecue event can start." Cheng-Chi shook his head and said, "How can I accept that? A ticket is worth 100,000 yuan. That's too valuable a favor. All right, then I'll accept this favor. Cheers. I want to go for now. I'll just come over to eat the good food. You go stay on the island. Just don't lose your virtue." "You think too much. I've been able to keep my virtue for over 20 years. I don't believe I would lose it just from going to an island." Wang Mucheng was very confident about this. After applying her face mask, she lay down on the bed to sleep. He saw Xiao selecting various types of houses and immediately walked over, saying, "How's it going? There are over 100 types of houses in the system: leisure, commercial, hotels, apartments, vacation cabins, everything you could want. There are quite a few, and and many that I like. But now there's a problem. There are also many people on the island, and it's very suspicious for a house to suddenly appear. Xiao expressed his concerns. It wasn't an issue when there weren't many people on the island, but even with Sun Jiangwo and the others, he couldn't guarantee they wouldn't leak any information. It's simple. If you don't want to buy a house, the system also provides super cement, which can greatly shorten the construction cycle, along with bricks that are as hard as diamonds. There's nothing you can't think of and nothing you can't buy. As a qualified salesperson, Inha enthusiastically began to promote it to Xiao. Xiao then started checking out the cement and bricks. The cement can solidify in just one day, but the price is naturally not cheap. One bag costs 1,000 yuan, and the bricks are also expensive, costing 10,000 yuan for 1,000 bricks. While he was deep in thought, Inha leaned over and said, I also have architectural blueprints here, classical, modern, and fantasy styles. Would you like to take a look? All right, then show me the blueprints. Xiao nodded. Inha then clicked a few times on the screen, and one architectural blueprint after another appeared before Xiao's eyes, some majestic and imposing, others gentle and elegant, leaving him dazzled. How much would it cost to build this 3-story building? What's the fastest time it could be completed? Xiao pointed to a circular 3-story building and inquired. This 3-story building is mainly for living, with the upper 2 floors featuring 360-degree panoramic skylights that allow for a view of the island scenery. Because it uses a lot of glass, the construction cost is relatively low. It would only take 600,000 yuan and could be completed in half a month, Inha introduced with a smile. This was another opportunity to make money. Although she couldn't use Xiao's money, she felt happy nonetheless. Upon hearing this, Xiao's expression darkened. Just to build a 3-story house, it actually costs 600,000 yuan. How can that not be considered expensive? Chapter 74, Big Contract. The next morning, Xiao spent 600,000 yuan at the dock to exchange for the construction materials needed to build the house, such as cement, diamonds, and sand. Now he understood one thing. The 600,000 yuan that Inha mentioned was just for construction materials, not including labor costs. However, he also bought a lot of ordinary cement and bricks and sand, preparing to build a staff dormitory later, as Sun Jiangwo and the others couldn't stay in the temporary houses forever, and more people would definitely come to the island in the future. After resolving the boat issue, Xiao went to a construction company, having briefly discussed it over the phone earlier in the morning. Hello, I am Han Lu, the general manager of the Century Construction Company. Mr. Xiao, hello. Please take a seat. Han Lu stood up to greet him and shook hands with Xiao. After sitting down, Han Lu spoke first. Mr. Yi, we briefly talked on the phone before. You mentioned wanting to build a house on the island. Our company has the best architects and workers. Manager Han. Right now I mainly need some workers. I've already prepared the other things. Xiao explained his purpose, saying that the blueprints and construction materials were all ready. Mr. Yi, building a house seems simple, but it's not. I know you want to build your ideal home, but it also needs to consider the terrain and the designer's opinion. Han Lu, having been in the industry for many years, had encountered many clients who tried to dictate how to build their houses, which usually led to chaos. Xiao understood his concerns and replied, Manager Han, thank you for your good intentions, but the design of the house is already completed and the materials are the best. I just need workers. Hearing this, Han Lu became curious and asked, can I take a look at the blueprints? Xiao nodded and took out the blueprints he had exchanged from the system, which cost him 50,000 yuan. It's so beautiful and professional. When Han Lu opened the blueprints, a 3-story circular house came into view, exquisite and beautiful, and he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. After regaining his composure, he continued to examine it for a moment before saying, this blueprint is simply perfect, and the design is outstanding. The 360-degree panoramic skylight is the highlight. However, just the glass alone will likely cost a lot. Xiao smiled, not worried about the costs. I happen to have a construction team available, 30 people. I estimate the construction period will take 2 months, and the cost will be 150,000 yuan. Han Lu made his suggestion. The construction period could be a month at most, or even sooner, as the materials used are quite special. Xiao knew that the cement purchased from the system has a solidification period of only 1 day, so it could be completed in a month at most. Upon hearing this, Han Lu said directly, I will let the responsible person decide based on the actual situation, as safety is the most important. You can pay a deposit of 50,000 yuan first, and the subsequent payments can be decided based on the actual construction period. Xiao nodded in agreement and continued. Manager Han, I also need your help to design and build a staff dormitory. Another building? Although it's just a regular staff dormitory, I still need to send someone to the island for an inspection before I can provide the blueprints. At this moment, Han Lu felt that today was indeed a good day, landing 2 major deals right away. Soon, Xiao signed 2 contracts with Century Construction Company. Don't worry. It's all on me, Xiao assured, now that his business was getting better and he had purchased several new boats. Though he mainly operated the route from the dock to island number 4. At this moment, a car drove up and stopped in front of Xiao, from which Wang Mucheng emerged, wearing sunglasses and exuding a goddess-like aura. Xiao watched as the driver took out 6 suitcases from the trunk, his eyes widening as he looked at Wang Mucheng and said, Mucheng, you're only going to stay for a few days. Is it necessary to go to such lengths? This is actually quite little. It's mainly some clothes and cosmetics. Xiao then helped carry the suitcases onto the boat, and the two set off for island number 4. 2 hours later, as the boat just arrived, Lightning, along with 6 other Dogo Argentino dogs, ran over with great momentum. Is that Lightning? It has grown so fast. I can't believe how much it has grown in just 2 months. Wang Mucheng's eyes lit up when she saw Lightning, and she waved at it. At that moment, Lightning ran over, sniffing around Wang Mucheng happily, like an old friend. Lightning is really well behaved, and you all are too. Wang Mucheng looked at the group of dogs surrounding her, feeling very pleased. Xiao handed her a frisbee and said, you can take them out for a walk. There's a grassy area over there. You'll be surprised later. Wang Mucheng threw the frisbee far away, and Lightning and the others immediately chased after it. At this moment, Xiao also went to the stable and brought out Black Cloud and White Snow. His surprise for Wang Mucheng was these 2 horses. Clop, clop, clop. Wang Mucheng was having a great time playing with Lightning and the others in the grassy area, when suddenly she heard the sound of hooves approaching. Turning her head, she saw Xiao riding a handsome black horse, accompanied by a pure white horse whose mane shimmered like silver in the sunlight. And she immediately fell in love with it. This is Black Cloud, and this is White Snow. Would you like to give it a try? Xiao dismounted and asked Wang Mucheng. Of course. Wang Mucheng immediately took the reins and mounted White Snow, as she had ridden countless horses since she was young and was quite familiar with them. However, White Snow was a bit restless at that moment, becoming agitated and moving around. Whoa! Wang Mucheng shouted lightly and tightened the reins, and White Snow suddenly darted off, galloping across the island like a white flash of lightning. Seeing this, Xiao also followed, worried that something might happen to Wang Mucheng. Wow, this is so exhilarating. At this moment, Wang Mucheng was very excited on horseback, watching the rapidly retreating scenery and feeling the strong wind blowing towards her. This speed was something she had never experienced before. Chapter 75, Radio Lottery. Wang Mucheng stopped at the edge of the beach on the other side of the island, riding on Baishua. Soon, Lightning rushed ahead, while the other 6 Dogo Argentino dogs lagged slightly behind. Wang Mucheng threw a frisbee into the sea, and a group of dogs immediately jumped into the water, competing to swim forward. At this time, Xiao also came over and walked to Wang Mucheng's side, saying, why are you riding so fast? What if you fall? Wang Mucheng didn't mind at all and smiled, saying, don't worry, my riding skills are quite good. I haven't ridden so freely in a long time. I've ridden many excellent horses before, but none of them ran as fast as Baishua. After saying this, she walked over to Baishua and stroked its smooth, silky fur, growing more fond of it. At this moment, Pang Xiao led a middle-aged man over and said, Xiao Yi. This is the team leader of the engineering team, Changshan. Mr. Yi. Hello, I am Changshan from the Century Construction Company. I've already looked over the blueprints. And we can start work today? Changshan walked over and shook hands with Xiao. If you need any help, you can find me. Xiao smiled. He also hoped that the house could be completed before the barbecue event. According to Mr. Ye's previous request, it needs to be completed within a month. So I want to take a look at the construction materials. Sure, this way please. Xiao then led Changshan to the area where the construction materials were piled up. Changshan first walked to the pile of bricks, casually picked one up to examine it. However, when he held the brick, he immediately felt one thing. It was light, incredibly light, weighing only as much as a pin. He then picked up another brick and smashed them together. With a loud bang, the 2 bricks showed no signs of damage, not even a mark. Seeing this, Changshan was surprised and said, I've never seen such light and strong bricks. This is really eye-opening. Hearing this, Xiao began to explain. These are the latest imported materials from abroad. They are not available domestically. I see. Changshan did not dwell on the issue and began to get his construction team busy. At this moment, Wang Mucheng was watering the leeks in the vegetable garden. Looking at the lush green leeks, she was already eager to grill some to eat, but they were not fully mature yet, so she had to wait a bit longer. After finishing watering, Wang Mucheng looked at the large, empty plot of land in the distance and said to Xiao, those lands shouldn't be left so empty. Planting something random would be better than leaving it vacant. I don't want it to be empty either, but there is no better way right now. It has to be this way. Xiao also wanted to plant vegetables on the 2,000 acres of agricultural land, but to exchange for seeds from the system. It would take 20 million, which was still beyond reach. Later, we can rent the land out to others. It will not only utilize the land, but also make money. killing two birds with one stone. Wang Muqing expressed her opinion. Xiao nodded. He thought the same way, but after the incident with Wu Qian, he was very cautious about renting land. Meanwhile, the island was bustling with activity, as Changshan had already led people to start digging the foundation. Director, the 200 clients who reserved tickets have all paid, and we have sent out the tickets. A person walked in to report to Xiao Jianbin. Tonight, we will have a live lottery, and the audience numbers will peak. We must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Xiao Jianbin instructed seriously. The person nodded and continued. This time, the lottery host is not Fan Zong, but a newcomer, Su Chunmei. She has really become famous now. She is so lucky to debut in front of so many people. It's not easy to cultivate a famous host in the station. Fan Zong has been famous for a long time, and such a great opportunity should naturally be given to newcomers. After all, good luck cannot be stopped. At this time, almost all the citizens of Donghai City were gathered in front of their televisions, waiting for the lottery results, hoping to win and also see who would be lucky enough to be selected. Dear viewers, welcome to the Donghai City TV station. I am your host, Su Chunmei. Now we will begin to draw the first audience member to attend the barbecue event on island number 4. At exactly 8 o'clock, a sweet-looking girl appeared on the screen. With short hair, big eyes, and wearing a light blue low-cut professional outfit that looked exceptionally sexy and capable, while the baby fat on her face revealed a hint of playfulness and cuteness. As her voice fell, a series of flashing mobile phone numbers appeared on the screen. The audience in front of the television also became tense, praying to be selected. Congratulations to the viewer with the mobile number ending in 284 to win the first ticket. Staff will contact you later. Please keep your phone available. The screen finally stopped, displaying a mobile number, and Su Chunmei quickly announced, "Yay, I won. I can go to the barbecue event." At that moment, in a dormitory, Meng Fan was jumping with excitement. He never expected to be the first one drawn, and his other roommates looked at him enviously. "Mengzi, you're so lucky to be chosen among millions. You have to bring us some good food. Those barbecues use top-notch ingredients. That ticket is worth 100,000. If someone wants to buy it from you, will you sell it?" Hearing this question, Meng Fan replied without hesitation. "I won't sell it. 100,000 is a lot, but I will definitely make that much in the future. However, if I miss this opportunity, I may never get to eat such delicious food in my life." Xiao Jianbin watched the soaring ratings at the TV station, feeling emotional. After this live event, the advertising slots at the station would surely sell like hot cakes, and this year's advertising fees were no longer a concern. Soon, the 200 lucky winners were drawn, and the live lottery continued for more than an hour before concluding. At the same time, many people online were discussing the new host who debuted today. The new host Su Chunmei from the Donghai City radio station is simply gorgeous, combining sexiness and beauty. What do you say about asking her out? You can invite her out in your dreams. That's right. Chapter 76, Beverage Sponsorship. Chunmei, the station director wants you to go to the conference room. At this moment, someone walked in and greeted Su Chunmei. When Su Chunmei entered the conference room, she saw a group of leaders gathered together. Station director Sun Deming gestured for her to sit down and said to her, "You did very well today. The audience is very satisfied with you. So we've decided to let you continue hosting the live barbecue event." "Really? Thank you, director." Su Chunmei's face was filled with excitement. Many viewers would definitely tune in for the live broadcast, and hosting such an event would accumulate a lot of experience. Sun Deming nodded and continued, "Xiao Su, I also have a task for you, which is to go to the island in advance for the live broadcast. However, we haven't negotiated with the other party yet, so I want to assign this to you." "No problem, you can count on me," Su Chunmei confidently assured. She was determined to host this event. After the lottery event concluded, some people put their tickets up for sale online, making a nice profit. Zhao Chong was frustrated as he watched a ticket get snatched up online again. "Dad, I want to go to that barbecue event. My classmate Dazhuang's dad is taking him, so I want to go too," Xiao pleaded, grabbing Zhao Chong's hand. "Okay, Dad will definitely take you." Zhao Chong agreed readily, but his face showed difficulty. Dazhuang's father was a wealthy man. Buying a ticket was no big deal for him, but Zhao Chong was just an ordinary beverage merchant. It was too difficult for him to get a ticket for the barbecue event. Although tickets were gradually being posted online, even if the price rose to 150,000 or 170,000, they would be snatched up immediately as soon as they were listed, and he couldn't buy one at all. At this moment, his wife, seeing his helpless expression, walked over and said, "This barbecue event will definitely need beverages. You can negotiate sponsorship for the drinks, and then you can take our son along." "Honey, you're so smart." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong immediately hugged his wife and kissed her on the cheek. That day, Zhang Shan had already led the construction team to finish the first floor and had also sealed the roof with cement. He let his men take a break and then went to find Xiao. At that time, Xiao was cutting meat for Lightning and the others as their breakfast, while Lightning and the others were sitting obediently beside them. Now, Wang Muching had also come to like this peaceful and pleasant life, riding horses, walking dogs, and swimming in the sea every day. It was so comfortable, feeling like living in a paradise. Come, it's time to eat. After cutting the meat, Wang Muching fed it to Lightning and the others. Zhang Shan walked over and said to Yi Xiao, Mr. Yi, the first floor has been sealed. We need to wait for the cement on the top to solidify before we can continue working, which will take about a week. Yi Xiao shook his head and said, It won't take a week. 1 day is enough. The cement used this time is a new type, and its solidification period is only 1 day. I need to observe and confirm first. A hint of doubt appeared on Zhang Shan's face. Yi Xiao did not oppose, as some things must be seen to be believed. At that moment, Pang Xiao led a middle-aged man over. Little Yi. This man says he has something to discuss with you. Hello, my name is Zhao Chong. I run a beverage sales company, mainly dealing in various types of alcohol and drinks. Here is my business card. Zhao Chong took out his card and handed it over. Manager Zhao, may I ask what brings you to me? Yi Xiao thought he was there to sell beverages. Zhao Chong sat down and explained his purpose. Mr. Yi, I'm here because I want to sponsor the drinks for this barbecue event. I wonder what you think. Sponsoring the barbecue event was certainly a good thing, but there would be many attendees, including many celebrities, so the beverage aspect needed to be handled carefully. Yi Xiao's face showed a hint of caution. If something went wrong, it would be serious. Mr. Yi, rest assured, the beverages provided by our company are absolutely genuine. After all, this also concerns our company's reputation. Zhao Chong explained with a smile. Although his company was large, it had a very good reputation. Seeing his confidence, Yi Xiao did not oppose and said, Please send some samples first. Once we confirm they are up to standard, we can allow your company to sponsor the drinks for this barbecue event. I will arrange for a batch of samples to be delivered immediately. By the way, Mr. Yi, do you know that tickets are now being sold for over 200,000? They are still scarce. You gave away 200 tickets, and they sold them directly for profit. Zhao Chong thought that Yi Xiao's decision was not something an ordinary person could make, as the tickets given away were worth 20 million. I just want to provide the best ingredients for everyone, so that everyone has a chance to taste them. As for them selling the tickets to others, that is their choice. What I can do is provide a fair opportunity. Yi Xiao did not care about losing money. After living on the island for so long, he understood that money could always be made. Life is short, and one should enjoy it while they can. After chatting for a while, Zhao Chong took his leave. Zhao Chong was also very efficient in his work, and that evening he had over 20 boxes of alcohol sent over, including white wine, red wine, and beer, as well as many common beverages. Come, everyone, don't be shy, take whatever you want. As the saying goes, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. During dinner, Yi Xiao distributed various drinks to everyone for tasting. This wine is authentic and not cheap. It seems the person who sent it over really spent a lot. Wang Muching poured a glass of Martell, tasted it, and nodded in praise. Seeing Wang Muching nodding in approval, Yi Xiao felt the quality of the wine must be good. His wife, He Meng, walked over and asked, What's going on? Why are you so happy? Do you know why I decided to sponsor this barbecue event? The drinks alone cost over 100,000. This is no small amount. Aren't you just trying to take our son to eat barbecue? That's only part of it. There will definitely be many wealthy people on the island. If I have the chance to meet them, the company's business will reach new heights. This is an opportunity. You've been running the company honestly for so many years. Maybe this time you will really meet a noble person. Chapter 77, Smooth Sailing. 2 days later, Zhang Shan prepared to go to the rooftop to check the solidification of the cement. Upon arrival, he saw a group of workers already checking everything up there. This solidified too quickly. It was done in 1 day. Indeed, the best cement I've seen would take at least 4 to 5 days to set. Especially with the entire roof sealed with cement. It's astonishing that it solidified in just 1 day. If this type of cement can be used for future construction, it will greatly shorten the construction period. Zhang Shan walked over and asked, How is it? Can we continue construction? Yes, then let's continue. Zhang Shan calculated that. At this rate, the 3-story building could be completed in as little as 20 days. At this moment, Su Chunmei was on a boat heading to island number 4. She wanted to talk to Yi Xiao about conducting interviews and filming on the island in advance. After docking at the pier of island number 4, Su Chunmei saw a bustling scene on the island, with a group of people busy building houses and many others busy in the fields. Hello, may I ask where Mr. Yi Xiao is? Su Chunmei inquired of a chubby man. Looking for Yi Xiao? Who are you? Pang Xiao, seeing the sweet and lovely girl looking for Yi Xiao, wondered if Yi Xiao had been fooling around outside again. Now that Wang Muching was here, if she encountered him, it would be a big deal. Seeing Pang Xiao's vigilance towards her, Su Chunmei felt quite frustrated and said, I'm from the TV station. I'm here to talk to Mr. Yi about something. Is there a secret here that can't be revealed? No, you are warmly welcomed. I'll take you to find Yi Xiao. He is currently taking a horse ride. After realizing she was from the TV station, Pang Xiao immediately smiled and led her toward the grassy area. Upon reaching the grass, Su Chunmei saw a beautiful woman riding a handsome white horse, accompanied by a group of dogs, and curiously asked, "Who is she?" "She is Yi Xiao's girlfriend, Wang Muching. By the way, what does your TV station want to find Yi Xiao for?" Pang Xiao asked curiously. "It's about some filming matters." At that moment, Wang Muching dismounted and walked over to chat with Su Chunmei, and the two hit it off, quickly becoming good friends who could talk about anything. After learning the purpose of her visit, Wang Muching directly agreed. "I'll take care of this. You can come to film later." Seeing things going so smoothly, Su Chunmei was a bit incredulous and asked, "Don't you need to ask Mr. Ye's opinion?" "No, he listens to me." Wang Muching smiled. Now that she said to go east, Yi Xiao would never dare to go west. She then took Su Chunmei to the vegetable field. "Wow, these vegetables are really beautiful. They look very delicious." Upon reaching the vegetable field, Su Chunmei saw the vast expanse of vegetables, and her eyes lit up with joy. She had never seen such beautifully grown vegetables. Yes, the vegetable series from the island is not only delicious but also visually appealing, which is a significant feature. Wang Muching couldn't wait to taste the vegetables in the field, but they weren't ripe yet. After walking for a while, Su Chunmei saw a patch of rapeseed that had already borne fruit, and nearby were some chili peppers, cumin, and even a patch of Sichuan pepper trees. Wang Mucheng began to introduce. "These are all seasonings planted here, which will be useful during the barbecue event. The rapeseed will be used to extract oil." Just hearing that made me salivate. Su Chunmei smiled. "I think about when I can eat them every day. It's so torturous." Wang Mucheng was speaking the truth. All she could think about daily were these vegetables, and this waiting was indeed hard to endure. A few minutes later, the two arrived at a fenced vegetable garden, where a group of chickens were leisurely pecking at vegetable leaves, all looking very robust and spirited. The two black chickens were particularly majestic, their feathers shining like metal. "Will they be used for barbecue as well?" Su Chunmei watched the two black chickens patrolling the flock like kings, her eyes filled with curiosity. "These two probably won't be, they're just eating. I heard from Yi Xiao that one is worth over 100,000. Wang Mucheng was also shocked when she first heard how much one chicken was worth. She never expected a chicken to be so expensive. Over 100,000. At this moment, Su Chunmei was also unsettled. Who could afford such an expensive chicken? She then looked at the other chickens and asked, "These chickens can't be that expensive, right?" Hearing this, Su Chunmei's face revealed a dazed smile as she realized her salary could only afford a chicken leg. After spending some time on the island, Su Chunmei took her leave. At this time, Minister Feng was sitting alone in his office, smoking a cigarette. After he had killed those few people, Feng Bao was wanted by the police and had fled, leaving him with no capable subordinates. "Boss Feng, why are you here sulking alone? The restaurant's business isn't doing well. We must come up with a solution." Zhou Ming walked in confidently and sat down in front of Minister Feng. "You are the restaurant's general manager. It's your responsibility to handle the business. Without me, do you not know how to run a restaurant?" Zhou Ming smiled mockingly and replied, "The strategy one set for the restaurant requires a lot of funds. If you don't give me any, what can I do? I'm not Sun Wukong. I can't pull a rabbit out of a hat. If this continues, I might have to find another place." Zhou Ming had already found a new opportunity. After all, a long time had passed since the incident at the Fortune Hotel, and many were still willing to use him. Hearing this, Minister Feng slowly walked up to Zhou Ming and then smashed the ashtray on Zhou Ming's head. "Ah!" The next moment, Zhou Ming let out a terrible scream and fell to the ground, blood seeping from his head. "You eat my food and use my resources, and now you dare to betray me? You should remember who took you in when you were at your lowest. From now on, behave yourself, otherwise I will make you disappear from this world." Minister Feng's face was fierce. No one had ever dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Zhou Ming didn't dare to say a word at this moment, his eyes filled with fear. "Now you go help me with something, and once it's done, you'll reap the benefits. I will do my best." Chapter 78, Unreasonable. On this day, Xiao Chong was preparing various drinks for the barbecue event at the company, carefully checking every box of goods. If there were any issues with the drinks, the company's reputation would be completely ruined. "Excuse me, are you Xiao Chong?" At this moment, a group of people walked in, led by Zhou Ming, followed by several burly men. "I am. May I ask what you need?" Seeing this group of aggressive individuals entering, Xiao Chong felt an ominous premonition. Zhou Ming swaggered over and sat down in a chair, saying to Xiao Chong, "I heard you were sponsoring this barbecue event, and our company wants to sponsor it too, so we would like you to include our products." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming directly refused, saying, "That's not possible. Our company has already secured the sponsorship rights, and if something goes wrong with your products, who will take responsibility? I can pay. Just name your price." Zhou Ming had received orders from Minister Feng to send a batch of drinks to the island, and he thought of this tactic. Even if something went wrong, he wouldn't be implicated. "This isn't about money. I can't guarantee the safety of the drinks, so it's not possible." Xiao Chong remained very firm. This matter was non-negotiable. Seeing this, Zhou Ming's expression darkened. He didn't expect Zhao Chong to be so ungrateful. He stood up and threatened, if you don't agree, you might not have a good time in the future. In broad daylight, why would I be afraid of you? Zhao Chong also slammed the table and stood up. Having been in business for so many years, he had encountered many troubles and was not worried about this at all. Fine, just wait. Zhou Ming left with his men after throwing down a harsh remark. At this time, Xiao was standing downstairs, watching as the building had already been constructed for 2 floors. In a few days, it would be completely finished. He then found Wang Mucheng, who was swimming in the sea with Lightning and the others, and said, the house is almost finished. Now we should start with the decoration design and furniture additions. What kind of decoration style do you like? Wait, I'll go with you. Wang Mucheng was playing a frisbee game with Lightning and the others. Seeing this, Xiao waited on the shore. Half an hour later, Wang Mucheng finally brought Lightning and the others back to shore. Xiao looked at Wang Mucheng, who was in a bikini, her curvy figure fully displayed, and for a moment, he was mesmerized. Although it wasn't the first time he had seen her, it still captivated him. What are you looking at? Hurry up and change clothes. Wang Mucheng threw a towel on Xiao's head, feeling very pleased inside. If a woman's figure no longer attracted men, she was not far from losing them. When Xiao came out, he saw Wang Mucheng putting leashes on Lightning and the others, seemingly wanting to take them out too. Let's go. Sister will take you out to have fun. After saying that, Wang Mucheng led the dogs onto the boat. However, once they reached the shore, Wang Mucheng let Xiao go buy furniture and handle the renovations alone while she took the 7 dogs for a walk. Wang Mucheng, parading the big dogs down the street, attracted quite a bit of attention. Xiao then went to the century-old construction company and discussed the house renovation with Han Lu. Mr. Yi, our company also provides renovation services. You can tell us the style you want, and we will start the renovation. Han Lu brewed a cup of tea and handed it to Xiao, as Xiao was now a major client. The first and second floors should have a standard modern home style, while the third floor will be primarily pink. Xiao knew Wang Mucheng liked pink, so he planned to decorate the third floor in that color. The entire first floor would have only one room, which would be Wang Mucheng's bedroom, while the first and second floors would have many guest rooms for visitors and friends coming to the island to rest. Soon, Han Lu had the design department create several styles of interior decorations for Xiao to choose from. This one, the pink roof has a painting on it, so it won't feel monotonous. Xiao finally selected a style. I will have the renovation department come in immediately. The renovation along with plumbing and electrical work will take at most a week. Han Lu quickly calculated all the costs. The construction and renovation totaled 350,000. After Xiao paid, he couldn't help but feel emotional. The total cost of building this house had exceeded $1 million. At this moment, Han Lu handed over a document and said, Mr. Yi, this is the construction information and costs for the dormitory building. If you have no issues, we can send the construction team to the site. No problem. Xiao signed his name on the contract. Although it was just a regular staff dormitory, it still costs 600,000. Xiao now received a call from Wang Mucheng, inviting her to go shopping. When she arrived at the meeting place, she saw Wang Mucheng sitting in a roadside CF drinking coffee, accompanied by a group of fierce-looking large dogs, which made Xiao not too scared to approach. What are you afraid of? They won't bite. Our Lightning is very well behaved. Wang Mucheng laughed at Xiao Na's reaction. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a big group of dogs? But they do seem quite obedient. We're about to hold a barbecue event. How's your preparation going? After sitting down, Xiao Na casually asked. Wang Mucheng nodded and said, almost ready. Now everything is set, just waiting for the right moment. You have to come early. I still have a few busy days ahead, but don't worry, I will definitely come. Just don't blame me if you can't get any good food then. After leaving the century-old construction company, Xiao went to a nearby furniture city to buy furniture, and he had a lot to buy. Beds, cabinets, sofas, chairs, curtains, and so on. Men generally don't like shopping, and Xiao was no exception. He walked directly into a furniture store and started looking around. Hey, can't you see? You stepped on my foot. At that moment, a man with a face full of flesh and a big gold chain around his neck yelled at Xiao, accompanied by a glamorous woman. Sorry, my bad. Xiao realized he had accidentally stepped on the man's foot, so he quickly apologized. You better keep your eyes open. My shoes are worth more than your life. Li Fushan was still not willing to let it go, pointing at Xiao and spitting as he cursed. Xiao was a reasonable person, but if he encountered someone unreasonable, he wouldn't waste his breath. He then stepped heavily on Li Fushan's foot and said, I stepped on it. What can you do about it? My foot, it hurts so much. You little bastard. I'll make you pay? Li Fushan clutched his foot and stepped back, almost in tears from the pain. Chapter 79, Borrowing Money in the Bathroom. Everyone, let's keep the peace. Give me some face, let's all take a step back. At this moment, the boss Su Qi walked over, looking warm and friendly. It wasn't good for him to have conflicts in his store. Li Fushan glanced at him disdainfully and said, Who are you? coming here to act tough. Su Chi smiled and didn't mind, saying, I am the owner of this store. If you buy things here, I'll give you a discount of 20. How about that? Humph. Boss, you said it, 20 off. Hearing there was a discount, Li Fushan's expression changed. He had come to buy furniture for his lover. But his strict wife at home only allowed him to have a little over 100,000 in his private stash. Of course, I am the owner of this store. So it counts. Su Chi nodded. Li Fushan then glanced at Xiao again. Seeing him looking poor, his disdain for him grew even stronger. He said to his lover next to him, Xiaoling, pick any furniture you like. Thank you, darling. Sun Ling immediately leaned close to Li Fushan and kissed him on the cheek. Then she walked straight to a makeup table and said sweetly, Darling, I want this one. All right, buy it. Li Fushan saw the price was 8,000, and although it hurt him to spend that much, he could only grit his teeth and buy it, the only consolation being that it would be 20 off. This sofa is too soft, I want it too. Sun Ling sat on a pure wool sofa, looking very pleased. No problem, buy it. Li Fushan bit his teeth and said this, but in his heart, he was thinking that over 10,000 was spent again. However, his face still wore a smug expression, occasionally sneering at Xiao. Xiao was not paying attention to him at all. Instead, he was busy selecting furniture in the store. He saw a pink sofa and thought Wang Mucheng would like it, so he planned to buy it. Oh, this sofa costs 5,000. Can you afford it? It might take you several months' salary. At this moment, Li Fushan walked over, glancing at the 5,000 yuan sofa, and couldn't help but mock. Xiao ignored him, wrote down the sofa in his notebook, and continued browsing. I think this one is very suitable for you. Just 1,000, very fitting for your status. But Li Fushan still followed him around, constantly mumbling. Half an hour later, Xiao finally compiled a list of the furniture he wanted and handed it to Su Chi. Are you sure you want to buy all these? Su Chi was momentarily stunned when he saw the densely packed list of furniture names. Just these. Xiao nodded. The top floor of the building was for Wang Mucheng, and the first and second floors combined had over 10 rooms, so a lot of furniture was needed. Su Chi quickly asked someone to calculate the total. At this moment, Su Chi handed the list of furniture selected by Sun Ling to Li Fushan and said, in total, there are several pieces of furniture, sofa, mattress, chairs, etc., adding up to 206,000. With the discount, it will be 160,000. And you can keep the change. What? Just 9 pieces of furniture. How can it be so expensive? Upon hearing the price, Li Fushan immediately became uneasy. He currently only had 100,000 and couldn't come up with the extra 60,000. This imported European Rural Series sofa alone costs over 70,000. It's really a good deal at 16,000 total. Su Chi explained from the side. Sun Ling saw Li Fushan's troubled expression and quickly leaned against him, acting cute. Darling, I really like these furniture. Please buy them for me. I'll take good care of you tonight. Although the thought of being taken care of at night made Li Fushan's heart race, he didn't have that much money on him and didn't want to spend so much on her. So he advised, Xiaoling, it's just a few pieces of furniture. Why go for such good quality? Just buy something to make do. No, I want these. Sun Ling stood her ground, knowing she was with Li Fushan for his money. Otherwise, with her beauty, how could she be with a nouveau riche like him? At that moment, Xiao interjected, Miss, it's not that he doesn't want to buy for you. It's that he doesn't have the money. Why make things difficult for him? Upon hearing this, Li Fushan instantly became displeased, his face turning red as he shouted, Who says I don't have money? I just think it's unnecessary. Buying for a girlfriend has nothing to do with value. As long as she likes it, that's what a man should do. Xiao continued to fan the flames. Realizing that Li Fushan really didn't have the money to buy so much, Li Fushan noticed that everyone around was staring at him, and if he didn't buy, he wouldn't know where to put his face. So he said, Buy it. Do you think I can't afford it? Just kidding, pack it up for me. I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, he headed towards the restroom. You aren't thinking of escaping, are you? Just as Li Fushan was about to enter the restroom, he suddenly heard this remark and nearly jumped up in anger. Now he could only borrow money from someone, but luckily, with his status, borrowing money wasn't difficult. Moments later, he walked out easily, pulling out a few stacks of cash and a card, throwing them on the table, and proudly saying, This is 100,000 in cash. And I will swipe 60,000 from the card. Do you think I don't have money? What a joke. The money in the card must be borrowed, right? You went in looking like you might collapse at any moment. Xiao teased again. What do you care? You've been shopping for so long. How many thousands of furniture have you bought? In Li Fushan's eyes, Xiao was just a poor kid who couldn't afford any furniture. At this moment, Su Chi took the order slip handed over by the staff and said to Xiao, Mr. Yi, the total amount has come out to 400,000. After a 20 discount, it will be 320,000. Thank you. Xiao handed over his card. At that moment, Li Fushan was also dumbfounded, not expecting him to buy over 300,000 worth of furniture, and he didn't even flinch, instantly freezing in place. We will provide door-to-door delivery service. You can tell us the address. No need. I'm afraid you won't be able to deliver it. Just send it to the dock. Yi Xiao smiled lightly. Sending the furniture from the dock to the island would also be a considerable expense. Upon hearing this, Su Qi understood something and asked, "You are Mr. Yi Xiao, right? I saw you on TV before. Welcome." At this time, Li Fushan disdainfully said, "Who is Yi Xiao? I've never heard of him. Is he famous?" Su Qi explained from the side, "Mr. Ye's cultivated island fragrance series vegetables are very popular. The recently trending barbecue event was planned by Mr. Yi. For him, 30,000 is just a small amount. He previously spent over 2 million planting trees on the island." Hearing this, Li Fushan was completely stunned. He had heard of island fragrance vegetables and the barbecue event, but now he realized that the person in front of him was actually the owner of island number 4. Chapter 80, Breaking Windows. After knowing Yi Zhao's identity, Sun Ling looked at him with fiery eyes, thinking that if she could hook up with this young and wealthy man, she would never have to worry again. Li Fushan also had an apologetic look and said, "Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. It's my fault for not recognizing you. Even if you recognized me, it wouldn't matter. I never intended to have any interaction with you." After saying this, Yi Xiao prepared to leave. However, Li Fushan followed him and said, "Mr. Yi, I also want to participate in the barbecue event. I wonder if there are any extra tickets? Even if there are, I wouldn't let you go." Yi Xiao watched Li Fushan's face turn red and green after hearing this, and felt extremely pleased. He then stood at the entrance, ready to hail a car to Wang Muqing's apartment. At this moment, Sun Ling adjusted her clothes, pulling her collar down hard to reveal a deep cleavage. She believed that with her beauty, it would be easy to attract Yi Xiao, so she walked over to him with a smile and said gently, "Mr. Yi, waiting for a car? I have a car. I can give you a ride. Don't you need to accompany your boyfriend?" Yi Xiao glanced at Sun Ling. Although she was a beautiful woman, she had too much of a makeup vibe, giving off a very restless feeling. What could possibly be more important? Is accompanying me not a thing? At this moment, Sun Ling leaned in closer to Yi Xiao and blew a breath towards him. "Still no? I wouldn't want to catch any diseases." After saying this, Yi Xiao got into a car and left. "You." Upon hearing this, Sun Ling was so angry that her body trembled, realizing he was insulting her profession. "Hurry, come inside." Just then, Wang Muqing walked in with Lightning and their 7 dogs. "Daughter, where did these dogs come from? Quickly take them to the yard. How can dogs come inside the house?" Mei Fong urged as soon as she saw the dogs. However, Wang Muqing simply threw the leash, and Lightning and the others started sniffing around the house. When Wang Hai came down from upstairs and saw several dogs wandering around the living room, he said to Wang Muqing, "Daughter, these dogs must not be ordinary, right? They look muscular and strong, and their build is very standard." "Dad, I didn't expect you to know about dogs." Wang Muqing smiled and sat down next to Wang Hai, picking up an apple to munch on. "I have a friend who really likes dogs, so I know a little." Wang Hai looked at the dogs, feeling that they were not simple. "Dinner's ready, stop chatting." Wang Muqing took a bite and felt it was just average, casually tossing it into the bowl, and said, "It's not that delicious." This girl, complaining about chicken that costs hundreds each, what else does she want to eat? Mei Fong rolled her eyes at Wang Muqing, thinking her daughter's taste was getting increasingly picky. Wang Muqing smiled and said, "Mom, that's just because you don't know enough. We have 2 chickens on our island, each worth over 100,000. Hearing this, Mei Fong was somewhat incredulous and said, "Chickens worth over 100,000? Are they made of gold? You're just teasing your mother. If you don't believe it, that's fine. When you go there, you'll know and get to taste what real chicken is." Wang Muqing had a proud look. Those 2 metallic chickens were treasures on the island, and losing even a feather would be painful. At this moment, Zhao Chong was having dinner with his family, chatting about the upcoming barbecue event, all 3 filled with anticipation. Crash. Suddenly, the sound of glass shattering rang out, and everyone turned to see a large hole in the window, with a brick lying on the floor. Zhao Chong ran to the window and saw no one outside, but his brow furrowed deeply. At this time, Molly walked over, wrapping her arms around his, saying, "It might just be some troublemakers. I'll clean it up." Zhao Chong nodded, but he felt very uneasy. At 10 o'clock that night, Zhou Ming and his group appeared outside Zhao Chong's house, holding quite a few bricks. "Brother, does this really help?" One person asked Zhou Ming. "Of course. I don't believe he would ignore the safety of his wife and child." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ming dashed forward and threw the brick in his hand. At the same time, the others also sprang into action, and the sound of glass shattering echoed throughout the night. "Wah, mommy, daddy." Qiao was also frightened awake by the noise, crying loudly. "Don't cry, son, daddy's here." Zhao Chong rushed into his son's room, holding him tightly, realizing that this incident was definitely related to those who had come looking for him before. The next morning, Zhao Chong dragged his weary body to the company, feeling exhausted from comforting his wife and son the night before. "Boss Xiao, looking at those dark circles under your eyes, you look like a panda. You must not have slept well." Just then, Zhou Ming swaggered in again. "Bastard, dare to threaten me? I'll make you pay." Upon seeing him, Zhao Chong's anger flared, and he charged at him. However, before he could get close, several strong men behind Zhou Ming stood up and punched Zhao Chong, knocking him to the ground. At this moment, Zhao Chong knelt on the ground, his face filled with pain, feeling as if his stomach was turning. Zhou Ming squatted down in front of Zhao Chong, patting his face, and said, "It's not hard at all to have an accident in this society. Like your son getting hit by a car, or your beautiful wife encountering a robbery. If she gets disfigured, that wouldn't be good, right? You bastard. If you dare to touch them, I'll send you to hell." Zhao Chong's face was twisted in rage, his eyes burning with fury. However, Zhou Ming was completely unconcerned. Laughing, "I'm so scared. If you want to test me, I can accommodate you. Think carefully about my suggestion." After saying this, Zhou Ming swaggered out with his men. At this time, Zhao Chong struggled to get up from the ground, sitting in a chair lost in thought. Compared to his career, he valued his family more. Although he could report to the police, it wasn't a foolproof plan. He didn't want to take that risk. At the same time, he didn't want to send the drinks those people provided to the island, so it seemed he could only cancel the sponsorship for the barbecue event. Chapter 81, Let the Dogs Bite. After Xiao got up, he ate a little bread and set off for Zhao Chong's company to see how the supplies for the drinks were prepared. However, when he arrived, he saw Zhao Chong looking haggard, as if he had aged 10 years. He quickly asked, "Brother Zhao, what happened to you?" "Something happened at home, Brother Yi. You came just in time. I have something to tell you. The sponsorship for the barbecue event might have to be cancelled." Zhao Chong personally sent his son and wife out that morning and noticed several sneaky people watching them, which made him extremely tense. Now he couldn't focus on the supply issues anymore. "Can you tell me what happened? Maybe I can help solve it." If the supply of drinks was stopped, Xiao would have to find another supplier. Zhao Chong thought for a moment. Since this matter was related to Xiao, he explained the whole situation. After understanding the details, Xiao felt that someone was targeting Island Number 4. If the drinks that had sneaked in caused any trouble, the reputation of Island No. 4 would be ruined. Realizing this, he knew they couldn't let it go and needed to find out who was behind it. He said to Zhao Chong, "Brother Zhao? Don't worry. I'll handle this." "All right. Thank you, Brother Yi. My family is my life. Don't worry. I'll handle it well." Wang Mukin propped her chin on her hand, thought for a moment, and then said, "We should report this to the police, but just in case, we need to find out who they are. It would be great if we could catch someone to ask. Should I call a few bodyguards? We can solve it in no time." "No need. I have a better idea than bodyguards." Xiao looked at the lightning dogs at his feet, and suddenly an idea came to him. In the dead of night, Xiao and Wang Mukin found a place near Zhao Chong's residence to hide, while the lightning dogs surrounded them. Wang Mukin, wearing a hat, glanced at the pitch-black surroundings and said, "This is so exciting. Are you sure those people will come?" "Not sure. Then why are we here? If we don't come, how will we know if those people will show up?" Xiao wanted to find out who was behind the scheme, so he brought Wang Mukin to stake out. Just then, Wang Mukin saw a group of people approaching and immediately pulled Xiao down, whispering, "Someone's coming." Zhou Ming was leading a group, preparing to put more pressure on Zhao Chong to make him agree to their demands. "Go." Xiao watched as the group prepared to throw bricks at Zhao Chong's house and quickly patted Lightning's head. Lightning immediately dashed off, followed closely by the other 6 dogs. "Run. There are dogs." When Zhou Ming and his group saw a pack of dogs charging toward them, they were so scared that they immediately turned to run. Just then, a whistle sounded in the darkness, and the dog that had bitten someone immediately released its grip and chased after the others who were still running. While on the island, Xiao had used the whistle to give commands to Lightning and the others. The whistle he just blew signaled them to continue the chase. At the same time, a series of screams echoed through the night, heart-wrenching to hear. Zhou Ming was running for his life, watching his subordinates fall one by one to the pack of dogs, and he couldn't wait to get away. However, after running just over 100 meters, he heard faint, hurried footsteps behind him. He quickly turned around and saw a white shadow rushing toward him. In the next moment, Zhou Ming was knocked over by lightning, flying over a meter before crashing heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Once Xiao saw that everyone had been taken down, he immediately called the police, then pulled out a black cloth to cover his face and stepped out. "Don't come over, don't come over." Zhou Ming saw the pack of dogs surrounding him against the wall. His face turned pale with fear as he weakly shouted. Just then, he saw 2 figures wearing black cloths walking out and quickly asked, "Get these dogs away from me. Who are you? What do you want?" Xiao was also taken aback when he saw Zhou Ming. He didn't expect to see someone familiar. He had heard about Zhou Ming being dismissed from the Good Luck restaurant and asked, "Who made you do this? To get your drinks onto the island?" "I don't know what you're talking about. I just have a debt dispute with that family." Zhou Ming refused to admit it, casually making up an excuse to brush him off. "You don't have to play dumb with me. I'm well prepared. Otherwise, I wouldn't have caught you here." Xiao planned to get to the bottom of this quickly since the police were on their way. Zhou Ming was not afraid of his threat and said, "If you don't believe me, that's fine. I have nothing more to say." Hearing this, Yi Xiao knew he had to show him some consequences. Then I'll just let the dogs tear your face apart. At these words, Zhou Ming looked at the pack of dogs with bared teeth and fierce expressions. Feeling a tightness in his chest, he said, I have a grudge against Yi Xiao. Previously, I ordered diamond cabbage from him, but he shorted me 3 or 4 heads, which got me fired from the hotel. I hate him, so I wanted to smuggle a batch of fake liquor onto the island to ruin his barbecue event. Yi Xiao knew that Zhou Ming had been shorted 30 heads of cabbage because those 30 heads had been stolen. So he felt a bit guilty and believed what he said. It was all orchestrated by him behind the scenes. Lightning go? At that moment, Wang Mukin wanted to see if Lightning and the others would listen to her, so she shouted. Upon hearing her command, Lightning and the others immediately opened their mouths wide, revealing their blood-soaked jaws and lunged forward. Zhou Ming saw the pack of dogs charging at him and was so scared he almost cried, his body trembling as he closed his eyes and shouted, It wasn't me. It was Feng Deshang. He made me do it. As Lightning and the others lunged at him, Yi Xiao rushed up to stop them. If they really bit him and caused severe injuries, it would be a serious matter. He couldn't help but glance at Wang Mukin. Wang Mukin shrugged. She hadn't expected that Lightning would understand her command. Yi Xiao continued to question, Who is Feng Deshang? He's a thug who took over a restaurant. He sent people to the island to steal vegetables before, but failed, so he wants revenge on you. Zhou Ming was now terrified and spilled everything he knew. Chapter 82. Unraveling the Conspiracy. Feng Deshang. Yi Xiao muttered to himself, finally understanding who had tried to steal vegetables from the island twice. Looking at Zhou Ming's terrified face, he asked again, Do you know why Yi Xiao shorted you 30 heads of cabbage? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming's face showed anger as he said, Isn't it because that bastard wanted to make more money and deliberately shorted me? You got that wrong. I heard that a group of people also went to the island to steal some cabbages, which is why there weren't as many for you. Yi Xiao felt a mix of emotions. Zhou Ming worked for Feng Deshang, and it turned out that the one who put him in such a situation was Feng Deshang himself. Zhou Ming also realized this. He had sold many diamond cabbages for Feng Deshang, only to find out they were stolen from him. This thought filled him with a bit of hatred toward Feng Deshang. At that moment, the sound of police sirens approached from a distance. Yi Xiao and Wang Mukin took Lightning and the others and left the area. The follow-up was already arranged. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Ming quietly slipped away. Police, help me, we've been bitten by dogs. Those lying on the ground shouted for help when they saw the police coming. Su Fei looked at the 7 or 8 people lying on the ground and said, We received a report saying someone was begging for mercy in the middle of the night. It must be referring to you. One person, without skipping a beat, opened his eyes and lied. We were just out for a walk and then got bitten by a pack of rabid dogs. At this moment, Zhao Chong walked out in his pajamas and said to Su Fei, Officer, it's this group of people who have been harassing us, trying to get me to agree to transport a batch of alcohol to island number 4, and they even mentioned something about vegetables. Upon hearing this, Su Fei became serious. The case of the stolen vegetables on the island had not been solved, and this might be an opportunity. Zhao Chong casually mentioned to Su Fei that these people were the ones who went to the island to steal vegetables, according to what Yi Xiao had said. Don't worry. My brother is very tight-lipped. If you can't handle such a small task, you're really useless. Tomorrow, let your kids see some blood. So he knows the consequences of defying U.S. Minister Feng scolded Zhou Ming unhappily. Recently, things had been going poorly for him, and his anger was growing. Zhou Ming said nothing and quietly walked out, then touched the scar on his head left by Minister Feng, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He then drove to the police station, hesitated for a moment, and walked in. The next morning, as soon as Minister Feng stepped out, Su Fei and a group of people approached him, presenting an arrest warrant and saying, You must be Minister Feng. We suspect you are related to a theft case. Please come with us. Do you have any evidence? Otherwise, I'll sue you. Minister Feng replied, not panicking at all, as he had long been prepared for this situation. Just then, Zhou Ming stepped out from behind and said, I've informed the police about everything you've done. The vegetables you stole are worth hundreds of thousands. Enough for you to spend over a decade in prison. Bastard, I won't let you off. If I go down, you won't be well off either. Minister Feng immediately charged at Zhou Ming, his face twisted with rage, but was quickly stopped by the police. I haven't done anything. I just warned him. You're different. You'll probably have to stay inside for at least 10 years. Zhou Ming wasn't foolish. He had already gotten informed before entering the police station, so he wouldn't bear any responsibility. At this moment, Minister Feng's face turned pale. He never expected to fall in this place, and he slumped to the ground. When Zhao Chong learned of this news, he finally relaxed his tense heart. Now he could properly prepare the supply of alcohol. Mr. Yi, wait. At this moment, Su Chuanmei ran over, played with her short hair, and extended her hand to introduce herself. I'm Su Chuanmei, the host of Donghai City TV. I didn't get to see you last time on the island, which is really a pity. Hello, I'm not a celebrity, so what is there to regret? Xiao smiled and reached out his hand. When he held Su Chuanmei's hand, he felt it was soft and warm, and he subconsciously squeezed it. Ahem, Mr. Yi. Our filming crew is also preparing to settle on the island. I hope you can help us out a lot then. Sorry, it was just a subconscious action. I hope you don't mind. Xiao quickly apologized, realizing his earlier action was quite rude. Su Chuanmei saw his sincere apology and didn't mind. The two then started chatting as they walked. Old Xiao, you're living more and more comfortably. Now you're the only one running this line. You should be able to make a big profit this time. At this moment, a man walked in laughing. You, He Wangba, your business is much bigger than mine. And you come here to laugh at me. Xiao Dehai handed a cigarette over. This person was his good friend He Wang, whom everyone liked to call He Wangba. And he was also in the boat rental and tour business. He Wang lit the cigarette, took a deep puff, and said, I heard you're looking for boats. Do you want me to help? Hearing this, Xiao Dehai stared at him and said, when did you become so kind? You must have something to gain. He Wang nodded, a serious look in his eyes, and said, I heard that Tonghang Group is planning to expand its business scope and is preparing to acquire other boat rental companies. The young director of Tonghang Group, Wu Quan, has big ambitions, saying he wants to make sure there's only one shipping company in Donghai City, making it difficult for small companies like ours to survive as business gets worse. So, I want to collaborate with you to run the line to island number 4 together. After learning the reason, a hint of worry appeared on Xiao Dehai's face. Chapter 83, Surprise. Previously, Xiao Dehai could only make a little money with a few boats. And now that he was doing the line to island number 4, business was getting better and better. If Tonghang Group intervened in this line, he wouldn't be able to compete with them. Thinking of this, he sighed and said, business is getting harder and harder now. I don't know how long I can keep this line. What do you mean by cooperation? I have high hopes for the prospects of island number 4. Given time, it will definitely become a popular tourist base. How about we join forces? We can also unite those small boat rental companies. And then no one will dare to look down on us. He Wang proposed his idea. This idea is good. You also have a few medium-sized boats, which are completely sufficient for the current line to island number 4, and Tonghang Group won't pay attention to this route for now. Xiao Dehai became more excited as he thought about it, and quickly began to plan with He Wang. After waiting for half an hour, Xiao looked at Su Chuanmei and her crew of cameramen as they came over, and the group boarded the boat to set off for island number 4. At this time, Xiao was skillfully driving the speedboat on the sea. Now that it was almost July, the sea was getting warmer. After docking, Xiao asked Pang Xiao to help Su Chuanmei and the others settle in. Miss Su, you're getting more and more beautiful. Let me help you with that. Pang Xiao went over and took the bag from Su Chuanmei's hand. Why were you so alert when you first met me, as if I was going to rob something? Su Chuanmei asked the question she had always had in her mind. Pang Xiao wouldn't say that he thought Su Chuanmei was Yi Zhao's mistress. So he quickly thought of an excuse. The vegetables on the island were stolen before, so we are very cautious of outsiders. Su Chuanmei had no doubts about this explanation. At this moment, she arrived at the newly built building and saw that the 3-story building was entirely made of glass, looking very exquisite and unique. Pang Xiao introduced. You came at just the right time. It will be renovated in a few days, and once the furniture arrives, you can move in. He then led Su Chuanmei to the temporary tents set up nearby for visiting guests. Hello, everyone. I'm Su Chuanmei from Donghai City TV. I'm currently on the intriguing island number 4, bringing you a taste of the island's charm. Su Chuanmei stood in front of the camera, her face displaying a sweet smile as she walked towards the vegetable garden, as viewers were most concerned about the ingredients for the barbecue activity. Upon arriving at the garden, Su Chuanmei pointed to the vegetable area and said, this barbecue event mainly features vegetarian dishes. As you can see, these vegetables look very delightful. I can't help but want to taste them right away. After filming the vegetable garden, Su Chuanmei went to shoot the group of 3 yellow chickens and 2 metal chickens, as they were the only non-vegetarian dishes for this barbecue event. Xiao Jianbin had recently received strong praise from the station for planning the live barbecue event, which kept Donghai TV's ratings high. Director, it's time. We can start now. Someone walked over to remind Xiao Jianbin. Okay, let's start. Xiao Jianbin leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the TV screen. As people saw the lush green vegetable fields appear on the screen, their eyes widened and their mouths watered. Everyone, have you seen these plump chickens? It is the San Huang chicken, one of the top 10 famous chickens in our country, known for its tender and delicious meat. However, the quality of this batch of San Huang chickens is the best. According to the locals, one chicken sells for tens of thousands of yuan. And these more than 20 San Huang chickens will be the only meat dish for this barbecue event. When the audience in front of the TV heard that one chicken is worth tens of thousands of yuan, they were all dumbfounded. Usually, when they eat a dozen chickens, they complain about the price and can't even imagine what a tens of thousands yuan chicken would taste like. At this time, Chen Tao heard his phone beeping incessantly. He picked it up and saw that the group chat had become lively. The 200 people in this group were all selected to participate in the barbecue event on island number 4. Lone sword at sunset. A chicken worth tens of thousands of yuan. We are really lucky. I want to see what makes it different from ordinary chickens. Big cucumber. With over 400 people and only 20 chickens, how can that be enough to eat? I might as well eat vegetables. Tomorrow, what we eat isn't important. The key is that we are going. So many people are envious of our tickets. This event will be enough for us for years to come. Red Lantern, I just want to go eat barbecue right now. I was drooling while watching TV earlier. Chen Tao glanced at his daughter, who was sleeping beside him, and his eyes showed anticipation. After winning the ticket to participate in the barbecue event, he was told he could bring a child along, making him feel fond of island number 4 for being so considerate. A few days later, Xiao was inspecting the building, which had now been renovated. Once the furniture arrived, they could move in immediately. The first and second floors were simply decorated, with white ceilings and light red wooden floors, while the third floor featured a pastoral oil painting with a pink background, and the floor was covered with a white fluffy carpet, with the space being over 200 square meters. This was Wang Mucheng's bedroom. When Wang Mucheng wanted to go into the building to take a look, Xiao stopped her. Mucheng, wait until the furniture is set up before you go in. Consider it a surprise. How about that? It's just a room. What kind of surprise can there be? Although Wang Mucheng looked unconvinced, she felt quite happy inside. Just as evening approached, a cargo ship docked, and a group of people began unloading furniture from the ship and moving it into the house. Be careful, don't bump into anything, Xiao said, watching closely as the movers worked carefully. After an hour, nearly 100 pieces of furniture were moved inside and arranged. At this point, Xiao called Wang Mucheng over, covered her eyes with a silk scarf, and led her to the third floor. What are you doing? So mysterious. Wang Mucheng felt a little nervous and curious at the same time. You'll know when you get in. Xiao smiled and led Wang Mucheng into the bedroom on the third floor. Chapter 84. Fragrance wafting for miles. Wow, it's so beautiful. As soon as she entered the room, Wang Mucheng saw that the nearly 200 square meter space was covered with white carpet, and the ceiling painting looked very pleasant. The surrounding walls were replaced with panoramic skylights, offering an unobstructed view of the outside scenery, while the pink floral curtains looked very cute. She then jumped onto the bed, rolling around while saying, "This bed is so soft. I really want to lie here for a lifetime." Seeing Wang Mucheng's adorable appearance, Xiao smiled as well. This bed was an oversized one, 2 meters wide, and among all the furniture, it was the most expensive, costing nearly 100,000 yuan. Is this whole floor my bedroom? Wang Mucheng looked around. The entire floor was over 200 square meters, but only had a bed and a bathroom. Of course, you'll be living here alone. Xiao, you're so nice. At this moment, Wang Mucheng jumped from the bed onto Xiao, wrapping her long legs around his waist tightly. Xiao was somewhat at a loss. They had never been so close before, and he unconsciously placed his hands on her backside, gently stroking it, feeling the delicate elasticity. At this moment, Wang Mucheng also noticed Xiao's increasingly heavy breathing, realizing that something was about to happen. Just then, Xiao embraced Wang Mucheng and fell onto the bed, kissing her directly on the lips and starting to explore with his hands. Wang Mucheng was stunned. If someone had done this to her before, she would have slapped them immediately, but she truly didn't know how to react to Xiao, as she still loved him. Little leaf, everyone. Suddenly, Pang Xiao appeared at the door, saw the two of them embracing on the bed, and quickly retreated. Sorry, I interrupted. I deserve to die. Taking this opportunity, Wang Mucheng wriggled out from under Xiao, fixing her hair as they exchanged glances. I'll go see if dinner is ready. After dinner, Xiao, along with Sun Jiangwo and others, harvested several acres of cumin, chili, and rapeseed, packing them into bags to prepare for processing the next day. They planned to use the rapeseed to make sesame oil and grind the chili and other seasonings into powder. After several hours of busy work, the ground was already piled high with hundreds of woven bags, a portion reserved for the restaurant of Wang Mucheng and Du Jiang, while the rest would be used for the barbecue event. The next morning, Xiao, Wang Mucheng, and Pang Xiao set off for Donghai City with more than 50 bags of various seasonings, accompanied by Su Chunmei and others. First, they arrived at a hand-ground sesame oil workshop in the city. Xiao had made a reservation by phone beforehand, knowing that hand-ground sesame oil is much better than the machine-extracted kind. Welcome. Upon arrival, the workshop owner, Lu Xiang, came out to greet them. Although his workshop had received many orders this month and was quite busy, he immediately agreed when he learned that island number 4 wanted to come and grind sesame oil. At this time, many citizens had also heard the news and rushed over to watch the excitement. Once inside, Xiao smelled a strong sesame oil fragrance and saw dozens of stone grinders with workers pushing them to grind the sesame oil. We will put the rape seeds directly into the stone grinder, using the heat generated by friction to warm the seeds, so the sesame oil produced will be the most fragrant. Lu Xiang explained. Yi Xiao then had people bring in the dozens of bags of rapeseeds and handed them over to Lu Xiang. When Lu Xiang opened the bags and saw the seeds, which were bright yellow and beautiful, he was momentarily stunned. A few minutes later, a refreshing aroma began to fill the air, with clear sesame oil dripping into barrels. Wow, it smells so good. The people in the workshop couldn't help but stretch their necks to sniff. The fragrance didn't have the cloying feeling that ordinary sesame oil would give after a while, but rather felt invigorating. As the fragrance of the sesame oil spread outward, more and more people gathered, surrounding the workshop in layers, even spilling onto the street. Su Chunmei looked at the crowd outside, packed tightly, and was surprised that so many people would come to watch what was just sesame oil being ground. And she noticed that police were already on site to disperse the crowd. At this moment, a middle-aged woman leaned in through the window and said, "Young man, could you sell me some of that sesame oil? It smells great." "Auntie, this is all for personal use, not for sale." Yi Xiao smiled and refused, knowing that selling to her would create a problem with the large crowd outside. "I don't want much, just a pound will do. You must have at least 200 pounds here. Giving me a pound isn't too much, right? I can pay more." The woman was still unwilling to give up. The sesame oil not only smelled good, but also looked very appealing. Hearing this, Yi Xiao realized that refusing to sell to her might not work, so he said, "Annie, if you want to buy, that's fine, but this sesame oil is a bit pricey." "Young man, don't underestimate me. I have money to buy a pound of sesame oil." "All right, considering how enthusiastic you are, I'll give it to you for 5,000 yuan a pound." "What? 5,000 yuan a pound?" Upon hearing the price, the aunt was stunned, as she didn't expect that a pound of sesame oil would be equivalent to almost a month's salary for her. Seeing her like this, the others couldn't help but laugh. Yi Xiao noticed that it would take another 3 hours to grind the sesame oil, so he asked Pang Xiao to take care of the other seasonings. "Let's go out and grab something to eat first. There are too many people here." Yi Xiao turned to Wang Mucheng and Su Chunmei to ask. Wang Mucheng nodded in agreement, but looking at the crowd outside, she swallowed nervously, unsure of how to get out. "Excuse me, everyone, let me through." At this moment, Yi Xiao held Wang Mucheng's hand while protecting Su Chunmei as they made their way outside. However, there were simply too many people gathered outside, and they had barely moved an inch in a long time. Su Chunmei noticed that Yi Xiao had unknowingly grabbed her hand, pushing through the crowd around her, like a towering tree shielding her from the wind and rain, and a warmth surged in her heart. Finally, they were out. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Xiao managed to lead the two of them through the dense crowd and reached the outside. The three then sat down at a nearby CAF. Su Chunmei looked around, seeing that the area was packed with people, and large groups of police were dispersing the crowd, while many media reporters had gathered. She didn't expect that making sesame oil would cause such a big commotion. Chapter 85, for tickets. At 3 in the afternoon, several vans stopped at the dock. Pang Xiao got out from the passenger seat and directed the unloading of plastic barrels from the vehicle, after running around to gather these seasonings. The other 2,000 pounds of soybeans had also been ground into tofu skin. It was exhausting. After Pang Xiao approached, he grabbed a bottle of mineral water and drank it down. "You've worked hard. Let us go." Once on the island, everyone put the seasonings into storage. During dinner that night, Wang Mucheng thought of a problem and brought it up. "For the barbecue event, we definitely need barbecue grills and charcoal. Otherwise, how can we grill? I've already rented 100 round grills and some barbecue chefs. They'll arrive on the morning of the 1st. Yi Xiao had put a lot of thought into this barbecue event, wanting the people coming to the island to feel at home. He then said to Sun Jiangwo and the others, "Grandpa Sun, if you have any family members, you can bring them along to participate in this barbecue event. I really do have a granddaughter who is about to graduate from college." When it came to his granddaughter, Sun Jiangwo couldn't help but smile widely. She was the most accomplished one in their family. When others talked about family, there were mixed feelings, some happy, some worried. "Our village says that the granddaughter of the state builder is the most distinguished, a student from a prestigious university. Yes, my useless grandson spends all day fooling around. He is over 30 and still single. It's better to have a daughter. Once she gets married, there is no need to worry about cars or houses. Speaking of this, my son is also a headache. His girlfriend demands a dowry of 200,000. How can our family possibly gather that?" Donghai City Liberal Arts University, the most famous university in Donghai City. At this moment, in a dormitory, a group of female students was chatting about the upcoming barbecue event. You haven't seen Shui Yu's smug face. She just got a ticket to the barbecue by cozying up to a fat nouveau riche. Look at her, flaunting that ticket every day. It's disgusting. Who told her to be in that line of work, with no sense of shame? We can't compete with that. Sun Lu, seeing them gossiping, smiled and said, "You all should worry less about others and focus on finding jobs. Otherwise, you'll be the ones crying later." Just then, a girl leaned in and said, "Lulu, someone is looking for you. It seems to be your grandpa." Hearing this, Sun Lu hurried downstairs and saw an old man with white hair standing outside the dormitory. It was her grandpa, Sun Jiangwo. She ran over and hugged his arm, saying, "Grandpa, why are you here?" "Of course, I came to see my good granddaughter." Sun Jiangwo's face was beaming with a kind smile. "Grandpa, let us go eat first." Sun Lu led Sun Jiangwo toward the cafeteria. While eating, Sun Jiangwo said to Sun Lu, "Lulu, come to the island to play this weekend." Sun Lu knew her grandpa worked on an island, but she didn't know which one. She had things to do this week. So she shook her head and said, "I'm very busy this weekend, Grandpa. Let us wait. You girl, if you don't come, it's a waste of my kindness. Many people want to come to our island to play, but it's not easy." Sun Jiangwo didn't expect his granddaughter to refuse and thought to himself that she was becoming increasingly willful. "Grandpa, you're not at this moment." Sun Lu covered her mouth in disbelief, her expression showing excitement as she leaned closer and asked, "Grandpa, you're not working on Island 4, are you?" Sun Jiangwo nodded with a smile. "Grandpa, that's great." Upon hearing this, Sun Lu immediately shouted excitedly, drawing the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. "Here are 4 tickets. You can come with your friends." Sun Jiangwo took out 4 tickets and handed them over. Looking at the 4 tickets in her hand, Sun Lu was momentarily in disbelief, never expecting that the tickets she had longed for would come to her so easily. After sending off Sun Jiangwo, Sun Lu excitedly ran back to the dormitory, waving the tickets in front of her roommates. "Everyone, look what I have." As soon as they saw the tickets in her hand, several people jumped off their beds and surrounded Sun Lu. "Lulu, where did you get the tickets? We can also attend the barbecue. I love you so much, Lulu. Come on, give me a kiss." "Forget it. I'm not into that. Now, what is there for Chui you to be proud of? She got a ticket by accompanying a man, while we can go without doing anything. If she finds out, she'll definitely be furious." He believed that Wu Qian's death was definitely orchestrated by Xiao and was surprised by Xiao's ruthlessness. It seemed he had underestimated this kid. After this incident, Yang Tai didn't take any further action against Xiao. After all, if Xiao got serious, he might not even spare him. What is the point of being frustrated? "Come on, let us drink." At that moment, Wu Quan walked over and sat beside him. "It's nothing." Yang Tai shook his head. He didn't want everyone to know he couldn't handle a vegetable seller. Wu Quan smiled and asked, "Are you going to the barbecue event organized by Mu Cheng's boyfriend?" "It sounds interesting." Yang Tai nodded and said, "Of course I'll go. I want that kid to know he can't enter our circle. By the way, I heard your group is also planning something big. What is it?" "Our industry is quite unregulated right now. We plan to consolidate industry resources, so those small fries should go wherever it's cooler." Wu Quan raised his wine glass and took a sip, wanting to leave only a few large cruise companies in Donghai City, expanding the group's business. As for those small companies, they would either be acquired or forced out of business. He then looked at Yang Tai and said, "To be honest, brother, if you want to pursue Wang Mu Cheng, the difficulty can be considered minimal, but if you want to deal with Xiao now, it might be very tricky. In terms of financial resources, you really can't compete with him." This time, he made over 20 million from the barbecue event alone. Upon hearing this, Yang Tai's face darkened to the point of nearly dripping water. He didn't expect to be overshadowed by a vegetable seller. "I know Wang Mu Cheng is a very charming woman, but you're probably not just after her looks, right? I admit defeat to a woman in her 40s with a net worth of over 100 million. If you can win her over, the benefits are yours." As Wu Quan said this, he saw a glimmer of hope in Yang Tai's eyes and knew there was a chance. Chapter 86, Fake Tickets. On July 1st, at 5 in the morning, when everyone was still asleep in their dreams, Xiao wrapped himself in a coat and arrived at the dock, where a brightly lit ship slowly approached the shore. "Hello, you must be Mr. Xiao, right? Here are 60 barbecue tables and 2,000 pounds of top-quality charcoal for you to sign for." A person stepped down and handed a list to Xiao. "Thank you for your hard work." Xiao wrote his name on the list and directed the workers to carry the barbecue tables up. An hour later, the open space was filled with 60 round barbecue tables, each seating 10 people, while a long row of empty tables beside them was filled with various drinks. After checking everything was in order, Xiao sat down to rest, as over 100 barbecue chefs were expected to arrive shortly. At this time, Pang Xiao had already arrived at the Donghai City dock, where a long line of people was already forming. Xiao Dahai was there with some people maintaining order. "Ladies and gentlemen, today is the long-awaited barbecue event organized by Diane, and you can see that many audience members have already arrived." Chen Tao had brought his daughter to the dock early, thinking he was quite early, only to find that many people had already come ahead of him. "Everyone, one by one, please hand me your tickets and also state your name and phone number." Pang Xiao held a handheld computer containing the information of those who had won tickets to the barbecue event to prevent anyone from trying to sneak in. "My name is Zhang Dong, and my phone number is 158. A person came over and handed his ticket to Pang Xiao. After comparing it with the photo of Zhang Dong in the computer, Pang Xiao confirmed it was correct and allowed him to board the ship. Soon, one by one, people went through the checks and started boarding. Amid the crowd, several men were acting suspiciously, glancing around nervously. Here, our tickets are friendship tickets. One person handed his ticket to Pang Xiao. After receiving the ticket, Pang Xiao carefully examined it. Previously, Yi Xiao had printed dozens of tickets to give away, which were not registered, so it took some time to confirm them. However, after taking over, Pang Xiao felt that there was something wrong with this ticket. At this moment, the faces of those few men also showed signs of anxiety as they said, "Can we go now?" "Wait, you can't board. This ticket has a problem." Pang Xiao reached out to stop the man. Ma Ying immediately shouted, "How is that possible? You aren't trying to back out, are you? This ticket was given to me by you, and now you deny it. It's ridiculous." As soon as he finished speaking, the men behind him also started shouting, "Yes, this was your ticket, and now you deny it. Isn't that being untrustworthy? If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, we won't let this go." Just then, some reporters were present, and they called for Su Chunmei to come over and mediate. Seeing the commotion, Su Chunmei immediately walked over to Pang Xiao and asked, "What's going on?" Pang Xiao leaned in and whispered, "These tickets are fake." "Fake? What do we do now?" Su Chunmei hadn't expected someone would use fake tickets. This was troublesome. "Don't worry, I have a way." Pang Xiao walked over to the men and said, "There is evidence that your tickets are fake. Watch closely." He then took one ticket and ripped it in half. "This is the evidence. A real ticket cannot be torn." He picked up a real ticket and tossed it into the man's hands. Previously, he and Yi Xiao had anticipated that someone might try to forge the tickets, so they included some special materials in the real tickets, making them impossible to tear. The man grabbed the ticket and immediately tried with all his strength to rip it, but the ticket remained unharmed. "All right, go cool off somewhere." Pang Xiao pushed the men aside and continued his work. Not long after, Xiao Na arrived with a group of friends, walking straight up to Pang Xiao, ready to board the ship. "These are Mu Cheng's close friends. Which boat are we taking?" "This way, it's all arranged for you." "Na, you look really beautiful today." Pang Xiao gazed at the stunning Xiao Na, his eyes nearly popping out. "I'm beautiful every day." At that moment, Yi Xiao was with Sun Jiangwo and others in the vegetable field, harvesting the vegetables for lunch. Meanwhile, 100 barbecue chefs were already preparing at the barbecue tables. Once Xiao Na and her group arrived on the island, they saw Wang Mu Cheng riding a white horse, followed by a pack of dogs. "Mu Cheng, your horse is gorgeous," Xiao Na exclaimed. Her eyes filled with delight as she admired the tall and handsome horse under Wang Mu Cheng. "Do you want to ride it?" Wang Mu Cheng dismounted and handed over the reins for Xiao Na to ride, while also bringing over another horse, allowing the other friends to take a turn. An hour later, after enjoying the ride, Wang Mu Cheng led them to the bedroom. "Mu Cheng, is this your bedroom? It's really huge." When Xiao Na and her friends entered the spacious room, they were instantly amazed. The floor was covered with white carpet, and the walls were replaced with panoramic skylights. "It's all right. You can all sleep with me tonight." Although Wang Mu Cheng seemed indifferent on the surface, she was very happy inside. "Okay, we won't go home until we're drunk tonight." Xiao Na and the others were also excited, looking forward to a good gathering that evening. At that moment, a cruise ship slowly docked at the island's pier. Chen Tao got off the ship with his daughter and walked a short distance before seeing dozens of large barbecue tables already set up, with a nearly 100-meter-long table filled with drinks nearby. "Dad, I want to drink yogurt." Ming Ming's eyes sparkled at the sight of the yogurt on the table. "All right, Dad will get it for you." With several hours still until noon, many people went to grab drinks and wandered around the island. Sun Lu and a few roommates were lining up to board the ship when suddenly, a flamboyantly dressed woman walked over, hugging a fat man, with a thick gold chain around her neck. When Shui saw Sun Lu and the others, a hint of surprise appeared on her face as she walked over and said, "What are you doing here?" "We're here to participate in the barbecue event on the island. So of course we're here. I remember you weren't selected, and a ticket costs 100,000. How could you afford it?" Shui Yu had to accompany the fat man for a month just to get a ticket for this barbecue event, making her a prominent figure at school. The envy of many. "Our Lulu's grandpa works on the island, so we can go for free." Lu Min hugged Sun Lu, looking quite smug. She could not stand Shui Yu, who had come out to sell herself, pretending to be pure and innocent. "Oh, just a farmer. I thought you were someone important." Hearing this, Shui Yu's face showed a hint of disdain. At that moment, Lu Min noticed her expression and became unhappy, saying, "What's wrong with being a farmer? It's much better than some people selling their bodies." "Who are you talking about selling their body? You better clarify, or I might sue you for defamation." Shui Yu was like a chicken about to explode. She hated it when others said she was selling herself, and now everyone on the ship was looking at her, making her feel even more embarrassed. "I wasn't talking about you. Why are you so agitated? Don't talk nonsense, or I'll make you regret it. If you want me to regret it, you'd better see if you have that ability." Seeing that the two were about to fight, Pang Xiao quickly stepped in between them, saying, "Ladies, let's each take a step back. It's a weekend. Let's just have fun and be happy, alright? Upon hearing this, Lu Min and Chui Yu stopped their argument and retreated to opposite sides. At this moment, Pang Xiao walked up to Sun Lu and said, I heard your grandfather works on the island. I've been on the island too. May I ask who your grandfather is? My grandfather is Sun Jiangwo. Sun Lu smiled slightly. You are Sun De Ye's granddaughter. I've always heard him talk about his granddaughter who is in college, studying at a prestigious university. I didn't expect to see you here. Looking at the graceful and sweet-looking girl in front of him, Pang Xiao suddenly felt a bit shy. My grandfather said he is well taken care of by you all on the island, and he mentioned wanting to settle down there in the future. Not at all. Sun De Yi is also an elder. It's only right to take care of him. The two then began to chat casually, and the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious. Before they knew it, the time had come to 11 o'clock, and more yachts docked at the pier, with various celebrities appearing on the island. Wu Quan and Yang Tai also arrived on the island, accompanied by quite a few people from their circle, all of whom had brought a dog. And the dogs were all large and imposing. Xiao, I heard there are a few dogs on this island, which are quite good. Yang Tai remarked to a boy of about 17 or 18 who was walking a pit bull. Where? I want to find them and compete. My general is undefeated. Tang Xiao looked at the tall and fierce pit bull at his feet, a hint of pride on his face, and then prepared to find those dogs to compete. Wu Quan walked up to Yang Tai and said with a smile, Xiao loves to compete with others' dogs. His dog is exceptionally fierce and has never lost a battle. That kid Yi Xiao is in for some trouble now. Yang Tai chuckled. Tang Xiao's dog had cost several million and was a racing dog, and he wanted Tang Xiao to show Yi Xiao a lesson about rules. At this moment, many people were excited to see celebrities they had only seen on television or in newspapers now appearing before them, and they quickly picked up their phones to take pictures. Look, is that Meng Tingting? She's really popular lately. I can't believe we see her here. The richest couple in Donghai City, Wang Hai and his wife, are here too. They seem quite friendly. Kai Liang, the owner of Baihui Yuan, is here too. This trip has been worthwhile to see so many celebrities. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao was at the edge of the pool washing vegetables, with a pile of green vegetables stacked up like a small mountain beside him. I've heard you have a few good dogs. How about taking them out to play? At this moment, Tang Xiao walked up to Yi Xiao, looking quite pleased. My dogs are not for playing. Go find somewhere cool to stay, Yi Xiao replied, looking at the young, brash kid before him. Not in the mood to deal with him. However, Tang Xiao was used to this situation. He directly pulled out a stack of cash and threw it in front of Yi Xiao, saying, let your dog compete with mine, and this 10,000 is yours. Tang Xiao was quite adept at this tactic, and so far, no one had ever refused him. Yi Xiao took out his wallet and threw a stack of cash in front of Tang Xiao, saying, I'm busy right now. Can you go somewhere cool with this 10,000? You. Tang Xiao didn't expect someone to use the same trick against him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Oh, Xiao, you didn't even greet your sister when you came. At this moment, Wang Mucheng and Xiao Na walked over, followed by Lightning and the others. Sister, I didn't know you were here too. Upon seeing Wang Mucheng, Tang Xiao immediately lowered his head, feeling shy. He often teased Wang Mucheng when he was young and ended up getting beaten many times. So he was a bit scared of her now. Wang Mucheng approached and said directly, You brat, all you do is play with dogs. Why don't you find something serious to do? Sister, you don't understand. Dog fighting is my serious business. I can earn at least over 100,000 each time. As he said this, Tang Xiao showed a hint of pride. Now, General's appearance fee was over 100,000, and other expenses were extra. This is your dog, right? It looks quite fierce. Wang Mucheng glanced at General. Although it looked fierce, she wasn't afraid of it. Sister, I spent several million on this dog, and it has never lost a match. Spending millions to earn only over 100,000 each time? You must be losing a lot. Tang Xiao looked at the few dogs behind Wang Mucheng, all of which were quite impressive, especially the largest one, which felt extraordinary. Wang Mucheng smiled as she saw him staring at Lightning, asking, What's wrong? Do you like it? Tang Xiao nodded and said, Sister, this dog looks really good. Sell it to me. Any price is fine. Hearing this, Tang Xiao became anxious, grabbing Wang Mucheng's hand and panicking. Mucheng, please sell it to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. Or let us compete. If I win, your dog is mine. If you win, I'll agree to any request you have. This kid, Wang Mucheng knew Tang Xiao had a child's temperament. If she didn't satisfy his request, he would definitely keep bothering her. All right, let's compete then. Yi Xiao noticed Wang Mucheng's dilemma and stood up to challenge. He wanted to see Lightning's fighting ability. Chapter 88, A Thunderous Roar. Upon hearing that they were going to compete with dogs, everyone rushed over to watch. Wang Hai and his wife were chatting with people from their circle when they suddenly saw an elderly man with white hair being supported by a young woman walking over. And they quickly went to greet him. At the same time, other influential people also immediately stopped their conversations and walked over. Old Tang, what brings you here? You look quite robust. Mayor Tang, long time no see. I wonder if you remember me, Xiao Zhang from Xianjuan. Old Tang, please have a seat. The wind is strong today. You must be careful. Wang Hai saw Tang Qinglian looking towards him and could only smile awkwardly. He had not yet recognized Yi Xiao as his son-in-law. What's going on over there? It looks lively. Tang Qinglian observed a large crowd gathered and showed a hint of curiosity. It seems like someone is competing with dogs. Dog fighting? Interesting. Let us go take a look. The group followed Tang Qinglian toward the gathering. As Tang Qinglian approached and saw the confidently boasting Tang Xiao, he couldn't help but frown. Let me tell you all. My general. Just as Tang Xiao was passionately about to recount his dog's achievements, he suddenly spotted Tang Qinglian in the crowd and immediately put away his arrogant expression, walking over to say, Grandpa, why are you here? Why can't I come? You little brat. All you do is play with dogs. I'll beat you to death. Tang Qinglian raised his cane and pretended to strike Tang Xiao. Old Tang, please calm down. Don't get angry. Others quickly stepped in to advise upon seeing this scene. With everyone's persuasion, Tang Qinglian lowered his cane, showing a look of disappointment. Yi Xiao noticed that influential businessmen were all surrounding an extraordinary-looking old man, so he approached Wang Mucheng and asked, who is he? He looks like he has an impressive background. He is Tang Qinglian, the mayor of Donghai City. He has played a crucial role in the city's achievements today. Although he is retired now, he has extensive connections and great influence. People call him the old mayor. The girl beside him is his granddaughter, Tang Yi. Wang Mucheng explained Tang Qinglian's background. After that, she walked over to greet Tang Qinglian, saying, Grandpa Tang, you look healthier and younger than me. Haha, you sweet-talking girl. Where's your boyfriend? I want to see what kind of person can catch your eye. Tang Qinglian laughed heartily. This girl has always been sweet-tongued. Wang Mucheng called Yi Xiao over and said, Grandpa Tang, this is my boyfriend, Yi Xiao. Hello, old Tang. Yi Xiao greeted with a smile. Young man, not bad. You've cultivated such excellent vegetables that even this old man is tempted. I can enjoy a feast later. Tang Qinglian looked at Yi Xiao and felt he was a very decent young man. As the saying goes, the face reflects the heart. And he was usually very accurate in judging people. At this time, Tang Qinglian turned his attention to Tang Xiao and said, You little rabbit. You never forget to fight dogs no matter where you go. If you lose, find something serious to do. Grandpa, my general has never lost. You will definitely be disappointed if that happens, Tang Xiao said confidently. To this, Tang Qinglian only smiled knowingly. Thinking that the white dog did not seem ordinary and had an extraordinary temperament, he suspected that his proud grandson might experience the taste of defeat for the first time. Tang Xiao led his general to the open space, where the general barked fiercely, eager to charge forward. Lightning go? Wang Mucheng also brought out lightning. Woof woof woof. Tang Xiao let go of the general, who showed its teeth and barked ferociously, looking like a fierce beast. The people around were chilled by the scene, while Tang Xiao wore a proud expression, as many dogs were frightened away by the general. Woof. At that moment, lightning leisurely walked forward, calmly glancing at the general before opening its mouth and letting out a powerful roar. The tremendous sound was like thunder, nearly bursting people's eardrums. And everyone instinctively covered their ears. Whoa! Under that thunderous roar, the general immediately tucked its tail and ran away. Haha! Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this moment, Tang Xiao's face was dark as if water could drip from it, filled with shock that his undefeated general was actually scared away by a roar. You little brat, don't say that walking dogs is your serious business anymore. Your dog was scared off. Tang Qinglian stroked his grizzled beard, his face beaming with a bright smile. Xiao Xiao, don't be too sad. Lightning is not an ordinary dog. It is the king of hunting dogs. Losing is no shame. Wang Mucheng comforted Tang Xiao by patting his arm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Tai and Wu Quan exchanged glances, thinking they would witness a good show by provoking Tang Xiao, but they didn't expect such a result. Then Yi Xiao and Wang Mucheng accompanied Tang Qinglian to browse around. Tang Qinglian looked at the vegetables on the table, piled up like a small mountain, each one so green and appealing, making him very happy. He smiled and said, Just looking at these vegetables makes my appetite increase. Not bad, not bad. Grandpa Tang, these vegetables are not only green and pollution-free, but also high in nutritional value. Eating more is very beneficial for health, Wang Mucheng introduced. They're just vegetables. No matter how high the nutrients, they're still just vegetables, not tonics. It's just a barbecue. And you've managed to rake in ticket prices of 100,000. You guys are quite capable, Tang Yi said expressionlessly at that moment. Of course, that's not something anyone can achieve. Seeing that Grandpa had said so, Tang Yi didn't say anything further. Wang Mucheng looked at her triumphantly, as if she had won. Just then, Tang Qinglian noticed the many-have chickens on the table and became interested. Chapter 89. A feast. Although these chickens were plump, their bones were sturdy. Such chickens couldn't be raised in a chicken coop. Tang Qinglian reached out to touch the chicken on the table, feeling it was quite firm. These are high-quality San Huang chickens, and they are free-range. Usually, lightning chases them around, so their meat grows firm, Wang Muching said, drooling over the chicken, already craving it. But there are only so few. Will 400 people be enough to eat? Tang Yi looked at the more than 30 chickens on the table and couldn't help but tease. Having some is already good. Stop talking so much. Time unknowingly passed to noon, and everyone began to go to the vegetable table to get food and hand it to the barbecue chef to start grilling. Delicious, really delicious. Daughter, here, have a piece of grilled tofu. Chen Tao handed a piece of grilled tofu to his daughter Nyonyo. The aroma of the tofu mixed with various seasonings made his mouth water. Nyonyo took a bite of the grilled tofu, and tears sparkled in her eyes. Seeing this, Chen Tao quickly handed her a drink, concerned, Daughter, what's wrong? Did it make you spicy? No, Dad, this tofu is just too delicious. I want more, Nyonyo said, tears streaming down her face as she stuffed her mouth with tofu until her cheeks were bulging. Hearing this, Chen Tao smiled, not expecting a piece of tofu could bring her to tears. Just as he was about to eat a piece himself, he saw that people at the table had already snatched the grilled food onto their plates, devouring it all. So good, so delicious. Don't talk. I just want to eat right now. This is my leek, don't fight me for it. Your bowl is already piled high, still trying to grab more. At this moment, a chorus of chewing sounds erupted around them, with everyone bowing their heads and eating furiously, not even having a chance to speak. What a bunch of uncultured poor folks. As if they've never eaten barbecue before, Yang Tai said, looking at the people around him gorging themselves, filled with disdain. He then picked up a skewer of enoki mushrooms and put it in his mouth. Without saying a word, Yang Tai grabbed a skewer of cilantro and stuffed it in his mouth. Seeing him gobble it down, Wu Quan became curious and picked up a skewer of chicken wings to gnaw on, his eyes lighting up as he began eating without caring about his image. Meanwhile, Su Chunmei was live-streaming the scene of everyone eating barbecue with a reporter, watching them with grease all over their mouths, making her crave it as well. Soon, viewers in front of the TV saw Su Chunmei secretly sneaking a bite while live-streaming. Haha, this host is really cute. Seeing Su Chunmei sneak a bite, everyone couldn't help but take screenshots. At this moment, some people watching the delicious food on TV regretted selling their tickets at a high price, realizing that money could be earned anytime, but the opportunity to taste such food would never come again once missed. Yi Xiao led Tang Qinglian, the Wang couple, and several of Wang Muqing's friends into a room where a barbecue chef had already grilled various vegetables. You all eat first. I'm going to the kitchen, Yi Xiao said, planning to bring out the nourishing chicken soup he had simmered all morning. The 2 metal chickens had been used to make the medicinal chicken soup, but there were only 2, so others couldn't taste it. Little Yi, I'll go serve. You sit. Pang Xiao stood up and walked toward the kitchen. At this moment, Tang Qinglian grabbed a skewer of potatoes and put it in his mouth. Upon biting down, he found it very crispy with a slight spiciness. Perfect for an old man like him. He nodded in praise. This grilled potato is really good. The fragrance of the potato is refreshing, and the various seasonings are perfectly balanced. Too much would be greasy, too little would be bland. So delicious, I can't stop eating. Tang Zhao, meanwhile, was stuffing a skewer of vegetables into his mouth, feeling as if he had never eaten in his life, only finding satisfaction in continuous eating. Wang Muching and her friends were also enjoying themselves, eating a grilled eggplant together. Give me a few more skewers of mushrooms. No, just bring me whatever you have. At this moment, Tang Yi had also become addicted. As soon as the barbecue chef finished grilling, she snatched the food. Didn't you say it wasn't delicious? Why are you now eating endlessly? Wang Muching teased, watching Tang Yi gobble it down without any semblance of a lady. However, Tang Yi had no time to pay her any mind, as she was busy enjoying a cabbage. Sun Lu and several of her classmates were also enjoying their meal at the table. However, upon seeing Pang Xiao waving at her, she walked over and asked, "Is there something you need? Come on, I'll let you try some delicious food." Pang Xiao replied with a smile, leading Sun Lu into the kitchen. As soon as Sun Lu entered the kitchen, she saw a large clay pot steaming with a rich aroma of chicken soup, mixed with a faint herbal fragrance. Come and try this. It's not something ordinary people can taste. Pang Xiao ladled a bowl of chicken soup and a few pieces of meat and handed it to her. After finishing the bowl of chicken soup, Sun Lu immediately felt warm and incredibly comfortable. Here, have a chicken leg too. I need to serve them. After placing a chicken leg into Sun Lu's bowl, Pang Xiao filled a large bowl of chicken soup and took it outside. Once Pang Xiao set the chicken soup on the table, Wang Mucheng immediately scooped a bowl and handed it to Tang Qinglian, saying, "Grandpa Tang, how does it taste?" Tang Qinglian first sniffed it, then took a sip, immediately closing his eyes and showing a look of enjoyment. Gulp, gulp. At this moment, the others did not hesitate to scoop up the chicken soup and drink it, filling the room with the sound of slurping. Where are the chicken legs? Why are there only 3? Xiao now looked in the pot and found only 3 chicken legs and couldn't help but ask. Maybe there are only 3 or 4 legs. Pang Xiao casually made an excuse. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao already knew that Pang Xiao must have snuck some chicken legs, and couldn't help but smile. Wang Hai took out a tissue to wipe his mouth, looking at the pot where not much chicken soup was left, although he also really wanted to drink some. It was not possible at that moment. Just then, a commotion came from outside. Chapter 90, Overeating. Many people were watching as Pang Xiao brought the chicken soup into the room, and they could smell the aroma of the chicken soup, all stretching their necks to sniff. What fragrant chicken soup! Just from the smell, my nearly full stomach is starting to feel hungry again. I heard there are 2 chickens worth 100,000 on the island. This soup must be made from those 2. If only I could have a sip. Don't even think about it. We can't drink it, and even if those rich people can, they might not get any. Meng Ting felt very uncomfortable hearing the discussions around her, and immediately stood up to question, "We spent 100,000 to come here. And you don't take out the good stuff? Do you look down on us or what?" As soon as she said this, everyone turned to look at her. One person immediately stood up to retort, "Can't they make something to eat for themselves? Why do they have to serve you?" Seeing someone daring to contradict her, Meng Ting disdainfully glanced at that person and said, "We spent 100,000 to come here. You can come here thanks to us, so just enjoy your meal. You bunch of freeloaders who have no self-awareness." Many people, hearing her words, felt indignant and stood up one after another. "What do you mean by riding on your coattails? We didn't come here because of your lottery. Don't put a crown on your own head. A public figure can actually be so petty. I've really learned something." Just then, a reporter was present, thinking of exposing her. "You spent 100,000 just to come here. We came here without paying a dime. That must infuriate you." Yang Tai looked at the small commotion and turned to Wu Quan, saying, "That Meng Ting seems to be someone you are promoting, right? How can she be so clueless about etiquette? If this gets out, it will embarrass you." Wu Quan's brows were also deeply furrowed. Everyone here was of high status. Does she not want to mix in anymore? He then stood up and walked towards Meng Ting. "After taking so much money from us, keeping the best for yourself is just too unreasonable." Meng Ting was still complaining discontentedly. "Shut up, don't you see where this is? Be more mindful." Wu Quan walked over and reprimanded Meng Ting, hoping she would behave. However, at this moment, Meng Ting had lost her rationality and retorted loudly, "Am I wrong? Spending 100,000 just for this lousy barbecue. Do you really think we are fools?" Before she could finish, Wu Quan slapped her directly and pointed towards the dock, saying, "Get out of here right now." Meng Ting scoffed coldly and turned to leave. Seeing this, Wu Quan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He spent over 10 million to promote Meng Ting, and if he didn't chase her away and something went wrong, if someone got offended, Meng Ting would never have a chance to turn things around. Tang Qinglian watched the commotion outside and sighed. The youth nowadays really are outrageous. They're public figures and have no sense of responsibility at all. "Grandpa Tang, don't be angry. This society is too restless, and such phenomena are quite common," Wang Hai advised, as he had seen this situation many times. At this moment, Wang Mucheng walked in with a bowl of porridge and placed it in front of Tang Qinglian, saying, "Grandpa Tang, have some porridge. It's better to eat less greasy food. This girl is so good to me. This porridge looks golden yellow and smells fragrant. Let me have a taste." Tang Qinglian scooped a spoonful of porridge and put it in his mouth, then commented, "The porridge is very smooth, with a hint of sweetness. It reminds me of the days when I was developing Donghai City, having steamed buns 3 times a day, and a bowl of porridge was rare. Unlike now when conditions are better, it's no longer cherished." As he spoke of the past, tears glistened in Tang Qinglian's eyes. "Grandpa, that's all in the past. Now it's time to enjoy the present," Tang Yi comforted, handing him a handkerchief. "Sorry for making everyone laugh. This meal today was very satisfying. You little rascal, still eating, aren't you afraid of overdoing it?" At this moment, Tang Qinglian looked at Tang Xiao, who was still eating non-stop, and chuckled as he scolded him. At this time, the hundreds of people outside were all leaning back in their chairs, their stomachs bulging, looking satisfied and relaxed, regardless of gender or age. That was so satisfying. I feel like I never want to eat barbecue again in this lifetime. I ate a pound of chives, and now my mouth is full of chive flavor. Don't talk, let me lie down. I feel like my stomach has no room for even my saliva. A reporter walked up to Su Chun Mei and asked, "Su host, are we still filming? Everyone is lying down like this. It's really too unrefined." Su Chun Mei looked at several women covered in grease, with no semblance of a socialite image. If this aired, it would offend many people and could even lead to lawsuits. Thinking of this, she said, "Let us not film for now. You all must be tired. Eat something first." Hearing this, the reporters were very excited. Watching others eat so joyfully made them almost drool, and they quickly went to the nearby table to eat. Half an hour later, everyone slowly got up and began to walk around the island. Boom. At this moment, some people not far away were speeding across the sea on a yacht, causing a commotion among the girls. Wu Quan saw Tang Qinglian and the others coming out of the house and quickly approached them, saying, "Grandpa Tang, we're going out for a boat ride. Would you like to join us?" Tang Qinglian waved his hand and smiled, refusing. "Quan boy, I get seasick, so I'll just walk around the island. You all have fun." Wu Quan didn't mind, letting others go play while he stayed behind to accompany Tang Qinglian. Yang Tai also followed behind, trying to get familiar, as his status was still not high enough to converse with Tang Qinglian. Soon, they arrived near the pasture and saw a black and a white horse leisurely grazing. When Tang Yi saw the two horses, her eyes immediately lit up, and she walked up to observe them closely. What beautiful horses! Looking at the two horses, both their eyes, bones, and temperament were rare good steeds. Tang Qinglian watched as Tang Yi focused intently on the two horses and said with a smile, "My granddaughter has loved horses since she was young, and now she runs a racetrack. Every time she sees a horse, she looks like she's lost her soul." A few minutes later, Tang Lian stood up, turned to Xiao, and asked, "How much are these two horses? Name your price." 1 billion. At this moment, Wang Yukin stepped forward and casually quoted a price, not believing that Tang Yi would spend 1 billion on horses. Chapter 91. Things that shouldn't be seen. All right, 1 billion it is. Tang Yi nodded in agreement without hesitation, buying the two horses, knowing they would definitely earn more for the racetrack later. Wang Yukin didn't expect her to agree so readily and immediately played hardball. "I was just joking earlier. I'm not selling these two horses. They are my treasures. If you're not satisfied with the price, feel free to suggest another." Tang Yi was still unwilling to give up so easily, putting on a determined expression. "Not selling them? You can just give up on that idea." Seeing Tang Yi's unwillingness, Wang Yukin felt quite pleased. Noticing that Wang Yukin had no intention of selling and was just teasing her, Tang Yi immediately mounted her horse and challenged Wang Yukin. "Dare to race me? Why would I be afraid? I'm not scared of you." Wang Yukin naturally wouldn't back down and quickly mounted her horse, Baimo. With two loud shouts, the two raced off into the distance. At this moment, Wu Quan glanced deeply at Xiao, surprised that someone would actually pay 1 billion for these two horses, proving that the other party was quite wealthy. Yang Tai's face was also dark, nearly dripping with gloom. Selling two horses for 1 billion was more than the profit his family made in a year. Wu Quan looked at Yang Tai and realized why Wang Yukin wouldn't choose him. This was the reason. Wang Yukin and Tang Yi, in riding posture, galloped across the island. Tang Yi could feel the vitality of the horse beneath her. She had ridden many horses, but had never encountered one so full of energy and speed. At this moment, they took turns leading, but the distance between them was negligible. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the crowd saw two figures racing towards them from afar, appearing almost instantly in front of them. After dismounting, Tang Lian was shocked to see that the horse beneath her, after running for so long, wasn't even panting. She then walked over to Xiao and said, "Mr. Yi, my racetrack needs horses like these to stabilize operations. I wonder if you can help me with this?" Xiao naturally wouldn't refuse Tang Lian's request, saying, "How can I assist you, Miss Tang? It's quite simple. I just need your horses to run a few races for me. Of course, I won't let you do this for free." Tang Lian realized that talking to Wang Yukin was useless. She needed to find Xiao. All right. Xiao nodded in agreement, as the black clouds were also purebred Arabian racehorses that needed to go to the racetrack for training. Seeing him agree, Tang Lian sighed in relief. If he had refused, she would have been anxious. She said, "I'll let you know when I'm ready." Then the group continued their tour. Tang Qinglian looked at the thriving sugar maples nearby, while most of the area was still empty land, and said to Xiao, "Such a large area is too wasteful to leave unutilized, and the land will become barren." "You're right. The island is just starting to be developed, and it needs to be done step by step," Xiao replied. He wanted to speed up the island's construction, but currently lacked funds and manpower, and faced many issues. Indeed, one step at a time. Only with a solid foundation can the building rise higher. Tang Qinglian appreciated Xiao's attitude greatly. After wandering around the island for a while, Tang Qinglian and the others prepared to leave. Before departing, Xiao brought some vegetables and golden rice for Tang Qinglian. "Little Yi, you're very thoughtful. Ever since I ate your vegetables, every other vegetable feels like it's missing something." After expressing her gratitude, Tang Lian boarded the boat and left. Meanwhile, many others also gradually left the island, making it feel quite desolate. In addition, a lot of garbage was left behind. Xiao began to have people clean up the trash and put it in the garbage processor, while Wang Yukin took her group of friends and Sun Lu to play inside the house. At this moment, he saw Zhao Chong happily playing with his daughter and walked over to ask, "Brother Zhao, you look so happy. Is there some good news? I just closed a few deals with clients." "Brother Yi, if you ever need drinks in the future, I will definitely support you for free," Zhao Chong explained with a smile, mentioning that he had negotiated several big contracts during this event. "Thank you, Brother Zhao. I won't hold back next time," Xiao replied with a smile, then saw Zhao Chong off. Xiao Jianbin approached Yi Xiao and said, Mr. Yi, I've arranged for 20 million to be transferred to your account. This event was a great success. It's mutually beneficial. I hope we can collaborate again next time. Yi Xiao felt overjoyed at having 20 million, thinking he could finally invest in the island's construction properly. As night fell, the island was once again shrouded in darkness, with the sound of crashing waves continuously coming in. Come on, let's keep drinking. At this moment, inside the house, Wang Mukin and the others were already drunk, lying on the bed or carpet with their clothes in disarray. Xiao Na, blushing, looked at Wang Mukin and teased, Mukin, you've been with your boyfriend for so long. How do you feel about him? Can he satisfy you? Of course he can. He gives me everything I want. There's nothing he can't satisfy. Wang Mukin knew what she was asking, but didn't fall for it. I see he hasn't lost much weight. It's really inappropriate for him to be with a goddess like you. Any man with me would lose at least 10 pounds in a week. That would be my fault. I prefer it intense. That's what excites me. I can't take it anymore. I need to lie down. When Yi Xiao woke up, he found it was already dark, and there was no movement upstairs, so he decided to check on them. As soon as he entered the room, he saw women sprawled all over the place, their legs bare and their clothes disheveled, which made his heart race. Then Yi Xiao took out blankets and covered them one by one, without intending to carry them to bed to avoid any complications later. Just as he was covering Xiao Na, she suddenly hugged his neck, pulling him onto her and began kissing him. Yi Xiao didn't expect her to act this way even while drunk, so he tried to push her away. However, Xiao Na held on tightly, clinging to him like an octopus. At the same time, Xiao Na had habitually loosened the front of her clothing, and Yi Xiao saw things he shouldn't have seen. Just as he was at a loss, Xiao Na released her grip and lay back down, falling soundly asleep. Chapter 92, Digging a River. The next noon, Wang Mukin and the others finally woke from their drunken state. Xiao Na rubbed her aching head and said to Wang Mukin, Mukin, I had a dream last night where I rolled in bed with your boyfriend. You won't be jealous, right? You little brat. You're afraid I'll be jealous, yet you still say it out loud. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Don't think about last night's dream anymore. I haven't even dreamed of rolling with him yet. Wang Mukin grabbed a pillow and threw it at her, knowing that this girl could do anything when she went crazy. I remember we were completely drunk last night. Who helped us cover up with blankets? At this moment, Xiao Na looked at the blanket on her and showed a hint of confusion. Hearing this, Wang Mucheng was also stunned, thinking that Joanna might have dreamed about Yi Xiao, and perhaps it was Yi Xiao who helped them cover the quilt. If this is true, then there is indeed a possibility that something might happen between Yi Xiao and Joanna. With this thought, she immediately ran in front of Joanna and began to pull off her clothes and pants to check carefully. Haha, Ichi Mucheng, what are you doing? Joanna looked at her clothes being stripped off by Wang Mucheng, her face blushing with shyness. She had only been undressed by men before. This was the first time a woman had stripped her. It's nothing, just admiring your beautiful body. After Wang Mucheng checked and saw that Joanna had no signs of having exercised, her worried heart finally relaxed. After freshening up, Wang Mucheng and the others went downstairs and saw that steamed buns and porridge were already laid out on the table. Let's have some porridge. We drank so much last night, it will help ease the fatigue. Yi Xiao signaled them to sit down, as they had indeed drunk quite a bit last night. However, he noticed Joanna occasionally glancing at him, and he immediately became nervous, wondering if she remembered what had happened last night. After breakfast, Yi Xiao went to the stable, preparing to ride a horse around the island. Just then, Joanna walked over with a mischievous smile. Seeing this, Yi Xiao was puzzled and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? I know what you did to me last night. I didn't expect you to take advantage of me while I was drunk. If Mucheng finds out, I wonder how you'll explain it to her. Joanna stared at Yi Xiao, but she was only guessing and actually remembered nothing. I don't know what you're talking about, Miss Joanna. You need to provide evidence when you speak. Otherwise, it's slander. Yi Xiao wasn't worried that she knew about last night, after all. It was her who had taken the initiative. Joanna thought he would honestly admit it, but she didn't expect him to put on a serious face. She shrugged and said, If you don't know, that's fine. Just know that I'm Mucheng's good friend, and you're not allowed to tease me without reason to avoid any uncontrollable situations. After saying this, she left with her hands behind her back. Yi Xiao shook his head, feeling confused about what she meant by coming over to say that. He then went to the water basin and saw that the water in the large basin was already seeping out, flowing into the sea. Such precious fresh water is wasted like this. It's really a pity. Sun Jiangwo looked at the water flowing out of the basin with a look of regret. Yi Xiao also had an idea about this issue. The system provided freshwater fish, and in the future, they would definitely raise freshwater fish on the island. So it would be better to dig a river on the island. He then shared this idea with Sun Jiangwo. That's a good idea. If there's a river on the island, it would not only make irrigation easier in the future, but also make the island more beautiful. Sun Jiangwo praised the plan to dig a river. After making up his mind, Yi Xiao decided to find Han Lu from the Century Construction Company to give him the plan for digging the river. However, there was a more important task now, which was that Yi Xiao planned to bring his mother over. Now that things were stable here, it was time to bring her over. Bring over aunt. Upon hearing this, Wang Mucheng was taken aback, thinking that her future mother-in-law was about to come, and she felt a bit nervous. Don't worry, my mom is very nice. A bride must meet her in-laws after all. Yi Xiao held Wang Mucheng's hand, noticing that she was a little tense. You're the ugly bride. If I'm ugly, then there would be no beautiful ones in the world. Wang Mucheng was amused by his words and nodded in agreement. Just as he entered the system, he suddenly saw Wang Mucheng appear outside, startling him to step back. What are you doing? You look like you've seen a ghost. At that moment, Wang Mucheng slowly transformed into a galaxy-like figure with an exaggerated expression. Why did you turn into Mucheng's form? You scare me to death. Yi Xiao patted his chest to calm himself. At this time, the galaxy looked aggrieved and said, I just wanted to give you a surprise. Knowing her flattery was for a reason, Yi Xiao spoke up. What are you trying to sell me now? I'm listening. It's already summer. What is most popular in summer? Of course, it's fruits. So I plan to recommend some fruit seeds to you, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The galaxy had a sincere smile on her face, fearing that Yi Xiao might not agree. Go ahead. What fruits are they? Yi Xiao was very curious about what fruits she would mention, probably just apples and pears. The galaxy then pointed her hand, and a black watermelon appeared on the screen in front of him, introducing it. This is the black-skinned watermelon, which only grows in Hokkaido, with an annual production of only 100. How about that? Precious, right? Yi Xiao did not refute, saying, it's definitely precious, but it must also be very expensive. Of course, the black-skinned watermelon is a royal fruit, 200,000 per can. The galaxy knew that Yi Xiao had a large sum of money on him and wanted to make a profit, so she naturally recommended the best to him. 200,000? That's not cheap. Hearing this price, Yi Xiao couldn't help clicking his tongue. He had worked hard for months to earn tens of thousands. And now buying a can of watermelon seeds would cost 200,000. The galaxy didn't pay attention to his reaction and continued to introduce other fruits. Red bananas, which only live for 7 years and bloom and bear fruit only once, are only for chiefs and high priests in Africa. Finger oranges, the size of a thumb, contain little fruit that looks like caviar, but when you bite into it, it tastes like melon juice. Yellow dragon fruit, a precious variety of dragon fruit. Listening to the galaxy introduce more than a dozen fruits in one breath, Yi Xiao was nearly drooling. These fruits, let alone seeing, he hadn't even heard of. Chapter 93, Signal Tower. The galaxy saw Yi Xiao nearly drooling and smiled, saying, So, do you want to buy some? Not only can you eat them, but you can also sell them. I calculated, it's not expensive. Together, it's only a little over 2 million. All right, I'll buy. Yi Xiao decided to exchange these fruits. In life, one should naturally try everything they haven't tasted before. Okay. The galaxy was quick, directly deducting the money from Yi Xiao's card. Yi Xiao looked at her taking the money without even touching the card, revealing a hint of curiosity. The galaxy then explained, I've bound your card with the system. As long as you agree, the money can be transferred immediately. After that, Yi Xiao exchanged the seeds for these more than a dozen types of fruits, discovering that some had a growth cycle of up to 7 years, which would require the use of growth hormones, and those hormones were worth 100,000 each. In addition, he spent another million to exchange for some vegetable seeds. Now Yi Xiao knew that the island urgently needed a signal tower, otherwise, they couldn't even use their phones, making it very inconvenient to communicate with the outside world. Moreover, with a signal tower, computers could also be used, which would increase entertainment options significantly. This is it. A medium-sized signal tower that can cover a radius of 100 kilometers at sea and has a centralized signal interference function. Interesting. Soon, Yi Xiao selected a signal tower worth 2 million, and within just a few minutes, he had spent nearly 5 million, experiencing what it meant to spend money like water. However, he wasn't short on money. He still had more than 14 million in his card. Little Yezi, Cheng-Chi is here. Just then, Peng Xiao walked in. After going downstairs, Yi Xiao saw Cheng-Chi directing people to carry one bulging sack after another and asked, Brother Cheng, what's this? I promised you before to plant 100 acres of grassland. Now the manpower and sowing machines are all here. You don't need to worry. After saying this, Cheng-Chi began to get busy with a group of people. Seeing this, Yi Xiao didn't say anything more. The 2,000 acres of pasture had only 100 acres of grass planted so far, and the task was still daunting. He then exchanged the more than 10 types of fruit seeds and some vegetable seeds, handing them over to Sun Jiangwo for planting. Following that, Yi Xiao set off for Donghai City. Han Lu had just finished a meeting and confirmed the construction plan for the dormitory building on Island No. 4 with the project manager. When he returned to his office, he saw Yi Xiao waiting inside and quickly walked over to greet him. Brother Yi, your barbecue event went very smoothly. I watched the live stream and was drooling. You're too kind, Brother Han. I'm here to ask for your help. We need to dig a river on the island. I wonder if your company can do it? Xiao stated the purpose of his visit. Of course. I can send a few excavators over. It's a small matter. By the way, the design drawing for the dormitory building is already out. Take a look. Han Lu took out a blueprint and handed it to Xiao. Xiao looked at the drawing, which depicted a 4-story dormitory building. Just an ordinary dormitory without anything special. I've calculated the costs, including construction, decoration, and various furniture, totaling around 2.5 million. If you think it's good, I can arrange for workers to start construction immediately, with a construction period of about 4 months. All right, let's go with that. Xiao didn't want to worry about these things, so he let Han Lu handle it all at once. After leaving the century-old construction company, Xiao went to the computer city to buy a few computers and televisions, and then exchanged for a 10-meter-high signal tower. Fortunately, the signal tower was divided into many parts for assembly, which reduced some transportation hassle. Upon arriving at the dock, Xiao called Pang Xiao over to help move the items. Little Yi, why did you buy computers? There's no internet or signal here. Pang Xiao looked puzzled at the computers. There will be a signal, just move them up first. Xiao smiled and helped move everything into the house. He then started assembling the signal tower. Fortunately, the assembly was fairly simple and took only half an hour, and a 10-meter-high signal tower stood upright in the open space. After powering it on, Xiao saw the indicator light on the signal tower light up and immediately checked his phone, which showed full signal. Finally, we can go online. At that moment, a loud cheer from Pang Xiao came from inside the house. Meanwhile, Sun Jiangwo and others had gathered around watching television with great interest. Previously, they could only play cards and chat at night, and life was monotonous. Now, they finally had a television to watch. During dinner, Xiao arranged the island's affairs for Pang Xiao and Sun Jiangwo. Just go with peace of mind. With me on the island, nothing will go wrong. Pang Xiao patted his chest to assure him. What do you mean by go with peace of mind? It sounds like I'm going to die. Xiao shot him an annoyed glance. The next morning, Xiao and Wang Muching boarded a plane to Jiangnan City, a place that worried and saddened him. At this time, Xiao Shulan was cleaning outside a mall when suddenly a Maserati sports car stopped in front of her, causing her to lose her balance and throw the bucket she was holding onto the hood. Bang! With a crisp sound, a nail-sized dent appeared on the Maserati's hood. What are you doing? Can't you see? You've damaged my car. A young woman got out of the car, looking at the dent with a pained expression. This was a car her boyfriend had just given her. Well, you suddenly stopped your car in front of me, so you share some responsibility. At this moment, Xiao Shulan was also stunned. The luxury car looked extremely expensive, and she wondered how she could afford to pay for it. You're the one who wasn't paying attention, and now you're blaming me. Enough nonsense. Take out 100,000. Luli didn't care about this and directly demanded the repair fee. Hearing the demand for 100,000, Xiao Shulan was dumbfounded. Her monthly salary was only a little over 2,000 yuan. How could she possibly come up with 100,000? As more and more people gathered around, they began to criticize Lu Li after hearing their conversation. It's just a dent, and she's asking for 100,000? That's too greedy. Just because you're rich doesn't mean you're better than anyone else. Clearly, you didn't pay attention and are blaming others. What a joke. She's not a rich person at all. She looks like someone else's mistress. Real wealthy people are always low-key. When Lu Li heard the crowd's comments about her, she glared fiercely at Xiao Shulan, thinking that if it weren't for this cleaner, she wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. With that thought, she slapped Xiao Shulan across the face and said harshly, "Bring me the money tomorrow. I know you work here, so don't think you can escape." After saying this, Lu Li quickly got back into her car and left. Chapter 94, Car Damage. After the plane landed at Jiangnan City Airport, Xiao hurried home with Wang Muching. During the taxi ride, Wang Muching seemed a bit nervous and said to Xiao, "It's my first time meeting Annie. Should we buy something? It doesn't seem good to go empty-handed." "It's fine. We can just have dinner together later." Xiao patted Wang Muching's hand to reassure her not to be nervous. Xiao pushed Wang Muching to the front. "Auntie, hello." Wang Muching also felt a bit nervous as she greeted with a smile. "It's okay. I just bumped it a little." Xiao Shulan didn't tell Xiao about what happened today. After all, it would cost 100,000, and it would only drag him down. "Mom, stop lying to me. Your son is now doing much better and won't let you suffer any grievances." Xiao's face was resolute, and his tone was full of confidence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shulan revealed what had happened today. After understanding the situation, Xiao had a plan and said, "Mom, don't worry, I'll handle this. Just don't be impulsive. Remember to talk things over, okay? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Soon, the family began to eat and chat happily. The next morning, Lu Li went to the mall's property management office, specifically asking for Xiao Shulan, who had damaged her car yesterday. "She didn't come to work today," the property manager explained. "Give me her phone number. She's your property management company's employee. Otherwise, I'll sue you all," Lu Li said arrogantly, not believing that a cleaner could bully her. I am Xiao Shulan's son. If you have any issues, just come to me. Just as the manager was in a difficult position, he saw a man and a woman walking in and finally felt relieved. Luli wasn't one to beat around the bush. She directly pulled out a repair bill and threw it on the table, saying, "Your mom damaged my car. Pay up. 100,000. Yi Xiao looked at her and said, "I can give you the money, but you slapped my mom. How much do you plan to compensate for that?" "Compensate for what?" "She asked for it when she hit me. Stop talking nonsense and just pay me." Luli had a completely unreasonable attitude, viewing Xiao Shulan as just a cleaner. "If that's the case, then you can forget about the money. Fix your car yourself." Yi Xiao initially wanted to negotiate reasonably, but seeing her unreasonable behavior, he decided to stop being polite. Hearing this, Luli sneered and said with a fierce expression, "If you don't pay, don't think you can leave this door today. I'll make sure to deal with you." At that moment, Wang Muqing rushed up and slapped her across the face, saying coldly, "Let's see how you deal with me. You dare to hit me?" Lu Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "Of course I hit you. You wanted money, right? Now we're even." Wang Muqing took out 100,000 yuan from her bag and threw it at Lu Li's face. Lu Li had been insulted before and pointing at Wang Muqing. She started to curse. "You little sword wielder, you're just a plaything for others, used and thrown away after being enjoyed." Yi Xiao listened to her cursing Wang Muqing and felt angry. He approached the manager to inquire about the situation and then took Wang Muqing out. "What are you doing? You think you can just leave after hitting someone? It's not that easy." Lu Li picked up the money from the ground and chased after them. Yi Xiao led Wang Muqing to the parking lot, found Lu Li's Maserati, and picked up a stick to smash it. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of intense crashing sounds, the car's front windshield and headlights shattered completely, and the hood was dented. "My car." Lu Li came out and saw her car looking disfigured, letting out a sharp scream, her heart aching as if blood were about to drip out. At this moment, passers-by watched the scene with wide eyes and started discussing among themselves. "This guy is too impulsive, daring to smash a luxury car. It looks like he must have spent hundreds of thousands on it. He must have a huge grudge. Is he preparing to sell his house? Probably because his girlfriend cheated on him, venting by smashing the car." Lu Li walked up to Yi Xiao, glaring at him and shouting, "You smash my car like this. Let's see how you handle it." Yi Xiao was unfazed and casually replied, "Aren't you just after money? I'll pay for the repair costs, and by the way, I have plenty of money." Lu Li was so infuriated by this statement that she almost spat blood. This car was new and had already been sent for repairs twice in less than a week. "Just call me when it's fixed." Yi Xiao tossed her a business card and left with Wang Muqing. Wang Muqing had never seen Yi Xiao so furious before and said, "Why waste so much money over a small matter? That's tens of thousands down the drain." "It's fine," she said, "I can do whatever. I just can't let you suffer even a bit." Yi Xiao's anger was also because Wang Muqing was insulted. A man who can't protect a woman isn't a man. Although Wang Muqing thought he was a bit impulsive, seeing him care so much for her brought a warm feeling in her heart. "It's all handled. You don't need to worry. Mom, pack up and go to Donghai City first. I've arranged for someone to pick you up." Yi Xiao knew the situation today wasn't resolved yet, so to avoid worrying his mother, he decided to send her away first. "All right, I'll pack up." Xiao Shulan felt something was off, but thinking staying here would only cause trouble, she agreed to go to Donghai City. Half an hour later, Xiao Shulan finished packing. There wasn't much, just a few pieces of clothing. Yi Xiao then took her to the airport, where Pang Xiao would come to pick her up to island number 4. Chapter 95. It turns out to be him. The next day, Yi Xiao received a call from Lu Li, saying she wanted to meet him at a restaurant to talk. "Should we bring more people? I'm afraid we might get at a disadvantage." Wang Muqing was putting a bottle of pepper spray in her pocket. In case a fight broke out, as a beautiful girl, she didn't want to get hurt. It's a public place, in broad daylight. She probably wouldn't dare do anything. "And I'm here too." The two then set off for the restaurant where they had agreed to meet. Lu Li was sitting on a sofa chair, leaning against a man's shoulder, who was none other than Yi Zhao's half-brother, Yi Lin. "Lingu, you have to help me out. That bastard smashed the car you gave me. You must do something." Lu Li was constantly acting cute towards Yi Lin. "No problem. Anyone who bullies my woman won't have it easy." Yi Lin couldn't resist her cute voice, making him feel all tingly inside. The reason he gifted Lu Li a luxury car worth over $1 million was also due to her exceptional skills in bed, which made him feel ecstatic. After a while, when Yi Lin saw Yi Xiao walking in with a stunning beauty, he was taken aback. He had heard Yi Xiao went to Donghai City, and it seemed he had made a name for himself. "That's him, he smashed my car." Lu Li pointed angrily at Yi Xiao as soon as she saw him. Yi Lin crossed his legs and looked at Yi Xiao, saying, "I didn't expect it was you who smashed my girlfriend's car. So, how do you want to resolve this?" "It was me. I can pay for the repairs." Yi Xiao sat down with Wang Muqing. "Looks like you're doing well. There's a charity auction tomorrow night. You should come. It's a good chance for the Yi family to gather." While saying this, Yi Lin's eyes were constantly sizing up Wang Muqing. seeing her dressed in top-tier brands with an extraordinary aura. He realized that Xiao had done well in just a few months because he had hooked up with a rich woman. All right, I'll be there tomorrow night. How much is the repair cost? I'll cover it. Xiao accepted Lin's invitation. The Yi family was something he had always been reluctant to face. But now he was no longer the same person. The Yi family was no longer the gigantic entity looming before him. No need. It's just a few $100,000. A small amount. Lin waved his hand in refusal. As a successor to the Yi family group, he couldn't afford to spend such a trivial amount. It would be embarrassing if it got out. He then stood up and left with Lu Li. Once outside, Lu Li asked in confusion, Lin go. Why just let it go like that? You don't know? He asked my half-brother, now relying on a woman to get by. Am I just going to swallow this anger? Don't worry, at the charity gala tomorrow night, I'll make sure he has a tough time. Lin had a cunning look on his face. The charity gala was not simple. Everyone attending was required to bid on something. And he planned to reserve the most expensive item for Xiao, which would surely stir up trouble. Wang Mucheng, holding Xiao's arm as they walked down the street, said, I think that Lin looks like he has his eyes on me. Hearing this, Xiao smiled. Anyone would be interested in such a stunning beauty as Wang Mucheng, and he could clearly see Lin's behavior. He chuckled. Doesn't that just show how charming my wife is? That is true. The Yi family will all be there tomorrow night. They will definitely make things difficult for you. I've anticipated this. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Thinking of everything the Yi family had done to him and his mother, Xiao still felt a hint of anger in his heart. Yi Jinshan slammed his hand on the table in anger after seeing news in the newspaper about Lin keeping a female star. This useless thing. Ever since Lin took over the Yi family group, he had been surrounded by women, either dating some star or sleeping with a model. Doing no real work at all. Now he was still being supported by others, if one day he fell. The future of the Yi family group that Yi Jinshan had worked hard to build would not be bright. Aunt Wu, bring me a bowl of hangover soup. Just then, Yi Jinshan heard a commotion downstairs. When he went out to check, he saw Lin drunkenly hugging a woman on the sofa. This made him furious. He walked down and yelled, You little brat. All you do is fool around instead of handling business. Do you even know how many things are waiting for you to deal with at the company? Grandpa, why are you in such a hurry? Even if I don't work, I'll never worry about food and clothing for the rest of my life. Life is short. It's better to enjoy it while we can. As he spoke, Lin leaned in and kissed Lu Li, his hands groping her chest. You little rascal. Seeing this scene, Yi Jinshan was enraged and walked over, ready to slap him. However, just as he raised his hand, Lin caught it and coldly said, Grandpa, you're getting old. You don't need to worry about the company's matters, just leave it to me. Then he led Lu Li upstairs, saying, Let's try that difficult position later. I've heard it's really thrilling. Annoying. At this moment, Yi Jinshan was slumped on the sofa, looking troubled. In the past, he could intimidate Lin with his authority. But now Lin owned 60% of the group's shares, and his words no longer held weight. Xiao and Wang Mucheng were casually strolling in the mall. It was rare for them to have time to hang out, so they were extremely affectionate. I'm going to check out some lingerie. You wait outside. Wang Mucheng's eyes lit up when she saw a lingerie store, and she darted inside. Xiao found a spot at the door to sit down, staring straight ahead. After a while, Wang Mucheng came over and tapped Xiao on the shoulder, saying, I'm going to use the restroom. Help me pick something out. Pick. Hearing this, Xiao was dumbfounded. Asking him to help choose lingerie was just making things difficult for him. However, Wang Mucheng didn't care about that and directly went out to find the restroom. At that moment, a sales assistant approached with a sweet smile and asked, Sir, could you tell me your girlfriend's size? I can recommend a few options that will guarantee your satisfaction. Size. It's just a little bigger than the normal size. He really didn't know Wang Mucheng's size. He could only estimate, as she had a very hot figure. Sir, that's too vague. Don't you know your girlfriend's size? Even if you don't know the exact size, you can measure it with your hand. The sales assistant still wore a warm smile, thinking it was strange that he didn't know his girlfriend's lingerie size. Hearing this, Xiao extended his loosely clenched fist. Chapter 96, A Small Matter. That should be it. The sales assistant glanced at Xiao's fist and immediately deduced the size. Just then, Wang Mucheng returned and saw Xiao with his fist out, asking, What are you two talking about? Your boyfriend doesn't know your lingerie size, so he's measuring it, the sales assistant explained with a smile. Wang Mucheng gazed deeply at Xiao's fist and then asked, What size are you measuring? Wang Mucheng shot him a glare and turned to the sales assistant, saying, It's not what you think. Upon hearing this, Xiao's eyes widened. He knew Wang Mucheng had a great figure, but he didn't expect it to be that good. He usually didn't notice. You know what they say? Clothes make you look slim, but undressing shows your curves. That's what I'm talking about. Wang Mucheng was very confident in her figure, although it didn't show much normally. Wearing tight clothes would definitely make all the men drool. The next evening, Xiao was surprised to see Wang Mucheng starting to put on makeup, knowing she usually went out with a bare face. Isn't this to make you look good? Let the Yi family see that you have a beautiful girlfriend. Wang Mucheng was carefully applying eyeliner and lipstick, adding a touch of wildness and sexiness compared to her usual self. I think you're just being vain. Yi Xiao teased with a smile. Once ready, the two set off for the charity gala at the hotel. At that moment, Yi Zhinshan was chatting with a few old friends. Brother Yi, your grandson is becoming more and more capable. This time, he's hosting the charity gala. And many people came to support him. Cui Fu looked at the stream of guests with a big smile. You're overpraising. That kid still needs to be refined. Yi Zhinshan glanced at Yi Lin, who was greeting everyone not far away, but he was not happy at all. Just then, Yi Zhinshan suddenly spotted a familiar face entering. Quickly recognizing it was Yi Xiao and thinking about why he was here, especially with such a beautiful woman beside him. Why is she here? Cui Fu looked at Wang Mucheng with a hint of surprise. Yi Zhinshan asked, do you know her? Cui Fu nodded and said, she's the daughter of Wang Hai, the richest man in Donghai City. We've met once before. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhinshan was stunned. Not expecting Yi Xiao to know the daughter of the richest man in Donghai City, and it seemed their relationship was not simple. At that moment, Yi Shuang was chatting and drinking with a few girlfriends. Ever since inheriting a portion of shares in the Yi Group, she had become a millionaire. Spending her days shopping and traveling with her friends in various countries, and her generous spending made her the most popular person in her circle. What are you doing here? Is this a place you can come to? Yi Shuang immediately walked up to Yi Xiao and questioned him when she saw him enter. Whether I can come here is not for you to decide. I'll go wherever I want. Yi Xiao had no regard for his sister. The Yi family ignored him, and he wouldn't bow down to pretend to be a good son or grandson. Yi Shuang was so furious at his words that she almost spat blood. The illegitimate child she had always looked down on dared to speak to her like that. Just then, Yi Lin came over, smiling and greeting. You're here. Let's go. I'll take you to find a seat. Saying that, he led Yi Xiao and Wang Mucheng to the front row. Yi Xiao looked around and found that all the people around were successful individuals in their 50s and 60s, with only the two of them being young, leading to a bad premonition. After waiting a while, a host went on stage and said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this large charity gala hosted by the Yi Group. Especially to those over here. Each of them will auction off an item. Let's give them a round of applause. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted into applause, all wearing professional smiles. Yi Xiao noticed that the host pointed in his direction, and his heart sank. Now he finally understood what Yi Lin was up to. He would have to auction something too. Fortunately, he still had over 10 million on hand, which gave him some confidence. Alright, now let's present the first auction item, the ancient steel rubbing of the two immortals of Han's Han Temple, measuring 178 centimeters by 695 centimeters. With a starting bid of 800,000, the host brought out a piece of steel rubbing to introduce. Immediately, an elderly man raised his hand. Thank you, Old Master Wu, for your kindness. This item has been successfully auctioned off. Old Master Wu is nicknamed Charity in Jiangnan City, and it's well-deserved. Next up is the Fortune, Prosperity, and Longevity Jade Bracelet, starting bid of 900,000. Since it was for charity, when someone raised their paddle, others wouldn't participate in the bidding. Yongzheng period yellow glazed dragon pattern enamel color Rui vase. Tibetan Buddhist statue. A pair of Wang Wali four-headed officials' hats. An hour later, the items just auctioned had already approached 10 million, and now only Yi Xiao had not auctioned off any item. At this moment, Yi Lin signaled to the host with his eyes, leaning back in his chair, waiting to see the show. He wanted to see how Yi Xiao would end this. The host then introduced another item. Now this is the last item, a Qing Kangxi red glazed double dragon vase, with a starting bid of 11 million. Sir, it's your turn to bid for this item. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao saw all eyes on him, but he coldly smiled inside. Yi Lin wanted to embarrass him in public, but unfortunately, that wish was destined to fail. Just as he was about to raise his paddle, Wang Mucheng leaned over and said, let this item go to you. Are you interested in antiques? Yi Xiao was curious when he saw Wang Mucheng wanting to bid on this antique. Young people usually didn't have an interest in antiques. I'm not really interested in antiques, but I really like them, especially from the Qing dynasty. I specifically asked to buy this one. Wang Mucheng explained with a smile. Yi Lin watched them whispering for a while and suddenly sneered, saying to the people next to him, they dare to come here without money. Isn't that embarrassing? The crowd echoed in agreement. Yeah, these young people come here just to expand their connections, but they don't even think about what kind of place this is. It's a place for spending money. They will probably find some excuse to leave here. Staying here will only embarrass them. However, that woman is quite beautiful. How could she have an eye for that poor guy? Just as the host was preparing to mock them, he suddenly saw the girl raise the sign and hurriedly asked, Miss, this is over 10 million. Have you thought it through? Over 10 million. Is that even a problem? Wang Mucheng replied with an imposing tone. Chapter 97. A leg that cuts off future generations. Yi Lin saw that things were not right, and quickly signaled to the host to continue. He didn't believe that the girl could actually take out 10 million. With Yi Xiao's poor appearance, he couldn't possibly attract such a wealthy woman. Then please have this young lady come to the VIP room to handle the follow-up matters. The host intended to take Wang Muching to the back to see if she could actually pay the money. No problem. Wang Muching followed him to the VIP room. At this moment, Yilin sat down next to Yi Xiao and began to tease him. I didn't expect you to not gain any other skills. But your ability to flirt with women has progressed rapidly. However, following a woman around is not very manly. Yi Xiao simply smiled and stared at him, saying, I like following her. If you have the ability, find a woman willing to let you follow her too. Only incompetent people hide behind women. Yilin looked at him with disdain, not expecting such shamelessness in the world. Before long, Wang Muching walked over and said to Yi Xiao, the matter is settled. We've spent the money, and I'm still hungry. Let's eat something before we go. Yi Xiao was very calm and picked up a piece of pastry to eat. Seeing this, Yilin snorted coldly and turned to leave. This is too tasteless. There's no flavor at all. After tasting it, Wang Muching immediately put it down. Ever since she got used to the food on the island, she couldn't stand takeout anymore. Yi Xiao smiled, and at that moment, he saw Yilin arguing with a man. Young Master Yi, that piece of land has had our family's trees for 100 years. 5 million is really too low. Aren't you taking my life? Fan Shirqing held Yilin's arm, wiping sweat from his forehead, his face full of pleading. Don't tell me this. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't agree again, you'll miss out on this opportunity, and those loan sharks won't be as kind as I am. Yilin pushed Fan Shirqing away and left with a smug expression. Sigh. Seeing this, Fan Shirqing's face was full of disappointment. The people around saw this scene and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Fan Shirqing's situation reminds us not to get involved with gambling. Yeah, gambling can ruin a life. Back then, Fan Shirqing was also one of the top figures in Jiangnan City. He loved to gamble, and as a result, lost his vast fortune, leaving only a piece of forest land to survive on, which Yilin had now set his sights on. Yilin saw him being entangled by loan sharks and wanted to take advantage of the situation. That piece of land was worth tens of millions. After hearing these words, Yi Xiao also had an idea. Fan Shirqing had repeatedly tried to borrow money from several old friends to get through this difficult time, but all were rejected. If he couldn't come up with the money to pay off the loan sharks, that piece of land would have to be mortgaged to them. Thinking of this, he took out a cigarette and lit it. Hello, are you Mr. Fan? At this moment, Yi Xiao walked over and greeted him. I am. May I ask who you are? Fan Shirqing looked at the young man in front of him, a hint of confusion in his eyes. As he didn't seem to recognize him, Yi Xiao stated his purpose directly. Mr. Fan, I know about your difficulties, so I can help you pay off the 9 million you owe to the loan sharks. Upon hearing this, Fan Shirqing pondered for a moment and said, You want to help me pay off 9 million just to get my land worth tens of millions? That's impossible. I don't want your land. Yi Xiao knew that with the value of that piece of land, it would be easy for Fan Shirqing to pay off his debts. But most people wanted to take advantage of the situation, hoping to buy that tens of millions worth of land for just a few million, which was why he kept refusing. If you don't want my land, then what do you want? Fan Shirqing looked puzzled. The most valuable thing he had now was that piece of land. Apart from that, he had nothing. I want the trees from the forest land. Yi Xiao wanted to complete the forest deployment on the island as soon as possible, so he planned to transplant the trees from the forest land. Hearing that he wanted trees, Fan Shirqing was even more puzzled. Although the trees in the forest land were worth a few million, they were far from 9 million. Seeing Fan Shirqing's confusion, Yi Xiao explained, I want 1,000 acres of trees, and you need to help me transport them to Donghai City. Upon hearing this, Fan Shirqing immediately began to calculate in his mind. 1,000 acres of trees was no small amount, and the trees in the forest were all over 10 or even dozens of meters tall, so the cost of transporting them to Donghai City would be considerable. It was a big project. Thinking of this, he said, I'll need to consider this proposal. No problem, I'll be here for a few days, just think it over quickly. Yi Xiao was not in a hurry and gave him time to consider. Just then, Yilin leaned over and smiled. Beauty, you're so pretty. Don't you feel wrong being with that freeloading Yi Xiao? I like letting him freeload. What's wrong with that? Why not come with me? If our two families join forces, both of us will benefit. Yilin, undeterred by her disregard, thought that not only was this woman wealthy, but she was also very beautiful. It would be great if he could have both talent and wealth. Seeing him daring to flirt with her, Wang Muching decided to teach him a lesson and said, Do you have the qualification to make me your woman? Of course I do. I'm the heir of the Yi group. We are a good match. Seeing a chance, Yilin immediately moved closer. Is that so? Wang Muching threw him a flirtatious glance and then walked upstairs. As a seasoned player in the dating scene, Yilin understood what that look meant and quickly followed her. Just as they reached the corridor, Yilin unhesitatingly lunged at her, pushing Wang Muching against the wall. Beauty, you are truly beautiful. You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Don't rush. I have a gift for you. Wang Muqing pushed him away. What gift? Yilin was also curious. Immediately, Wang Muqing lifted her leg and executed a devastating kick. Ah! Yilin let out a scream, curled up on the ground. His face covered in beads of sweat. This is your gift. How about it? You will definitely never forget it. Wang Muqing felt very pleased, and then turned and skipped away. Chapter 98. 1,000 Acres of Trees. One day, Yilin arrived at Fan Shurqing's forest farm. Looking at the messy house, it was clear that the loan sharks had just been there. After sitting down, he fiddled with his sunglasses and said, "Don't think about borrowing money from friends anymore. Who doesn't know that I want to acquire this piece of land? Who would dare lend you money? Just honestly sell the land to me, and those loan sharks won't bother you anymore. You think you can buy my land with that little money? Don't dream." After meeting Xiao, Fan Shurqing was no longer worried and appeared more confident. Don't believe anyone can help you. In Jiangnan City, if I say it. No one dares to help you through this. Yilin saw him suddenly become tough and felt that someone was backing him up. However, in response to his threat, Fan Shurqing laughed heartily. "Young Master Yi, don't be too confident. Even though you have great power in Jiangnan City, not everyone is afraid of you." Upon hearing this, Yilin burst out laughing and said, "I really want to see who dares to support you. Yo, how did my brother get here?" Just then, Xiao walked in with a smile on his face, followed by Wang Muqing, who had a lollipop in her mouth. "It's you. Are you also interested in this piece of land?" Seeing Xiao, Yilin's expression darkened. Xiao shrugged and said, "You don't have to worry about that. Just know that you can't acquire this land." Upon hearing this, Yilin sneered and looked at Fan Shurqing, saying, "Name your price. I don't believe you're not interested in money." Fan Shurqing smiled and leisurely took a sip of tea, saying, "Xiao Yi, I'm not short on money right now. So don't think about this piece of land anymore. 13 million. I'll pay off the gambling debt of 90 million for you. His offer can't be more than mine." Yilin immediately quoted a price of over 20 million, as the company was preparing to build a resort, and this location was the most suitable. He believed Fan Shurqing would refuse this price. However, Xiao's offer was only 9 million. Fan Shurqing casually threw out this statement. Hearing this, Yilin's face revealed a triumphant smile. "However, he doesn't want my land, so no matter how high your offer is, I won't sell." Fan Shurqing placed the teacup on the table and assumed a posture of sending guests off. "Not selling? Then what do you want?" Upon hearing this, Yilin was utterly confused. The most valuable thing was that piece of land. "That's not something you should worry about." After saying this, Fan Shurqing led Xiao to stroll around the forest, leaving Yilin with a face full of frustration. After a while, Xiao appeared in a patch of forest, looking at the trees that were several meters thick and even a dozen meters high, with thousands of them. This was no mere forest land, it was a forest. Fan Shurqing looked at this patch of forest, his eyes revealing a hint of sadness as he sighed. "This forest was planted when I was born. In the blink of an eye, over 40 years have passed, and now it has almost saved my life. Thinking of selling these trees, I feel a bit reluctant." "If you're reluctant, why did you do it in the first place? Don't gamble anymore. You won't always have such good luck." Xiao began to advise him. "No more gambling, I won't gamble again." Fan Shurqing quickly shook his head, saying that if he gambled again, he wouldn't be human. Soon after, the two signed a contract stating that Xiao would buy 1,000 acres of trees for 9 million, with Fan Shurqing responsible for transporting them to Island No. for planting within a year. At this time, on Donghai Island, Pang Xiao was playing computer games, ever since the internet came. Life on the island had become increasingly exciting. Suddenly, a loud horn from a cargo ship broke the silence, causing Pang Xiao to almost fall off his chair in fright. He quickly rushed to the window and saw a cargo ship swaying as it approached, hastily going downstairs to go outside. Bang! With a loud crash, the cargo ship hit the rocks on the shore. After Ma Liang got off the ship, he immediately had people check the damage to the cargo ship. A few hours earlier, it had deviated from its course due to a storm, and the navigation system had malfunctioned, which was why it ran aground. Once on shore, he noticed that there were actually people on the island, and his eyes showed a look of surprise. Although he didn't often come here, he knew this should be a deserted island. What happened? Pang Xiao walked over to inquire. Stranded, it shouldn't be far from Donghai City, right? Yes. Do you need help with anything? Not for now. I've already contacted the company to handle it. At that moment, someone walked over and whispered a report to Ma Liang. Captain, the fuel tank is leaking. It will probably take all night to fix. Ma Liang nodded and let him get back to work. Pang Xiao saw them acting suspiciously and couldn't help but ask, what exactly happened? Nothing much, just a little hole. I'm having someone fix it overnight. Ma Liang casually made up an excuse to brush it off. Pang Xiao didn't think much of it and invited Ma Liang to chat inside the house. At this time, Xiao and Wang Muqing were inside the house drinking, and the floor was covered with beer bottles. You keep pouring me drinks. You aren't planning to do something to me, are you? Wang Muqing's little face was flushed, looking quite cute. How could I dare? Yi Xiao quickly shook his head. He really didn't have any improper thoughts about Wang Mucheng. Seeing his sincere expression, Wang Mucheng leaned in closer, blew a breath at him, and said, "Don't you want to? I do think about it, but you have to be willing." Yi Xiao didn't hide his inner thoughts at all. "You wish, but I can let you hold me while you sleep." Wang Mucheng offered Yi Xiao a benefit. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately picked up Wang Mucheng and walked into the bedroom, then laid down on the bed together. That night, Yi Xiao slept very soundly. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the system sounded an alarm, and the sea area outside island number 4 turned red. In the sea area outside island number 4, the fuel from the damaged cargo ship was continuously leaking onto the surface of the sea. Although workers were rushing to repair it, it couldn't be fixed quickly. At 5 in the morning, Ma Liang was awakened, being told that the ship had been repaired. "Let's go, leave immediately." Ma Liang issued the command without hesitation. "But what about the fuel on the sea? If we don't deal with it, we'll be fined." One person looked at the fuel floating on the sea with a worried expression. Ma Liang's face darkened as he scolded. "Do you know how much we would have to pay if we reported this? It wouldn't be enough to sell you." Hearing this, the person didn't say anything further. Soon, a group of people quickly boarded the ship and set off for island number 4. Chapter 99. The big wave approaches. When Yi Xiao woke up, he felt like his head was about to split open, but looking at Wang Mucheng sleeping beside him, his heart warmed, so he leaned down and kissed her lips. "You're so annoying." Wang Mucheng pouted and playfully pushed Yi Xiao away, continuing to sleep. Just as Yi Xiao was about to get up to wash up, an alarm suddenly rang in the system, and he hurriedly entered the system, asking the galaxy, "What happened?" "The sea area surrounding island number 4 has been polluted by fuel, triggering the penalty mechanism." The current penalty measures involve waves, with a level of big waves, heights ranging from 2.5 to 4 meters, the galaxy coldly stated. "What? Penalty mechanism? Didn't you remind me to deal with it before? Why is it suddenly here this time?" Yi Xiao's eyes were filled with confusion. Previously, when there was garbage thrown on the island, the system had reminded him. The galaxy shrugged and said, "I reminded you, but you were drunk last night and didn't hear it. The system will directly enter the random penalty mechanism." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao felt a chill in his heart. Not to mention 4-meter-high waves. Even 2-meter-high waves could flatten everything on the island. All his hard work over the past 6 months would be ruined. Thinking of this, he asked, "Is there any way to resolve this crisis?" Once the penalty mechanism is activated, it cannot be revoked. You need to quickly deal with the pollution on the sea surface. Otherwise, it will enter a secondary penalty mechanism. As for resolving this crisis, you can purchase wave repulsion devices, 1 million per unit, with an effective range of 1 kilometer along the coastline, the galaxy said seriously. The effective range is 1 kilometer. But the coastline is over 13 kilometers long. Wouldn't that mean I need 13 units, which is 13 million? That's a lot of money. Yi Xiao quickly calculated the costs. Now, after spending over 20 million, he only had 1 million left, which was far from enough. The galaxy placed its hands on its chest and said, "I've told you the solution. As for the money, that's your concern. However, I have good news for you. This time, the waves will only hit the island from one direction, but which direction, you'll need to observe yourself." "How long is that specific time?" "It's within a month. But the exact time is unknown." After understanding this, Yi Xiao sighed and called Pang Xiao, asking him to find someone to deal with the leaked oil on the sea surface. At that moment, Pang Xiao was standing on the shore, staring at the sea area filled with floating oil, stunned. He didn't expect that group of bastards would actually run away last night, and he seemed to have invited them for drinks. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth in anger and set off for Donghai City to find someone to handle it. After Wang Mucheng got up, she saw Yi Xiao's serious expression and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't I tell you to hold me while sleeping last night? Aren't you happy?" "No, something happened on the island, so I'm quite worried." Yi Xiao explained the oil pollution issue. "That's simple. Just get someone to handle it. It might be a bit costly, so let's pack up and set off." Wang Mucheng didn't hesitate and immediately started packing her luggage. 2 hours later, the two arrived at Donghai City Airport. Hearing this, Wang Mucheng showed a hint of surprise and asked, "What's wrong? Did you ignore me after sleeping with me? Where are you thinking? It's busy on the island right now, and there are too many people, so it's not convenient for you to be there." Yi Xiao thought about the waves that could hit island number 4 at any time, so he didn't want Wang Mucheng to take risks. When he arrived outside island number 4, he saw several boats cleaning up the floating oil on the sea. "How's the situation now?" Yi Xiao was very concerned about the current situation. "It will take about a week to clean it up. This is my fault. I let those bastards slip away." Pang Xiao looked frustrated. Yi Xiao patted his shoulder to comfort him. "It's not your fault. Tell them to speed up, and say that if they finish in 3 days, the reward will be doubled." Pang Xiao nodded and went to discuss it with the person in charge. The waves could come at any time within a month, so he had to speed up the cleanup to avoid unnecessary losses. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiangwo and others showed surprised expressions. They were suddenly given an inexplicable holiday, and felt uneasy. Xiao Yi, we just planted the fruit tree seedlings. Is it appropriate to take a holiday now? Yeah, Xiao Yi. It's the busy season now. Are you planning to fire us? You can just tell us directly. Hearing this, Sun Jiangwo and others said nothing more and packed their things to leave the island. After disbanding them, Yi Xiao found Chang Shan and others who were digging the river and told them to stop construction and leave the island. The river is about to be finished. Leaving now will delay a lot of work and increase costs. Chang Shan reported the situation to Yi Xiao, hoping to finish digging the river before leaving. The situation is urgent. Captain Chang, please understand. Yi Xiao did not agree. Every extra minute on the island meant more danger. If someone got hurt, he couldn't bear that responsibility. Seeing Yi Xiao's serious expression, Chang Shan didn't object and started evacuating the island. Soon, the island became deserted. At this time, Yi Xiao was riding a horse, patrolling the island. Looking at the lush vegetable fields, the thriving sugar maples, and the green grass, everything was full of vitality. But all of this could be destroyed in an instant. Pang Xiao looked at this scene and felt that something big might have happened. He handed over a cigarette and said, "Something must have happened, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be leaving here. I checked the weather forecast. It said there would be big waves recently, so I had them leave the island." Yi Xiao explained the issue reasonably. "Doesn't that mean all the money we spent building the island will go down the drain?" Hearing this news, Pang Xiao found it hard to accept. They had spent tens of millions on the island's construction, and now a wave could wash it all away. There's still a glimmer of hope. The only way now is to earn 5 million to buy 5 wave counter devices, but it's not easy to make that much money. As night fell, Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao set off for Donghai City. Chapter 100, Falling from a Horse. Every day in Donghai City, Yi Xiao was worried, fearing that the big waves would destroy everything on the island, and all his hard work would be in vain. The only good news was that the oil leak on the sea surface was cleaned up in 3 days without any incidents. However, the current issue was just one: to earn enough money to buy the wave counter devices before the big waves arrived, but making 5 million was not easy. Don't be unhappy, problems are meant to be solved. If it really doesn't work, just borrow from Mu Cheng. She doesn't lack money and is your girlfriend. Pang Xiao had a relaxed attitude. After all, Yi Xiao had a rich girlfriend. Yi Xiao shook his head. He wouldn't go to Wang Mu Cheng unless absolutely necessary. Let's eat first. Yi Xiao then picked up a steamed bun and started nibbling casually. At this time, at a racetrack on the outskirts of Donghai City, Tang Yi was sitting in the VIP seat, watching a group of racehorses gallop on the track with a gloomy face. Secretary Guan Wei leaned over and said, "Boss, our horses didn't perform well this time, and we lost several million at once. Adding to the previous losses, it's a significant amount, so it's time to buy new racehorses." "I'm not worried. I already have a target." After saying that, Tang Yi picked up her phone and started dialing. Pop. When Yi Xiao received Tang Yi's call, he immediately stood up excitedly and slapped the table. Tang Yi said she wanted to borrow Heiyun to race at the racetrack, which was a money-making opportunity. Yi Xiao then headed to the farm to bring Heiyun over. Woof woof woof. As soon as he arrived outside the farm, Lightning and the others ran out immediately, rubbing their heads against Yi Xiao's legs. Good. Yi Xiao patted Lightning and the others' heads to comfort them. At this moment, a truck stopped in front of him, and a driver got out, saying to Yi Xiao, "Are you Mr. Yi Xiao? I'm from the racetrack." "I am, let us go." Yi Xiao knew Tang Yi would send someone to pick up Heiyun to the racetrack, so he led Heiyun into the truck and set off for the racetrack. Tang Yi was chatting with a young man in the room at that moment. "Here, I've invested tens of millions in your horse, but I didn't earn a single cent. You need to compensate me." Luo Ning looked at Tang Yi and made a demand. "You wanted to buy it yourself. I didn't force you. Is that so? Then I want to see what kind of horse it is." Luo Ning's face was full of anticipation. He also had shares in this racetrack, or he wouldn't have invested so much money. Half an hour later, Yi Xiao arrived at a modern racetrack, which was magnificent and impressive, making him widen his eyes. At this time, Tang Yi walked over with a smile and said, "Mr. Yi, I'm glad you could come. I hope for a pleasant cooperation. Here is the cooperation agreement for you to review." Pleasant cooperation. Yi Xiao glanced at the agreement, which stated that the rental fee for one time was 500,000. He was quite satisfied with this price and thus agreed. When Luo Ning saw Heiyun, his eyes lit up, praising, looking at its build and temperament. "It's indeed a good horse, like an Arabian horse, but I wonder what breed it is." "This is a purebred Arabian horse," Yi Xiao explained from the side. "Purebred horse? That's quite rare. Purebred horses dominate mid-distance racing with super speed." "Who are its parents?" The only standard for determining whether a horse is purebred is to look at its parents, as purebred horses always have pedigree certificates. "I can't remember. I don't know where I put the certificate." Yi Xiao casually found an excuse to brush it off. Although Heiyun was indeed a purebred horse, it didn't have parents. Hearing this, Luo Ning felt that the person in front of him was just a money scammer. A purebred horse is worth at least several million. Yet it didn't even have a pedigree certificate. Tang Yi, however, Didn't he care about these things? Her few purebred horses were descendants of champion racehorses, but they were of no use at all. She had personally experienced the terrifying speed of Heiyun. Then she spoke up. Let the jockey ride Heiyun for a bit to familiarize it with the environment. Immediately, Tang Yi called over the jockey, Shui Ming, and cautioned, "Be careful, its speed is quite fast." "Don't worry, Tangjia. I'm a seasoned jockey," Shui Ming said dismissively, as he had ridden more than 800 horses, and none could challenge him. After taking the reins, he mounted Heiyun, intending to take it for a slow ride to build rapport. However, as soon as he got on and hadn't stabilized himself, Heiyun suddenly dashed out. "Damn, that's too fast." Shui Ming almost fell off, and as Heiyun's speed increased, he instinctively lowered his body. Plop, plop, plop. At that moment, everyone saw a black shadow racing down the track, the sound of hooves echoing like a drum in their hearts. Just then, Heiyun approached a turn, and Shui Ming thought to himself that it was bad. The speed was too fast to make the turn safely, and he would surely be thrown off. The next moment, everyone saw Shui Ming fall off the horse and crash heavily onto the ground, while Heiyun easily rounded the bend. "Quick, go check." Tang Yi ordered someone to check on Shui Ming immediately upon seeing him fall. Luo Ning's mouth dropped open. It was the first time he had seen a jockey thrown off due to excessive speed. "Tangjia, I'm sorry for disappointing you," Shui Ming said as he walked over, clutching his arm with an apologetic expression. "Don't worry about that. How are you?" Luo Ning approached and said, He is our best jockey, and now he's injured. Who will we send to the race next week?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yi's expression darkened. If their best jockey couldn't handle Heiyun, no one else would either. After pondering for a moment, she said, "This time, I will participate in the race myself. Don't let today's events leak out. It must be kept strictly confidential." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Ning opposed. "No way, that's too dangerous. What if you get hurt?" "Don't worry, I'm also a professional jockey. I will coordinate well with Heiyun before the race," Tang Yi replied. After that, she led Heiyun around slowly to build a connection. At this time, Luo Ning walked over to Xiao and said, "I want to buy this horse. Make me an offer." "I'm afraid you can't afford it," Xiao smiled, recalling how Tang Yi had offered $1 billion and still didn't sell. "Can't afford it? What a joke. Don't you know who I am?" Luo Ning scoffed. "All right, $1 billion. Are you buying it? $1 billion? Is your horse made of gold? Are you robbing me?" Luo Ning almost choked on the price. Chapter 101, Burnt. Luo Ning had invested in Tang Yi's racecourse and naturally understood horse racing. Some rare racehorses could indeed sell for $1 billion. However, this horse had no pedigree and no fame. Only a fool would pay $1 billion for it. "I told you, you can't afford it." Seeing his reaction, Xiao began to tease him. "Do you think I'm a sucker? How about $1 million? That's not a low price." Luo Ning thought spending $1 million to buy it would be quite worth it. Xiao just smiled at this price and said, "Do you know why I offered $1 billion? Because Tang Yi offered $1 billion for my horse, and I still didn't sell." Upon hearing this, Luo Ning was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he had arrogantly claimed it was robbery, not expecting that Tang Yi would actually offer $1 billion. After leaving the racecourse, Xiao took a boat to island number 4, wanting to see if everything on the island was still there. He even had nightmares about waves swallowing everything on the island. What worried him most was that while he had money, everything on the island might have been destroyed, which he couldn't accept at all. When he arrived at the island, he saw that everything was intact, the vegetable fields, maple woods, and pastures, and his heart finally settled. At that moment, Wang Mucheng and Xiao Na were shopping in a high-end bag store. Wang Mucheng noticed that Xiao Na's brows were deeply furrowed and asked, "Na, why do you look so unhappy? That is not like you." "Sigh, don't mention it. I'm out of money." Xiao Na sighed heavily, looking at her phone's balance, which was down to 3 digits, and she couldn't be happy at all. "That is strange. Your income is not low, and your usual expenses are covered by those pursuing you. You shouldn't be spending much," Wang Mucheng said, puzzled. Xiao Na pointed at her clothes and said, "This outfit cost 12,000, the shoes 1,000, and the earrings 15,000. If I don't dress up, how will those lousy men spend money on me?" Wang Mucheng shook her head and said, "You need to save some money. Relying solely on men isn't sustainable." "I want to, but at the rate I'm spending, saving money seems impossible." "Mucheng, do you have any ways to make big money? I almost forgot to mention it. I'm going to participate in a horse race soon, and you can place some bets. It's a guaranteed win. Is it reliable? I trust you the most." "Of course it's reliable. The black horse on the island that you've seen will be participating. I need to take this opportunity to make some money." When Wang Mucheng returned home, she saw Xiao lazily lying on the sofa and walked over, pinching his face while saying, "What's wrong? My little darling looks so down." Xiao forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, don't worry." Wang Mucheng knew he had something on his mind and said, "You should rest well. I'll make dinner for you to try my cooking." Hearing this, Xiao became interested and curiously asked, "You can cook?" Seeing his expression, Wang Mucheng immediately stood up to rebut, "Of course I can. Just wait. After saying that, she turned and went to the supermarket to buy ingredients. Xiao was very much looking forward to Wang Mucheng cooking, wanting to see what she could make. When Wang Mucheng arrived at the supermarket, she was stunned by the array of vegetables in front of her, having hardly entered a kitchen in her life, let alone cooked. She pulled out her phone to search for simple recipes, thinking of making sweet and sour fish, chicken soup, and stir-fried cabbage. Xiao watched as Wang Mucheng entered the kitchen with her groceries and said, "Do you need help?" "No, I can handle it myself." Wang Mucheng waved her hand confidently, as she had already found recipes online and believed it wouldn't be too difficult. She decided to make sweet and sour fish first. She washed the cleaned fish and then prepared to pour oil into the pan. However, at that moment, Wang Mucheng hesitated. The recipe said to pour in some oil, but how much was some? Forget it. Wang Mucheng decisively grabbed the sesame oil bottle and poured it into the pan, stopping only after pouring in half the bottle. Once the pan heated up, she tossed the fish into the hot oil, which immediately erupted with sizzling sounds and splattered oil everywhere. Seeing this, Wang Mucheng was so scared that she ran out of the kitchen screaming. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiao quickly stood up, saw Wang Mucheng panic-stricken coming out of the kitchen, and hurriedly embraced her, asking, "What happened? Are you hurt?" Wang Mucheng shook her head, looking bewildered, and said, "Why is cooking so scary? It terrified me." "It's not cooking that's scary. It's you cooking that's scary," Xiao teased, scratching her nose with a smile. "How annoying, you just laugh at me. Why do I smell something burnt?" At this moment, Wang Mucheng stretched her neck to sniff. As soon as she saw thick smoke rising from the kitchen, she immediately shouted. Just as she called out, Xiao dashed into the kitchen. He saw that the fish in the pot had been burnt to a crisp, and black smoke was billowing out, with the flames at the bottom of the pot raging. He quickly turned off the fire. He then looked at Wang Mucheng and asked, "Is this the fish you made? Black pepper fish, how is it? You haven't tasted it before, right?" Wang Mucheng's little face turned red, but she still stubbornly defended herself, saying, "Really? Then you should try it first." Xiao picked up the burnt fish from the pot with chopsticks and placed it in front of Wang Mucheng. Looking at the blackened fish before her, she suddenly felt a chill down her back and quickly waved her hand, saying, "All right, I can just make it again. No one is born knowing how to cook. Forget it, I'll do it. I'm afraid you'll burn the house down." Xiao rolled up his sleeves and got busy. Wang Mucheng leaned against the door, quietly watching Xiao cook, her face displaying a blissful expression of a little woman. At that moment, at the horse ranch, Tang Yi was slowly turning on her horse, Black Cloud. She wasn't in a hurry, preparing to build a rapport first. Although she had ridden Black Cloud on the island, it was completely different from a race. An hour later, Tang Yi decided to try once, gradually letting Black Cloud speed up to see how fast it could take the turns. As the speed increased, Tang Yi's heart tightened. When Black Cloud rapidly entered the turn, she felt a tremendous force pulling her outward, as if a hand was gripping her tightly. Bang! The next moment, Tang Yi fell off the horse. Fortunately, she had taken precautions, and the ground was covered with mats, so she wasn't injured. Although her first attempt failed, Tang Yi's competitive spirit was ignited, and she immediately stood up and walked towards Black Cloud. Chapter 102, Placing Bets. Time flew by, and a week passed unknowingly. Xiao went to island number 4 every day to check, and so far, the island was still safe and sound. However, his mood grew increasingly heavy. Every day that passed increased the odds of a big wave hitting. Thinking that today was the day of the horse racing competition, he and Wang Mucheng got ready and went out. At that time, in a car, Xiao Na was driving several girlfriends to the horse ranch. They had pooled together over 100,000 yuan to place bets. A seductive woman applied her lipstick and said, "Nah, that tens of thousands was earned by me last night with an old man. Don't let my money go to waste. Don't worry, my sisters are reliable. You'll know when the time comes." Xiao Na replied confidently, as she trusted Wang Mucheng 100%. Upon arriving at the horse ranch hall, Xiao Na saw that Wang Mucheng and Xiao were also there, so she walked over to greet them. "Mucheng, are you also planning to place a bet?" "Yes. It's so easy to make money, why not?" Wang Mucheng smiled, firmly believing that Black Cloud would win the championship. At this time, the crowd in the hall was discussing the new racehorse, Black Cloud. "What do you think of Tang Yi's new horse?" "What else can we think? It has no pedigree, no record, it's just a novice horse." "Exactly, the horse Tang Yi previously promoted had a terrible record, didn't you see? This one won't be any better." No need to say, the current favorite to win is Hurricane from the Tianlong Club, which is in the spotlight now. Upon hearing the discussions around them, Xiao Na's friends' expressions turned grim. It wasn't easy for them to save up some money, and if they lost, it would be a total loss. Zhang Yin leaned over to Xiao Na and whispered, "Everyone doesn't have high hopes for that Black Cloud. Why don't we bet on something else? Didn't we agree on this before? If you're afraid of losing, then don't bet." Xiao Na replied firmly. "All right then, let's bet." Zhang Yin gritted her teeth and agreed, thinking it was worth a shot. At that moment, Wang Mucheng walked over to place her bet. Number 12, Black Cloud, 5 million. Hearing this, the registrar was taken aback and tried to advise her. Miss, that horse has never participated in any race. Betting on it is a sure loss. It's nothing. Just a small amount. Wang Mucheng replied nonchalantly, as in her heart, she was certain Black Cloud would win. After seeing Wang Mucheng place such a heavy bet, Zhang Yin and the others felt their anxious hearts relax. 150,000, number 12. Xiao also placed all his remaining money on Black Cloud. The odds were 1 to 5. If they won, it would be over 5 million, enough to buy the wave countermeasure device. After placing the bets, the group headed to the stable to see Tang Yi putting gear on Black Cloud. Xiao noticed the bruises on her face and knew she must have suffered during training. So he asked, "Do you have confidence in today's race?" "Of course. I will make everyone remember us." Tang Yi replied confidently. Over the past week, she had fallen off the horse hundreds of times while training for high-speed turns. But it was all worth it. After saying that, she led the horse out to prepare. At that moment, Wu Quan was enthusiastically chatting with a man and a woman, one of whom was Yang Tai, while the other woman was plump. Although she had taken good care of herself, her age was still apparent. "Sister Hua, this is Yang Tai, the one I often mention to you. What do you think? He's quite a handsome guy, right?" Wu Quan introduced Yang Tai to Zhang Linghua, a well-known wealthy woman in Donghai City. Her husband had recently passed away, and she was currently feeling empty. Zhang Linghua looked at Yang Tai's handsome appearance and nearly beamed, saying, "Not bad, he really is quite a catch." "Hello, Sister Hua." Yang Tai forced a smile, but looking at her round face made him feel nauseous. Seeing Zhang Linghua staring at Yang Tai, Wu Quan knew there was potential and said, "Sister Hua, don't just look. There will be plenty of time to watch tonight. Let me show you our Tianlong Club's champion horse, Hurricane. That's it. Number 1. Not bad." Zhang Linghua casually glanced and nodded. Hurricane had already won numerous series championships and was just coming of age, with a limitless future ahead. "Sister Hua, want to place a bet? It's a sure win." Wu Quan smiled and encouraged her. He had also invested a lot in Hurricane, and so far, no horse could compete with it. "No problem. Let's bet 3 million for fun. I'm doing this for your sake." Zhang Linghua replied with a charming smile, her gaze lingering on Yang Tai. Upon hearing this, Wu Quan laughed. "Thank you, Sister Hua. I will not disappoint you. That's not certain. Er's horse is way better than yours." Just then, Luo Ning walked out and boldly sat next to Wu Quan. Looking at this rival, Wu Quan maintained his composure and said, "I heard Miss Tang Yi will personally compete in this race. I'm quite looking forward to it. My Hurricane hasn't encountered a rival in a long time." Luo Ning propped his legs on the table and disdainfully said, "Wu Quan, it's not that I underestimate you, but your horse isn't even qualified to compete with Black Cloud." Hearing the name Black Cloud, Wu Quan felt it sounded familiar but couldn't recall where he had heard it. So he asked, "What's the background of this horse?" "It seems to have come from some island. Don't worry about that. Just know that it's very powerful." "Want to place a bet?" Luo Ning suggested again, as he had always had a rivalry with Wu Quan, and they would bet whenever they met. At that moment, Wu Quan finally remembered where he had heard the name Black Cloud. It was on island number 4, where Xiao had a very good horse named Black Cloud. He had initially wanted to buy it, but Tang Yi had offered 100 million and was refused. Naturally, he wouldn't want to make himself miserable again. Not expecting that horse to be taken by Tang Yi. Thinking of this, he was really worried whether Hurricane could win again. What is he thinking? His face turned dark. Luo Ning saw that Wu Quan's face was so gloomy it looked like it could drip water, and he was stunned. So he reached out and waved his hand in front of him. Nothing. In an instant, Wu Quan's face also lost its smile. As the race drew near, the audience in the stands grew increasingly excited, waving banners in their hands. They were not just there to watch the horse racing, they had all placed bets. At this moment, Wang Mucheng and Xiao were very calm, chatting and drinking, showing no concern despite having bet millions. On the other side, Xiao Na and the others were extremely tense. If they lost, they would have to eat instant noodles for months. Chapter 103, Breaking the World Record. Bang! With the sound of the starting gun, the horses in the gate immediately charged out. Number 4, number 8, number 12. The audience on the field stood up one after another, cheering for the racehorses they supported. Hearing the deafening shouts around him, Xiao felt his blood boil, and he couldn't help but want to stand up and cheer for Heiyun. At that moment, Xiao Na and the others were continuously shouting Heiyun's name, feeling like their throats were about to go hoarse, but their voices were quickly drowned out by the roaring cheers. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly burst out, far ahead of the other horses, as Tang Yi rode Heiyun like a bolt of lightning on the track. Everyone was stunned by this scene and began to discuss. This was a 3,000-meter race, and it was only just starting, but Heiyun was running so fast. Surely, this was a rookie. It was said that it was the horse's first time on the track, so making a mistake was inevitable. Just consider it a lesson learned. Bet if you want. I don't believe Heiyun can't beat your hurricane. Luo Ning naturally refused to back down. Tang Yi started off riding Heiyun at full speed, which puzzled him. But he also had a bold idea in his mind. Tang Yi wanted Heiyun to run the entire 3,000 meters at full speed. Seeing Heiyun leading the pack, Xiao Na was initially quite happy, but when she saw that the people around her did not have faith in Heiyun, she became somewhat worried. Moreover, aside from Heiyun, the remaining horses were all bunched together, so she asked Wang Mucheng, "Why do all the horses look the same? There's nothing to see." Wang Mucheng smiled and explained, "It's just the beginning. The most exciting part of the race will be in the latter half. What you're seeing now is just all the horses packed together. The strategic battles among them are not as simple as they seem. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are more than a dozen horses racing. In reality, only a few are truly racing, while the others are just pace horses." Pace horses? Xiao Na looked puzzled. She didn't understand horse racing at all. Then what kind of horse is Heiyun? I don't know. Maybe it's a horse that likes to run all the way. Wang Mucheng was very familiar with Heiyun. It had enough capability to sprint the entire distance at full speed, something no other horse could achieve today. Tang Yi was now riding on Heiyun's back, galloping freely, which was why she loved horseback riding, being able to gallop without constraints. After a moment, Heiyun approached a bend without losing any speed. Oh, everyone gasped at this scene. If Heiyun took the bend at such a high speed, it would surely fall. Xiao watched as Tang Yi on Heiyun clung tightly to the horse's back, his heart rising to his throat, wondering if she could make it through the turn smoothly. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, Heiyun's body tilted as if it was about to fall, but then it smoothly made the turn without any hesitation, while Tang Yi almost got thrown off. Phew! Seeing this, Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Wang Mucheng leaned over and said, "You look so nervous. You wouldn't have a crush on her, would you? How could that be? I'm just worried that if she loses, our money will go down the drain." Xiao rolled his eyes at Wang Mucheng, surprised that she would think that way. "Don't be nervous. I was just joking." Wang Mucheng laughed with a playful expression. In the blink of an eye, Heiyun was already leading the other racehorses by a large margin, and its momentum showed no signs of fading despite having run at full speed for a long time. Watching the still vigorous Heiyun with no sign of fatigue, Wu Quan felt as if he had been frozen. The distance had already widened to a full lap. And if this continued, no matter how hard Hurricane tried, it would never catch up. Seeing this, Wu Quan immediately gestured to someone beside him to give commands to the jockey to change strategy. Moments later, a chestnut horse burst out of the pack, racing towards Heiyun at high speed. "Look, it's Hurricane. It can't take it anymore. It's going to catch up." That jockey is such an idiot. Chasing now when they are only halfway through. Hurricane doesn't have the stamina to finish. What do you know? If they don't chase now, they won't catch up later. Can't you see Heiyun looks like it doesn't feel tired at all? I don't believe there's another horse that can run the whole distance at full speed. At that moment, the situation on the racecourse changed dramatically. As Hurricane relentlessly pursued, several other horses closely followed, and the scene became chaotic. It's all a mess, my money. The people on the sidelines looked bewildered. Everything was out of order. After Hurricane chased for nearly 1,000 meters, it finally closed the distance to Heiyun by half a body length, but it paid a heavy price in stamina, now exhaling white vapor, clearly at its limit. However, Heiyun maintained its high speed, gradually pulling away from Hurricane again. Sigh. Seeing this, many people sighed. Hurricane had exhausted its stamina in the final sprint of 1,000 meters just chasing Heiyun, leaving no hope of winning. At the same time, several other horses faced the same situation. Their early sprints had drained their stamina. At this moment, the audience watched in shock as Heiyun accelerated again towards the finish line. They were all dumbfounded. The other horses could hardly move, yet Heiyun could still accelerate and was almost sprinting the entire distance at full speed. "Yay, we won, we won!" Xiao Na shouted excitedly as she saw Heiyun cross the finish line. Wang Yin and the others were also overjoyed, dancing with excitement. They had earned over 400,000, more than they would make it work. I now announce that a new world record for the 3,000 meters has been set. The record is held by Heiyun, ridden by jockey Tang Yi, with a time of 1 minute and 57 seconds. At that moment, an exhilarating voice rang out over the racetrack. Chapter 104, Observation. Tang Yi was now leading Heiyun to accept interviews from reporters. "Miss Tang, no horse has ever run the 3,000 meters in less than 2 minutes. What do you think about that?" Many people questioned how Heiyun could run so fast, suspecting it of having taken performance-enhancing drugs. "Miss Tang, is this true? I heard you placed a lot of money on Heiyun. Is that related to insider betting? Does Heiyun have a champion lineage? Can you tell us about it?" Luo Ning stood up, patted Wu Quan on the shoulder, and laughed. "You lost. Remember, you'll cover all the expenses for the hunting party, haha." After saying that, he turned away proudly. Wu Quan was so angry he felt like he could vomit blood. He had invested heavily in Hurricane, and now it was all going down the drain. over 10 million. And he noticed that Zhang Linghua's face didn't look good either. He then gave Yang Tai a look. Yang Tai immediately said to Zhang Linghua, "Sister Hua, I know a great restaurant tonight. If you're interested, I can take you to try it." "Of course I'm interested. I have a bottle of good wine. Let's enjoy it together." Upon hearing this, Zhang Linghua immediately broke into a smile. Her cheeks nearly squished together. Yang Tai then walked out with Zhang Linghua, giving a deep glance at Wang Muqing, who was hugging Yi Xiao with a sweet expression. Wang Muqing looked at the excited Xiao Na and said, "I didn't lie to you, did I? We made so much this time. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Our earnings are just small change compared to yours. You invested 5 million and then easily got 20 million back. It's only right that you treat us." Xiao Na's face was full of envy. If she were as rich as Wang Muqing, she could have made a huge profit this time too. "All right, I'll treat. Tonight, the most expensive place in Donghai City. You can choose wherever you like." Wang Muqing was also very generous. At that moment, Tang Yi approached and greeted everyone. Yi Xiao went up to her and asked, "I heard someone suspected that Black Cloud was given performance-enhancing drugs. Will that affect the competition?" Tang Yi nonchalantly replied, "I've arranged for dedicated supervision and testing agencies, so there won't be any issues. I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. I have other matters to attend to, so you all enjoy yourselves." She then headed towards the Donghai dock, just as Pang Xiao bounced over. "Xiao Yi, wait for me. I'm going with you." Pang Xiao ran over, panting, with sweat all over his forehead. "It's quite dangerous to go this time. You should stay here." Although Yi Xiao wasn't worried about the efficacy of the wave-repelling device, he was concerned about unexpected incidents. Pang Xiao shook his head and put an arm around Yi Xiao's shoulder, saying, "What are you afraid of? We're brothers. When brothers work together, they can achieve great things." Seeing this, Yi Xiao smiled and set off with Pang Xiao to island number 4. After arriving on the island, Yi Xiao immediately spent 5 million to purchase 5 wave-repelling devices. After exchanging, he found that they were just 5 iron boxes with a huge round hole in the front. He learned from Inha that the wave-repelling device utilized the immense energy generated by concentrated ultrasound, allowing it to automatically sense incoming waves and react accordingly. At that moment, Yi Xiao was standing on the rooftop with binoculars, scanning the surroundings. His only concern was not knowing from which direction the waves would strike, whether during the day or at night. If he didn't prepare in advance, it might be too late when the time came. "Come, it's time to eat. I'll take the night watch tonight." Pang Xiao brought up 2 bowls of instant noodles and handed one to Yi Xiao. "Instant noodles? Can't you make something else?" Looking at the noodles, Yi Xiao shook his head. When he first came to the island, he had instant noodles for all 3 meals a day, and he was about to throw up from eating them so much. Pang Xiao shook his head and laughed. "You still don't know me? I can only eat, not cook. Having instant noodles is already pretty good." Yi Xiao chuckled, took the noodles, and started eating heartily. After dinner, Pang Xiao wrapped himself in a coat and sat on the rooftop, observing the surroundings. While Yi Xiao went to bed early since he had to work a 12-hour shift the next day. At that time, after finishing their meal, Tang Yi and Wang Muqing looked at their phones, which had blown up with notifications. There were at least 30 to 40 missed calls. She knew these calls were about the Black Cloud matter. Tang Yi pulled Wang Muqing aside and whispered, "Muqing, Black Cloud is gaining popularity right now. It should participate in more competitions. What do you think?" "That's a good idea, but we need to negotiate the appearance fees well." Wang Muqing, being smart, understood Tang Yi's intention. "That is for sure. I want Black Cloud to become the racehorse of our club, and then I'll discuss it in detail with Yi Xiao." Tang Yi had long wanted Black Cloud to belong to her club, and all the glory Black Cloud earned would belong to her club. She then asked Wang Muqing, "The hunting event is about to start. Are you going to participate? We can meet up then." "Of course. The hunting event is quite fun. I personally caught a rabbit at the last one. Then we can have a competition to see who is better." The next morning, Yi Xiao went to the rooftop and saw that Pang Xiao was already asleep against a chair, so he cleared his throat a few times. Pang Xiao immediately woke up, looking seriously into the distance, and said, "Last night was fine. Nothing happened. Just bear with it for a few days. Once the waves are over, it'll all be fine. Not every night will be as calm as last night. I don't want you to wake up and find yourself floating at sea." Yi Xiao's face was serious. Now that they had the money, he didn't want human errors to ruin the early construction efforts on the island. "I understand. I definitely want to fall asleep next time." Pang Xiao nodded, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Yi Xiao picked up the binoculars and scanned around, finding the sea surface still calm, with no signs of incoming waves. However, even so, Yi Xiao felt very anxious. He hoped the waves would come soon so he wouldn't have to worry day and night, as he was close to becoming mentally depressed. That day, Pang Xiao went to the warehouse to make something good to eat, as he had grown tired of instant noodles after so many days. "Oh, not bad. There are potatoes." Seeing a basket full of potatoes, Pang Xiao decided to boil some to eat. So he picked up a knife and started peeling the potatoes.